Yeah, shit. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way it uplifts. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my suite. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, what in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, 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 cause I'm mean. I just gotta go, go
emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, 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 cause I'm mean. I just gotta go, go back, I'm a freak. My cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexin' on ya, flexin' on me. Flexin' on ya, flexin' on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F you from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my van. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? Yo, you're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom and be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know don't you know?
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? You see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round me, you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the slide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Taken forward words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the hurt frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. hitting hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Load. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile on my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna bad, cause I'm mean. I just gotta.
Rise, all challengers, as we glide through the final days of the knockouts. Victory is so close, you can almost taste it, yet it's not that easy to attain. Check all corners and leave all complacency behind, because these are the final moments. Make haste. This is VCT Stage 2 Challengers Asia Pacific.
The APAC region saw its greatest go head-to-head in Stage 1 as they aimed and took their shot at qualifying for Masters. And now, it's time to run it back and do it again. It's time again for the Pacific's rising tide to create fearless waves. As the passionate APAC fans gather together to watch it reach greater heights. Together, we will witness the relentless and heart-pounding action as APAC's best rack up kills and beef up the stats. With every aggressive swing, strategic plant, and patient retake comes flawless gun skill and agent mastery. Be swift and make them fear you on land and air. Gather info and provide your team with a vantage point. And take down your opponents with precision and finesse. It all comes down to the final 8 teams from the 8 different regions and one shot at the APAC crown. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
Welcome, Valorant fanatics, to the third day of the knockouts. Another batch of eliminations are in order, but lucky for us here on the panel, we get to stay and see all of it. I'm Likeable, and I will be your host, and I'm being joined by our big brain analysts over here, Fluffy02 and Trix. Yesterday, we had the first taste of eliminations here on the knockouts, and we bid goodbye to Griffin Esports and Trix, your favorite team, Boom Esports.
I mean, I don't particularly have one favorite team. I also love watching Xerxia play. You guys know, on the panel, I'm always so excited to watch them. So, as sad as it is to see some teams go, Griffin being one of those teams that really stepped up, they really grew in the APAC stage. It's sad to see them part ways. And Boom Esports just needing to come back a little stronger for next APAC.
Yeah, those were the conditions for these guys. I mean, we saw the improvement that they had, especially those who came from the plains, but it was a little bit short, and maybe this is just not their time yet. However, as we look at yesterday's highlights, we can actually take a look at how PaperX versus Bleed Esports went through, how ONIC G was so amazing to watch, but as well as Team Secret, of course. But Fluffy, as I mentioned this, we're already seeing Forsaken with that incredible ace to end this game.
Yeah, such an amazing ace. One of the many highlights that we had yesterday coming from PaperX, a team that seems like they haven't stopped doing what they're doing best for winning, and really it makes me very excited for the games today.
It really does make you excited. I mean, to start off the highlights with an ace that ends the game, I mean, I know that Darian has also done that, but Bleed is another story. We'll get to their highlights in just a bit. But for the second game, yesterday, Trix, we looked at ONIC G versus Team Secret, and Team Secret just showing us like a solid performance here.
Team Secret did show a solid performance against ONIC. We've seen that initially I was a little skeptical watching them play before, but it seems that they're back on form. They're all online. Jesse_Vash also just doing some amazing plays, creating space with a Sova.
Also getting some amazing knife kills, as we saw. It's just Jesse_Vash things after all. If we saw Forsaken doing Forsaken things, we saw Jesse_Vash doing some Jesse_Vash things. Now on to the third series of the day, Fluffy. This was the first elimination match that we saw here in the knockouts. It was Alter Ego versus Griffin Esports.
I mean, it was a very intense game between Alter Ego and Griffin Esports, and sadly at the end of it, we had to say goodbye to one of these teams, as you mentioned, Griffin Esports. So long from this APAC, but that does keep the dream alive for Alter Ego moving forward. Noxy and Kush, especially on this series, I think played phenomenally here on Split as well as Bind, and I think that it really shows the new form that Alter Ego has.
Yes, like following up to that, Kush just amazing on Bind. I loved watching him play. The fact that he was constantly able to get the flank in, he was able to go against the opponents by having that better timing, more confidence in his team, as well as the information.
Now, forward to the last series of the day, and Trix, I want you to talk about this because I know how bittersweet watching all of this really was for you.
Xerxia always being such an amazing team to watch alongside Boom as well, having their executions, the retake, but really just watching the sheer potential of both of these teams in terms of dominating their maps and being able to force that control, forcing each other to certain scenarios, but Xerxia coming out on top, really just showing me exactly what I love watching them. Why I love watching them.
Yeah, I know that, and that's why I also gave you the chance to at least talk a little bit more about Boom Esports as we close yesterday's highlights. Now, again, lots of good gameplay that we get to see every day, but you know what? We've been seeing all sorts of actions from the very beginning, and to kind of take us back through everything the teams have gone through, here's Mika Fabs with the tournament format.
This is the VCT Challengers APAC Stage 2 playoffs. The climb to the next global stage begins for APAC as the top 20 teams from the region seek out to be feared by those at the top. The tournament begins with the play-ins, where 8 teams are split into 4-team double elimination brackets. The top 2 teams that claim victory in each bracket proceed to the group stage. In the group stage, we'll see the top-seeded squads from the different regions and our teams from play-ins go head-to-head in a 4-team double elimination bracket. The top 2 teams from each group then move on to the playoffs. Our final 8 squads are then seeded in the final double elimination bracket, where they'll get the opportunity to qualify for Masters Stage 2 and a chance to seize APAC's throne. The Pacific's rising tide grows stronger, and the time to test those at the top is now. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
With just a few more steps away from victory, the tournament format just helps us show that extra appreciation for their journey. Then when you go back to the current situation, you get a feel of the intensity of the air, you know? Kind of makes me shiver right now just thinking about it. And as we head on over to the brackets, you'll feel the atmosphere just absolutely change at this point. I mean, it's the brackets, and we get to see who are the teams that are put on elimination, at the risk of elimination, and who are the teams that will make it to Masters over here. And I'm looking at this, Fluffy, and I want to know your thoughts because I'm going crazy over this.
I mean, for sure, the pressure is on for all the teams to perform today. For the upper finalists, we see that Paper Rex as well as Team Secret really have currently the best shot to get into that grand final and secure their slot to represent our region, basically, for Masters. But I feel like there's such more pressure right now, specifically today, for the lower bracket. So ONIC G, Alter Ego, Bleed, as well as Xerxia really have to bring in the best of the best that we always talk about. They really have to have the play to win mentality, and they cannot afford to even slow down to try not to lose, because they really have to give it their all, because if not, it's called the knockouts for a reason. So the pressure, I think, is just on them a lot more than anything else.
It really is. And Trix, we have to talk about ONIC versus Alter Ego over here, because this is so bittersweet. The two Indonesian teams they're Indonesia's last team, and they get to knock each other down.
It is a little difficult. It's kind of like a repeat of what they're going through just to even get to the APAC stage. But having to take out one of their comrades in order to be able to secure a slot into Masters Copenhagen, I feel like both teams really showing so much form, so much confidence, and wanting to prove themselves, wanting to take that slot. There is no team here that doesn't want that slot, but it is sad to see teams go, and it's sad to see one country having to knock out another of their own.
It really is. And as you guys mentioned earlier, there's this constant pressure behind you to to represent your country rather, and to be able to wave your national flag on the Masters stage or just be there. It's just something else. I mean, as competitors, as players, these guys have that aspiration. And for all of these games that we're going to be seeing today, they're no different. Now, as you guys can see, TBD for game number 4, because that will depend on the results of game 1 and game 2. Now, remember, elimination matches over at game 1 and game 2, and keep your eyes peeled for game number 3 because we are going to be finding out who will be the first representative of APAC based on the results of this game. Is it going to be Paper X or is it going to be Team Secret? That's a story we'll find out later on. So keep your eyes peeled for that, guys. But we're going to be starting the day really brutal today. You guys saw the match schedule and we already talked about it. I'm a little bit shaken over this. I mean, it's the 2 Indonesian teams, and I've seen them perform. We've talked about this region over here on the show, and the casters have also spoken highly of them because to have 3 representatives in the knockouts really speaks out for your region, right? I mean, Fluffy, what does it mean to have 3 Indonesian teams over here? That means that the region is just something else.
I mean, something else for sure. To even get to this level, it's so much hard work and dedication for any team. And just to have the consistency to come from one specific region really shows the amount of talent that that region has, which is what APAC is really all about, right? It's about showcasing the talent that every region has. But I guess for them, there's just a lot more than others.
Oh, that's true. The way he casually said it, I mean, it makes total sense, but it's just...
Just saying.
It really is. It really is. But oh my goodness. I mean, I know how Trix felt about Boom Esports, but I don't want to say that I've grown attachment to either of these teams, but I do feel like I hate it when I see these teams go. You guys have talked about it. The level of dedication that you have to commit in order to make it to this point and to lose all of it because another team was better. Obviously, that's part of the competition, but it's just so heartbreaking, even for us here on the panel, because we do study these teams, we take a look at them, and we appreciate the journey and the effort that they put into these games.
Looking at it in another way, it also shows how much the teams are growing and how they're challenging each other. And in that sense, Indonesia being, I believe one of the casters said, kind of like gatekeepers in terms of the APAC playoffs and APAC Knockout Stage, because there are 3 teams coming in from there. Of course, there are also 2 teams from MYSG. Let's not forget there's Paper X and Bleed Esports. But to say really that all of these teams stepping up, all of the talent in their own countries really coming together and showing us exactly what they can do. But again, it's always a question of, is it enough to get that slot into Masters? Is it enough to go against other international teams outside of the APAC region?
Had I fully understood the way the brackets work, I'm not sure about this because it's been crazy. It's been a couple of weeks. It started with the play-ins. But I wonder if there would have been a possibility to actually have 2 Indonesian teams in the playoffs. I mean, in Masters rather. I don't really know. Maybe if we kind of connect the dots and see how it would have turned out on an, it's sort of like a if-only scenario that we could have seen. But I guess we'll never know the answer to that because we're about to introduce the first team for this first elimination series of the day. So in this first do or die match, we've established them to be a systematic team. Their plays and executions are always calculated, and their dedication to perfection have paved a way for them to success here on APAC. And they're hoping that it will take them further. So let's welcome ONIC G. I can't be the only one who had goosebumps from that music. Okay, I see you, VCT, stepping it up every single time. But you know who's stepping up as well, Fluffy? It's ONIC G.
Yeah, ONIC G, one of the most consistent teams from the Indonesian region. They really had one of the best runs even back in their own Challenger Series. But now in the APAC stage, they've been doing, I think, one of the best runs that they've had up until they kind of fell short to Team Secret recently. But that doesn't stop this squad. That really pushes a lot of boundaries. They're very, as you mentioned, clinical, and they have a great structure to them. This squad composed of Monye Shiro, Severin, NC Slasher, and Elmi Moore is one of, I think, the most flexible squads. They have, it's kind of a blessing and a curse. They have a lot of discipline, but at times I feel like this squad could be pushing for a lot more than they can. So hopefully, if they push very hard today, they can take the win.
Ooh, that's gonna be the challenge for their opposing team. But look at these guys, so formidable. I mean, I've seen Monnier. To those watching, feel free to correct me on the proper pronunciation of his name. I would love to know. But as far as I know, I think it is Monnier. But yeah, I've seen him play. Always a fan of his Neon. That was like the debut that he had here on APAC, and I was really impressed. I could not get it out of my head. And to this day, it made an impact on me. So I'm really stoked to see these guys play. But on the other side of ONIC G is a team that's shown various versions of themselves. The way these guys play is nothing short of impressive. They're known to be able to adjust on the fly, and going up against a methodical team, they need to bring something special and unexpected to the table. Can they deliver that task? Let's find out with Alter Ego. Okay, I'm gonna have to get used to that background music. So good. I already said that in the previous intro videos that we had, it was already good, but this one just sends the chills down my spine. So Alter Ego, we have Adrian King, Axelovia, Delby, Kush, and of course Noxie with the Moxie tricks.
Yes, Noxie does have that Moxie, actually getting that MVP for their series yesterday. But everybody on Alter Ego just able to perform. We've seen all of them in terms of their teamwork and their ability to hit those sites. We have, however, also seen that sometimes they can be a little indecisive, a little uncertain of themselves, maybe that pressure. But at least yesterday they were able to click on it and say, we have to try. We have to just take those risks, because that's what Alter Ego does well, and they proved it yesterday. But Noxie being a phenomenal player as well, just being able to kind of pull his team, and just the amount of space Alter Ego is able to create for themselves. I love watching them play. I love watching all of these teams play. And yes, as Laika has already said, it is so bittersweet here right now, because either ONIC G or Alter Ego are leaving us.
Oh, it must be scary for the Indonesian fans who are actually watching right now. They're actually so torn on who they're gonna support, because I mean, you see me and Fluffy and you, and like, we always root for Team Secret to a certain extent. I mean, the analytical brain has to come in, of course. But for the most part, we do cheer for them because they're our country's representative. And of course, for Indonesian fans right now, it must be so conflicting. Like, who am I going to support? Both of these teams are really good. But I guess if you were watching, obviously, the Indonesian challengers, then you probably have your own bias between these two. And this is like, as Fluffy mentioned earlier, this feels like a repeat of their finals over there. So I wonder if their history is gonna repeat itself, or if something new will be the outcome for this specific series. Crazy day we've been having so far, and the games haven't even started yet. We were just looking at the intros or the introductions for these teams. And now we're actually going to be introducing the head-to-head from both of these teams, because we've got some stellar players that we'd like to feature over here. All right, then. So we have ONIC's NC Slasher and Alter Ego's Kush over here. These are really great initiators, Fluffy, and I'd like for you to shed some light on them.
Great initiators, and of course, one of the best qualities of any initiator is just knowing when to use their utility, how to leverage that for your team, how to create space by giving the information that is required. We've seen Kush, especially yesterday, play insanely well in their games. I believe it was split as well in mine, where he got so many lurks too, that he really made the big difference when the rounds really counted. And NC Slasher, of course, not just an initiator, he's also a flex player in his own right, being able to really flex around his team and play the play style that they want to play for that game.
ONIC and Alter Egos, even in this head-to-head, we can see that the players tend to be flex. There's not one particular role that they will only play. It's a matter of what they want from the map, what they want from the team, from their teammates in order to successfully take a map from the opponents. And I find that's one of the nice things about watching teams from Indonesia is that they adjust, they adapt. They're not usually just one role. Sometimes they're a sentinel, sometimes they're an initiator, sometimes they're a controller, and it just all comes to show about how they work together and they create with each other in order to make that space for them.
Yeah, so I think that flex players are actually very interesting because you see a lot of these players having mastery in one role, and I think I understand that concept because you're able to synergize with your team better. At least in my opinion, that's the way I see it with most of the teams who have more how should I say, fixed roles. But I want to know your opinion on this, Trick, since you already brought it up. How does one become a flex? How does the dynamic inside the team actually work when you're filled with so much flexible players?
It comes with understanding the utility a lot better, I feel. When you go with a player that understands multiple roles, they also know the limitations of their teammates. They know what they want to do, what they can do, and what to expect also from the opponents who are playing these certain agents. So that level of understanding, but comfortability as well, comes into the timing of understanding when those small windows open for one another, when it opens for their team.
I feel like overall, though, it is intrinsically a strength to have players that are very flexible. A lot of the times people think that, or at least I think that when people think, oh, this team has so many flexible players, they don't have really a defined role, that it's bad because they don't have like a master at a certain thing, etc. But really, it all boils down, I think, to practice, because you can have so many players adjust and play different roles. A lot of teams do it nowadays, especially because there's so many different agents you can play. It's really hard to just stick to like one or two. And with that said, it's really about how well you practice as a team to really pull through, rather than just trying to focus one guy to play one specific agent.
I never thought of it that way, but that's why you guys are here. You guys are teaching me as well as our audience something new every day, because I have always found it interesting how these guys are able to play that way and how it always works out in the end. I mean, I remember during the play-ins, we've seen representatives from India who had these like incredibly flexible roles, because normally the way we see it here is that it depends on the map, right? And like that's kind of how they adjust the roles, how they adjust everything, the agent selection. However, when I was watching the Indian teams and I was looking at their statistics, I could see that even with the same map, they would run different lineups, different roles were assigned per player. So that was just very interesting to see for me. But you guys put it in so much light and perspective for me that I have a newfound appreciation for these flex roles. So now let's find out what kind of flexibility these guys will be showing on the map selection. Tricks, I know you have your opinions on Alter Ego and AE, but I kind of want to hear Fluffy's input first.
Well, I feel like for the map veto, especially with ONIC starting out, I don't think they're particularly eyeing Bind. I don't think it's a map that they've really shown the most strength in compared to something like Haven or Split. And other than that, I guess they really don't like Bind because there it goes. But for the side of AE, if I were them, knowing that ONIC does have a pretty strong Haven, and it's not a map that they have shown so far here on the Challenger playoffs, I don't think that it'll get through the second round of bans, as they do choose to take out Breeze already. And Haven for ONIC, as I mentioned, one of the stronger maps. They've had a very good run on it. They have one of the highest win rates on this map, especially back in their Indonesian Challenger series. So not a surprise that they're selecting this at all.
Well then, Haven's gonna be the first map. Fracture, Tricks. Are we surprised to see this?
I am surprised because I do know that ONIC has a solid Fracture. They've been doing a great run on it so far, and a better run, I would argue, than Alter Ego has prepared. But it's one of those maps where there are plays that can come out. There are things that you can learn, and I feel that it's one of those maps where teams are still trying and testing new things and being creative on it. So I'm happy that it's out there. I am a little worried for Alter Ego for this map.
Wait a second. I get to see Monyet possibly on the Neon again? My heart is happy over here. But the sad part, though, is we won't be seeing Split or Icebox, which I believe leaves Ascent as the decider. Am I finally getting this right? Yes, I believe so. There you have it. Fluffy, Ascent as the decider. We always say that this is filled with fundamentals, but it's true. It really is. And that's why most of the games that we watched here are kind of slow-paced, because these players try to be really methodical with their approach to Ascent.
Yeah, so there's also, not only is it kind of slow compared to other maps in terms of pacing, there's a lot of variation also with the amount of agents that people can have. So depending on the composition that they choose to run, because the map is just so bare bones, it allows a team to really flex, like you mentioned, a lot of their fundamentals, but that doesn't stop them from adjusting their strategies and adding some new flavor. You know, we know that, for example, Alter Ego normally has that KO, which is also very useful. And on the side of ONIC, they can have a lot of options. They've tried Cypher or KJ. So depending on what they pick, you know, for this map, I feel like it'll be very interesting.
I'm excited to see this. Haven, Fracture, and Ascent. Well, I know that ONIC G has actually won against Boom Esports, Gaming Gladiators, Made in Thailand, and Alter Ego. So far, so good. Alter Ego really cutting it close, though. Wait, I did mention them. So ONIC G has actually fought against Alter Ego in their local challengers, as Fluffy mentioned earlier. But Alter Ego, I remember that they had this really close game with Xerxia Esports over at that map. And if that's the level of play that they're going to be bringing onto the table, I feel like ONIC G will definitely have a difficult time with this one. But overall, I mean, okay, I'm getting too ahead of myself. We don't even know if we're actually going to see Ascent. It depends on whether the games will go 2-0 or 2-1, obviously. But crazy over here. Now, Tricks, let's talk about Haven. It's a site with the ABCs. We always say that the defense is spread really thin. So I think it's interesting for the most part that we get to see teams such as Alter Ego in this specific game choosing defense first, when I believe that this is kind of like an attacker-sided map.
I think it can go both ways. It really depends on what you're confident in. Alter Ego might not be as confident on their attacker on Haven, wanting to give that to ONIC G, hopefully to double down and get a couple more rounds on defense, so their attacking side is a little easier. I think that it's gonna be difficult for Alter Ego based on these map selections. I'm not really sure if it went in the way they were hoping.
Well, let's hope it does. I mean, I'm hoping for both of these teams to just give us the best that they've got, for this to be an online day for them, as people would call it. Now, with all of the conditions that we just mentioned in mind, I want to know what your predictions are going to be for this series. So why don't you go ahead and share yours, Tricks, since we're already on the topic.
I do think that ONIC can take it based on map selection.
Ooh. Fluffy?
I think that ONIC is also going to take it on map selection. I mean, they had a very fast pick, literally like instant clicking that Haven. They've played it before against Alter Ego in the grand finals of their Indonesian Challenger Series, and they won. So considering that and their very good Fracture, which they haven't lost in yet, I think those two maps alone should be enough for ONIC to statistically take this one. And if it does go to the third map, they're pretty even on that one, so it's whoever plays the best. But looking at it as a whole, the maps do, in my opinion, favor ONIC a bit.
Okay, so I'm the odd one out because I am going to be predicting Alter Ego. I've seen these guys play. I've seen their performance, especially yesterday against Griffin Esports. And I think that they really thrive off of the idea that, you know, they're able to thrive under pressure. So a lot of the times we see people kind of cave under it because when they think of like, it's an elimination match, I can't make mistakes, I have to be careful. And that's when they start making mistakes, or they start having a lapse in judgment. And I don't think that, as far as I understand Alter Ego, I've seen them not actually succumb to this mindset. I've seen them like just play it out, have fun in the game, and at the same time just show us the best that they've got. And I love seeing that from Alter Ego. So hopefully as we go into this agent selection in Haven, they get to show us the compositions that will please are adoring hearts out of Valorant. I don't even know if my last sentence made sense, but I'm sure you guys get the point. So, yes, I get me a Neon.
On both sides.
Both sides! I am happy over here. Fluff, talk us through this composition.
Honestly, on Haven, I feel like Neon is one of the more underrated duelists that you can have. I'm surprised that they're pairing it up for the Reyna, for Green King, but generally speaking, back to the Neon, I feel like the value of Neon not only comes from the fact that the relay bolts can really secure a lot of the angles, but even the fast lane itself can really sell a lot of fakes just because it creates what we like to call perceived pressure, where it denies so much information, especially something like a lobby, which is a very common spot to hold. And if you're unsure of where the opposing team is, it really just gives your team a lot of pressure and a lot more freedom to move around.
Now, I know I said we talked about flexibility in agent selection and being able to pull off agents that they, don't always play, or it's not as common for some teams, for some players to see that. I am slightly concerned on both sides of ONIC G and Alter Ego pulling lineups they haven't pulled recently, and I'm not sure if it's because they're just confident, they've really practiced it somewhere else that we don't have the records of. But I am a little worried on the double duelist setup. I find that yes, there's a lot of space that they can take there, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough because the safety in taking that space is not really there.
Right. I find that whenever we go into these agent compositions, having the utility is always, at least on paper, a plus. But to their credit, running that double duelist setup, I feel like just shows a lot of confidence. And if it does work, if they can really make it work, it really does pay off at the end of the day, especially if you have something like Reyna. But going back to the utility aspect, I do feel like a lot of the power in that Reyna composition, as well as the Cypher and Neon, really relies on their abilities, and having the KO on NC Slasher can be a big hindrance for a lot of their plans, considering that they're relying on just a couple of pieces of utility, especially for information. Once that's denied, if they really land a really big 0 point, it could be a big problem for them.
Yeah. I'm looking at these compositions once again, Fluff, and I think I'm a little, and Trix also, I think I'm a little bit more worried for the side of Alter Ego, because I know that ONIC G has run this composition before and it kind of worked for them. But on the side of Alter Ego, this is such an adjustment for them, and I think that they're trying to bring something new to the table, like I mentioned before, because they have fought against this team before, and it didn't work out back then. So maybe now they want to try something new to hopefully make it work in the end. And again, guys, this is the first elimination game of the day. So don't blink, because you might just miss your favorite team out here. Everything is on the line. It's do or die out here. So best of luck to these challengers. But for now, your fate is a tale to be told by our casters.
Sometimes it's just a family affair, and in this case, we see here again the two Indonesian squads looking to do battle from Indonesia to APAC. It still continues on. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's a new day here in the knockouts of VCT APAC. My name is Dax here with Black and Blue, and we are going to be tuning in to ONIC G versus Alter Ego, a rematch of the grand finals from the Indonesian challengers this stage. Just crazy to think, though, Black and Blue, that we're almost done here with all of APAC so far. But what's more interesting is the fact that ONIC has to basically slay the demons of the past, or in this case, slay the demons from the local scene yet again to prove that they can be the ones standing tall for the nation, and Alter Ego a chance for revenge.
Well, it's always a painful point to have to take down your fellow brethren, isn't it, Dax? But in this case, one has to go and one shall stay. Will it be ONIC or Alter Ego to continue on the fight and raise that Indonesian flag here further over in the final stages of this APAC Knockouts? We're going to find out in just a bit. Haven to start things off, and the compositions here I'm seeing from both teams, they're quite peculiar.
Yeah, ONIC are going to be playing their usual standard. They run that Neon heftily with Monyet to see how effective he can be with that overdrive. And I'm seeing NC Slasher especially find the clutch moments versus Alter Ego last time around when they played this map. But I'm more interested on the defensive composition here, Black and Blue, because you got Delby now on that Neon. You have a Drinking playing that Reyna, and it's just so many swaps here for the side of Alter Ego. It feels like it's a big all-in against their rivals from the same pond.
And I like it. I really do. It seems like they mean no hell in business. Kush, okay, he starts off the map with double kills going his way here towards Garage, and they somehow don't even fend him off. He gets a third. Noxy good for one, but comes down to the 1v2, sliding in at the end, Dax. And I was about to talk about like how this composition brought many different traits to it, and I guess that seems to be it right there. But it came from Kush.
I mean, you can always talk about how aggressive Alter Ego is, and they can always just pop off individually. They're gonna try to see if they can bring it out from a Drinking and Delby as much as possible. But Kush has just been quite the star of the show early for Alter Ego so far. Did incredible last time around versus Griffin Esports to put Alter Ego in an LCQ position at minimum and to continue their VCT year on. But the win versus ONIC, that might be even better here for the side of Alter Ego, because they know that they were beaten pretty heavily last time around. They want to get their revenge. Delby already looking to deliver that. Severine falls down, smokes in the way. Alter Ego aggressing yet again, and this early presence might actually be a card that Alter Ego can play well. NC Slash though open things up towards the middle. Noxy goes down. He can pick up that gun because there's no one there to hold it down. But Kush, look at him go. The Cypher yet again already advancing. Alter Ego swarming now like a flock of locusts trying to feast on Delby. Axel Lovio with the takedowns. All left now to NC Slasher in a 1v3 slate. But the spike has been left behind to its lonesome. And the KO, well, he's going to get knocked out there by Drinking in the end.
Good round here for Alter Ego. Still, ONIC, they're putting up a good fight, and we've seen in the grand finals and that upper bracket side during their local qualifier for Indonesia that ONIC, they did have the best of Alter Ego over and over. The wins from Alter Ego that go against ONIC seemingly only really come every so in a blue moon, but in this case, well, I think this could be a very different situation, Dax. Alter Ego, they came here to play. Now, still, ONIC are the favorites to win this series, I do have to believe. But Alter Ego, especially with the very composed composition they bring in here, I think this means a lot of business. But look at this opening control towards his A main. Shut down by Monyet for the meantime. Delby trying to go in hard, but he's going to be fended off. Low HP on Monyet, but he escapes.
Right now, we're seeing a bit of the different, I'd say, priorities here between two Neons. Delby wanting to just get the slide on and go for the hard aggress. In the meantime, Monyet's more effective really on the utility so far. Trying to use the fast lane to get on the way, but Kush just unbeatable on the firefight right now. Every single duel he has been able to win out basically. Noxy now backing on away from these sites and over to the links. But Alter Ego so active on the map control, and you can see why the window position now a possibility. They also toss out the 0 point here, but Kush now trying to go for the push. This time his hubris will be punished by NC Slasher. Noxy on the opposite end. LB more able to hit the headshot as per usual. It's 2v3 now as Alter Ego trying to make this bonus be effective even more so. But a nice scan there from the Aldrone. Axel Love, you're gonna get spotted on out. Drinking trying to flank already from the garage. Smoke though will be thrown over onto A-Link, and I like that smoke because it's very effective against this plant. Still though, it's now the site that Alter Ego needs to try and go for the retake. Monyet and Elmimore solo on the HP. Adrenaline will take advantage, but NC Slasher and Monyet peek out at the right time. A great corner by the KO, and ONIC will take the round.
Still came close though. Alter Ego could have put that one back. Imagine if a Drinking uses its miss over Devour there. Could have a second chance to take down NC Slasher from the corner in that committed position. But hey, it doesn't work out. It's Monyet who's able to fend them off, and it's a really great job we see from Kush throughout this entire, not just series and I guess, stage, but the tournament really that we've been seeing from him. He's been such a defining factor, and in their previous matchup that we saw with Alter Ego going up against Boom, he was one of those driving forces, and it's really just a great thing to see, especially for a player like him who has had, I guess, a newer kind of showing here towards the APAC stage.
Come on, when we remember that matchup versus Griffin, right? How many times did we just say, how is he slipping by these defenses? How is he getting away these kind of frags? And that's one thing that Alter Ego will look to rely on. And of course, conversely, ONIC will try to punish and get rid of that Cypher setup if the Sentinel is playing away from his initial outlook. Then again though, Alter Ego now getting the rifles that they need. Guiding Light gonna get thrown over on the outside of the double doors for ONIC. They're just trying to look for the punish here, Black and Blue. They don't want to get Alter Ego in their faces, so slower play. But you have to be careful because the Dren King is right there lurking underneath the window.
Well, that position of his might not have much value as of the moment, considering even though they're pushing towards mid, it's here towards the A side that ONIC want to go for, and this is it. Dax are executing, and they have a good defense to try and fend them off, but the pressure could be too much.
Slasher clearing things out though from short to hell. He can handle it all. Null command to open things up. Elmimore even finding Noxy along the way. And Alter Ego, that site is theirs. Or rather, ONIC's site is theirs. Alter Ego is trying to find a way to get the pinch on. Just because ONIC stayed so long by the CT side, it scared off Kush and the Dren King from advancing even further. Without that presence being applied by ONIC, Alter Ego, he played a bit more on the passive side here, and ONIC, as you mentioned, able to stay away from the traps that Alter Ego was setting up in the first place. So very convincing side takes gonna be essential here for the ONIC victory. I still remember watching the Indonesian Grand Finals, and one of the best things ONIC was able to do was to know when to actually go for the side take or go for the duels. Will they chase after and try to punish anyone advancing? Will they go for the objective instead? Usually they can find those right decisions, and that's what can bring ONIC to victory in this matchup.
They've usually had a pretty good head on their shoulders to be able to tell if which case should be what. And in ONIC, a lot of that, which you talked about, Dax, where they know if we duel this or do we, stall for a bit, do we execute now, is because of what we've talked upon and touched upon this entire tournament long, is how great they are at gathering that information and making the decisions off of it. So it really is a lot of times informed guesses that you're going to see a lot here from ONIC, and they've been working out because of just how much you're able to gather early on. But this is a simple hard read, and it's correct because the triple stack towards the C site won't have much effectivity here on the safe push.
And not only that, gun advantage is absolutely clear for ONIC. Alter Ego, they can run out of steam in a matchup versus ONIC. And this is where I say familiarity can actually bite Alter Ego's behind along the waves. They're absolutely dependent of the pop-off here of playing that Reyna. They have a few of those role swaps compared to when they faced off against ONIC last time around. And it just has to be some monster games here from Alter Ego because that's the way they know how to win. ONIC still trying to play it safe and sound though. Just withholding that information as much as possible is essential here for ONIC, but Alter Ego means to gather. That's what Noxy's Guiding Light, the Trailblazer are for. Paranoia W Prime. Here we have already the 0 point, and yet again, the standard ONIC anti to try and get one through, but a great shot from Noxy to start things off. Elmimore right now makes a trade happen. The Dren King with the hero rifle though. Keep an eye out on this guy on the back side, gets to even. Noxy over onto the side. Elmimore finds him though, and ONIC now in a 2v2 situation. Alter Ego making the casualties hurt, and look at them go. They're still gonna push it Black and Blue. Cushion Axel, love you. What was that, Kush? He lines it up and scores the opposition. Alter Ego will steal that round away.
A thrifty one going their way. They had the hero rifle, and the second one as well, actually, too, saved up from the previous round, and that was all they needed as Alter Ego. Perfect timing on the rotation and played it out perfectly as well. We saw, even with the utility being dropped, they relied on what they could use. The weapons in hand, and a Dren King. For him to find this too was huge. Could have found the third after the dismiss, but it doesn't even need to happen. The up, down, the high, low that they were playing here, perfectly shut down by Kush, and he has been such a standout performer. The amount of high level and top quality, really world-class players we see coming from Indonesia is just immeasurable really at this point. It's a substantial amount of how much talent there is in C and how much of that is focused and coming from this Indonesian scene. We see so many standout players from many of the different teams that have come from Indonesia in the past, including like Persija, for example, which has a bunch of superstars as well in their own right.
Yeah, you have the names like Boom, Persija, Alter Ego, ONIC right now, and Trix was able to mention it at a panel back then. She mentioned that we talked about them being the gatekeepers of the APAC scene, and it's absolutely true. Now they're effectively gatekeeping each other. One of these two teams will make it to the top 4. Indonesia is guaranteed to be into the top 4, but it has to be them to take that extra step after this one. Either for Alter Ego or for ONIC, really in this civil war that we see yet again. It's all about moving on forward, supporting the other team after they get that victory. But at the same time, for Indonesia itself, they've always been wondering what it would feel like to be on the global stage representing APAC. Not sure, there are some reps from Indonesia and Paper X, but of course, it's a little bit different when you represent the sub-region itself and represent a Dread King to all the duelists looking for value. A stellar shot to start things off, and Alter Ego yet again, just doing Alter Ego things. One of their biggest strengths here, Black and Blue, is how they can get the pick back on the way just for safety.
That's what they love to do. Initiate, retreat, retaliate, and that whole mantra that they really do live by is going to be the bane of a lot of the APAC teams here. As you've said, as we know, they're basically the St. Peter to this entire gate, and if you want to make it to the promised land, you have to go through an Indonesian team at the very least here in the knockouts. ONIC and Alter Ego both proposing that same idea. There's Alter Ego right now in the lead, and I do like that they're playing really well here on the defensive side when you expect this composition to do better on the attack considering what they've got. Whenever you have a Reyna, plus a Neon especially, you might think it to be the opposite way, but no, they're playing this really well, and for Monyet to go down early takes on a lot of the space closing that ONIC otherwise could have had in this round.
You know what I'm just thinking though is really Indonesia has embraced the Neon immensely. We see a lot of Neon based comps from them, usually see a Jet here, but well, apparently NC Sasha cannot take off whatsoever. And Axelovia! What a reception by the lobby. 2 immediately clocked there as Elmimore and Severin try to go for the rotations. Alter Ego, potent as can be. Showing it yet again. Shroud step to go for the side cut. Bashiro able to win it out. Does he even have time to go for the site itself? Has to be Delby though in pitch combat. But there's just no escape. Knife is out and he is caught in the act. Alter Ego building this lead up a little bit more.
Delby catching him out there. Where are you running to, Shiro? Game's not over. Now it is for the round. 4-2. Alter Ego. Great half already. If they win like 1 or 2 more here, defensive side on Haven can be notoriously hard to keep on lockdown, but Alter Ego, no qualms about that. No second guesses about where they stand. Delby and the rest here of AE getting everything going their way, and Dern King as well doing really good on this Reyna. You know, they've only got 7. That's all they need, really, to secure this. Mid control trying to be fought over here by both sides. They come away with 1 pick apiece, but Noxy finds a triple going his way, and they seize control of grass.
Truly, again, the haze of Noxy being the bother and lost in his eyes. Noxy able to find those takedowns. Alter Ego, though, they have just completely embraced their whole mechanical inclined notion. Cushion Axe love you, wrap it up, but this is just the point here. They're willing to go for these duels as much as possible. It's great to see a Dread King back to his duelist roots from that Boom roster way back when. And if everyone here in Alter Ego is this hot, they can keep the momentum from that matchup versus Griffin, you know they are gonna be such a treat to watch, especially as they look to frag out as much as possible. It's a station after station here, Black and Blue, and every single time ONIC tries to go for the rotation, someone from Alter Ego ready with the gun, the goodie bag, as well as the angle to win it out for the team.
Yeah, there's constantly this kind of like termination line that you're gonna see here. Alter Ego plays up, and look at his push from Delby. This time wins out against Monyet. Early aim in control, much more successful this time around. And ONIC, they're in shambles on what to do as Axelovia's waiting in the sewers. He finds a triple going his way as well. Noxy, you got a 3rd. It's time for Axelovia to come alive.
Yell timber and just go for the call. Axel love you over onto the corner even, but you can see for ONIC, they're absolutely shaken right now. We've seen this problem before for ONIC last time around in the upper bracket, and it's rearing its ugly head yet again here versus Alter Ego. Alter Ego just looks so comfortable right now. And just to add on to the points we are making about Adrin King and Axel love you who's popping off right now, I don't think many people can recall that Adren King's main agent for so long was that Reyna and that Phoenix, and the rest of Alter Ego embracing the whole duelist mentality for the whole squad, find those off angles in the closer quarters and win it out by Axel Love You locking that lobby again.
Yeah, totally. Like, when you want to talk about what he can play on the table and how he can flex into so many positions, it's the reason why in the first place we're talking about, you know, can Flip Jitter replace those big boots that were left behind by Adern King as a duelist. But a lot of people might know Adern King to be more of a flex player nowadays, but he definitely built his roots and he's going back to it here on a duelist like Reyna. For the most part though, it's ONIC who have to find what they're good at and go back to what their strengths and core really is. You see them trying to pick and prod here, as they typically are very good at, especially for a map like Haven, which does benefit their playstyle. Just hasn't been working because Alter Ego, the pace they keep on shaking up, keeps ONIC guessing.
No, that's the thing. They're getting thumped by Alter Ego before ONIC can really get the setup. Now it's even worse because the gun advantage is absolutely clear. And Alter Ego, just no fear. They break the setup there to get in the way towards that safe side. They do now force ONIC to go straight to B because of how they're moving. Speaking of movement, Monyet with nice body hops, overdrive the breakdown out, and here we go yet again, but Delby doesn't care! No fear whatsoever, gets the swing on versus Monyet. Sheer making the trade happen after the damage from the overdrive itself. And ONIC now hesitating just a little bit to go towards the A site. It can work out for Alter Ego for the rotation. They're right now popping the Empress, but they barely miss each other here. Axel Love You though, he played by the lobby, now he's on long, he finds Shiro out in the open, but Shiro the better shot there to get that takedown. Precision is absolutely essential here for Alter Ego. They cannot afford to miss those kind of shots, and AE now trying to get back towards the side, but Shiro and NC Slasher, nice crossfire there in the end, and a stolen round here with a thrifty win by ONIC.
Wow, what a win from ONIC. The fact that Shiro was still somehow able to find Axelovia, who was lurking there towards A main, without having to resort to their own omen to catch him out, was huge. The fact that they stayed alive and had that crossfire potential was immensely important in the end there. What a pick here from Shiro to find Axelovia, and a great standard crossfire. One graffiti, one default, by the book is exactly how you would write it on paper. As ONIC, they finally get around here, and I like this timeout quite a lot. There was this trend that has been really on an uptick ever since about, what, 2017 really, that we see in tactical FPSs, where teams finally started realizing for the longest time you don't have to call a timeout when your team is necessarily in a losing streak, but when you get that one round, that's when you call the timeout. Talk on over what you did right and how to continue it.
And not only that, it's because you have the guns now, so you can pre-plan your executions here. There's no point really going for the timeout when you're down an incredible margin, that you're on an eco state, because you can actually use that round to communicate just a little bit more. This time though, ONIC, they are able to squeeze out so much from their agents. Monyet, just giving him that extra bit of speed, his bunny hops are even more effective and even more stridery, to say the least. It's just, he gets so much distance and it's such a big distraction. And ONIC, you can see those are the moments where they can play those entries even better because they get a bit of distance thanks to the nuances the players had no.
Well, whatever nuances they have here, they have to be very decisive about dealing with it. Early contact made towards mid, but the C site is really what they want. Charlie is theirs, and Monyet, he wants to go even more.
Yet look at him go, already so aggressive in position. You give them the sight, they know they're gonna go for that active map control, and ONIC it again, already advancing here with Monyet. Just tries to dash, but Noxie's waiting. Seems like not the best call for Monyet. He wanted to try and go towards the safety. Severino finding Noxie in response, and the drinking now finding Shiro there, but over onto the side. Kush is gonna show his presence. Axel Love You, where did he come from? Teleporting on into the platform center stage, and just an absolute star right now. Defusing now, all left to Severino in a 1v3 situation to try to play the guessing game. Eventually finds Axel Love You, but the swing needs to be strong here from Adren King. There's on the round, and Severine finds the timing, but Severine, he played where's Wally, or in this case, where's Delby, but could not find the target there in the end. It's Alter Ego was able to find a way towards the site, towards the spike, and get that win.
You'd think with him being bred in the shadows here, Axelovia could find that, but no. The smoke in front of him, the shroud of cloud, well, it was too deep, too thick for even him to see through. He finds a double here in the end, but it doesn't work out. Initially, I was kind of wondering what the plan there of Monyet was for him to dash in, but I guess the idea was to, seemingly afterwards, I've realized that it was to have a double defender presence there. When you saw Severin especially TP his way to the back of that spawn, and they were supposed to have a double presence in that spot. So it doesn't work out in the end for Monyet. Didn't have any cover to cross safely. They get shut down and really pay the qualms for it in the end. So Alter Ego, good round here, already good half. To get 7 this early on is pretty great. Here comes out Delir, and they're going to get shut down. Noxy finding a double, but as the dust settles, it's Noxy coming away. 2v2 left remaining.
Yeah, it's a little dicey from Alter Ego, all things considered. They threw out that Lear to go for the triple peek, but ONIC was waiting, and just some hesitations on the kill confirmation itself, giving enough time now to put ONIC on the map and on the round. Spike is down towards that C site. And not only that, Severin does have a gun in hand. Delvito is searching for the Omen here, trying to find, well, at the very least, a bad sign moving around right behind them. CT for Severin, though, throws out the smokes. You can see here for Alter Ego, they also have an off angle towards C-Long. It's all about the retake now from the garage and C-Long itself. They're trying to find Monyet as much as possible, but Monyet still a shot to start things off on this defensive hold now. Axel Love, you the only one left. Backside plant though, Paranoia primed and perfected. Able to get at least at the edge of the inch there. And Monyet, Sheriff again to get that takedown. Was up here with ONIC. They fight, they win, and they just punish Alter Ego for overexerting their bounds there.
Half of the rounds that ONIC have won here, 2 out of that 4, were from an eco. Thrifty, very scrappy they could be. Duel here towards mid, somehow still working out for this ONIC squad. They came to what it almost seemed to be like A's favor, but no, the trade's coming in perfectly, but yet incredible shots for him to land those. What a flick he had. Could have broken his wrist, but hey, they break potentially this stall that Alter Ego were placing them in. Operator out here for Delby to come out on the defensive side, locking down that A long. So ONIC, they have to look for a different place to play.
I'm just surprised we had that grand challenge in the middle, but the window, as you mentioned, he's just hiding there yet again. Did Severin get a glimpse of it? Sees Kush though, right across the double doors, pixel angle. But Kush able to back on away and stay safe for now. ONIC though, they were able to stay away from this window lurk before. Can they do so yet again? We do have Shiro watching out for the C site though, as we see here. But ONIC,
oh no,
they're doing it again. They are able to circumvent what Adren King is gonna do, but that should scare them off. Delby with the operator showing his presence over onto A long. Finally, we get an up in hand here on Haven, and this will slow ONIC's pace down to a crawl.
But look how they've rotated to this. 4 players already on this alpha site. Adern King. Now, while he is playing under window, he doesn't know that they're rotating now. It's Shiro who catches out Noxy, is trying to go for information, but he does it so by face-checking dryly. Gets caught out in the end. Adern King, huge kill here for Severin to find. They have the Bravo site here to take.
Yeah, I was thinking Severin might have gotten a glimpse of him a while ago, got that intel, but now he gets confirmation and the takedown to boot. Overdrive though is the play. Delby, he made his mark with the operator a while ago, but can't be marked here on site itself. Monyet though! Again! King Kong commit, and his name is Monyet. From the Sheriffs a while ago to the rifle now, it's ONIC getting back in the rhythm of things at the end of the first half.
And he's swinging branch to branch, angle to angle, and now round per round. And man, he's connecting them as well. Shiro, great catch out there, and that slowing field kept him at bay as well. And as you said, I think Severin did have some real notion about that, or at the very least, he hard cleared it, knowing the potential that Alter Ego like to do that. They love pushing someone up there under window. It's something known for them when it comes to a map here like Haven, especially to be expected when you have a Adern King on arena like this. And for ONIC to at least get those last few rounds coming into the end of the first half, well, obviously, economy won't transfer over, momentum and confidence certainly does. And we've seen many a comeback come from this type of situation. It's only 2 rounds, but ONIC, still, they're not in a good spot. Not in a great spot, but not in a bad one as well. Defensive side with a deficit, albeit a small one, is never a good place to be, but looking at how they were seemingly turning up during the final stages of that opening half, well, they could shut things down here on Alter Ego if they can really get things locked the same way AE were able to.
They're picking up the pieces for the punish. It's just looking better here for ONIC as soon as they get towards that site. And you can really see how objective focus ONIC can be, especially in the post-plant scenario. Shiro, though, waking on up when he needs to the most, finding the frags within him. And it has been a very effective way to pioneer a punish here for the side of ONIC versus Alter Ego. Alter Ego, though, now they're on the offensive side, something that will be absolutely tested because they have a new composition. But just the way that they've been able to play it out here on the VCT APAC stage, you know that they're going to be a bit more comfy on that attacking side. You know the hard hit will be coming the way of Delby and the Dren King. And bringing back the double duelist in this day and age, you know how confident Alter Ego is on an elimination match that they can pull this off.
Well, as a good friend of mine likes to say, as he's taken from many a quote.
Yes, sir?
Fortune favors the brave and the bold.
Ah. I wonder who that is.
Well, in this case, I do like it. And the fortune here, the 4-leaf clovers for Alter Ego have been working, but that's not to say that it's all been up to luck, because he's been proving with his own skill and testament to just what he can do, how this effective could be. But Delby, he starts things off on this A-main control. Long range with a frenzy still works out. The defense here ready to repel them.
Yeah, Dren King though leading the charge. There we go immediately with the stun courtesy of the Neon. Just to fend him off for a while. A bit of a reset here for the side of ONIC. Paranoid though will be avoided by a Dren King, but Moniette will find the first target anyway. ONIC now able to set up the stall. Severin and NC Slasher on the board. A nice fragment also to separate the forces. And ONIC finding ways yet again to get value out of their utility. Shiro though spotted here by Kush. Oh no. Oh, that's gonna be painful for Shiro, but the lurk already getting its value. 1v3 situation. Kush, he needs to be able to find all these frags right in front of him. The frenzy might be able to do it. The spike is a trap here, my friend. NC Slasher right in front of you.
Oh.
He is able to pick it up, but Moniette chases and does get the damage there to allow NC Slasher in the alley-oop kill to get the job done. ONIC with the chase and with the round there to start off the second half.
I'm gonna call that an assist. I'm gonna think of Moniette as a human prowler in that case, a trailblazer, literally just chasing
It's an alley-oop, I'm telling you. Pass the rock, he's the one on the fast break, and he's able to send it for the layup, man.
Instead of, you know, maybe having a prowler out, he's like, bait me, look at this. Follow up on my kill. In the end, they do get it done. So great opening pistol round here from ONIC, and they play that one by the book on the defense as well. You have two within the site, and you have either the breach or an omen in this case. Play from that link, throw their could be fault line, or in this case, paranoia out. As soon as they come on in, it connects, and they follow up on that kill. So great job here by ONIC on this defensive setup they've got. By the book once more, and they close this chapter, at least for this round, as 2 picks goes their way freely.
I mean, textbook is the name of the game here for ONIC. It's just about how they're able to emphasize the value of every single agent that they bring to the composition that allows them to do even better. Alter Ego, it's more like, let's just throw some paint to the wall and see what sticks. But this time, this art is not appreciated. Severin and NC Slasher, the ones to get the takedowns there, gun advantage is absolutely clear, and even making it flawless for a potential bonus into the next one. ONIC now tying things up.
Great job here done by ONIC, as we've said. They come back into the half. A single pistol round is all they really needed to get back into it, and we have ourselves a real game, truly. Now it's up to Alter Ego to really cement themselves. We talked about how their composition could benefit them on this attacking side especially, and even though Sova has been an agent that we've seen kind of fall out of fashion in some cases here on Haven, some teams still do recognize the value of having that long-range information gathering and the drone especially as well. So let's see now how they utilize this on the defensive side here for ONIC. It could be what helps them out in the end, especially once that Hunter's Fury comes. What will be the response here from Alter Ego?
No, you can see really, because of Elmimor being on that Sova, what the value for ONIC's composition is. You can think, Elmimor, one of the best shots in Indonesia, put him on the chamber all the time. It's all about the rotation, it's all about using these agents, but Moniette brings a knife out there for Delby to get the trade Severin though. And NC Slasher still onside anyway! ONIC going big, going ham, and getting the bonus plus the lead. Everything is going in ONIC's favor now.
They go towards that alpha site, and ONIC shows them who the true top dog is. Alter Ego, seemingly not too sure about where they stand as of the moment. They take it towards that alpha site, but ONIC, great shutdown on it once again. We see Severin here really initiating a lot of that. NC Slasher, great play for him as well, and a lot of teams, they like to give up that site, but no, not ONIC. They play for it, holding on to it, recognizing how difficult the retake sometimes could be, and with the short-range Spectres making such good use of it, they create chaos and havoc within the site. So Alter Ego now Economy State in shambles. 2 Spectres for them to utilize. A bunch of Sheriffs. They can still follow up on a lot of the damage done here. So it's not out of the question yet for Alter Ego to win a round like this.
Yeah, if they can take that site and force a close contact, it's a possibility. But what I see from ONIC is just knowing their enemy and knowing themselves at the same time. Very effective. Understanding that Alter Ego will be going for the hard aggress. Fragment, though, already to block the push towards Link itself. Severine and that Ren King able to make the trades happen. The close quarters we were talking about, Alter Ego able to seize it here. Elmi more very dangerous. Look at the push right now, courtesy of Noxy. But can't find the frag there in the end. Now holds onto the corner. Shiro up in hand. Finds at least a punish onto the overextended LB there. LB Moore getting it on the board. Fastlane gonna be the play right now. And Shiro is just not done. A walking arsenal. LB Moore with the shock darts. And ONIC doesn't care about how close you can come. Social distancing is not the concept they care about. It's about getting the retake and getting the round.
You gotta love it here from Elmi Moore. Getting them even further and closer to that final round. ONIC, great hold on the site, but Alter Ego had a real chance there. If maybe some of the fights went their way, things could have gone differently. But Alter Ego, 7-9 now. Here's a gun round, one crucial for them to win. They lose this round, momentum's going to be way too heavily on ONIC's side. And for them to close this out on the defense would be a great sign for them moving forward in this series. Timeout called here by Alter Ego, I believe, and that exactly is it.
Yeah, Alter Ego, they're just getting caught out by ONIC again. And before we had some of the chaotic fights that has happened between the past 2 rounds, I was making a point here for ONIC, and it just really shows what their priorities are as a team. And again, you could put Elmi Moore on that chamber role all the time, but why would you when you need him on that Sova? When you have other players like Shiro, and I believe, was it Severine who also rotates accordingly there, or NC Slasher to that chamber role? When ONIC wants to play a comp, they have the right players for it and the right players to fill in whatever gaps that they need to. And case in point, despite Alter Ego able to establish that foothold on that B side, ONIC just able to use whatever angles they could, whatever kind of utilities to make things even easier. And case in point, just Elmi Moore there alongside really the cover Delby was able to provide allows them to set things up well from that A-Link position and link up with Shiro popping off on the opposite end.
Shiro, he has been such an important factor for ONIC throughout this entire tournament. Without him, they really do lose a lot of potency, so the fact that he's able to get things going would be great, but he misses this shot as we talk about him, seemingly jinxing what could have happened, but it's a great anticipation here from Alter Ego to make sure they don't idly walk through that sewer. Flash on out to reconfirm the suspicion someone's still there watching. A spike here towards mid. And ONIC, they have a great setup for this A take if it ever comes. With 3 players waiting here, this could be a problem for Alter Ego if they decide to continue with this.
Yeah, this is dangerous waters, and they do back on the way from the lobby. Rotate accordingly and leave Kush for the lurk. But man, you were just basically caster cursing it, or basically he was like, oh, did I hear my name? Nah, I'm shy. Shiro was on camera. Didn't want to get caught in the act there, but Trailblazer now to lead the charge here for Alter Ego. That's what we see here for AE. They want to aggress towards the quote-unquote weaker side right now because they understand how many numbers are there on the side. Kush, he's inside! Right behind him! No! That's not the shot connected from Shiro! Eventually the headhunter is there. The Durok have to get the information, but look at ONIC go for the hold yet again! NC Slasher not disappointing whatsoever this time around! B-side the take here for Alter Ego though! But Alter Ego, their hand has been absolutely forced by ONIC's defense. It's even worse because Noxy hit by the slow field. 3v3 situation. The window though looking to be contested here by Axel Loveu. Can he avoid the outro? No, he's spotted! And he's just teleporting right in front of the opposition! Finds the frag anyway! What is going on? How does he get away with that one? Noxy on the board! NC Slasher now the only one left, but he still gets the kill anyway. 1v1 situation, and here comes Noxy, but he barely misses the rotation there. Noxy right behind NC Slasher. You already know that his name is all about those lacerations, but unfortunately for him, the backstab is the truest possibility, and Alter Ego will take the round. What just happened, and how could some of these players get away with some of the antics that they did in that round?
Oh my goodness, hijinks fully in full effect here. Shiro, and the timing has been really just a precarious thing, hasn't it been? Just a bunch of events here that you wouldn't even think. Look at this. Blind still gets that kill. Timing, they cross each other. NC Slasher finds that. The follow-up without getting traded. And he almost gets found here. But Noxy gets him down in the end. Alter Ego. A scrappy round here. A complete mosh of many ideals that find themselves on that Bravo site. But once more, they're looking for this A main control. They ran this exact play the last time around. But this time, Shiro's much more ready to defend it.
Shiro, that was the warning round. This is now the precision back into play, and ONIC back on the game plan that has been working. But I can't believe all of A, B, and C finding some interesting action along the way. But now our interest has been piqued by Shiro, and the shots are absolutely ringing through. Marksmanship at its finest from the chamber. This should just effectively shut down the Alter Ego offensive. And this is such a good call by ONIC. Keeping that operator for the composition allows them to find ways to get these kind of pickoffs, and with the lesser numbers, it's less likely for Alter Ego to get away with the things that they did the last time around.
What they're doing here right now. 2v5 is going to be difficult for Alter Ego. 3 defenders on this ONIC side for the A site. Smokes on out to try and cut them up, but Elmi Moore leaves Axelovia all in his lonesome as Kush goes down. Way too difficult for even a player of his caliber. What can he do as of the moment? Maybe pull them here, plan towards the Charlie site, but I'm sure he's going to want to save that in that ultimate for a better day. Keep this rifle as well. Alter Ego, they can see this round as ONIC bringing us 10-8. They've been really good at shutting down really a lot of the intent of Alter Ego this time around. Now that they're on the defensive side, we saw here that Alter Ego, they like doing this play where they leave the spike there towards maybe the grass entrance, towards where in front of garage would be, and then they run a play to try and control either A or C long, come back for the spike after they've controlled it, and then that's when they try and go for an execute on the plant. But that kind of set play that they have, not really set play in the normal sense, but a play where you take control and then set yourselves to execute, has been something that ONIC, they are one of the teams that do that the best in Indonesia, and they know how to sniff it out.
Yeah, once they garner that intel right, suddenly ONIC able to execute. And I get your point there, Alter Ego, they just want to make that opening happen, especially in a map as spread out as Haven. It's a perfect chance to be able to do so in the first place, but running that double duelist runs the risk of relying heavily on either the entry or the pickoff. And in rounds when ONIC are shutting down both thanks to the intel, the rotations, and especially the hot hands of someone like Shiro, then what else does Alter Ego really have here? And there you have the weakness now of the double duelist. That's why it has been moved away from not just by APAC but the rest of the world. Munieto ready to go for the duel. He saw at least the utility coming his way. Cyber Cage now to kinda psych out the opposition here. But Alter Ego, they still get found. Munieto doesn't care about the lack of vision. Kush will go down. And in this instance, it's only a hero rifle in the hands of Axel Love You. ONIC, they're getting ready now for this A hold. The split though a possibility for Alter Ego.
Alter Ego. We've seen thrifty rounds for them come, but the solo rifle from Axelovia has to come in big. Maybe he could drop it to a Durin King, but he wants to be that entry explosively on the site. They can't get this spike down, but look at the Munieto here, ready to fend them off, ready to fend off the aggression coming here from the Alter Ego side to push that smoke. They're getting shut down. This Eco's not going to work out. The rifle remains, but that's all that's going to really stand here for Alter Ego. 11th round taken by ONIC should be.
Yeah, peak efficiency by ONIC. You can see how systematic they clear things out. A nice shot from Axelovia at least to do some damage there at the very end. But that's all they get here for Alter Ego, and it has been the case for the past few rounds. Alter Ego absolutely stuck on the 8th scoreline as of now. And you can see how effective really for ONIC it can be. I'm surprised Munieto actually found that pixel angle to begin with, but it just gets so much easier when you have that Sova for that absolute hard intel. Quick scan, a quick push, and that's Alter Ego falling down to the hands of ONIC.
Alter Ego taking this would be a great comeback for them, but that match point potential for the next round here, ONIC, that's going to be difficult, especially with Alter Ego in the low economy state. Mixed buy for them, bunch of Guardians and Bulldogs, but got enough weapons to make it work potentially. Not wanting to push for that A site, which they've been constantly fended off for the most part. Alter Ego looking for other avenues of attack. They're going to find here the trademark. The C site is theirs for the taking if they can shut down this push. But look at it. Shiro holding onto the site. This is the execute they're waiting for.
Yeah, Seekers though for the intel. The operator trying to set up the crossfire there on the opposite end. And NC Slasher! Here he goes yet again! One yet with the overdrive, and ONIC! Just an absolute iron curtain pulled in front of Alter Ego. No escape, no entry. You are absolutely the smart here from going on the offensive.
8-12. ONIC shut down completely here. Flawless perfection we see on that shutdown coming in from ONIC. Alter Ego, they push, but the Hunter's Fury perfectly timed to send AE into a frenzy, into a scramble. And we talked about that Hunter's Fury to be crucial later on, but I mean earlier on, and you see it exactly there. Once that pressure is applied, they have to focus on that, dodging it, but they run into a very different problem. Here comes the push now, final opportunity for Alter Ego to come back.
Yeah, throw it all but the kitchen sink. They want to go towards that A side for the overdrive, but one yet knowing exactly how to play it. And here we go, yet again, the cascade feels in favor of ONIC. Quick work the past few rounds, and it's just defense done quick and done well by ONIC. 13-8, the final score line, and the shutdown by the first seed to the second seed. It's ONIC with the series lead.
ONIC securing this opening map against Alter Ego, who had a really good start, but it's more important sometimes how you end it over how you begin to fight. In this case, ONIC, they might not throw the first punch, but they throw the final one for map number 1. To take Haven is a good point for them, especially with really Alter Ego here being their brethren, right, trying to cement themselves as supposedly to be the new kings of that Indonesia scene. But ONIC, they shall not let it happen. Not here, not right now, not when everything is on the line.
You call it a final punch, but I see it as an absolute flurry. Did you see how quick those last 2 rounds were? So decisive, so impressive, and so well read by ONIC G. Big reason why they are that first seed coming out of Indonesia in the first place. And with the Civil War continuing on, again, ONIC trying to prove that they can go above and beyond the peers that they have from their own local region. Can Alter Ego bounce back though and keep their survival going? We'll find out in the next map in just a bit. Panel gonna break down all the action. That's here with Black and Blue. We'll see you guys for more VCT APAC after this.
They drunk at their problems. You was on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, 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 cause I'm mean. I just gotta go, go back, I'm a freak. Chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a 1 in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on, flexing on, yeah. Flexing on, flexing on me. Flexing on, flexing on, yeah. Flexing on, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving, now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. Unless you heard it from me, then you from me. All the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up. Look how things will switch. People they're quick. Now they wanna move on the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch. Nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, man.
Indonesia versus Indonesia game 1 is done. Things are looking up for ONIC G. Now, could this possibly be a repeat of their past results? Let's talk about it here on the panel. It's Likeable, Fluffy, and Trix still serving you guys the story. And as I ask the question, Fluffy, so far it's looking like a repeat of history.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like ONIC really, especially towards the end of it, really got to grips for what AE's plan was. They were really able to, like, no pun intended, stun them in their tracks, especially when they were trying to make a lot of their aggressive pushes with the setup of AE trying to, you know, you'd think it would favor the attack, but I feel like there's a lot of defining factors that ONIC eventually adjusted with that really helped them at the end of it.
Okay, whenever somebody says no pun intended, it just makes the pun noticeable. Anyway, beside the point, ONIC G, what a gameplay. I agree with you, Fluff. I really was expecting Alter Ego to have the advantage point, especially on attack, but that wasn't the case over here, Trix. In fact, as much as they lost this game, I do appreciate how they actually were aggressive towards the defense side of their gameplay, because this is exactly what they needed to do.
I think having that double duelist setup on the defender side, it helps to be able to kind of go for that aggression. Also because you're not too reliant on the utility of those agents for a retake. Of course, it's nice to have some of the utilities that a duelist has, but it's not as important as, let's say, a Sova recon dart or you know, the 0 point from KO Sky flashes. I find that that's kind of why in Defender it's a lot easier to take that control, take that pressure. But what about you, Fluffy?
I feel like for AE, you know, they had a very good start. They won most of their defensive rounds, and I feel like a big part of it was not only were they landing their shots, but they were able to play off how their composition runs. It's a comp that really relies on making a lot of these little small pocket contact plays. They have the Omen Flash to work with, the Leers from Reyna, as well as Neon just going in and the Sky Flashes. But on the opposing side, once you're on the attack, I feel like this composition specifically, although on paper it looks like it's very attack focused, it doesn't give you a lot of accurate information. And a big difference between both teams is, for me, the Sova. The Sova, especially on someone great like Eldermore, just really gives them that hard info that allows them to read where AE is going to be stacking, where they're going to try to make their play, especially because for a lot of their pushes to work out, they need to have at least 2 to 3 members ready for the push and to share utility together. So just having the accurate real-time information with the Sova, as well as that 0 point to shut down a lot of these timing pushes, it really made the biggest difference on the defensive side for ONIC, and I feel like it's a big reason why they had a very dominating second half.
Looking at the lineups, it also kind of feels like, when I look at AE's lineup, I think it's pretty solid. It's very strong in its own way, but it's kind of the lineup that's saying, I want to fight you, you know, like I want to take the fight to you. When you're looking at ONIC's lineup, it's more like, I just want to know where you are, and from there, that's when they're going to hit. And we saw it a lot of times, right, that, you know, Monyet would end up going back, waiting for Elmimore's recon to come back up in order to retake the sites. It's that kind of understanding of the timing and the window of your own teammates as well as the opponents, and being able to optimize that and get the value off of it.
Yeah, I feel like, especially with AE, it really was, when they're on the defensive side, at least the advantage they have for being on that side, right, is they more or less just react to the plays that ONIC is going to set up. but they don't really need that hard info necessarily, since obviously they'll pretty much know from a lot of sound cues as well as ability cues where they're going to end up being. But on the attacking side, just basically going in kind of blind with only relying on that Sky Flash and Trailblazer to give you a bit of info, not necessarily always accurate, or it might even give you that false sense of security. I feel like it hindered a lot of their pushes because they basically have to hard commit for everything, and when ONIC knows where you are, they can easily shut you down.
Yeah.
It was really good, especially on the side of ONIC. I feel like we mentioned how methodical these players are, and you can see it in the way that they play. I mean, you see Monyet getting out information over at A-Long. He backs up, and then the rest of his team is there. They're just trying to slow the push as best as they can because they know how aggressive the opposing composition really is. And it's just so good how this team coordinates with one another. The information, I don't think that the information is just limited by the utilities, but the way these guys communicate with each other. They're so reactive that it's so good when you see them do the play. It's just so fast. So for example, it's not always about the quick rotations for these guys. It's about how they decipher the information and react off of it. And it's not just like, you know, them being bunched up in one side. It's them reacting, you know what, they're not in, don't rotate yet, that's fine. And I think that that's really important when it comes to the decision making in this game.
Yeah, speaking of decision making, I feel like ONIC really had the upper hand in that they seemed to be the more decisive of the two, and even on the defender side, they were very proactive. I remember that when AE was pushing up on C Long, one of the good combinations that they did was they combined the Sova Hunter's Fury as well as the Overdrive from Neon. That way you have that burst of that 80 damage blast coming out from Sova, even though he's miles away, and that helps Neon get the kills a lot faster. So that just combination of ability usage as well as aggression really turned the tide, I think, for ONIC, which is why they had such a stellar second half compared to their first half.
Speaking of utility as well, ONIC, you could tell they weren't being stingy with their utility, which we see a lot of teams kind of falter on later on, that they're thinking there's a play that they want to make with the utility. ONIC, on the other hand, especially in this map Haven, they were just throwing it out. Like I remember there was this one round where an Omen pushed up all the way mid and still flashed it even though there was nobody there, just for the sake of being safe, of just for themselves in case there were people there. And I think that's something that a lot of teams could also work on, is just using the utility that you have because it's there for your advantage.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. I think that one of the mistakes, like you mentioned, that a lot of teams do is they're kind of passive about the utility instead of playing safe. They would go for that 50-50 risk. But I also kind of just want to point out that in a lot of situations, you know, we have the advantage of having like that overview, that different perspective. But when you're in the game, I also know from experience that a lot of players would rather not necessarily gamble, but they would rather take the risk of taking something on a contact play and trusting their own skills for a swing rather than just purely relying on utility. But of course, especially here on the panel, we prefer them to use the utility that they're bringing in the game, because that's the reason why you select these agents. That's how you support your team, and all of these things combined is what really gets that combination that makes a team great. But other than that, I feel like, you know, there are a lot of heavy hitters as well as on AE that has really shined this game, and hopefully they can shine for the rest of the series. Delby, especially on that Neon, and Kush, again with that amazing Cypher getting a lot of space for them. I feel like are two players that we should keep our eye on, especially now that they kind of are on the back foot. So they really have, well, they have something to lose, but they should play like they have nothing to lose. They have to play to win this time around, because if they don't take Fracture, it might be the end of it for them.
Oh my god, Sophie, you took the words right out of my mouth. I was actually going to commend ONIC because it feels like they're not playing this as if they're afraid to lose. That's not how they're doing it. They're playing it as if it's just a normal day in the competition, that like they're not about to be eliminated. They're just bringing the best of the best, and they're not letting the pressure get to them, which is what we love to see over here. And I think it also comes with the familiarity that these teams have with each other. I mean, ONIC, they faced these guys before. If I'm not mistaken, it was 3-0 during the grand finals of the Indonesian Challengers. And I think at the back of ONIC's mind as well, they feel like they have a good grasp of Alter Ego, which is basically the challenge that Alter Ego really has to break over here. I mean, we're going up again in Fracture, which, if I'm not mistaken, you guys can check it out in the statistics as well. They have faced in Fracture as well. It was Haven and Fracture, and both maps actually favored ONIC over here. So as we do go into the next map, which is Fracture, I am getting a little bit more worried with Alter Ego. I'm happy that they kind of switched it up over here at Haven, but I don't know if this is going to be the best condition for them. Is it safer? Would you guys say that it's safer for them to kind of switch it up? Or do you think tricks that they should kind of stay to what they're familiar with?
I think that you should stay with what you're familiar with, especially at the stage of APAC. I understand wanting to come out with a surprise, kind of like something that you've practiced and you've learned. But one of the things that I want to point out that I feel quite a few players would agree with, when you have a scrimmage, it's not the same as when you're in a tournament because
Yeah.
everyone plays a little more differently. In scrims, it's about practice or usually trying something out that they're not sure if they really want to do, or they're perfecting something in particular. So when you go against a team that maybe you've scrimmed against before, usually the map it feels different because everyone is going in there with every single practice they've ever had remembered and using everything they've learned in that one map. So I find that if Alter Ego are going into this, I hope that they stick to their guns, like stick to what you know and what you're good at, because they did take ONIC to that overtime on Fracture.
Ooh, that's a new piece of information that I did not know. I did not get to check that out. So, Fluffy, given that at least what Trix believes is that familiarity should conquer more of the experimental side, especially on this level of play already, what should we expect? I mean, if we're going with that narrative, what should we expect on the side of Alter Ego? What are they going to bring to the table over here on Fracture?
Well, I hope that they first of all come in with the mental where they're playing to win. I really hope that they show that confidence that they've showed in the past. We saw them here on the APAC stage when they played against Global Esports, how good they are on that Fracture map. Kuch, especially with that KO and Delby on the Neon, really showing the power of how you can do that pop flash into your teammates who can really help you take space. And having a player who's as competent as Delby on a duelist like Neon on a map that favors it like Fracture is something that I'm excited to see. But that being said, though, I know that ONIC runs a very similar, if not the same, composition for the most part against Alter Ego. So I won't be surprised if there's a mirror. And if we do go into something that's like a mirror, we always say that at the end of the day, when you have the same tools, when you have the same plan, you also know the strengths and weaknesses of your composition, meaning it's probably the same thing for the opponent. So it's more of a priority system, and it's whoever gets and does the first move that normally wins and wins the first trade. I feel like this battle over anything else coming into Fracture will be one that'll be decided by sheer aim rather than the solid tactics that they have. But knowing that ONIC is very cold and calculated, I'm sure that they're very aware for this. So for Alter Ego's mental, although they have to be very confident, they still have to remain a bit cautious, knowing that their understanding of their own composition is something that their opponent also equally understands.
That is a good point. I mean, I know that you pointed out the gunfight wins situation, but I do remember the casters and Trix also pointing this out, that the way Fracture is designed is that it's like a trail, everything just goes round and round and round between these two. So again, I always mention this whenever we go to Fracture, I'm expecting that the gunfights don't actually happen on the site because there's just so many entry points and you kind of want to block them off as early as possible. Now, before we kind of talk about the maps first, I want to point out what Fluffy mentioned about the compositions. They are pretty similar. I mean, you see the Neon, the Chamber, the KO, and the Brimstone. The only difference that these two have actually is usually the Fade and the Breach. So I want to know your opinion on this, Trix, and then we can go back to the point of the whole map situation for Fracture.
I like Fade. I feel that similar to the Breach Ultimate, a Fade Ultimate can have a lot of impact, especially when you're entering the site. But I do think that it really depends on how the playstyles are coming into it. Is there going to be a team that's, they just really want to overwhelm the site? Because if you replace the Breach, you don't have the flashes. And it's not or you do have flashes, but it's not the same amount of flashes as if you were to hold a Breach instead of a Fade. So I feel this is highly dependent on the way these teams want to go into it. Are they going to go into it saying they want to deny that information, get those information for the corners, playing a little more safe? Breach, on the other hand, I feel has that more explosive side to it. It's a lot about just going into the sites, taking those fights, and forcing the opponents into certain areas, especially with Neon. We've seen the capabilities of the Neon and Breach combination. I'm not so sure if we've really seen the full potential of a Neon with a Fade.
Yeah, I kind of have to agree with Trickster. I think that when you look at it with just one agent, having that stun available for the Breach is great. But when you combine that with the relay bolt of the Neon, you can really get a lot of the map fully stunned. And you have a sense of security unlike a flash when you want to take angle control, because a
Yeah.
flash can be anti-flash. You can turn around from that. You can get half flash. There's a
Yeah.
very big chance, especially with the reaction times at this level for the pro players, that a flash doesn't necessarily mean that you control the angle, but with a stun, there's like no escape. If you get hit by that, you are at a very, very big disadvantage. So that's a good plus for having a breach. But normally, another advantage of having the breach is the fact that you can clear a lot of these angles with the aftershock, or if for some reason they run a KJ. Although I think in these two teams they don't really run that. But if there was a KJ, it would be some very easy to destroy something like a lockdown. That being said, though, I think Fade does have certain advantages to it. Having that accurate information in the form of the haunt is very good. But one thing that I feel like a lot of people don't bring up as much about the Fade and Neon interaction is because of how like literally the math works for the Neon Overdrive. If you can, the time to kill gets significantly better if you can really drop their HP, and in combination with the Nightfall, it gives the Neon a better chance to kill with the overdrive. And aside from that, it gives the Neon direction, which I feel like is kind of undervalued, because having that accurate
true.
trail, because the moment you hit them with a Nightfall, they automatically get the trail. Instead of the Neon kind of going in blind and jumping around, you really have literally something to follow. And also, the speed of the Prowlers, if it does attach to a trail, is in its own way a small guiding light for the Neon to really chase after. It makes your Neon player, I think, play a bit more confident if it gets that. And obviously, in combination with the decay and other things, it could be very detrimental. Although, knowing that, I know that both teams also run the KO, and the
Yeah.
timing of that knife, in my opinion, is more like the game changer over anything else.
I love how Fluffy's pointing that out, because I didn't really think about it that way, and now that I'm thinking about it, that ability. So with the Fade, it feels like you have a more dedicated, you know where to look, you know where you want to go kind of situation. Where I find that when we watch teams with Breach, it tends to be they know what side they want to take, and that's why they heavily use their utility on that one area. Either it's going to be the left of the Neon fast lane or the right of it, and that's how you know that okay, they're going to be pushing this side. Wherein as if a Fade is used and the utility is getting that value, you're able to dictate where your Neon needs to go, and from there kind of change the way you're approaching those sites. So I feel one is premeditated while the other is a little more reactionary to information.
But that is the condition when you have the Fade in the lineup. You have to get the value of it. Otherwise, it doesn't get the reaction that you want from your team, right? Because you don't get the information, and therefore, as Fluffy said, with Neon kind of knowing where to go after you get that information, you won't know where to go. Am I making sense? Sorry,
That's true. It's true. Yes.
Yeah, so I can actually picture that. And I think that it's very important, especially with Fracture, because there are so many corners to check in this map. You go into a site, there are so many angles wherein the defenders could actually be looking at you, or depending on how you actually push this, whether it's a 5-stack or 5-man execution or kind of a split push, you can't guarantee if there's going to be an enemy waiting for you at the other side where supposedly it's like an attacker entrance, right? So a lot of tricky things to consider, especially going into Fracture. It's just gonna be crazy, Fluffy.
Yeah, and as much as I am a very, very big Fade fan, I think that there is a lot of good reason why a lot of teams, especially at this tier, take that breach. As you mentioned, there's that reliability aspect that when you don't get the information from Fade, the value kind of dips a lot. But the nice thing about breach, at least, is you're always reassured that regardless if there's someone or not, you can feel safe, because the moment that you launch that stun, that concuss, or even the rolling thunder, if it doesn't hit anyone, then it doesn't hit anyone, but at least it's clear. If it does hit someone, the odds of you winning that gunfight is very high. So even if you don't immediately check that corner, if there's a person or not, at least you're kind of reassured that it's essentially one less or even more angles that you don't have to clear.
So I would say that in Asurai's words, this would be the Rolling Thunder versus the Emo Rolling Thunder, right?
True.
Asurai, if you're watching, I hope I made you proud. Oh my goodness, a lot of possibilities. I love it when we talk about the compositions, because then you get to see it to play. I mean, that's the importance of having the analysis over here, right? Before the games even begin, we can actually picture how these utilities will come to life, how these players will play off of each other, which I think is so cool, because when we talk about it here on the panel, when we discuss it, and then it actually happens in game tricks, it's spectacular because they're
is.
doing it the way we want them to do it.
They're doing it the way that we find is the most optimal way. So I'm happy when
Yeah.
I see that other teams also feel, you're right, that is the most value, that is the most optimal through their practice. That's the decision that they've come to. But I've also been thinking, we have this Neon, and we have seen a lot of teams pulling out that Neon. It's a fantastic agent. We love the agent, and I think that we have also seen teams bringing out, for example, the Rays. And I think Paper X in particular has brought out the Rays with the Neon. And I'm wondering, do you guys feel if there's a particular one that's more beneficial in terms of fracture, having a Rays or having a Neon?
I feel like Raze, out of all the duelists, is probably the one that's kind of closest to a lot of initiators in the sense that you have that drone effect in the boombot. It gives you that sense
Yeah.
of reassurance, especially in these lots of tight corners and lots of small chokes, even on the defending side, if you do have that raise to really pull off a lot of plays with the raise grenade, the paint shells. But I don't think it's necessarily a necessity. I think that it could work either way with any agent. Probably for some teams, it's more of a comfort thing, or they just want to be able to support their duelists that way. For the example you
Yeah.
brought up, which is Paper Rex, we know that Jing and Forsaken specifically have that very good connection where they hold that up and down or kind of off angle of each other. They're very hard to trade. So maybe in that sense, it works for them. But I don't necessarily think that it's like a requirement for a lot of teams. I'm really one that, like Dubstep mentioned in his tweet before about the differences between regions, it's really whatever works for Southeast Asia that really matters at this point.
Yes.
And speaking of both of the teams, we talked about how similar the teams are, but I do quickly want to mention that the reason why we brought up the Fade and the Breach difference is because ONIC is the team out of both of these teams that did adopt that Fade, that did
Yes.
put that Fade into their lineup, which in itself is an advantage because that means that before Fade came out, they're a team that has practice with that Breach. They know what Breach can do, and they know the potential, and even probably have their own strategies. And we also talk about that familiarity between both of these teams who's played each other a lot, so they kind of know how, at least at the base level, their habits or how they play. Where on the other side, if you are on AE, not necessarily being used to playing against an ONIC with a Fade, I feel like that's a dynamic that can kind of change because they understand your composition very well because they played it, but you have
Right.
never tried, even back in the Indonesian Challenger Series, to play a Fade because, again, it wasn't available. And you're sticking to your
Right.
guns, which is great, but you don't have that extra info of how it works internally.
What are the odds of us talking about all of this Fade and Breach action and they don't even pick it?
I mean, it's possible.
Pretty high, knowing our luck, Sometimes we talk about, I believe we talked about a Yoru didn't show up. So I feel I wouldn't be surprised if they all decided they don't want to play these agents.
My goodness, every time I talk about Paper X and I feel like I know what agent they're gonna pull out, they don't pull it out. And they pull it out the next time when I didn't mention it. I mean, I remember talking about Jing on Haven. I was like, oh yeah, I know Jing. He plays Reyna from this map, even though it's not that popular anymore. He doesn't pick it that day. He picks it the next day he goes into battle. And I'm like, what's going on? You just like proving me wrong, you guys. But again, it just goes to show, I mean, especially on a team like Paper X, they're so innovative, they're so creative, and you never really know what you're gonna expect from these guys. So I guess I wasn't in the wrong for that one. But again, we talked about ONIC G. They're more methodical, they're more systematic. So I feel like this is kind of a set in stone scenario when it comes to their
Yeah.
composition. Alter Ego, on the other hand, we've seen them something different over at Haven. So maybe Trix, that is
Yeah.
also going to be the case here on Lecture.
I do think, watching Alter Ego on the previous map, I'm wondering what is it that they need to adjust on or work on or change in terms of their style, in terms of the way that they're playing. And I think that is that they just need to be a little more decisive. They need to be more coordinated with one another because I find that they're picked off because there's this indecision that they want to do something, but then it seems they feel like they're getting shut down. And I think that sometimes for AE, the issue was that follow through. That you made a decision, you need to follow through with it. And then if it fails, you revisit it after the round.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with Trix there. I feel like although the compositions are, especially here on the analyst desk, are always interesting to talk about, to theorize and all that, at the end of the day, you just pick the composition, in my opinion, that really suits your strengths and which game plan you're planning to play. So when you're in the server, if you're not able to pull off that game plan, if you're not able to really push to the maximum potential of that, for example, on Haven earlier today, if you are running that double duelist setup, which other teams like Paper Rex, which we've mentioned before, have played with Arena, you use it in such a way where you aggressively take things decisively and you have a plan that you practice already. Like, if we take a long, if we lose this, what do we do? What is our reaction? What's our protocol? If we lose, if we win or lose, like what do we do? What is step 2? And I feel like that was the lacking part from AE, where the moment that they got stunned or the moment they got slowed or shut down in a specific push, they looked like they were taking a bit more time to really scatter and figure out what their next move is, when a lot of the top teams already at this level have prepared enough to just have the prep work and habits down from all the scrims and practice to know what to do. So bringing that into the new Fracture map, it is a reset. There hasn't been a round played yet. We're about to see what they're even going to play, but still the core issue for me and Trix, I guess, is that you really have to learn how to be decisive. You have to not only observe and adapt, but you have to direct yourself and really force the issue to really make the play, or else all this composition and all this theorizing doesn't really work out.
I love it when Fluffy validates my opinion. I feel like, oh yeah, I'm so good. I know it too.
It's a good
opinion. I just feel happy about that. So thanks, Fluffy.
That's how I feel when you guys validate my opinion. You guys are the big brains over here. So when somebody says, yeah, Laika, you're understanding what you're saying is right, like, oh, I'm learning from the best over here. Now, I do want to mention, since Fluffy already pointed it out, I think Dax was the one who mentioned this in the casting desk, wherein Agent King actually had the comfort pick of Reyna in the past. But, I mean, we go back to that concept wherein scrims and the actual tournament, very, very different. It may have been comfortable for you in the past, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it'll translate into the current situation, into the current tournament over here. So I guess in the end, that's why it didn't work out. It would have been great. It would have been great if what they had planned in their heads really came to life.
Yeah.
But in the end, that was not the case. Hopefully, though, as we move into Fracture, they have something more solid. If ever they're going to pull out something new, it has to be solid. It has to be... How should I say this? I mean, we're always looking forward to something new here on the panel, especially. But the thing is, it doesn't always work out. And if it does work out, I'm sure even the audience is like, wow, they challenged the meta and they made it work. They're fantastic. But when it doesn't work, it actually puts their team in a lot of question marks to say. And it sounds bad, but when you remember what's at stake, you realize that the risks that you take also have to kind of be calculated.
Yes.
You have to be ready for the consequences behind the risks that you take. That's all I'm saying over here. But nonetheless, all of these players was really amazing. Just to point out a few, I know that Agent King, especially on that Reyna at the beginning in Haven, so good. I loved seeing him. Xerxia as well. I do have to point out, Elmi more on that Sova. I'm sure that you guys are just as pleasantly surprised as I. Not surprised to say, but I love his performance. He gets the shock darts going. He gets so much information. Amazing Sova player. One day I aspire to be like him and the rest of the Sovas over here on APAC. NC Slasher also. My goodness, if you guys witnessed all of the angle isolations that he did, his aim was so sharp, was so crispy. I wonder, Fluffy, how many death matches does it take to be that sharp?
Too many, I think. Not that I can keep up with that, but I'm sure a lot of the pro players, it's just like breathing to them, because at this level, everyone is good, everyone is cracked. Sure, there might be some standouts here and there, but the general rule is everyone has already practiced that it's second nature, that aiming. That's why the analyst desk doesn't necessarily focus right now on someone's aim specifically, although obviously that does help a lot. But it's about not the micro things, but more of the macro gameplay. It's about learning how to play as a team. That's also equally, if not more important, because you win and you lose as a team.
Breathing is like deathmatch. So it's not like breathe in, instead of exhaling, you pop heads. Is that how it is for these guys? That's crazy. excuse me. I mean, you did tell me the story of how I believe Coco from Oasis plays how many death matches per day?
Yeah, he tries. I don't know if it's 100% true, but he told me that he tries to play like 40 death matches and win all of it. Last time I saw him online, he had like 10 or 12 death matches that he won straight, and then he goes to scrims. Like it's partly a ritual, but it's also good practice because at the end of the day, you know, playing scrims is just like how a tournament is completely different from how you play your normal rank game. So I guess instead of just playing matchmaking, just having good habits built in is more important than just spamming out games.
That's true. I believe I said that to you as well. Like it's just a different ball game.
Okay, fine. I'll start doing my death matches from now. I will warm up before my rank games. Okay, I get the message. That's what I'm lacking over here. I get it. And for those who are watching, this is your sign to start queuing up death matches as well. It's time for us to make our aims a little bit crispier for our ranked games. Now, I'm looking at these teams once again, and you know what? Every time I see Alter Ego's name, I can't help but feel like this is like a comic book series in the making. And I don't know, are you guys DC fans? Because I know that majority of the superheroes over there have alter egos.
That's true.
So are you a fan, Fluffy?
I am equally a fan of either comics, but yeah, I am a DC fan.
Oh, who's your favorite character with the alter ego?
Probably Batman, just because he's human.
Fair.
That is fair. Besides, he's so smart.
True.
Rich, smart. What else could you ask for? Good looking.
And parents, but that's...
Okay.
Oh my god. Okay, before we get too carried away with this conversation, let's kind of go back to Fracture, folks. All right then. Mirror matchup it is. No fade lineup today, Trix. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts, it's very default. It's very good and solid on both teams. It's all about reading each other, reading the opponents, and finding those little windows where there's that opportunity to go in, knowing how to play together. Because I did feel ONIC doing a great job on that defender. Slightly concerned for Alter Ego's attacking side, but I'm hoping now that they're in a lineup that is tried and tested, they'll be a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, and for the side of ONIC, maybe our luck is not that great today, at least here for the predictions, because I kind of was hoping and expecting the fade because they did play that in the APAC stage against Made in Thailand. But unfortunately, at least for me, they are kind of going back to the roots, playing that same exact comp, going for that mirror. And I feel like we mentioned it a lot earlier of how both teams for sure have a good understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of the comp. So for me, the defining factor really will still be that priority and decision-making system.
Woohoo! I'm so happy. I mean, don't get me wrong. I would have loved to see how that whole Fade versus Breach thing would have ended. But I'm also happy to see the mirror lineups as well. As Fluffy mentioned, gunfights are going to be important here. And I think as much as we love seeing these strats come to life, we also love those clippable moments. And so for the gunfights rather to really come to life, it's gonna be very exciting for this one, especially with the close encounters that these guys are going to be having. A lot of contact plays for sure over here on Fracture. Oh my goodness, game number 2 between ONIC and Alter Ego. Crazy one on this one. And the tale of two teams knocking and retaking the country's throne continues. ONIC G taking the advantage point, but Alter Ego not ready to falter. What shall we see this time as we go into game 2? Let's find out. Casters, take it away.
Quick sense of deja vu here as here we go yet again. ONIC versus Alter Ego continue on similar map pool to what we've seen in their local grand finals. In the same situation, ONIC now on the cusp of a match point. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Dax here with Black and Blue. And it does seem like we're getting the mirror matchup here on Fracture, my friend. But one thing that is a bit different on the ONIC fold, I believe, is the fact that they did swap out who was playing that Brimstone and that KO. So it's NC Slasher in the Brim right now, Severine on the KO instead compared to the last time around they were facing off against Alter Ego. Beyond that, though, this is a perfect skill matchup between the two two remaining Indonesian teams.
I do like actually having NC Slasher on that Brimstone. We do know him to be quite a potent controller player here for the side of, well, ONIC, and for him to actually be more in the backlines of things and have to focus on less to do as compared to like a KO might be, then they could certainly utilize his gunfighting ability to be able to help them out in the end. But even though this is a mirror match, Dax, unfortunately this mirror will only show one way, as only one team can come out on top. I'm looking to see if Alter Ego can bring us into map number 3. That's what I want to see, because you got the two Indonesian hopefuls here, and you want a great fight before one of them has to eventually bow out. But let's give us a good show, guys. ONIC here up a map. Fracture going to be the crack in the fold to see if they will continue on further, or do we go to map number 3? And in that case, I'm wagering on the latter. But what do you think, Dax? This is looking like a prime time classical between two of the Indonesian kings that we have here in the APAC stage.
Come on, last time around they faced off against each other, it went into overtime, and we've seen Alter Ego always just be in the running to get that victory. They lost it against ONIC, sure, in their grand finals, but they won it in overtime versus Paper Rex. So the possibilities are absolutely endless for Alter Ego to keep the series afloat. My only concern right now is perhaps what will Alter Ego do to counteract what ONIC has been able to be up to, basically. We've seen from ONIC that they're just so much more focused on eking out as much value as they can from their utilities and from their agents, while in contrast, Alter Ego heavier on the contact, looking to use that kind of speed, looking to use the aggression that they can bring to the table to net those wins. And it's just such a great contrast of dynamism right now between these two teams when you see one value a completely different aspect compared to the other, and those styles clash against one another.
And those clashing styles, we saw that come full effect right on Haven, where Alter Ego, more presumptions over real kind of observations that we saw on ONIC's side, but it worked out for at least ONIC in the end. Their opening half not as convincing as their defensive side was, but it has to be the other way around here, especially on a map like Fracture, where defensive or attacking side, it's merely a suggestion. You have to take firm control forward, and it's not the type of map that you can just simply sit back typically and anchor things down as you would almost any other map in the game. So a lot more fluid, a lot more dynamic we have to see here, especially coming from Alter Ego. But I don't think they're going to shy away from that. With the mirror matchup here, it's going to come down to which team can really, I guess, be more refined at the end of things and have the better adjustments mid-fly. We do see this composition generally come out, yes, from both sides when they are playing here on a map like Fracture. As you said, the only real changes, as we saw from the ONIC side, is to have NC Slasher move on over to that controller role, which I think is a great spot for him to be in. And the other kind of compositions we've seen him try and employ weren't necessarily always as successful as their recent outings have been, at the very least, with, you know, on Alter Ego rather only ever really losing to ONIC in the past, few months, in the past half a year almost, that we've seen them play on Fracture. ONIC was the only team that took him down, and that was during the grand finals, actually, of their knockout stage. And for us to find this here, by the way, that was ONIC winning against them in, overtime, so it still came down to the wire. And if anything is to go by, a lot of times, the team that lost the previous matchup on the exact same map typically wins the matchup right on after, because they have the information on what to adjust, they have the information on how to play now, because they were the ones who had more to learn from the previous outing. And that could be true here for Alter Ego. So if that's going to be the case, then we could very well be seeing that third map to decide who goes where.
The patterns, Nico, what do you see in them? But what I see here is such a rich history between ONIC and Alter Ego. Not necessarily the players themselves on the roster right now, but the organizations itself. It's just crazy to think, ever since First Strike, these two orgs have been clashing against one another in the Indonesian scene. And now they have made waves into VCT APAC for their second year going, basically. We've talked about how ONIC, the process, skipping a whole stage just to wait for that roster to be absolutely ready, making those changes at the end of the year to just bolster the core that they have. And on the flip side, Alter Ego, their stage 2 run, so essential to bring them to LCQ. Just this re-roster, despite making it at the top spots of SEA last time around. And it really just goes to show that both teams aren't afraid to make those big changes to push forward the squad, and it has absolutely worked. You can see right now that they're in the top 6. Indonesia guaranteed to be in that top 4, and you're talking about refining it a while ago, and it's the perfect really system to look at here right now, the perfect characteristic. It has to be the most refined team moving forward here, because for Indonesia, that glass ceiling of making it to the international stage, they're looking to break it as soon as possible. And in all honesty, this might be their last chance to do so in the APAC stage.
I like that you put it as a glass ceiling, not a hard cap that we typically see, but a real glass ceiling, because it has been almost just so close for them to break through. How many times have we seen maybe a team like Boom, especially for Indonesia, almost break through into the top 3, almost make it into the lower bracket final to possibly qualify for the grand final, really qualifying slots? It never really comes for them, but this could be a different case. We finally have all 3 representatives from Indonesia make it in the top 8. Unfortunately, one has to bow down yesterday, and one will bow down again today to leave one left standing, but whoever really remains here, Alter Ego or ONIC, or even if Boom made it to this space, then I think it would have still been a great showing for Indonesia and the really best thing that they can really put forward. But for ONIC, it seems like all hands on deck for them. A lot of this momentum and a lot of expectations are on their shoulders now, being that first seed, something we expected for quite a while, but it's about damn time to prove it here right now. The glass ceiling could be broken through, the chimneys could be shattered, but Alter Ego, they need to come back in this series to give us a third. ONIC on the defense to start things out. A mirror match, as we said, but it's only one way, as one will end up here going out at the end of the day. Alter Ego versus ONIC. Let's continue with map number 2.
Yeah, we'll see though if we can get back into the thick of things. Alter Ego, this is a must-win to keep their APAC dreams alive. Both of these squads already guaranteed for the LCQ, but it's all about that positioning. Perhaps even that master slot to Copenhagen. We have heard the news. It will have that live audience. We already know that things are going to get oh so hot. And if you are the teams from APAC to represent there in that region, well, in that global stage rather, it will be quite a treat to begin with. For Indonesia, can we have one of these 2 teams to represent? Well, Alter Ego representing their banner.
Oh.
And Moniette the first to fall. Quick little entry here from the side of LB. Alter Ego yet again showing how potent they can be in that first contact. Already getting the spike down.
Yeah, difficult to anchor on the site. We've established that early on, and Moniette finds that out firsthand here. Plant for A main, but the fact that NC Slasher is still up, he can smoke this off, but his smokes, they've been used already, so it's going to be hard for them to try and conceal that A main position to cover it off. Contact made, and now the execute is about to come.
Here we go, little drop from the likes of ONIC. Finally, retake Kushto onto the high ground. Bragman forcing him out. Shiro could be able to get that takedown. ONIC now systematically cleaning out the corners as much as possible. Shiro, though, into the front lines here, but they'll be just so potent anyway. And King now getting on the board too. LB more playing protection. NC Slasher trying to get the defuse already down. Halfway done, halfway left. LB, though, will leave no man behind. It's Alter Ego who gets the pistol.
Wow. It connects onto him. Who knows? Maybe if he got a body block, things would have worked out, but Delby, with barely any life still remaining, able to bring this one home. And Alter Ego, great post plant, were able to win, but it was looking pretty dicey for a moment. ONIC, it was a great retake they've also proposed here, but the man advantage being found early on by Alter Ego was too much for them to deal with. The flashes here and the real utility usage we saw from the breach of ONIC was pretty good, with Shiro initiating things with fault line. Flash out into A main, forced them back, allowed ONIC to regain control of the A side, but it never really came. But Noxy, what a shot he finds on Elmi Moore.
Wow, huge pick off here for Alter Ego, and we've seen them get off to such a good start. It's up to ONIC to adjust on the fly, but there are times that they do struggle to make those adjustments happening. Thing is, though, versus perhaps that local contemporary, a name familiar, and Shiro, hello to you, good sir, peering through the door, and a quick shot to get rid of Axelovia. King, though, now holding the flank down, and Zelby there to get Moniette also. He's Alter Ego cleaning up yet again onto the partitions they were able to check a while ago. Severin, the only one left for Alter Ego. It's pretty clear how they're playing this. Get to the site and get the takedowns along the way. It's 2-0 now for AE.
Great rounds here for Alter Ego early on. Vandal still held onto. It's ONIC now who have to try and up the pace here. We've seen them start slow, but it's really their final punch that matters the most, right? To get that knockout. Alter Ego. The start for them could be the beginning of their comeback in this series. If we continue this momentum forward, it'd be good, especially if they take the bonus. A main once again trying to be contested here. The hall is going to be a problem that ONIC have to address, but the fault line placement here could be perfect from a King. well. Shiro, though, has it prepped here from those ropes. They take the sands, taking short, but Monyet caught out in the open. What's he doing? Not expecting that A main, or perhaps a bit of lapse of judgment there. Elmi Moore almost goes down, but so does Noxy. Lovio gets a kill with a molly and sprays through, finds Elmi Moore still.
Alter Ego, they're just getting the kills out in the open. It's perfect timing here on the bonus because ONIC is absolutely deer in the headlights here, my friend. They're caught in traffic and they're just getting run over here by Alter Ego. Adding even fire to that insult, and Severine, they will have seized the head of Delby, but it's Delby who gets the shot on the cranium of the opposition. A bonus one by Alter Ego, and something so convincing right now because ONIC is just absolutely lost and getting overrun here by the Stampede that is AE.
Seems like a breakdown in synchronization and communication here from ONIC, because they had a good position to run kind of like the default hold you would with a breach here towards that A main. You haven't poured ropes, you haven't prepped that fault line for any time you hear noise, contact, you peek one, in this case a chamber on Elmi Moore from that deep A main angle, and then you have one swing from the door, in this case Monyet, who was already in that spot, so I don't know why the stun wasn't thrown out. Here it is exactly, it comes out now, but a bit too little too late at this moment. Kush opens things up here in the site.
Alter Ego already off to a good start. It's a 5v4 situation. Elmi Moore though out in the open yet again, and here comes AE, just making a fast lane towards the side. Great pick off stealth here from ONIC, finding the close quarters that they need. But Delby, he is just a machine here that cannot be stopped. Spinning all around to get that takedown, even chasing after the opposite. Slide on in. SC Slasher though will get the takedown. But at the very end of things, it's Alter Ego who still gets the round, despite though the losses. I feel like for AE, it's a round that is just worth the aggression because they had that money from the previous outings here, Black and Blue, and you can see despite the losses, they're still ready for the buys.
And Alter Ego, they like to up that pace, much to ONIC's demise, who are completely getting overwhelmed here, it seems, in many ways. Information and the pressure that's being applied to them hasn't been addressed just yet. A main hit 4 times over, but they're not gonna go for a 5th, and it seems like finally ONIC want to try this B side out. We haven't seen a single split push from them. Not towards A, not towards B just yet. For the most part, it's been coming through that A or B main in this case that we've seen. Might take the underpass, but it could be a different avenue they're going to have to really have a problem with. As see here, Kush, he's going to be left with a Dern King, holding off that flank in case it does come. But this time, they don't idly run into A main. They slow things down. The offer from Elmi Moore could be big.
I mean, they're expecting at least a bit more of the aggression here from ONIC, and Elmi Moore getting away with bloody murder. Early just leaving the corpse without the trace at the end. And Alter Ego now, they're still gonna try to make this work from Noxy! And that he does. How does he find that shot from yet? How many times has he become a victim here out in the open by A site? Elmi Moore also caught out here. 4v3 scenario immediately, and Alter Ego taking advantage of just the positioning ONIC tries to play in towards that A.
I see here, it seems like ONIC, there's really miscommunication, and you have the man advantage as they're going to concede this round to a 5th. It almost seems like, and this is going to sound kind of unintuitive, but they're playing to not lose instead of playing to win, if that makes sense, right? And you see there, like, you have the man advantage. Why not just hold back and have, I guess, a better chance for, fending him off with a retake instead of taking a forward position? That doesn't mean you have to leave the site, just, have to peek it like that. Even with the relay bolt out, information gathered, there was an op on the other side, but hey, bygones be bygones, hindsight is always clear, picture perfect. But in the end, it's Alter Ego who get away with the win, so no excuses can be made here, as Alter Ego, this attacking side of theirs, is looking impervious so far.
Alter Ego just absolutely on point right now. This is why this is their map pick. They found so much confidence, even in their matchup versus ONIC, the fact that they could have made that run there to make it basically an overtime situation. Matchup against Paper X, winning against the best team right now on the APAC block. It really builds character here for the side of Alter Ego, and it just fits the style that they want to play. You close that distance, you find a way to get through the gap, and Delby has just been absolutely on it like a bullet here for Alter Ego, speeding on through, breaking the limits, and also breaking the defenses of ONIC so far.
That defense of theirs, a glass castle, really shattering here upon the pressure, the heat that Alter Ego propose and apply. Control towards A main, held for the meantime with this tour de force from LME Moore. The slowing field going to be a problem for the explosive Alter Ego. If he finds his pick, this could be big. Rendezvous back up to safety, but we've seen him lose these type of anchored situations in the site. Not too dissuaded, Alter Ego are so far, and Noxie's going to find a pick here towards B.
Yeah, that's Noxie again, finding that frag. What is going on for the operator? Even on the aggress, it has been very effective, and that's one of the beautiful things Alter Ego is just able to do in this kind of game. Get that pick off and get it for free. But LME Moore, here he goes, a free range right in front of him. Second kill already with a tour de force, looking for a third victim. Aftershock though to flush him out. Almost gets shot there by Noxie, but he couldn't make the marker happen. And LME Moore will get the third before Noxie can trade it quickly. 1 HP low left on the chamber. LME Moore coming in big here for the side of ONIC. Really goes to show, and he is just peak accuracy here for the side of ONIC G, but Kush right now with the push himself. Shiro though trades it back, watching for anyone to come. A single stray bullet though will make Noxie meet his maker. And with time running on out, ONIC. That's even gonna be worse. He's just so dead. A single tick, a single touch, and the laser will char the corpse of the chamber there.
One could argue overkill, but hey, it gets the job done, so absolutely not. I think in the end, you get the round. That's the most important thing. I'm memeing. I'm joking, guys. Capping here. ONIC G finally get that first round, and the slowing field, as I said earlier on, man, the double from LME Moore is going to be a big problem to the explosive Alter Ego. When you put a big barrier in front of him, that's going to be the real problem, and so they have to do that with the utility that they've got. They got the fault line here to utilize and to relay bolt, so lots of CC that they can throw out towards Alter Ego's push, but they never really come in time. You can see here that even though they're prepared for this, Shiro, he's not able to connect it on time, and Delby's going to find out with the LME Moore with the off that drops him, and Noxie's going to find the double as well. No man yet. Shiro, they all go crumbling down here towards that A main side, but they've taken it.
Yeah, but Alter Ego, they got the advance that they needed, the front line that they needed to break. It is going to be found here. But Severine, speaking of finding players, Etsy Slasher also! And he just mows them down! The opposition falling right in front of him! ONIC G, they take the round, showing Alter Ego who can play aggressive.
They get lined up, and they knock him down. Great round here for ONIC to respond. Seemingly looking like it wasn't going to go their way, as Alter Ego are finding all the picks, but ONIC and rather Shiro and Severine, the two initiators here, kicking things off for the ONIC side to get those kills on the flank came in big. They found everything, and NC Slasher as well. They got all the headshots they could find. They line them up and they take him down as well. Alter Ego, their lead being cut into here as ONIC, they respond with force.
Yeah, partitions in this pie, ONIC getting on the board here. Alter Ego now, they have to be very careful of this flank potential that can come from ONIC. Rolling Thunder though to scare off the push. You can see for AE, now they have to put Noxie on that flank duty as much as possible. Does it lead though to the kill onto LME Moore, but while this happens, the advanced NC Slasher right behind the smoke as LME Moore does get that kill over onto that B side. So already good start here for the side of ONIC, but Alter Ego yet again, the advance is all they need. And here comes Alter Ego yet again, they get the 3 here, make that the 4th over onto Shiro. Opening up this A site now, 3v1 situation. LME Moore though with the operator. We've seen him get away with situations like this before, but like right now it's looking a little more unlikely from the position he's in.
Yeah, going to be quite difficult for him to do much here, especially with an op. If you can find one of the low players, like rather the high HP players like Kush or a Dern King especially, then he's going to have a much better chance here, leaving Xerxia with low HP. So LME Moore, yeah, this is difficult. If he makes contact onto either side, whether towards the site or towards the spawn, then the opposing side will simply swing and trade him out, and that's not going to be easy to deal with, not with an op, even as being a chamber white. Round conceded. This is going toward Alter Ego's way. Oh! And LME Moore, he gets that one consolation before backing off, looking for another, but nah, he can rendezvous back out to safety whenever he so chooses. A 6th round here taken by Alter Ego, but you see that's how they responded in kind with their own utility and ultimates. You saw that the initial Rolling Thunder forced Alter Ego back into the A main, into the doors, and when that happened, they popped the Orbital Strike on the sand to make sure they don't get pushed from doors, because that's the expected play to come in from the defense of ONIC. So they're anticipating that and not even letting ONIC, I guess, utilize what advantages they seemingly might have had.
I mean, just to add on to your point, even if Noxie lost that duel versus LME Moore, the fact that he was able to be showing his presence there, it kind of staved off ONIC from playing that flank in the first place. Now, I know LME Moore has that operator. It's not the best gun for that kind of situation, But Alter Ego, the best way to succeed is to move on forward. And even the round they lost prior to this one, they were able to advance towards the site. We see it this time though, how heavy-handed their approach can be, how effective they really have been clearing out these sites. And they're just so eager to make it the objective that for ONIC, I feel like it's a little bit dangerous from just contesting early on in the first place. If you're gonna be going for the picks, go ahead. But the fact that ONIC isn't able to get the value out of the utilities here as much compared to Haven, players like Shiro and NC Slasher are forced to go for the duel situations rather than setting up for the team. It already goes to show that for ONIC, they can stave off a few of these kills, but it's just not enough to stop the tide that is Alter Ego.
Alter Ego. It's a complete current that they've really turned to face here. ONIC. You can see Shiro a lot of times has his fault line prep, but this time he does get the timing to stop him on that A main, but there's no real follow-up on it. They have once again NC Slasher in this anchored position, and the thing is when you're here, you're gonna lose him early. They're not gonna have the smokes for the retake. Exactly what happens. NC Slasher ill-advised, and Kush, they take over the site.
We have it now. It's immediately the advantage for Alter Ego. Shiro ready to set something up for the rest of the squad, but it's just absolute struggles here for ONIC G if they want to play the hold itself. Aftershock though over onto default, able to actually get the kill on Axel. Shiro netting that takedown. Monyet also, so a recovery here from the side of ONIC. Seems like it's a little too early to call things. 3v3 scenario though, whole defense from the side of Alter Ego now as they launch the plan from afar. But the overdrive might be the answer here. Concusses are the biggest possibility and the biggest strength of ONIC G so far. Fast lane though for the cover. Here comes Monyet now, creeping up closer and closer. But the fault line will be into play. Overdrive though, now gonna get popped. Noxy, a perfect flag already to get that takedown. Elmi Moore gonna be trying to bait something out, and Monyet will be able to at least cover the rear there. But Monyet over onto the advance, he will be felled. Here comes Kush, finding Elmi Moore even. And Alter Ego, it's a straight line approach and straight on through to another round.
Great attacking round here from Alter Ego, but many mistakes uncharacteristically being made here by ONIC. You ought would have helped in that post-plant retake, Dax.
Yo.
A darn smoke. Really? It would.
Really?
Yes. Very much so. Right? So, obviously,
you're telling me. You're telling me if you can break the long sight line, it's gonna be easier for you?
Yes. It's almost like a post-plant hold on any kind of long A main position would be shut down by a single smoke. But the fact is, we keep on seeing this exact thing happen. NC Slasher on this controller, he's been being taken down early, and that leaves him without any real options of concealment in the later stages of it. Kush finds that kill on the Elmi Moore. And at the very least, you'd want these type of site anchors to get one, but that'll be huge kill! Push goes down to the aftershock when they've taken the site.
What a flick, and what a pop flash from Separate to blow Axel up back to Kingdom Come. Adrenaline Kingdom finding two, and this A hit has just become the record that Alter Ego loves to play. It's on repeat here, my friend, and here we go one more time with this song and tune. Alter Ego with the win for the round. Have you noticed, though, have they even hit that B site? I think that's more of my question right now because it's all A, and A stands for Alter Ego.
It's a no mix-up, Dax here. They're keeping them guessing. No way they're gonna go at this for an 8th time, right? But, Severin wasn't even totally blind. I thought he was for a moment there. But the Dern King, good shutdown on that, and a great anti-eco here coming from Alter Ego. Calm, cool, and collected. It's ONIC who are in a scramble. Elmi Moore with an operator once more. We've seen him find a few kills with that tour de force early on, but not too much value has been found here by ONIC from having him at long range so far. Shot rings out. He can back off, I believe, with a rendezvous, but here comes a rolling Arbiter strike. Actually, they go 1 for 1.
Yeah, Alter Ego now getting the advantage, and here we go yet again with the sand take. Severin though keeping cover on. Severin also able to blow Kush up with the fragment, but here comes Alter Ego yet again, pushing forward. Reckless, yes, but effective it has been. A drinking now, finding Severin going through the smokes. All left now to NC Slasher in 2v1 scenario, and those smokes, they go in favor of Alter Ego. See how much it helps here for AE, and see how they win yet again.
Alter Ego a step ahead. You can see ONIC, they were still expecting at least a player to be inside that A main as soon as both Severin and NC Slasher came out from that. Sorry, rather, Shiro came out from it. Yes, NC Slasher, I was correct in the first place. As soon as they came out from that smoke, they were looking towards A main, but they didn't even realize that they were already in that side. So Xerxia shutting things down, and so did the Dern King here. Great job by Alter Ego once more. This attacking side of theirs looking completely hostile to any intent that ONIC might have. He's gonna stack the A site. No way. Finally, in the final round of this half is when Alter Ego decide to go B, but it doesn't come. They fake him out once again. The no mix-up working here.
Yeah, just keep at it. They're not even gonna bother with B site, man. Alter Ego, they have one plan, and it has just been so effective in how they've been adjusting on the fly. The flicks have been perfect. Again, the utilities giving them the advantage when they slay the right members at the right time. And you can see the angles here for Alter Ego. They can cover it all up, 360 motions and more. ONIC is gonna try to go for the hard hold, and it's not gonna be enough versus Del because also making the trade work. Here comes Alter Ego yet again, having the advantage. Shiro, though, peeking out in the open. ONIC has decided to try and taste the blood of Alter Ego. It's still AE now, trying to creep on closer and closer. Adren King can't have the angle here versus Shiro. Rolling Thunder gonna get canceled by Noxy. Ansi Slasher with a classic. But what is this pace? No brakes on the Alter Ego train as they make it 10-2 to end the half.
They're chugging along. The choo-choo train continuing further. And Alter Ego looking to bring us into a third match really ripe and quickly. After the pretty good ending half there from ONIC, seemingly looking like they've lost the wind from their sails. It's Alter Ego here, utilizing the very aggressive standard that they've already set to its fullest extent on the map like Fracture, which does bode better for them compared to what Haven would be, which does fold a bit better to the general playstyle that ONIC typically have. So, Alter Ego utilizing the strengths of the battlefield here to their advantage, and it's been getting them real good dividends. Creative moments here we're seeing from Alter Ego. How do we shake things up? By doing absolutely no real difference. They go towards that A side once more. They continue on here, Dax, and it's ONIC who have to try and really shake things up. They're on the attacking side right now. Second half they've switched on over to. And for really, we've been seeing a lot of misreads here from ONIC and misplays. We'd see them anchor on the site when it might be too ill-advised on depending on what the push is coming from Alter Ego. It hasn't been working, and a lot of their better rounds is when they play retakes. So I'm surprised they didn't even really attempt to go to that from the onset here early on, and we didn't really see them try and aggressively super push for much control. But then again, with Alter Ego hitting A site over and over, just weakened and shattered a lot of the defenses built up and a lot of the confidence, I guess, they had in that site.
I think it was just a bit too stubborn for ONIC as a whole. They never just decided to give up the site and go for that 5v5 retake or allow LB to make it 5v4 and then suddenly just do what I just said, go for that retake with Shiro, NC Slash, and Severin in the first place. The beauty of the mirror matchup is Alter Ego is able to assassinate the members that they know can become the biggest problem. Remove the smokes from the equation, remove the stuns from the equation, remove the suppress from being quite a bother. And it's just crazy to think that Alter Ego got away with going for that A site over and over and over again. I enjoy these kinds of games, Black and Blue. I love the chaos that we're seeing here. But Alter Ego, they were molded from it. They thrive in it. And this is why they have that commanding lead right now as we get into the second half.
Yeah, they're living, breathing in it. The path they've set here, the environment that they've really built upon this map. It's a big problem with ONIC. They're the ones who are choking, suffocating in the pressure that Alter Ego have put them in. Here comes a peek coming from Delby, but he's shut down immediately. Gives them an opportunity to take this A site with the only defender here being a Dern King.
Oh, well. There. Alter Ego. Gotta be careful though. Now they're on the defensive. It's not as advisable to go for those early peaks. You can see the pick-off potential from ONIC. Can be even more lethal than Alter Ego. And the way they take these sites, it's more about control rather than the hard contest. And yet, doesn't have a fast lane though. Instead, he throws out a little bit of those bolts, and here he comes, already on site. Noxy ready. Shorty in hand by the tower. It has been pretty much the standard here for this B site. NC Slasher though getting a plant down one yet. Able to take care of Noxy already. Another one, another victim. Just getting into the sight line. Severin also finding one more for the side of ONIC. And you can see just how systematic their approach is compared to Alter Ego. Alter Ego hard hitting ONIC. More of the assessment and more of the extra angles, and a Dren King. Will he even see this coming? Interesting animation there on the hand. Severin, Moniette, ready with the crossfire, and here he comes. They peek it out, they get the takedown, and they get the round.
Way too difficult for him to bail them out in that situation, but a Dern King for him to be on this initiator once more, this breach, it does kind of nullify a lot of the strengths that we saw him bring to the table when they were on that Haven map a while ago. Now, it is a role that he's kind of settled into on this team lately, and he's been playing in general to have him, be more of an initiator, but we did see real big payouts there for map number 1 when he was in a more aggressive stance. Even though he's fragging out, yes, for the team, let's see if this is still going to continue for them, and if ONIC here can be able to answer back one yet. Oh, he's blind, but I think he's safe here. He's got this going.
Yeah, he went for cover first and foremost just to stay away from that lethal range, and ONIC now, first pick off leads to a very incredible side take. And you can see how important the first pick for ONIC this way actually helps them on the offensive. They usually have one on the other side of the map, one on the potential lurk, and his name is Elmi Moore. With the lesser numbers, it's more of an, I'd say, equalized odds here for the side of ONIC, but in this case now, it's a clear advantage. They throw the molly, they have the gun advantage here, they have those Spectres, and Severine watching the flank too. Axel Love You ready to contest. There we go with the bomb flash, and Severine will be able to get that takedown over that container. A little bit of the underhanded sauce there, but Kush bringing it back, and at least getting a Spectre now to use here for the side of AE. Problem is though, it's just such a force to be reckoned with on ONIC. They're even advancing towards the spawn, looking for a Trent King over to the corner. Monyet finally seeing the gun barrel, and will be able to get the shots from afar yet again. Safer place from ONIC, but it's security that leads to these rounds.
No matter what type of security they might have, still going to be difficult to lock this down against this ONIC attack, which is looking a lot more primed than proper. But let's see how the bonus goes. Alter Ego not really able to put up much of a fight in that round, but they're not expected to. Defensive side here for Fracture can sometimes be notoriously more difficult for any team to really prevail in, but Alter Ego, they're not one of those teams. In fact, they are neck and neck in terms of their defender and attacker win rate here, both sitting at the 58 when it comes to Fracture for their all-time stat. So Alter Ego, not too shy about this, not even too unused to being in this situation, but they have to close it out, and that's the important thing. If ONIC come back into this game, then that's going to be a very difficult thing to fend off, as Delby, he's going to be entirely impervious to their attack here as he finds a third.
It's a different kind of speed that Delby is playing. A different dimension of impact, and the Trent King also impacting the round with a 1-2 punch. 11-4, a flawless defense here from Alter Ego, and we see now with the guns in hand, they can go back to what was working on that first half. Just so potent Delby is by this point. His biggest strength of running this Neon is just how fearless he is at closing that gap. Not too necessary for those walls, not too necessary, but a great stun there along the way. It's all about positioning in that close contact. Delby getting that in spades.
Man, they push the arcade, but they're playing no games here. Simple enough for Delby to convert. The pressure, the push here, looking to try and aggress towards B main, but Delby gets it going again! 2 kills to start off this after the third from a while ago, and this is all looking so dire right now for ONIC.
Yeah, Delby is just the absolute brilliance here from Alter Ego now. Axel Love You trying to check out the doorway after a bit of the fault line action. But as it opens, it's NC Slasher who will close that deal. Noxy now making the trade happen. Shiro find a Dread King, but Noxy finds the other member anyway of this duet. Elmi Moore, the only one left, ready to shoot him down. Delby is! And from underneath, it's Delby truly bringing the undertow against the opposition. Alter Ego on map point, but Delby is just going above and beyond any expectations here on the second half.
He has just had an heroic opening of this second half. He's really on fire right now, on point. It's going to be very tough for ONIC to cool the flames of fire here. They're being fanned by Delby. Overdrive in state. He's completely turning up that clock. And Delby, he's ready to let it rock and end this map here to bring us to that third. We could be going on over in just a round or two here. As Alter Ego, they've cemented themselves to bring us on ascent. And that's where we're going to rise and see who shall prevail. Because ONIC, this might be too difficult for them to come back to. They still have a chance, yes, but it's going to be an 8-round perfection that we're going to have to see from ONIC here, just for them to get back into the game.
But by this point, you really have to respect Alter Ego's sense of control on the map like this. Delby has just gone where no Neon has gone before, basically, and ONIC can't find the answer against it. It's a good call, in all honesty, by Delby to decide to do this because he can avoid the initial setups from the breach and the KO. If he can catch them in the act, trying to initiate for the site, then, well, that's just absolute bad news there for ONIC's side. And you can see how he's exploiting that as much as possible. Isolate a small duel and continue on with that momentum. Alter Ego, the hottest hands this side of the SEA scene. And really, they have been just one of the most potent rosters that you can see in the most mechanical inclinations here in the APAC stage. But we're not done. ONIC trying to fight for their lives, trying to fight for this dish even. Alter Ego getting ready to defend.
I don't know how palatable this will be, but this dish might be served on a cold plate. As ONIC, they're in a very, very dire situation right now. Map number 3 almost assuredly to be taken here, and rather move to after this map, considering the substantial lead here that can't be denied. ONIC, they're still only going to come from this drop. They're going to waterfall, and the question is, do they stick the landing? Now that Alter Ego have control of A main.
Yeah, it'll be a wonder, that's for sure. But ONIC now, can they contest this game? They have just been bulldozed here by Alter Ego. The deconstruction of ONIC already signed and sealed by Alter Ego. They're just looking to deliver that final blow. Quick little execute though towards that A side, fasting for the cover as per usual. Alter Ego, you can see no fear whatsoever. Delby is just an absolute machine. There is no stopping this man whatsoever. Lightning strikes twice, and apparently that name is Delby there. Noxy also on the board. Alter Ego right now just picking apart, dismantling the chains that have been oppressing them, and ONIC just waiting in these waters to drown it out. Delby even, the lightning coursing through his veins, the spark that Alter Ego needed to win out the game, and it's AE forcing it aside there, a 13-4 domination on Fracture.
And in the blitz, Alter Ego off of the back here from Delby. Just incredible, electrifying performance at the end of map number 2. And we shall ascend to decide who moves on and who shall prevail to be the Indonesian king and representative here in the APAC Knockouts. What a win and what a statement map here coming from Alter Ego.
Can you smell what Delby is cooking, man? Because I can see that ONIC is just fried out of their minds after that one. Just sometimes when you're a little too much caught out in what your opposition is trying to do, and you're trying to take it in the most heavy-handed way to counter it out, you can see where it all falls apart. And for ONIC, what could have been if they just played off-site? What could have been if they were able to have the members that they need for the retake be more viable? But Alter Ego just removing those parts of the equation many a time, and you can see why that just works. That's such a strong map for Alter Ego. Yeah. The offense is clear, the aggression is there, and the angles that they're able to take and still hit at the same time, oh so nutty for Alter Ego.
Well, they're definitely letting the current run through them. What a performance we just saw once again from Delby, especially at the end to close things off when they needed it the most. But map number 3 is where we're going to go, and that's where we're going to come back to here after this break. We'll see you guys in a bit.
I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Yeah. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime. But
History will not repeat itself today, or at least for this map. But the end result is still a mystery for this series. Coming back to you guys over here at the panel are Likeable, Fluffy, and Trix. Alter Ego just taking Fracture over here, and Trix, I think that the alphabet for their team just starts with an A and it ends with an A.
You know, maybe that A hit is so A tier for them. No?
According to Fluffy, A is the way.
It is. It was definitely the way for Alter Ego. I think that they were definitely able to punish ONIC for that positioning and the lack of proactivity. ONIC was not taking enough space on the map, whether it was on the flank potential or the, Fracture is such a large map, and we know that there's so many angles in which you can come into a site. And yet ONIC wasn't really taking advantage of that either in terms of trying to retake their sites. They ended up getting pinched inside it or getting just overwhelmed and overrun by the sheer amount of utility AE was putting in there.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've heard the casters say this as well. I would have loved to see ONIC play for the retake because you see them making the same mistakes round per round, wherein they would be too forward in terms of positioning that it was too late for them to actually fall back and play for retake, because the amount of utility that Alter Ego was throwing at them was just insane. We talked about this. We don't like it when they get too stingy with these utilities, and that's exactly what Alter Ego was avoiding. And I think that for this round, Alter Ego played beautifully. I have to commend them for it because they were so unafraid. I feel like there were a lot of hesitations on the side of ONIC, even as attackers. But when you see the performance of Alter Ego, they were not afraid to do the 5-man executions. Actually, not even 5-man, because you would also always see Noxy on the lurk over here. But even on defend, Fluffy, Alter Ego, especially Delby, not afraid to rush up to their opponents with a vandal and pop heads.
Yeah, they'll be on that neon, really going anywhere where the enemies are. He really is trying to really, how do you say this? We talked about how with the composition you have, you really have to play to its strength, and knowing that the strength and your win condition for the most part is making these aggressive plays, even on the defensive side. It's something that they have really brought out to life here on this APAC stage.
I also think that, Alter Ego doing exactly what I wanted and hopefully saw more from ONIC's side in terms of getting that aggression in. You have such a strong composition to take that early information. You have that KO, you have so many flashes, you have the information, you're able to concuss and stun the opponents with the neon and the breach, and that's exactly what Alter Ego was doing. I loved seeing it. I was just surprised on my end that ONIC wasn't doing it at all.
Oh, same. Where do I even begin? I mean, I feel like I've mentioned most of my points already for Alter Ego because, in all honesty, they were doing the exact same thing with a little bit of variation per round. So, I mean, that's it. Those are my notes over here. They were very generous with the utilities because the way they play this was that, you know what, they always plant in that same corner here on the side because they want to play for post-plant, basically. So that's why they're so generous at the beginning of throwing their utilities in because afterwards, they know that they're just going to hold the angle over at A main tricks.
I think I also want to point out, especially on that attacker side, we did talk about this prior to the map starting, where when you have that breach and that neon, you're going into it knowing exactly what angles you want to decide. It's a premeditated kind of thing. And we could definitely see AE do that. Even when they push towards Sands, they would have an angle at which the neon wanted to push, able to open up that space. And then after getting that angle, they swing to the other side because they're thinking, okay, there's only one other place the opponents are going to come from. And I find that's exactly the kind of style I wanted to see when watching that breach and neon combination, and that's exactly what Alter Ego delivered.
Alter Ego really delivering, by the way. Though I think on the side of ONIC, they were trying to achieve what they were able to achieve over at Haven. I mean, you always see Monyet and Elmi Moore peeking through A long, getting some picks in, and they were trying to achieve that over at A main here on Fracture as well. But it just was not working. And Fluffy, looking at this, I know that I mentioned that they should have played for retake, but you know what I also noticed was missing, which I believe Black and Blue also pointed out, was the smokes. The post-pan smokes were kind of missing on their part.
Right, I feel like you lose out a lot of control because if you're gonna, generally speaking, if you're gonna fight so that they don't enter the site, this is probably not the composition you wanna, that really, I guess, bolsters that strength and double downs on that idea. It's really the more aggressive type. And if you're gonna what you should do, which you're right, I think, is to give up the site and go for a retake, knowing that you'll have more utility with them because they're going to be expending it on the entry. But not having those smokes in place at the right time as well also just gives a lot more control to the opposing team. It gives them a bit more space to work with because generally the smokes are what really defines the map. It really separates what you control and what the enemy controls and the unknown behind each and every smoke. So without that in place, I feel like it's such a crucial piece that if they played it better, it could have resulted into a different ending to the story.
It really would have. I mean, it's straightforward, right? You call it a controller because it gives you so much control for your team. That's just really how it is. Now, obviously, when you do have a controller and an effective controller at that, you'll have, how should I say this? You'll have an advantage, especially on the defender side. And I think that, you know, with ONIC picking the defense on Fracture, they were really banking that, hey, we're gonna get as much points as we can over at the defender. I feel like we're gonna thrive off of these tricks. So with them being the defenders as we move over to Ascent, if this is gonna be the same playstyle that they're gonna show us, I'm a little bit worried for them.
I definitely saw that in Fracture. There are a lot of isolated angles, and you know, it seemed that Alter Ego understood that, so they would force those duels and push them back. Ascent, however, being a more default map, a little more open, not as many isolated angles, requires more of the attacking side to force that isolation, as well as the defenders. I think if Alter Ego continues that train at which they were going, which is forcing an isolation on the duels, cutting off the support from ONIC's side so that when they try to get that entry, they're able to pick them off and then swing to pick the rest of them if ONIC overextends. I think ONIC starting on that defender side really want to get that proactive side going. They want to get that information and not be afraid to play for the retake. ONIC is good, don't get me wrong, in terms of defending. But I think what was lacking in Fracture was that decision to just go in for a retake instead of just trying to force the duels on the site.
I absolutely agree. Now I'm looking at the compositions that we could possibly see over on Ascent. And I don't really see a lot of like these hard hold sentinels on the side of ONIC G. So if Alter Ego is gonna pull off that explosive approach the way they did in Fracture, it might actually be effective. I mean, if you don't have like the utility slowing you down, you might just succeed at that, but I'm not too sure. I don't know. I want to know what your thoughts, Fluffy.
I mean, honestly, I know we're already on the Ascent part of it, but looking back on Fracture, I feel like one determining factor is also the side which they start in. ONIC, for it not being their map, is something that I was surprised that they chose to start defense-wise, especially since the purpose of their comp is more attack-focused. So now that we're in Ascent, I hope that they stick to their guns and their game plan so that they can really figure out where they want to play and how they want to play it with the composition. I feel like composition-wise, we have the difference. We have a Sage as well as a Fade, so more of that, how do you say this, control with the Sage, but it's a very flexible agent, whereas you have the Sova versus Fade. Obviously, in my opinion, I think that Sova's still generally the best info agent, but Fade is not that far behind, and she has a lot of pressure that comes with it too.
So talk me through this. I don't normally see a Sage being picked in Ascent trick, so I kind of want to know what kind of impact this agent will have in this game.
Sage is able to get onto a few more cheeky angles, I find, on Ascent. Sometimes you're not really sure where you're going to find them, behind the wall, on top of the wall, or completely nowhere close to the wall. She has that slow potential paired with some of the utility of Astra as well as KO, is able to really stop a push coming in from the opponent's side. So I think that Sage is a good agent, whether it's offensive or defensive, but it's highly reliant as well on hitting your shots.
Yeah, I feel like with Sage, if you can leverage the fact that the agent is so flexible, it's not very one-dimensional, something like you would picture a KJ, for example, as a Sentinel, that you know exactly where that Sentinel is just because of the setup and everything. You have a plan. With Sage, there's always that intrinsic value of having the Resurrection available. It's always an extra person every now and then, probably on average like twice or thrice and a half, which is always a good thing. But what I worry about this composition is knowing that if a team decides to rush a certain point, they don't have an immediate response if the Sage isn't there. It takes a while for Chaos utility to come out. It takes a longer time for Omen's smoke specifically to come into play when they do hear presence on especially if it's like across the map, compared to if you had the Astra with a global ready star always available. And that being said, they also lose out on the anti-flank, which on the opposing team, they have that chamber to at least watch something, especially on the attack. Because on the defense, it's a lot easier to have people already marking all the angles because you're prepared on the defense, but on the attack, because your focus is to really use your manpower advantage and get that momentum to take the man advantage fight on the site, knowing that the defenders generally have to rotate. Having that anti-flank is invaluable, and I feel like on the attack might be a bit missing for the composition with the Sage.
Oh, so they better watch their backs. They're gonna have to allot an extra pair of eyes to watch out behind them. But that's not going to be our problem. That's going to be Alter Ego's problem over here, guys. This feels like a reset right here. And again, one of these Indonesian teams will be bidding us goodbye as this game comes to a close. So with that, folks, let's head on over to Ascent to find out how this do or die match will result.
In the end, only one can stand tall for Indonesia. And we go to the decider to find out who that team is. It's all about finesse here. It's all about that victory. It's all about putting that best foot forward here between Alter Ego and ONIC G. Daxter with black and blue as we are still in the civil war between the two Indonesian squads. The thing is though, at the end of Ascent, Only one will still stay and get into that top 4. There's a lot of weights riding on the shoulders of this matchup, and especially for the victor moving forward. But we're absolutely in for a treat here, Black and Blue. We get a sense, and one thing I noticed is the Fade composition is back for ONIC G.
That could be a big point here, I think, for ONIC G. Now, there were some really good moments for Shiro when he was playing on that Sova yesterday. What we saw versus Boom, right? We saw him have very high impact Hunter's Furies that really changed the course of that map. But in the end, they choose this Fade, and I do think it's because of what we saw there from Fracture as well, where we know Alter Ego, they thrive, they live, and were born in that brawl. And having a Fade will give them much more fighting power in the scramble than otherwise a Sova might have.
Yeah, well, Alter Ego, though, it's time for the offensive. Yet again, they got the pace a while ago from Fracture, and they're looking to do the same thing, clearing out the right-hand side, but then see Slasher, where did that come from? This time, getting the hack and slash on the opposition. His hand is ready to stave off with the contest, and even more so, Elmi Moore! Oh my, oh wow! The Headhunter for absolute value. It's a pistol round win here for ONIC.
It pierces through, knocks him down like dominoes. You hit one, you get the gun. ONIC G here starting off with a very convincing opening round. And then see Slasher, absolute murder here towards that mid pizza. Bloody sauce? No, you thought it would be tomato sauce. Elmi Moore getting the job done as well towards B main, holding it down. And ONIC G, this is a round that they need to get back into the game, especially with their mental. Could have been shattered from that Fracture, but they seem right in the proper headspace to possibly close this one out. We start off with them on this defensive side, and they're able to fend them off Alter Ego for the meantime, but let's see how Alter Ego fare.
No, it's not just the headspace, man. I think it's really just a map space here. Ascent, so much more suitable compared to Fracture.
Yeah.
Actually going for these hard contests. Elmi more potent as can be, as per usual. Nox goes down. But you can see it here as the offense has to go into these tighter angles, and it opens up for them to try and get that site pick. ONIC has so much space to work with, and it isn't an absolute death sentence to stay on site. Munieto able to back on away, but Delby will chase him anyway. Separating right now, MC Slash gonna get on the board, and ONIC yet again holding the line. As soon as Alter Ego crosses it, they are immediately executed for their crimes. It's a second round here for ONIC.
Well, ONIC. And you touched upon it, this is a map that does suit their playstyle a lot better, much more similar to Haven than Fracture would have been. So this does bode well things for them. We know that this pick and prod playstyle that they do like to have does favor better on a map like this, and their defense is where they really do shine a lot of times, and that's going to benefit them here on this map. But now the guns are bound for Alter Ego. Want to default here towards his mid position, smoke off that catwalk to short, allow them to gain mid control, but ONIC, they want to have none of it. Fighting for B main where they can keep the range close.
Yeah, Prowler though being used to at least scout out the competition. Elmi Moore holding close here. Paranoia perfectly placed though. Allows Alter Ego to clear these angles, but Noxy gets away with that one. His slower was out in the battle he's speaking. It does get to take down out the Shiro. And here's Kush on the board, but Moniette, where did that come from? 2 for him on that jet. Kush finding a second one for himself, and Alter Ego now open things up towards that B site. But that was so perilous for Alter Ego. If ONIC could just have gotten that kill a bit earlier, might have been even easier after some stellar shots from Mignette. Aldron though to scout things out. Severin has to back on away. A bit of a regroup here from the side of ONIC on their bonus. But the Spectre's in hand. It's difficult now here, Black and Blue, to gap close against the opposition. And ONIC is just getting fended off by Alter Ego time and time again.
He's able to cross for the meantime. Spectres are all they really got to work with, but he can retrieve the rifle. That he does here on the retake. Could be difficult for them to try and pry open as Alter Ego. They have a good hold on this, but they bring it down to the 1v2. Axelovia, the sole remainder here for Alter Ego. He doesn't even get it. A Severine closes out the round. ONIC win the bonus.
It's not just closing out the round, it's closing that gap. It looks so difficult for them to actually navigate on through, but you mentioned it. We saw one of ONIC get to the shed, move over to the speedway, and from that point on, it was lethal range enough for the Spectre to actually hit its markers. It's crazy to think for the side of ONIC that they're just feeling the momentum after quite a hefty loss there. Moniette uncontested into the cubby, and Alter Ego now, they have to be very careful on how they play their pace. It seems like the sync isn't there yet for AE here on the Synth. They're a little too eager to push on forward, and they're not getting the right clear out at the right timings here versus ONIC so far.
And you see them deny that default try-box where the spike would normally be with their utility. Gravity Well plus Fragment means that there's almost assuredly no one going to be there, so they know that they filtered them back to the site. But Delby's made his way on Index, and they've got a big problem to propose here. Severine get a flash on through. They don't get the kill immediately, but they're still alive. Noxie on the trade.
Now Noxie able to get that footing, to get that timing, to get that takedown. Shiro the over with the Odin yet again. And it's all about the hold here by the both house one more time. Elmy Moore doesn't hit the shot apparently. Axel Love You now with the overrun, and Alter Ego just going in as soon as possible. But ONIC, they find him cornered like rats, and they will just be able to exterminate the opposition there at the end. 4th round for ONIC. It got costly, sure, on the defense, but they have the money to work with, and Alter Ego now, well, scratching on their heads, trying to figure out what else can they do besides assaulting this B site all throughout.
For sure. Struggling here so far, but you can see that Alter Ego, their entire game plan is to try and keep things simple, to have as little mistakes as possible. You've got the composition here that doesn't take too much to get going. You got the Omen and especially the KO to bring things back down to the ground level. But it's ONIC who have a much more, I guess, intricate idea to try and pull off here. It could work. This Astrobus Chamber and the Fade seeming to be a big problem that Alter Ego cannot push through just yet. A site is what they want to take, and ONIC are here to defend.
Oh, NC Slasher though, he gets felled by Delby, and Alter Ego now able to bring their heavy-handed approach towards the A site here. A nice smoke on that, and of course we've seen Delby been so effective on the initiations and the entries themselves that Alter Ego can just rely on the space that he makes for the squad. And case in point, now Kush finds Munyets. Might have to be a save here from ONIC. They only have the Odin and the Operator in hand. Difficult retake scenario here as Shiro's trying to play the guessing game, but he misses Delby. He basically makes an outline of that Jet and the Durin King. Not respecting the art whatsoever. Able to get the takedown for Alter Ego. This is what they're looking for. Elmy Moore will at least snatch a kill before the round is over. You can see for AE, so much more effective when they get the space and the timings right with Delby leading the charge.
Elmy Moore, it should be safe to save this Operator for the meantime, but good adjustment here from Alter Ego. Pull the defense towards the B side, wrap around, walk towards that A main, and explode. They find the opening kills, and that's where Alter Ego look the best, when they can have those explosive performances in contrast to the slower play that ONIC like to ensue with. Blades here online for Delby, can pop him here, and they do have the Hunter's Fury as well to apply pressure. Actually, a single orb away from all of their ultimates here, Alter Ego, and this Hunter's Fury could be big in shutting down that grass position. They can chuck that out simply, dryly, just to make sure that there won't be any real help or reinforcements coming from ONIC's defense when they do execute onto this site. But those stars being placed here towards A main are going to be utility that Alter Ego are going to have to find either some way to burn or circumvent.
Yeah, just trying to psych out perhaps what NC Slasher is trying to do already, though. The null command to lead the charge. The Dready King actually gonna be holding onto the corner, looking for the flash play. Instead, they let Delby go first, and just because of that, Munyetta's watching the main, and Delby will be able to just put the absolute dagger on the defense here of ONIC. What a distraction there by the Dready King, calling the attention of the defenders, and the take for Alter Ego looking absolutely secure.
The Hunter's Fury didn't even need to come on in. It did apply pressure there on the final player, but Delby, such an explosive player who has been really the winning point here of Alter Ego, especially on that Fracture map. Absolutely popped off, and he's doing it once again. Electrifying performances, and the current is still increasing here. Alter Ego, second round goes to their sake, and ONIC, they're shut down here on the A site once again. Seems to be the calling here of AE to go towards that A site. As ONIC hold on for the up. We see them try and, when they do not have the information early and what's about to happen, I mean, it's a standard that it's going to work out like that, but they don't, they do struggle to win these type of rounds when they suddenly get surprised by what's coming instead of being able to set themselves and really anticipate what's to come. And once again, if they don't take active information early on, typically lose later out.
Yeah, that's the thing. ONIC's weakness has been basically what they have to do without that intel. That's why they love some of these initiative compositions. We see from ONIC, they were so focused versus that null command that Alter Ego still plays into the style that they know, and It was just so smart from AE. You don't see that too often, where you're a shining beacon of suppression with the Dread King, but you're not the one really to focus on. Delby has just been absolutely on point with the flicks with the shots, especially after that fracture map, and he can still be as potent as can be. Blades though are out, I believe, from Monyet. Running on around up top the rafters. Alter Ego playing it slow though, expecting some early aggression from ONIC.
Alter Ego. It's good anticipation for them, knowing the economy state here of ONIC. Could definitely suggest that a play could be made. Slow orb to back on off. Elmimore going to continue to hold the angle. As Alter Ego, they're crawling towards this A site. Same 3 defenders once again on here. With Shiro coming in, this could be a big thing for them. NC Slasher. Committed position, but the drone won't spot him out. They get shot out here. Leaves NC Slasher in a good spot to try and fend them off if they come through idly.
They did get the scandal onto Monyet, so they know the blades are out in the back for him. The suppress don't connects off to Delby, and NC Slasher with a takedown. That is just heartbreaker here for Delby. He wanted to play the entry, but all he gets is the exit from the round instead. Noxy though playing with the wall and finds the kill onto Monyet as he levels the playing field. Literally Kush even finding Severine along the way. It's now the advantage here for the side of Alter Ego, but they're not overplaying their hand. They go for the resurrection. They want to go in as a squad, and LME more peeks on that just to die. Kush ready for it anyway. Delby even finding Shiro along the paths, and it's Alter Ego with another round here, looking more and more similar to that fracture map now on how they execute towards that A site.
What a recovery here from Alter Ego. But ONIC, after it came down to the 4v4, you can see they were all pressured to try and peek it, but they did it one by one, and was able to, rather, it allowed Alter Ego to be able to isolate them and what was happening. And just a great recovery once again from Alter Ego, shutting down the intent here of ONIC. They had a good idea initially, and for NC Slasher to get one, that was already a big thing, to shut down that entry from Delby, but after he went down, the rest of ONIC's defense followed suit as well. That's not a good case to have, especially here on the defensive side. The side a lot of teams might favor to end the game on. It's Alter Ego who will have that benefit.
It was already a good start for ONIC though. Severine, a perfect null command, I believe, just getting the right pulls at the right time. But Alter Ego, they just don't get phased at all with their entry falling in the first place. Delby has been so sharp right now that it's easy to think that Alter Ego is just relying on this guy to do everything for the squad. But you can see that they always have a plan right behind them. Kush has been one of the stellar showings here from Alter Ego all throughout APAC. I like what Noxy did, and that's one of the things you can do with the Sage. Just get rid of that high ground advantage by going for those cheeky walls early on rather than using them for the close plant. And it's not surprising that Alter Ego is a team willing to employ that as much as possible. They're one away from tying things up. ONIC, a little lost now on what to really do. They will go for the aggress though. And Alter Ego, do they expect it? Seems like that's the case. Look at Delby. Rarely do you see the hot position over onto the spawn, but he has the angle. And if Monyet and NC Slasher peek, this is going to be dangerous already. Delby able to capitalize on that fact. The takedown here for Alter Ego to start things off strong.
Alter Ego, no second guesses on what's to come. They take the opening round here, rather the opening pick, and could give them the round. Elmimore holding on to B-Link. Great find. Monyet follows up. This mid position that AE wanted to control, well, they're going to have to concede it. Fragment as well, denied that from being taken, the orb there. No, Alter Ego, they have to commit on this A site. They have a mid to work with, so they can still pry this open. And Monyet, he's in a proper spot to shut this down, and that he does.
Oh, nice read here from ONIC. This time Clairvoyance is the answer. From mid-control to forcing Alter Ego's hands. Monyet just has the right corner, seeing the tendencies of Delby as he loves to play over on the right-hand side with the Cloudburst in tow. And it looked to be a great start from Alter Ego. It's just read versus read here, basically, but it's ONIC who was able to turn to the next chapter and win out the round after finding more and more of those usual tendencies that Alter Ego loves to play. So a great counter now from ONIC, learning from their lessons. Question is, how will Alter Ego respond? Seems like it might be a harder hit this time around.
They've got the blades to up the pace if it does come to it, but I don't think that's going to come out here just yet. Delby trying to entry his way, burns his tailwind rather to make his way early on the A main, but NC Slasher and Monyet, they shut them down. Kush answers back, but so does Severine. Suddenly the dust settles to a 2v4 in ONIC's favor.
And this is what I'm talking about. ONIC's just anticipating by this point. They're absolutely understanding that Alter Ego wants to go for the commitment towards that A site. We have the wall here from Noxy and Axe Love You, but since they heard that sound cue, they're already expecting the opposition to play up top. Cosmic Divide also to just effectively wall off Alter Ego. Cross that line. ONIC is daring you. Peer pressure right now. The silence is absolutely deafening. And Noxy and Axe Love You need to try and make something work. They put the dark cover up though to at least give them another angle to come out from. And ONIC right now will spot them anyway. Severine, really the spotlight there on top. Axe Love You low on the HP. We already have Elmi Moore watching the flank and making sure it's a proper way to catch Axe Love You as he rotates out. With the gravity wall now. Center stage, trying to hop. There we have even the presence being detected. Alter Ego is just being toyed with here by the rest of ONIC. And Elmi Moore will end this round on a high note. 6-3, ONIC. Recovery also for them. Both of these squads right now understanding more and more how each other plays.
Unfortunately there, Xerxia, he used his ultimate early on. It's from the shadows. Otherwise, they could have taken that B site and retrieved the spike by using his ultimate to take it back from the shadows into the light. 6-3. ONIC continuing on, shutting down here, and as you said, anticipating what Alter Ego are going to do. They know how their playbook runs right now. They've kind of gave the earlier rounds to get a good read on the situation, and they have been able to. They know what their playbook is, and with that, knowing that this A main push is something that Alter Ego love to do, they set up right for the taking there. And it has to be a bit more presence towards mid and B that we want to see from Alter Ego to be able to at least have the defense really shift from ONIC, because once ONIC set, that is when they really show their best.
Yeah, you just can't get away with what they did on Fracture a while ago here for Alter Ego. They can't keep hitting the same site over and over and over again, because ONIC can adjust on the fly, and also they have some great positioning, especially on that A site, to counteract this. Even if Alter Ego has that wall to lift them up and contest the rafters, it's just not going to be enough if ONIC is getting that mid control, getting more of the map, and just removing Alter Ego's other plans from basically the round's viability. So great stuff from ONIC on the defense, why they have the lead right now.
Well, what they've got here to work with is already pretty good, but if they can get a 7th round, they're set in place to continue further, maybe in the tournament. Alter Ego here. They have another bye after this at the very least, but still, they want to win this. Do not want to put on that loss bonus too heavily. They have the Hunter's Fury potentially coming up here if Kush decides to take this orb. Doesn't come, not just yet. They don't want to give up the information. Here comes the execute.
Yeah, quick little execute from Delby as per usual, finds SC Slasher and trips him up at the very end. Generator position, so potent, especially if no one's there up top that rafters to contest. And Alter Ego taking advantage of their speed yet again to get that first takedown. Spike stop planted. ONIC though trying to play the flank set again. Severine finding Noxy, allowing at least ONIC to apply pressure towards A main, but Kush, he's able to alleviate it with a quick slay there. Delby now dropping on down. Cloudburst to set up a little bit of a one-way setup, but here comes Moniette dashing on into the side. Elmi Moore getting some cover there. Kush will go down, and Elmi Moore is not down. Feed him more. He's hungry for these kills with the operator. Delby though spotted out by Moniette after the antics there from the fade, and it's all left now to Axel Love You, but Elmi Moore will win more, and it's ONIC again holding things down.
And that's the difficult part about having a plant for that A main, especially one that you have to swing so wide from. So with Elmi Moore, he's got that op from the heavens. He's going to send him back down to the fiery depths. Alter Ego cannot still string another round, or at least get around here, even when they take the site, even when they find the opening picks. The flank here from Severine, for him to hit that was crucial. Even if he goes down to Kush, he pulled that defense away from the post-plant hold of A main for them to have to address that flank, and allowed Elmi Moore to slide into position with the proper timing and get those picks off as they tried to reinforce what was happening on site. So, good job here by ONIC to really spread the ideas and the attention of Alter Ego on that attacking post-plant. Elmi Moore, again, thought he was going to hit that, but no, he gets away with it here, Kush.
Yeah, Kush was just pressuring him all throughout, but I like that you made that point there, Black and Blue. ONIC is just all across this map right now, so active on that map control, knowing Alter Ego loves to concentrate their forces towards the site itself. And it's becoming problematic here for Alter Ego, because they have to reinvest on the time, on the resources, watch their flank, and it gives time for players like Elmimor and Monyet to get to the site and get the impact that they need for the retake. So things are looking really good here for ONIC right now. They just have so much more map mastery that we're seeing from Alter Ego. The sharpness of Alter Ego's aim. Can it even stand up to the control that ONIC has? Ensky's laughter though cannot stand up for the Dread King. And the Dread King now, well, looking to get his crown back and looking to go for more. But Elmimor not done. Finally gonna get finished off by Dread King. Shiro able to make a trade. And Shiro, sheer force of will on the site itself. Gets 3 before he's found. It's a 1v1 situation. Muñeto up top, but Axe love you! He brings in the hammer! And it's just as effective as can be to get the shot onto Onyx head there. What a tap and what a way to win for Alter Ego.
The ex-murderer throwing his final slash at him and gets it done. Maybe an extra flash here from Severine could have been the difference maker, but he peeks dryly, and Noxy, he anticipates this. He knows that the push is to come. Maybe a flash would have changed the difference there, but look at Shiro here. Absolutely bringing this one back for ONIC, but Monyet simply cannot close it out. Not against Axe Lavia. Certainly loving his performance in this series so far. Elmimor aggressing here towards B main. Alter Ego. One of the few rare moments where I actually see them try and fight for kind of like a B push, or especially mid here, aside from that opening pistol.
Yeah, Alter Ego. We finally see them trying to be a bit more active here. And Monyet, that was very close. 50 HP as he went for the updraft play, right smack dab in the middle. But LB knew that was coming. And Alter Ego now at least able to establish more of a foothold towards the market, but Elmimor erasing all the progress with a single shot. Noxy goes down. Hunter's Fury now the call here from Kush. But you can see that Elmimor, he's positioned on top of the ridges here. It's perfect because he's able to avoid the Hunter's Fury in time. El Commando is the call, and Elmimor is just calling for more. He is just feasting on his bones. Even better intel here, and the Dread King will have to bow down to the majesty of Elmimor in this place. Monyet now pushing forward, and ONIC executing the rest here. Off with their heads, and off to the second half. It's ONIC on an absolute roll.
Well, it's his decree, and ONIC, they look to still remain the kings here of the Indonesian scene. Elmimor, what a performance from him. He finds these opening picks, backs off to safety, and gets another here on the jumping Delby, anticipating that push from the market, but the shop is closed. Don't you look at the sign first before coming in? Apparently not. Great job here by ONIC to hold on to that defensive half, 8-4, but this is still not out of the question for Alter Ego, not especially on this defensive side, which we have seen to be quite impressive sometimes for the attackers to get in and get something done. But Alter Ego, their attacking side that typically favors and bodes better for them. Here in Ascent, though, things could be different, seeing as how, well, their defensive win rate is not super down, but it's not as good as their attack, and that's really where their problem lies, right? The explosiveness, it bodes better on the attacking side, and especially on a map like Fracture, where it does become a problem for other teams to deal with. But here in a map like Ascent, to be able to set themselves and really pick and prod, that's where ONIC are great at, and that's what this battlefield benefits.
Yeah, it's been a bit formulaic here from the side of Alter Ego, and ONIC says it's not even just a theorem anymore. It's just hard evidence that we can stop them in their tracks. Elmimor popping off with a chamber, also an added bonus with all of the angles that he's able to take and win here for the side of ONIC. But we rarely get to see the impressive entries from Alter Ego because of ONIC's position. Delby having some moments there. We know he's precise, we know that he can chain these kills. But the problem is, he's not able to really get those kind of situations to go in his favor because the advantage is using in ONIC's hands, and it's just been so effective so far for ONIC to put the right players on the right positions, and the more they were tested by Alter Ego, the more they learned against their opponent.
Really adaptation and being able to take in that information and act upon it is the biggest thing that ONIC have really used to separate themselves from the pack. But, well, final half of this series here to decide which Indonesian team continues on. The final one to be standing here in the APAC scene for these knockouts as ONIC G and Alter Ego continue. It's ONIC who want to go towards this B main. Information gathered. Alter Ego pushing for mid at the very start. It doesn't come just yet. Elmimor has a dangerous angle for Kush here to try and continue to contest. That Headhunter could be big. Doesn't connect, but wastes a lot of ammo actually from the mag here that he's got.
Man, you're a bit particular of those 100 creds per bullet, but that'll be more. A single shot will be absolute value if he finds the target. ONIC, they tried to check out who's holding into the middle. They now know that this A site might be held together by more utility than is expected. And the big strength Alter Ego has here right now is Xerxia. I believe he does have the paranoia for the round. And he's gonna throw the dark cover to start things off. Beautiful suppressed. No, the beautiful takedown! Told you so, a single bullet! And his name is Elmi Moore. Munyet also getting on the board here. ONIC already making the entry happen. And they just shut down whatever setup Alter Ego is trying to plan. But Delby is not done. Noxy getting on the kills as well. And it's ONIC still finding the advantage after everything is said and done. Elmi Moore, a great position there to just keep the advance going. And ONIC will not look back. A pistol round win in their favor. They want to prove yet again why they're the first seed for good reason.
Man, I really love watching ONIC play. The way that they play and their style is something that I do think is what's going to help bring C even further than we've already seen. The fact that they have a lot of these, sets where you'll see them really use their utility to its fullest extent and have great team play and chemistry is one of the biggest defining factors of a great team here. Let's see now ONIC here in the lower bracket side of things. Can they continue on? They win the opening pistol. The bonus should be theirs, barring some heroics here from Alter Ego, but it's triple stack towards the B site. We'll see if it's actually going to be effective enough. Shiro, oh my goodness. Munyet. He gets that early damage on the Delby. He was trying to get the quick peek with the Sheriff, but it doesn't connect. This mid is going to be difficult for anyone to contest with Elmi Moore bearing down.
Still a possibility here, and ONIC, as it stands, really getting a great kickoff here to start things off. Gun advantage absolutely clear, and ONIC, they just keep it so safe in these kind of rounds, black and blue. They know that Alter Ego will punish them, especially just the fact that they're that kind of squad that's so willing. Instead, ONIC playing it slow and steady, the pace being kept, and the Crags looking to go in their favor, and there you have it, Elmi Moore adding one more to the body count.
Unfortunately there for drinking, if he simply just peeked that, probably would have had a better chance to take down Elmi Moore, but it really gives him time to adjust. Push here on towards the B side. Delby's got a big job to do. Only finds one before being taken down, and this round should be done, really. Kush, last one left here on the site, as Xerxia so far.
One enemy remaining.
Munyet. That's one more here for the side of ONIC. They don't even need to put that spike down as of yet. Confirm it. Oh, they're juggling it around. It does seem like that moving forward here, black and blue. They want that Nightfall and they want Elmi Moore to hit those nutty shots. 10-4. ONIC make it pretty clean with Alter Ego. This is now their time to step on up when they need to the most. Their defense hasn't been the most, I'd say, stalwart or steadfast, but they should have the lethality now to try and contest. And we've seen for Alter Ego, ready to go for those aggressive angles with the rifles in hand, might stand a better chance.
We've seen that lethality just really be put to no good use as ONIC. They've been able to deflect that possible damage coming in, as we saw on the opening bonus round of this entire map. Oh, time? Stuck? Okay, we might go for a quick pause, but it's ONIC here who are just so impressive this entire map. But as we've said, yes, Alter Ego, they're not really as seemingly coherent on their defensive sides typically when we do see them play, no matter what map we're necessarily talking about. But the weapon's certainly going to bode them well here. A round they have to convert, absolutely crucial. They don't win this anti-bonus, and that could be it for their tournament run here, at least for this stage. Both teams, I believe, is Alter Ego part of LCQ?
Yeah, they're
right?
the last one with their victory over Griffin. That secured
you're correct.
Their LCQ chances, man.
Yeah, I forgot we established that yesterday. My bad. I'm even the one who called that out. But yes, so
did you forget about what you just said, man?
Yes, I completely did. I don't even remember what I had for breakfast this morning. Alter Ego, yeah, that's the gist of things.
Did you just stop because you completely...
Yes.
Did you just stop because you completely forgot about the fact that the AE still has more of the year to play if ever they lose this?
No. I mean, I was alluding to this is the end of the tournament, but not LCQ. But then I'm just too embarrassed to continue on, so yeah.
It's okay. We said it yesterday that their VCT continues on after that win over Griffin Esports. But a bit of a technical pause right now. And I think this is where we can really talk about Alter Ego as a whole. They're just so lethal as a squadron, but it does feel like that they're a bit more predictable compared to some of the things we've seen from ONIC and Boom. Then when they bring that lethality and when they hit those shots, and it's just crazy to think about it. But ONIC, they quite literally have just camped the usual spots of Alter Ego when they were on that first half. And they just built on the fact that they already had a good understanding of what may come their way. ONIC is a team that relies on intel to let them win the battle, right? But when they're facing off against Alter Ego, there's that sense of familiarity. There's the fact that they're able to see the tendencies of how Alter Ego would move, and they would counteract that. And at the very end, it really was just that AE had been more and more, I'd say, predictable in what they were trying to do, how they would hit those kind of sites, and they would rely on just how nutty they are on hitting those skill shots anyway, and hitting those mechanical shots in the first place to get that victory. ONIC has been able to adjust after that timeout, understanding what their opponent was doing, and case in point now, they have the lead. We go into the game, so we just stuff away that technical pause real quick, because Monietz wants to go for the action. Alter Ego though, mid-contest into the takedowns! Way too many people here for Monietz to look at whatsoever, and in the end, it's the firing squad that killed the beast. We're done with the round. Alter Ego flawlessly executing.
And this is Alter Ego getting themselves back into the groove against the bonus here. But, you know, Alter Ego, to continue your point, they are one of the best teams at shooting themselves, at least here in the APAC, shooting themselves out of a bad situation. They have to minimize how many times they put themselves in those disadvantageous situations, really. And Alter Ego, like true Top Gun Mavericks, they are just more feel over necessarily overthink, and you can see that in their composition and how they play a lot of times. Quite reminiscent of Persija, really, another Indonesian team that we did see last time around, where aside from ONIC and Boom, a lot of the other Indonesian teams like to really bank on that aggression to get themselves going.
Just want to say though, Alter Ego immediately proving us wrong as much as possible. Be like, you're saying predictable? Nope. This time, did you expect us to all push into the middle? But that push from Noxy has been read by Monietz. Elmimore also yet again still keeping up with the consistent shots. 2 even for Elmimore. Tries to turn around for a third. But the wider swing there from Kush allows him to chase and get that takedown. Scan connecting now to Severin, forcing him away from the speedway. NC Sasher into cover. But here comes Monietz. One more time, going ape, going bananas, and looking for another takedown here against the Sova. Problem now for Alter Ego. He's just all alone, and despite being the one to give the intel, he has been read like a book by the Mr. Jet himself. 11-5, ONIC 2 away from moving on and to become the sole Indonesian representative.
When yet he finds 2 kills there towards the stairs with basically the same smoke that was popped in almost the same scenario, but flipped over. So monkey business aside, ONIC here. Really good hold. As soon as they got the site, they made sure that B main did not go unaddressed, and you want to have a player such as Elmimore be that B main player to lock things down and at the very least gather that information, and especially with him having the operator in hand, it's a big problem we haven't seen Alter Ego dispel just yet.
We'll see now if this veil can be lifted as Push is trying to find a target. Delphi though finds one yet. Look at how close Alter Ego wants to play. A Drin King driving into chaos. Nox even finding Shiro along the way. And Kush will find Elmimore there at the very end. When you see these rounds fall apart, Alter Ego is there to pick up the pieces. Chaos is their ladder. And in this game, it's Alter Ego who sits on the throne.
Well, we're in a prelude to that for the meantime. ONIC, you can see that's why they bring the Fade, because they want to have a bit more fighting power in this case in that chaos when it ever does come, but it never really worked out for them. Alter Ego here, and that wall that we saw Noxy place down might not immediately have like important effect, but it did allow him to be able to have some cover as he fell back towards the lane, and it also, while not blocks off Alter Ego from the entrance, it's actually better because if you block it off, then they're going to be able to break that wall easily and push through, but it allows them to at least filter and funnel ONIC into where they want them to go.
It separates the fight into 2 effective sightlines, basically, and just allowed Alter Ego to even get the corners that ONIC was just trying to take cover in the first place. Alter Ego now, absolute activity around the map, hard aggress on the defense. You know, it's a role, sure, but it's more of a mindset Alter Ego is trying to say. Still though, a little perilous because that east site is relatively open. The only one watching right now will be Xerxia, and Severin might have an inkling that this can be their possibility. He's one away also from the null command. Bladestorm is out for Moriet. ONIC though picking up the null command, picking up the orb rather, to build up that KO ultimate. And it does seem like it's gonna be more of a standard execute moving towards B sides.
Well, the standard that they have set is a high bar, Dax. They can open up the site here, especially. Velmi Moore bearing down on them with his Tour de Force. This could be big. Here comes out the null command. Execute on the B site, yes, but no real utility to fend them off. Kush is going to have a big job to do, as well as Noxy from the back of the site. NC Slasher and Moniette open things up, and they all crumble. Ultra Ego, unadvisedly, just to walk into this, and that's done. This round is over.
And when you see ONIC able to get the patent pending execution, it's just absolutely their trademark. So stellar and so smooth. When the plan is just put together here by ONIC, it just makes the execute even more so effective. From the null command to the Blade Storm, Moniette's again leading the charge. But what's even better here is the fact that we have that smoke to flush out the boathouse angle. You still have ONIC watching over the CT side. And overall, ONIC just covered all their bases, and now they're in match points to try and survive even more so in this tournament.
This tournament could be the last we're going to see here from Ultra Ego for a bit. Well, they have LCQ chances, but of course they want to continue even further here and get as deep as they can. A Masters appearance is something of no joke. Circuit points, and as well as just merely the premier experience that you get along with it, is going to be very crucial for teams to have that experience and build themselves up upon. Elmi Moore opens things up here, and this is looking like a downward turn for Alter Ego.
Yeah, the spiral is looking to be the shape that Alter Ego is staring at. And the abyss beckoning them, unless they can find the hope here with the Blade Storm in hand. Not even the best buy whatsoever for the defense. Xerxia only has the Sheriff in hand. And if Delby whiffs those blades, it's all the shorty that can fight for here. But you can see Alter Ego at least trying to still play in the same style they know. AXLOVEYOU with the journey, but his destination will be death, as Shiro is able to find him anyway. ONIC now with the execute. The Dren King does find the dash on in, but ONIC is just not done as of yet. They still want to go in, and the bombs like a fragment. Cosmic Divide though to stop any kind of intel for being leaked whatsoever. And look at Elmi Moore, he's anticipating the coup de grace, possibly with the operator. And there you go, the first blow ready. The first seed now looking to show their worth yet again. And the only one looking to remain here in APAC. The shots don't connect though. A Dren King will find the takedown. Delby right behind him. And it's a 3v2 situation. Time though ticking. And ONIC now setting up the station. NC Slasher catching a Dren King in the act. His crown will be spilled over. And it's Delby versus the world. These blades have been sharp. His aim has been sharp. And here he goes yet again. It's time for the cutlery to get the job done. But unfortunately, it will not make the cut whatsoever. ONIC move on and slay their fellow representatives along the way.
And the Hedgehogs here, they scutter into the win. ONIC, the last sole representative here from Indonesia, continuing on, and they have looked as impressive as ever. It's about darn time for ONIC to finally seat themselves here, and they're looking for a potential lower bracket final run. ONIC G, what an impressive performance they have put up here, Dax. And it's just been such a pleasure watching them. But unfortunately for Alter Ego, next time we're going to see them is at LCQ. They still have one more chance to get back into a LAN potential.
Just no more doubts though that ONIC is the best team from Indonesia this stage. They took down Boom Esports, they took down Alter Ego yet again, and they have proven to be above and beyond the rest of their peers here in the regional stage. All hope now of Indonesia will be put really into the arms of ONIC G here and their destiny, the potential that they have been building for quite a while here, Black and Blue. It's time to finally deliver on that promise. But that's it for us here, my friend. I can't believe we're gonna be done already for our duo, for our side. And at the end of the day, we still have many more amazing matches to come. Anything else you want to say though before we wrap things up here?
Well, I'm just wondering if it's finally time to see an Indonesian representative represent APAC and SEA into the Masters. But as you said, that's for the meantime it for us this year. Dax, it's been a pleasure, and it's our final cast of this year. Who would have thought, ever since covering things from the start, we're gonna make it all the way this deep on year 2? But for the meantime, that is going to be it. I'm Black and Blue. With me is Dax, and for the meantime, we'll see you guys in a bit after this break when we go back to the panel.
Indonesia's finest remains to be the finest. ONIC G closing the game and taking their fellow IDN reps Alter Ego out of the running. Back here on the panel, Likeable, Fluffy, and Trix once again with you guys, and ONIC G's systematic approach reigns once again. Fluffy, on Fracture, we had this whole debate whether the effectivity of the Fade was going to come into play, and Shiro made sure that he was going to give that justice.
Yeah, a bit late for the map predictions, but here on Ascent, it does come out. The Fade, in contrast to AE's Sova, really put a lot of pressure. It allowed them to move, especially on the defensive side, because it gave them a lot more delay, I feel, than you would have with a Sova. He also played it very well, as well from good picks from his teammates. Elmi Moore especially really shining this match, and NC Slasher, always a good smoke criminal there, giving his team so much global presence on that Astra.
Yeah, talking about smoke criminals over here, on the side of AE, I did see some really cool executions, especially when Agent King would like do a high flash and then Delby would push that smoke, wait for that flash to come through, and then he does like this amazing spray transfer. But again, AE did not win this series. However, there were notable points when it came to their attack over here, Trix.
There are definite notable points there. They had some great executions, although primarily on A side. I found that Alter Ego was a little one-dimensional. If you try to fight them while they're entering the site, you know that Delby's gonna, pop your head off. They're gonna take 3 in a row. And Delby just being that fantastic entry that we always talk about when it comes to Alter Ego. However, ONIC finally picking up on this and willing to play for that retake, willing to give up some of their players on the site, but then end up pinching with a flank because Alter Ego does not have that anti-flank, as Fluffy actually pointed out before the map started. And I feel that ONIC just having a much better read on the map in terms of what they can do and what Alter Ego was missing.
Yeah, ONIC really good with the reads. I mean, like I mentioned earlier, Delby would always push through that smoke and kind of reposition himself towards the right. And then once I think Monyet figured it out, he was waiting right there like, I know Adrian King's gonna push this. And he was, Delby was gonna push it. And he was so ready for it, and he would click on Delby's head right there, right then. Now, I did notice that AE kept doing a lot of these 5-man executions. Tried to do the lurk, but it wasn't as effective. And I think that doing this 5-man execution, especially on A side, the downfall here, Fluffy, was that there was so much utility being thrown at them that entering itself was really hard.
Yeah, I feel like in contrast to how ONIC played on Fracture, where they had that more attack-centered comp, but they started on defense. This time around, knowing that they were the defensive side from the get-go, they already prepared their composition. They ran the Astra instead of a more aggressive Omen for the global presence. They also brought in the Fade, as we hyped up for the previous map, but it came out to fruition today. On this map, on Ascent, it really slowed down a lot of pushes, because every time that there was presence, every time that they knew AE was stacking onto a site, they were already ready with the utility to slow them down and give them and buy them enough time for their teammates to just collapse in and, like Trix mentioned, pinch them and put them in these uncomfy situations where it's very hard to get out of. Fade specifically, though, against the rush, it's very hard to choose your target priority when you have the Prowler running at you as well. It's so much HP that you have to chew through, even on the buy rounds, but more especially on the eco rounds. And it really gives them a lot more room to breathe and a lot more potential to even trade just the Prowler to get a lot of picks. And I feel like losing a couple members here and there, especially on Enchi for AE, was not part of the plan. They did have their explosive rounds, though, when it did matter, but unfortunately for them, the race to 13 was not enough, because another big factor for me that is kind of overlooked is the fact that ONIC won both of the pistols. And I feel like as much as all the other rounds are exciting, winning the pistol, especially both pistols, is essentially like 4 rounds if you win the bonus 2. And when you think about it that way, you only need 9 rounds left to get the entire map. So it's such a huge advantage, which, speaking of advantages, is something that Elmi Moore has always really shined in. He landed at 21 frags here on that Chamber MVP today. He really put the Headhunter to use. And even on the Operator, I remember in the closing rounds, he was able to get, even on the attacker side, a lot of opening picks, which led AE to lose a lot of their buy rounds, which caused them to go on that weird eco / whatever we could buy round at the end of it, which really was a big disadvantage for them.
Yeah, you're talking about the buy round, the economy, and everything. And I do have to note that I felt like as the side switch, there was a slight panic on Alter Ego side. I don't know if it was just the vibe or like something that I was picking up based off how they were positioning themselves over at B side when the round switched. But it was really beautiful on the side of ONIC, the way they executed their attack. They just gave no room for error. And I do have to mention that probably the favorite duo that I saw over here was the combination of Monyet as well as Shiro. Because I see a lot of these picks from Monyet with him being hidden inside the smoke and then just giving him the essential information that he could use as the Fate. And you could see him picking through the smoke, which was really, really nice to see. But yeah, that's just the amazing series that came to be. And I think that that is just what ONIC is bringing to the table over here. GG's, of course, to Alter Ego. But alas, your journey over here at the Knockouts ends here. And with that, folks, we will be proceeding to the next series of the day, which again is an elimination match. And if anything, I know that we've said that Trix has her own qualms with the teams being eliminated over here. For this one, kind of close to my heart, if I'm being honest. And I know that that you guys already know why that is. Because the first team for this series is a team that I've grown quite attached to. Their growth throughout the series they've had has gained them full momentum to stride through APAC with no worry. Explosion with the addition of discipline is what this team is really about. Like, that's what they're bound to expect if you're gonna go up against them. So get ready, get set, because here we go. This is Bleed Esports. Fluffy, do you think this is it? Is this the team that's gonna make Thailand's last hope bleed?
I feel so, because Bleed Esports, in my opinion, is one of the most improved teams. They were always a standout roster. Everyone expected them to be here, but coming in from the very start of APAC, they went through the trenches, they dug all their way. This great roster going from Maxi, Pith, Darion, even Retla, Lexi, and Lenny always had that potential, which they've proven to really be the defining factor for this team. You know, against a lot of the teams up until the Paper Rex game, they really made a lot of them hemorrhage with all that blood spilled. But unfortunately for them, it got a little cut short by the paper cuts coming out from Paper Rex yesterday. But now that they're on this stage against a great team like Xerxia as well, it's really going to be the defining factor for them to really push and play to win, because we know that this team has that combination that every team dreams to have. The Southeast Asian explosive aim, but also the great utility usage coming from the veteran players in Maxi and Pith from other FPSs, etc. And all that experience combined really provides a very stable platform for the whole team to really perform under pressure, which I feel like is an important quality to have at this level.
It really is. And I'm looking at these guys just prepping themselves with some eye drops. I think I need me one of those. You know, maybe that's the technique. I mean, we already established that we need death matches before we hop onto a ranked game. But maybe I need those eye drops as well so that I can get that crispy aim lock off of my enemies. It's just so good. Now, against Bleed Esports is a team that loves to bring something new to the table. We've seen them mix it up with their compositions from time to time, and we've also seen them switch up the tempo. Will they find the perfect timing today, though? That is the question. And we're about to find the answers as we introduce Xerxia Esports. All right, Trix. I'm just gonna pass this straight to you because I know how much you love Xerxia.
Xerxia coming in from Thailand, trying for that master slot. We have Cruz, Foxy, Scary, Surf, and Sushi Boys. Honestly, such a formidable team in terms of being able to execute those sites and being able to also pace themselves when it comes to mid-map, mid-control, and change up what they're planning on doing. The thing is with Xerxia Esports, they also have the split decision making that is usually able to shine. We have seen, however, that some of their games prior have been a little dicey. They've been a little like they're not too sure what they want to do, which I feel is uncharacteristic of a team like Xerxia, a team that has been so formidable and just constantly improving on themselves and being able to perform. I find that one of the combinations in Xerxia that I would like to mention is actually that combination of Surf and Scary. Both the person that's trying to make space and the other that you generally plays an agent that controller's agent. So I find that having a good combination, good synergy between your duelist and your controller is highly potent.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, the controller kind of decides a lot of the things as well, and it's just that coordination overall in the team that is what is needed over here. But before you even get to that combination over here, you need a lot of information to be able to execute the plays, right? Information is always the name of the game before you actually run into side or like defense side, whichever side you may be on. And you know who gets that information? It's the initiators, and we'll be seeing them over here on our head-to-head. And if you guys had to guess, who would it be? Well, actually, no more guessing because we're about to reveal. It's gonna be Cruz and Letty. So, Fluffy, here they are, our initiators slash flex players once again in our head-to-head.
I mean, between both of these players, Lenny and Cruz, both exceptional in their own right. Normally, we see them on the initiator role, as you mentioned, especially Lenny almost always on that Sova. Cruz, on the other hand, I think is a bit more flexible, but both of them still have that high impact, high value, and it really fits that they play this initiator role. It gives their team enough space and information to work around it. They have enough to play with it, but also they have the fragging power to really back themselves up in their own right. And a lot of times they get a lot of the impact frags that are needed to close out a lot of rounds.
Really does. I wish I knew how to be an initiator. I know that this is also one of the casters, specifically Rav's frustration in the game. No, I mean, initiating is really hard because you have to really be well coordinated with the rest of your team. You kind of set up the pacing, well, not the pace, but for example, if your duelist plans on entering, you guys have to be really coordinated. You know what? Flash for me, get some info for me before I dash inside, just so that I'm a little bit safer on the side and I can clear as much space as possible. Right, Trix?
I think one of the best things also looking at players like this, like Lenny and Cruz, is that the game sense that comes into it, the understanding, as Fluffy and you have mentioned before, of the timing of your utility. You can't just throw it out. You need to know when you're going to throw out that utility, why you're going to throw it out to begin with, and what's going to get you that maximum value from it. Let's say that you do throw out your utility, there's not much value coming, then what are you going to do next? There has to be that plan A and B, and further down the line there are different scenarios that they're going to be in. But I find that these two players in that head-to-head are those ones that can adapt mid-game and are kind of those pivotal players that say, this is what we can do and this is how we're going to start the fight.
And with a wise use of utility, you know what? Where we're not gonna throw the utility at, rather, is Fracture. Yes, folks, we're gonna be talking about the map vetoes right about now, and I don't think that we're gonna be seeing a Fracture from both of these teams. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure these guys have had their fair share of experience over here, but they have yet to bring it to the table. If anything, maybe they need a little bit more mastery, but that's for them to present to us today. If they do bring out that Fracture, then cool, I'd love to see it. But for Bleed over here with the first pick, or first ban rather, Fluffy, it's gonna be Bind.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting the Bind pick for the side of Bleed. It's a map that we know that Xerxia is very strong in. They haven't lost yet in the Challenger Series in Thailand, and here as well on our APAC stage, it is the same result. I was actually wondering which of these teams didn't like Fracture the most, because since both of them are probably going to ban it out, I was wondering who's going to do it. And by Bleed picking Bind, assuming that Xerxia is still the same based on the statistics, they're probably going to end up banning the Fracture here. But I am wrong, and it's actually the Split that they're going to be taking out.
Yes.
Another map that they haven't played yet on the APAC stage. I don't know if they're saving that for something later, or maybe it's something they're not so comfy with, because back in their own Challenger series, they did pretty well on Split.
I think that they just know that Bleed is really good on Split. Am I right, Trix? I feel like that's just what this is.
That is true. Bleed Split is scary. It's very difficult to take control against Bleed when they just know exactly what they're doing. But
wait a second.
You know, we're talking on this panel saying we're not gonna see Fracture, right? Because both teams aren't exactly the most proficient in this map. But Xerxia saying, no, you analysts are wrong. We are going to pick it this time, which is surprising considering they haven't really been playing that map.
Yeah, specifically, even if you look all the way back to Stage 1 Masters in Reykjavik, they didn't play. They didn't play it once, but they lost on Fracture. And for Stage 2 challenges for Thailand, they also didn't play Fracture at all. And especially here on the playoffs, this is the first time that we're going to see them play this map in a long time. So this might be something that Bleed actually isn't necessarily prepared for, considering the fact that Bleed doesn't have the best track record on the map as well. But moving on, Breeze and Ascent will be also knocked out of the map veto, causing Icebox to be the decider for this one.
Oh man, looking at this, right? All of them pick attack first. That's very rare.
Yes.
Cool. I like that. I like that. I mean, we talked about, getting as much points as possible. So I'm assuming that because these guys pick attack, they're planning to showing some aggressive compositions, bringing them out here onto the table. And it's just so cool, Trix.
I'm hoping that because all of these teams are picking attack, they're going to... It would show that they have a direction that they're hoping to go for on that attacker side. The map control, the ability to just decide where you're going, rather than having to half and half it, take information on defense, and also react to the way that the opponents are playing. I feel that it's telling that both Bleed and Xerxia, teams that we have seen very much shine on that attacker side, all picking attack to start.
Yes. I'm just laughing over here. How dare you, Xerxia, ruin my credibility like that? I just said we're not going to be seeing utilities thrown on Fracture, and here you are. Okay, anyway, moving on.
To be fair, I thought the same thing.
Yay. True. It's the statistics. We look at it because we feel like this is where their experience really relies on. I mean, it's the numbers. You guys like looking at numbers more than I do. But yeah, they haven't been picking it a lot. So for Xerxia to bring it out here, especially at the knockouts in a do or die match, I wonder what they're brewing over here. It's really scary, especially on the side of Lady Esports. I know you guys touched up on this already, but they don't have as much experience. They don't feel comfortable going into Fracture. And I feel like as they did the bans, they weren't expecting Xerxia to pick Fracture at all. They were expecting the ban to come from the other side. That's why they went for Bind first, right, Fluffy?
Right. I feel like, on one hand, it's very unexpected, which is a good thing. It's their kind of big trap card for a lot of teams, especially if it's something that they maybe secretly practice or have prepared for. I don't think a team who's as cautious and calculated and clinical like Xerxia would pick a map if they were not absolutely confident in that pick. So I'm going to be very surprised, and I don't honestly know what to expect from Xerxia's Fracture. But our first map today will actually be Haven. And for Haven, I'm expecting, honestly, very similar comps. I know that this specific sets of teams for this specific match kind of go for a more balanced approach when it comes to making their compositions. Not anything super wild like Triple Initiator or bringing out something like multiple Sentinels. And when they do pick a Sentinel, they seem to lean towards picking a Sentinel that's very stable, like a Killjoy, over something quote-unquote new meta or more popular like the Chamber.
Yeah, I see that too in the compositions over here. But, you know what, we're getting too ahead of ourselves. We're heading off to the compositions in just a bit. But before we do so, we can't escape our reality here on the panel, which is to discuss our predictions. Yeah, who got it right last time?
Me and Trix.
Yes.
Oh, I got it wrong. Maybe that's why I'm being forgetful over here, because I can't accept the fact that I got it wrong. But hey, predictions time, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm just going to go off the bat. This is no surprise. I am predicting for Bleed Esports over here. Now, before you guys tell me that, oh my god, Laika's so sentimental, hear me out. Bleed Esports. Fluffy, you mentioned them. they're the most improved team over here, and they've been consistent ever since. So I can't help myself. I know that I've grown somewhat of an attachment to this team, but I don't think that I'm looking at this team through rose-colored glasses or anything. I think that they're genuinely good, and they have what it takes to take Xerxia Esports down. But I'm sure that you guys have varying opinions over me. So Fluffy, why don't you go first?
Well, I think I'd have to agree with you. I really like the momentum and the consistency that Bleed has brought up. Yes, they fell short a bit yesterday against Paper Rex, one of the top teams, if not the top team here. But against a team like Xerxia that has also had their struggles, I feel like it's a fair matchup. Aside from that, the Xerxia that I'm used to seeing, that I've seen before, doesn't seem like the Xerxia that I've seen in the past couple of days. They seem a bit more shaky and less put together. We've seen them, though, in all their series. When they do get it going, they dominate the map. But if something goes wrong, they also kind of get destroyed. So with that inconsistency, for me, is a big problem that if they don't solve today, I think will give Bleed the upper hand. So for me, my prediction will probably, not probably, but is Bleed.
Well,
that leaves you, Trix.
I love Xerxia.
I was waiting for that.
I really do love Xerxia. I feel like there were there's brilliance in the way that they play, and that's what I really enjoyed watching them. However, recently I find that Xerxia is a little inconsistent in comparison to Bleed, who has been consistent and consistently improving at that. So my prediction is Bleed.
Wow, that's surprising. We talk about these players being so uncharacteristic, but look at you, Trix. Look at you.
Have
but
to
I
look
guess,
at the numbers.
Yeah, but I guess on the side of Xerxia Esports, that also says a lot. That means that they have to bring their A game on today, because all three panels have predicted against them. Of course, these are just mere predictions after all. It's what we feel is going to be the turnout of the game. However, on their side, Trix has always rooted for them. Oh no, I'm putting Trix on the spotlight over here. But you get what I mean, guys? I mean, they really have to step it up. It's because of the inconsistencies that we've seen from Xerxia Esports. To be honest, we had high expectations from this team, and I really hope that they step it up today, especially because it matters the most today. It really does. I mean, if they get through this, they're also going to be facing another elimination match later on this day. So double the pressure, I guess. But here we are, Fluffy, starting off with the compositions. Haven, what are you liking so far?
I like the fact that they're picking that hard sentinel that I mentioned earlier. It provides them that stability as well as the great ultimate in the lockdown. However, both teams running a very similar comp means that there's a lot of indirect damage as well that can neutralize that. Both the shock darts and Hunter's Fury from Sova as well as the aftershock from Breach can really counter a lot of the plays that this Killjoy might want to make. So I feel like overall it's going to be used more for information than anything else along with the Sova. The biggest difference, of course, that we can obviously see is the difference in controllers. And I feel like it's partly a comfort because we know that Bleed Esports likes the flexibility that Omen can bring. They really can maximize the Omen flash as well as, you know, using that stun from Breach in combination with that. But I'm always more of a fan of stability. And I think the Astra pick is also very good, having not only the global presence that we always mention, but just the ability to always be prepared and be ready. You don't have to wait for a smoke to come down. You can use multiple smokes. And as a controller, I think that she's, of the two, at least in the controller aspect, the more flexible one.
I have to agree. I love the flexibility off of Astra over here. I mean, I've seen players try to lurk with the Astra just because of the global presence that this agent really provides. But at the same time, Trix, I also enjoy watching the paranoia and the mind games come out of Omen. So I feel like for a more aggressive approach, Omen would be the way to go. And again, most of these teams have actually opted for the attack first, right?
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that that's exactly what they're going to be bringing to the table. A lot of proactive plays, a lot of aggressiveness.
I do think that's exactly what's going to be put up and brought to this map. But I just want to also say, Pit on that Breach. I love to see it. I can't wait to see it again today. I hope he performs as consistently as he has been, because with that Breach support that he does for Darion especially, they're just able to open up so much of the map.
They really do. And you know what? For both of these teams, I hope that the mindset that they go into this game is the same mindset that we've been talking about all day, which is play to win and not play to not lose, rather.
Yes.
So with that in mind, we're gonna be going to map number 1, which is Haven. So folks, fasten your seatbelts because here we go. It's game number 1 between Bleed Esports and wait, my brain lagged. Xerxia Esports. I'm so sorry. Bleed Esports versus Xerxia Esports.
Hey, you're finally awake. You're trying to cross the border, right? No, I'm just kidding, because this is kind of a throwback, similar to how Skyrim is a throwback. We're all of a sudden in March again, Marquis, because the last time these two giants played against each other was in Stage 1 in the lower bracket final. Unfortunately, they're meeting each other a little bit earlier this time, and they are playing for the same thing, elimination. And you have something interesting to talk about, right, with the circuit points?
Yeah, so with the circuit points, there's 3 slots for APAC. 2 of them will definitely go to Masters. The top 2 in points, and PaperX more or less has that lock, but between 2nd and 3rd, it's pretty close. And if Bleed win this and do make it to Masters, then Xerxia's slot in the top 2 for Champions is in danger. And Xerxia definitely will want to have control over their slot. So between these 2 teams, we'll have to see, because Bleed are coming for revenge, and Xerxia are trying to make sure that they don't give that away.
Yeah, I mean, Marquis right here is just thinking really far ahead. That's what he does, and that's what this is about, because truly, it's not just your slot to Masters at stake. It's not just LCQ, it's Champions, and really, you want to win as much as possible. Xerxia, our panel is all against them. We got to give them a bit of a chance, but let's actually see how they will perform on Haven, because they are playing very similar agent compositions, right? The one difference is Astra, Omen, that's about it. We talked about the flexibility of some of these agents. We talk about how Astra can be a little bit more methodical at times, but then again, it just comes down to how you perform on the battlefield.
Yeah, and we're starting off really quickly with Xerxia pushing onto this A side. It's a quick push. Surf immediately already gets a kill, but Lexi is going to be there for the trade. Surf takes another one, and Lenny makes it a trade. Fox gives the advantage back onto Xerxia, but they're backing off slowly.
Xerxia, all of a sudden, I mean, we don't see this that often. They don't rush that much, but when they do, and when they meet such a big force, they are actually able to trade things out, and now they have 3 players. Of course, though, Maxi pushing down middle, that was such a smart move, because he can hear the footsteps, and he confirms that the hit is coming towards C. Xerxia being smart as well, they put the smokes up before actually entering onto site, and now they get the spike down, but here comes Lenny, he pushes out front, he gets taken out, and it's all up to Maxi in a 1v3. He doesn't have that much to work with either. His doesn't have enough to buy up the paranoia. In fact, he just has to go in for some shots, some duels. Unfortunately, it's really tough to find them, just because all 3 players who have upgraded pistols are all hiding, coming in from C long. He has to nail this one, gets the first hit, so gets the second, down to 20 HP though, and Surf sneakily, stealthily skulking up the other side of the dark cover, shoots him at the perfect time. Xerxia 1-0 to start.
That's amazing play by Max. He almost got the 3rd as well, if he just didn't get spotted by the recon bolt. I think that's the biggest difference there. He didn't expect the recon bolt to be pinging from the inside, and that was from Fox, from the grave. Shot that recon bolt inside the smoke, allowing Surf to get Maxi safely. You just spotted him through the smoke. It's like, oh, that's not gonna help you, bro. And takes on Maxi. I mean, he almost pulled off the heroics there. I think he just wanted to tap the spike, but the pulse just came out and just detected him.
That said, though, Darian, going on the aggressive right now, looking for an opening pick, but unfortunately Xerxia, they're a little bit more prepared than that. In fact, they've got some bulldogs to work with as well. Now pushing out of the dark cover, it's Surf again in a corner. They just don't quite find him. He goes up front with the frenzy of all things. And now Bleed are losing numbers. Of course, it's just easy for them to clean up at this point, but that said, they are trying.
Surf riding that wave though. You getting a triple with a frenzy. 6 kills already on this man. He will have the blade storm up when he wants to as well. Like he just used to take an orb and it's all good. This is absolutely nutty. It's just the way he does things, the way he's gotten these frags. They're off to a good start. This is off to a very early statement. The blade storm, he can pop it right now. It's their bonus. This is the perfect time to pop it. The next round he can even buy.
Yeah, especially if they can win this bonus as well. And there it goes. Blade Storm activated. Then again, Bleed, they are fully aware of this, so they're trying to play a little bit safe. The Shock Dart does come out. The support player's doing what they can, but unfortunately, Surf, he's just a little bit too good right now. The tide has risen, and he is coming in along with it. Picks up the free Vandal as well. And Xerxia just tapping on the brakes for a second. As soon as the smoke dissipates, Surf sends all the knives that way, refreshes, kind of trades it with his teammate as well. Now they have, well, they are flourishing with firepower.
They are absolutely playing so fast right now. I think Bleed have just woken up and like Xerxia are already raring to go. It's absolutely insane from Xerxia. You know, Surf is 8-0 right now.
I didn't even realize that. He is. And look at how they're slowing things down. Bleed, they're getting a little bit anxious and now peeking out. Information gathered. It's an easy pickup for them as 2 of them overwhelm Lone Pith. 2 remaining players from Bleed all separated across the map as well. And unfortunately, Maxi will not be able to anchor and hold down against 3 players. Now they have full control over the C site. And despite having the full buys, despite having a rifle, it is just near impossible for Lexi to do this.
Yeah, it's a 1v5, and not to mention, the implications of this round is absolutely massive. It's a bonus round for Xerxia. All 5 of them survive. 4 of them get gun upgrades. Their economy is massive. They can even buy an off next round if they want to and still not break a sweat for their bank, because Surf is going to be really rich. He's going to have like, what, 7.7k, and he can just buy an
the exact number.
Yeah, he gets 3,000 for winning, 300 for the spike, 750 for the next round. Surf is gonna be so rich, and look, Lexi doesn't even go into a position where to find these post-plant kills.
It's too risky.
Frags, it's just too risky. Keeps the Vandal. The rest of his team can't really buy either, so. For Bleed, they're getting a bit overwhelmed right now, and Xerxia are just playing a bit too fast. They're just running in, and they're just overwhelming the side of Bleed Esports.
I just have to give you a round of applause because, my God, Mathlete, and you're all like I think you're
it's 100 off. I'm 100 off.
A little bit, but it's still basically more or less right. Here we go though, and back in the next round, Xerxia having won the bonus now. Bleed, they've got no choice but to hold back and find ways to deal with this. The fault line was good, but unfortunately they just don't quite have it in them to contest for this take right now. Aftershock will try to deny the plant though, and then the flashpoint. Pith able to pick up the first one, but Surf all the way behind of Gong. He's able to do quite a bit of damage. Here comes Lexi with a hero Vandal though, and he's able to do a little bit as well. They managed to hold it off for just a second longer, but it's still 2 Vandals against 3 players. And Fox is very close. He's able to take Darren out. Lenny coming in from the behind. All the way from the middle, and that leaves Fox alone. 50 HP. Bleed could actually win this Thrifty.
It's a clutch situation for Fox right now. He might be able to get a jump, but Lexi was faster on the trigger. Great Thrifty round from Bleed, finally getting a round back into this game. I was building up Xerxia because their economy was huge. They had the guns, they had everything.
They still do.
The B, they still do, but the B execute, I think it was a little bit too risky. They got pincered. They couldn't get the spike in time. Lenny was able to run all the way to shooting gallery and was able to take one down. And they just dismantled Xerxia, who we're just overwhelmed a little bit on that side. I think B is too risky, especially if you have the big guns. Like A and C have long corridors that will actually allow you to go in. So Xerxia tried to go for the big risk play, and unfortunately Bleed took advantage of that.
Yeah, easiest to take, but also not that easy to defend, especially when there are already players positioned outside of A and C Link, and it's the same situation, but this time Crows pushes up front. But here comes Lenny with the Hunter's Fury. Lexi as well. He is again just anchoring so incredibly well. The previous round he got 2 kills. This round it's the same thing. And once more, 1 player left from the side of Xerxia. Sushi Boys getting spotted out by the Aldrone as well, but not phased. He goes in for another peek, but here comes Darren, and he has the operator. Bleed is slowly starting to come online.
Yeah, it's the op on Darian. That's the scariest thing you'll ever see today, because that man, especially here, I think that's one of the biggest differences. Dax was mentioning it as well. Darian has improved a lot since this last matchup between these two teams. So he's going to be that X factor. He's going to be the difference maker between Bleed and Xerxia. And look at Lenny with all the utility damage. We saw this yesterday as well, right? In his 1v3 clutch. Sorry, the other day against Griffin. 1v3 clutch. The utility, with the shock darts, with the Hunter's Fury, he's just so good with the utility that enables Bleed to get so much space off the map.
One of the best support players that we've ever seen in MYSG. And Darian as well. Once he has his operator, you have to be very careful. But Maxi, what is the timing on that paranoia? Xerxia, they're gonna have to hang back for a second because the wall bang lineups are just perfect. 1 player gone now, and it wasn't even at any point of risk at all. Still, they're trying to find something, though. They've managed to push over in towards B, and without any Bleed players positioned from A or C Link, it's easier for them to get the spike planted.
Yeah, they actually committed the Hunter's Fury from Pith. Sorry, rather the Rolling Thunder. As I say, that Surf gets a kill. They committed a Rolling Thunder from Pith to try and deny the spike plan, but it does go down anyway. Xerxia trying to hold strong. Darian, though, rushing forward aggressively. Scary, though, got to kill Fox there as well. Xerxia holding strong. It's all down to Lenny, who gets taken down. He only takes 1 down with him, and Xerxia call back into this game.
My goodness, 4-2, and that's the operator gone off of Darian's hands. 1 more ult point, he might get the Blade Storm, but for this round, they just won't have the best buys, unfortunately. And that said, this is something that we've seen for like, what, the past 3 rounds now, Marquis? Xerxia just go in really quick in towards B, and once they get control over a space, a spot like Gong, it makes it that much more difficult for Bleed to actually retake if they don't have the jump on them. So, timeout being called right now. What do you make of this?
Yeah, good timeout from Bleed, though. I feel like a lot of teams, I mentioned this before, their timeouts tend to be a little bit too little, too late. Right now, Bleed, they're on the defense side. You know, on Haven, attack is the more favored side, but I think that this is a good time to call timeout, especially if your coach has figured something out on Xerxia's side. Maybe shuffle the defense a little bit, or stop players from maybe going to a spiral of just letting Xerxia in over and over again. You take a look at the mini-map right now. They're actually pinging on A, specifically on lobby. Yeah. I think they're thinking about the lobby control. Xerxia does that a lot. They like taking control of A lobby and then A long or A short, and then they back out and then take control over a different site. We've seen that earlier today. Actually going for a different game plan. So Xerxia have also kind of like read, okay, they're probably going to
I think
read our A plan. We'll do something else.
That's the thing about this map, is just you have so much to look out for. No matter what Bleed does, if they don't have the momentum, it's difficult for them to try to get a good read of how Xerxia or where Xerxia is trying to approach. We thought it might be A, but this time actually headed towards C, and with a perfect cosmic divide, the value of the Astra is expounded upon. They managed to get the spike down for free. Bleed, they have a little bit. Darren managed to pick up an alt point, so an alt orb. So he has the Blade Storm, but then again, it's a full 5v5 retake, Marquis.
Yeah, 5v5 retake. The cosmic divide just goes down.
Well, he's
again, to clear a corner. They're clearing Surf. They know that someone might be hiding there. Immediately gets taken down. Dangerous spot for him. But the post plants are going to be so difficult for them because they're already
Hunter's Fury.
No interaction here for the post plants. Xerxia are not going to get touched here. There's a Hunter's Fury getting committed as well, and Bleed are starting to get picked off 1 by 1. There's a smoke though right now.
And just like that, they were holding all the way from the other side. And without exposing themselves all that much, unfortunately for the Bleed squad, they just weren't quite able to go back in to actually get the spike defused. They managed to gain control of the site, but the post-plant positions were too strong. Rolling Thunder, Hunter's Fury, not to mention Crows pushing up front as well. It's a little bit too overwhelming for Bleed.
It's just too much for them to handle. The post plant was just 100% perfect. It was planted for open because of that cosmic divide, and they basically just pulled the rug from under Bleed. Bleed thought they had control over the side, but all of a sudden, all the utilities come in. Darion getting a first kill onto Sushi Boys. It's gonna be a thrifty round for Bleed, but okay, Surf has something to say about it. The rest of Bleed are already on site though.
Oh my gosh. It's incredibly fast versus incredibly faster. And right now, Bleed, despite having only sheriffs, they managed to take Xerxia down. It's a thrifty win, all at the hands of this revolver. 6 rounds in the chamber, and they managed to make it work.
There's 5 of them on the sheriff, and they just absolutely decimated Xerxia. I think this is where they were really fast to read the movements of Xerxia, and Bleed just took advantage of that. Darion with a triple kill, ever so sharp with that sheriff, immediately takes out Xerxia there. I'm gonna be hurting if I'm Xerxia.
I think Bleed are starting to recognize that Xerxia are not playing a slow game at all. In fact, they're just continuously rushing in to gain quick control over forward positions, and then backing off perhaps to do other things, depending on how the situation goes. Bleed, if they are able to react just as fast and they make the right call, they are able to contest and resist so much of these sites, and that's something that they really do have going for them, especially when players like Darren are online. Xerxia slowing down.
Yeah, they slowed down. Bleed changed their defense a little bit. They stacked B first, and then they suddenly fan out to defensive positions again. Xerxia, though, are aware of Bleed changing their defenses, which is why they're slowing down a little bit. They're trying to poke and prod the bear, try to figure out what this new Bleed defense is, or what's going on this new Bleed positioning, because they've lost that previous round to 5 sheriffs, and that hurts. From the shadows getting used for some intel, gets spotted at mid, but actually the spike is still gravitating towards the A site, which is now open.
Oh my god. A little bit of a burst, and all of a sudden the rotations are going through. Bleed, they have to stay fast though. They need to react and read this correctly, and right now 30 seconds left. It's the right call. They were already prepared to come back onto the A site, and just like that, Lenny holding the angle, unfortunately getting taken out by Scary, but I believe they've done their job. All players are already on the scene, and unfortunately for Xerxia, as much as they want to rotate fast over onto the B site, can they actually get the spike down? Yes, that is the question. Crows just hops over the turret, doesn't even get tagged, managed to get the spike down at 0 seconds remaining. 0 point something, but here comes Xerxia. They still are trying to hold down the site, but Bleed is already fast on the rotations. All they need to do is to gun them down, and even with the clock down coming in, Darren destroys it, but here comes Scary, holds it off, and Fox takes out Maxi. Oh my goodness, what a close call.
0.38 seconds left to plant that spike. He even made sure to jump through to plant it safely. Unbelievable heroics from Xerxia recovering this round. Scary with a spray transfer here. Absolutely insane. Gets Darion on that second transfer. And even after the hold from Bleed, Xerxia find a way to make it to the B side with less than half a second remaining and win the round.
I cannot believe the Xerxia that I'm seeing, Marquis. A shave and a haircut, 2 bits. They just managed to secure that round off of heroics, and right now trying to pull off similar plays, just jumping back across the entire map. Bleed are trying to stay on their toes as well. Maxi tapping down Silong is able to find the first one. What will Xerxia do now to respond to this, though? Look at how they're fanning across the map. Oh,
yeah,
Darion's pushing up
across the map. So is Darion, exactly. So Darion pushing out, looking for more information. He's blocked out with a smoke right now, but they're using the owl drone to look for more information to see if Darion can push forward even further. They're going to have an inkling that's not going to be A, though, so they should have this idea that it should be all the way to C.
Well,
one
nice. Yeah, we love those one ways. Omen gets to do that. Astra maybe not quite as much. So this gives them a little bit of a window to actually gain more information. Now they hear the footsteps. They know these players are coming in. And it's just a matter of time before the hit goes through. Fox leading the charge. The tip of the spear finds a quick double. Lenny using the Hunter's Fury to delay them, but unfortunately it just doesn't quite connect. And now Pith getting taken out. It's unfortunately too slow, a little bit too late. It is all up to Darian, and he's carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders.
Fox
getting tagged up by the Owl Drone as well. Fox, he is lining up, setting up for that ace. Darian getting tagged down twice, 54 HP remaining. Knows where Fox is, but he's aware of the second player as well. Doesn't have the tailwind, so this all comes down to movement and aim duels. But unfortunately for him, I mean, look at Scary. He's just not moving at all. Darian, it's so tough. He creeps up a little bit further, just waiting for that peak. And here comes, gets the first one. Scary hiding behind, but unfortunately the tailwind up front just exposes him because Scary was waiting for so long. And like that, Xerxia comes up 7-3. They haven't dropped a round yet.
Great post-plant position from Xerxia. Darian just could not find an opening in that 1v2. He finally got Fox, but at that point it was too late, and Scary's position just ensured the win for Xerxia. Fox, though, was so close to the ace. He got a 4K here. Darian was tagged so low from his shock darts, too. He had such a good job holding Darian on that corner, but just could not find a kill. Xerxia 7-3 right now.
And they are not slowing down at all, Marquis. I can't believe this. Starting things off, they take out the operator. Now they get control over B site, and even with players positioned outside, it's going to be a little bit tough. Darren's pulling off some heroics, though, pushing up A long. He gets the first pick, picked up a Vandal as well, has 3 blades remaining. Lexi pushing up 2. He's able to get 1, and all of a sudden, Xerxia making a quick call to rotate over onto C. Nano Storm, though, and it just pushes them out of position. Darren is waiting for this. He wants to put the knives to them, and Surf is the last one left. Strafing back and forth, a bit of an updraft. Darren managed to stay, well, not quite alive. 1v3 now, and Surf is still carrying the spike, is still looking for some kind of an opening. Bleed, they have the numbers advantage. They should be able to make this work. And all they need to do is to play it carefully. Waiting for the tap, but Surf is not going in for it. He's able to take 2 out. What? 4 players gone, and he's got the Quadra as well. Lenny's the last one left. He's got a full belt, though. Full belt of utility. Surf doesn't have that much, only the updraft, and Lenny going up outside of garage window, claims revenge for his fallen teammates and puts Bleed back on the board, 4-7.
That was a bit too close for comfort from Bleed. 1v3, Surf was able to find 2, almost finds a 1v3. Would it have been an ace clutch? I think it would have been an ace clutch. Yeah, it would have been an ace clutch if he just found that. Did you see? He finds his first 2 kills and it was a 1v3 left. Definitely would have been an ace clutch, but unfortunately for him, Lenny was in the right place at the right time. Just suspected that he would come to defender spawn, take Surf out, and Bleed. Just make it ever so closer.
What a close game. That's it, though. I mean, looking at how Xerxia are playing right now, Surf is doing so much. Lenny as well with his utility, but unfortunately just doesn't do enough damage, and Surf is still able to take 1 out. Sushi Boys coming in with a trade, contesting so much for long control. The Rolling Thunder keeps Pith pinned down, and it's an easy flick for Crows. A murder of crows, you might call it, as Xerxia already makes their way onto the site together as a team. Maxi's the only one left and flushed out of position because of Nanoswarm. He has no choice but to push out, is able to take out 1, but Fox cleans this up. It's an 8-4 at the end of the first half, Marquis.
Nice 8-4 start for Xerxia, but Bleed are also very strong on the attacking side. So right now, it may not look very close, but I want to see what Bleed has in store for the attacking side, because you know how Bleed plays, right? First man in, similar to how Xerxia plays. Surf goes in, the rest of his team follows. They help out, Surf gets the frags. Same thing for Bleed. It's going to be all eyes on Darian, who's going to enter all these sites and tries to clear Xerxia out. But you mentioned it earlier on, Xerxia are very good on the defensive side too. They're very good at anticipating the offense and making sure to have that distance between that first attack and first point of contact to actually having enough time for the rest of the team from Xerxia to come in and rotate. Let's see if that works on Haven, which is actually a really big map.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about the round differential right now, Marquis, actually, because if Bleed doesn't find this pistol, it's going to be that much more difficult for them to claw their way back into this game. So they really, it's so crucial that they take this one right now, and we need to see Darian step up because we know that he can do it. I do feel like it's also a little bit of that agent composition difference. Of course, Maxi going in for the flexibility with the Omen. You get to send out Paranoias. The Shrouded Step as well at times can be really tricky for opponents. But Scary has been doing so much as Astra, the global presence of it all, setting stars up across the map. At times, you will see players pushed out of positions or players just unable to take hold over certain areas just because there's a potential for that Gravity Well or Nova Pulse. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's Astra is a lot faster in reacting cross map as opposed to Omen, because you still have to aim the smoke a little bit. And Omen kind of has that potential, but it takes a little bit more setup, a little bit more time to actually do that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Astra is like a point and click adventure. You bring
Point
out your
and
map.
click adventure.
No, you bring out the map and you're like, yes, the star goes here. Yes.
I was thinking more like RTS. But okay.
I guess it's similar. But...
Point and click adventure. I like that. But still, here we go now. Second round is underway and Bleed on the attack. There's only one player defending the A site, and this is such an interesting setup coming in from Xerxia. I mean, look at what's going on the minimap.
Yeah, it's just Fox on the A side. Xerxia are expecting sort of like a B or C push. They're all just gathered over that side. They just want to go for this A retake instead. Oh, look at Fox, though. He might be able to find a killjoy here, unsuspecting, as Lexi pushes forward. Fox sees one. Oh, actually jumps to the side, but it's actually more dangerous there than in Sewers. He gets surrounded. He gets taken down, and Xerxia, can they mount this retake?
SpaghettiOs. It was an interesting setup, but unfortunately it just does not work out if Fox doesn't find anything at all, and he did not. All players from Bleed still alive, and they have control over the A site. Xerxia now, it's a 4 and 5 retake. And it's so tough to break through these choke points. I mean, look at the perfect smoke up over by Heaven. They have 0 vision. And at the same time, coming in from A-Link as well, it's so tough to push out of that unless you have some kind of utility. The fault line doesn't even connect. A bit of a dash forward, and it's easy for Bleed to take them down bit by bit, tapping away. And there it is. Scary, unfortunately, able to only take out 1. And it's an easy win for Bleed. 5-8. This is the win that they were looking for.
Yeah, exactly. They needed this win so much because 4-8 might be still a little bit too far to kind of like get into. And then if Xerxia win the pistol round, it would have been a 6-round lead for them, more or less. So Bleed winning this pistol round is extremely important. They need to catch up, and that is a statement from them from the pistol round.
Oof. They're buying up on the Bulldogs as well. Heavy armor all across the board. Xerxia, it's going to take some unorthodox positioning, but unfortunately they're sticking to this same approach of stacking up towards B/C. Fox is the only one, and if Bleed actually gets the right read on this, they overwhelm the A site. It's the same situation, the same story, an easy take.
Yeah, it's the same hold for Xerxia. I'm not... Like, I guess they're anticipating. They're trying to gamble on which side, and especially on an eco. I think this works fine. I think once we see the rifle rounds coming in, we'll probably see something different. But you're right. They're going to try to overwhelm Fox, and he's just going to run away. Look at him, 27 HP already, because Darion actually dinks him in the head.
Okay, very interesting. A little bit of a dink, so he's not dead yet. Doesn't quite have the firepower either, but then again, this is just the start of the second half. You are absolutely right. I think Xerxia are just trying to get a feel, or maybe trying to condition Bleed into playing a certain way. That's why it's leaving A site open right now. But yeah, a little bit of a classic, and unfortunately Maxi gets taken out. But you can instantly see on the mini-map that Lexi is coming in to set up in case anyone tries to push up to pick up that weapon.
I think Xerxia are just looking for exit frags. They're gonna try to die to the spike, I hope. Wait, I'm so confused at how the Xerxia are actually positioning right now. Lexi is the one pushing out forward.
Wait.
Crows almost finds one, gets taken out though. Lexi gets tagged down and finds Fox as well. Sushi Boys is just gonna commit suicide on the spike.
You don't see that too often. I mean, okay, committing suicide, that's like, yeah, you need that round loss bonus, but such an interesting way to intentionally hold these different angles, hold these different positions, because you know you don't have that high of a chance in coming in for that retake.
Yeah, they just look for those exit frags. I think they sort of like had a plan to at least try to stun them, or at least make their bonus round a little bit more painful. But what was their planning gonna be if Bleed did not go out from A long? They wouldn't have been able to run back into the spike and die to it.
So it's a little bit interesting, but that said, here we go into the next round. And after breaking some darts, here comes Bleed rushing in towards the C site now. At first it was A, now it's the extreme opposite end of the map, and they managed to take quick control after taking down Garage.
Yeah, that's next man up for them. Darian goes in, gets taken out, but Lenny just swings out. Feels like a duelist on that Sova. Just swings out, takes out the Killjoy. C is clear, the spike is down. And right now, they still have defenders rushing into the C side. They're not finding anyone just yet. Lexi has already found one. Xerxia are getting dismantled from left and right. They don't know where Bleed is coming from. They're getting shot left and right now. They think they can get on the spot. Scary finds one, but Maxi is still there. Last 12 HP for Scary, but he just gets taken down by Pith and Maxi, the Swedish duo for Bleed.
The Swedish duo, and they had this perfectly planned, perfectly set up. Even if Maxi didn't get him through the smoke, Pith was already coming up from behind, and he was the one who got the wallbang anyway. And this is how Bleed starts to play. I mean, it looks really good. This was the bonus round, and they managed to take it pretty cleanly.
Ooh. Look at the timeout, Quack. It's time. Xerxia are spooked. They don't want to let Bleed get too close. But here's the thing. Bleed won that round. That was a bonus round too. So this is really scary. That's exactly Xerxia's start as well. But Bleed were the ones who were able to make an eco work. On the other side, Xerxia though, let's see if they can actually get back into this game, because it looks like their mental is starting to get affected here. It looks like they're trying to get into their heads a little bit, and Bleed are just finding ways to tilt Xerxia.
Yeah, like that's the thing about Haven, right? It's such a momentum-heavy map just because the attackers get to change things up every now and then. And as a defender, when you have 5 entry points to look out for, sometimes it's just a little bit overwhelming. So Xerxia calling in a timeout right now, I think it's a good idea to try to figure out different approaches to setting up utilities so that you don't have to spend that much resources in defending a single site, defending a single spot.
I completely agree.
I think Bleed are just going to change things up continuously because they have that momentum, and we've seen them do this before, especially coming in from MYSG. We've seen Darren perform so well with the operator before.
Yeah, this Darian on the operator is just going to be so good. But right now, yeah, it looks like a full rifle buy for the side of Bleed.
And on the other side, Xerxia, I mean, just stacking up on A towards A Link, shorties, sheriffs. They don't have information at all. But neither do Bleed, and they're actually walking right into them. Oh gosh, this is so hairy. Darren gets the opening pick, and all of a sudden they make the call to push in towards A. If they do not clear out sewer right now, this is going to be a very big problem. Going in for this, Lexi pushing down as well. They're able to take out 2. Unfortunately, Lexi loses his life, and Scary gets the free Vandal. Crows, even flicking upwards, takes Darien down, but Maxi thankfully there for the trade. Lenny trying to get the spike planted, but has to back up because of the sprays. Going in from this one Nebula. It does so much. It gives him a bit of space, but he has to be careful now. Sneaks past the Owl Drone, kind of gets tagged, and instantly you can see the calls coming from Bleed. They know where he is, they know how to swing, they get the frag, and they get themselves back on the board tied up 8-8.
So good for Bleed. Finally getting back into this game. That's 4 rounds in a row they've won on the second half. Xerxia have not found a win on defense just yet. And we were talking about their defense, right? They're able to adapt, but Bleed seem to be ready for that. They're really here, and they're ready for their revenge on Haven.
It's just such a tricky map, Marquis. Haven! But here it is. Surf now trying to counter whatever Bleed's throwing. That he's pulling out the big guns. He's trying to lock out A long, which is what Bleed has been going for the past several rounds now. Unfortunately, a little bit of utility, and they just back off.
Surf on the op. This is definitely going to be similar to Darian's effect with the operator for Bleed, but look at it. Bleed know. They just know what Xerxia are going to do, and their attacking side is just so good. Darren already pushing forward. Does not find a first kill, though. They know where Scary is. It's going to be a crossfire. Lenny takes Scary down. The Hunter's Fury takes Suji Boys down as well. That's exactly what they need. Bleed have opened up the C side, and right now, Xerxia are in the back foot. They take down Crows as well, and this operator on Surf is not the best tool for the retake.
I can't believe this! Lenny, so good! And at the same time, Lexi just coming in to back him up all the way outside of Garage. It's the perfect plan. And unfortunately for Surf, such a heavy investment, it did not pay off. He has to run away just to save this thing. Bleed is such a calculated play. Even with Darren losing his life, it's all just for him to create that space for his teammates.
They know what to do, and that's Darian's job. He's the first one in. He will not win 100% of the trades. That's just the nature of the game, but the rest of Bleed are ready to capitalize on that. And Surf trying to run away with his life. They're trying to hunt him. He's surrounded. Every single exit that he has, Maxi's going to be there as well. Surf does find a kill, though. Tries to run away, and I think he's safe, pretty much.
Pretty much. With the Cloud Burst as well, tucks himself neatly into that corner. Quick reactions to take Maxi down, and it just proves that despite Bleed having the momentum, even in these last moments, Xerxia still have fight left in them. Let's see if they can actually come back into the game, because Bleed are starting to build this up now. They have that 1-round lead.
Yeah, the lead. Oh, I like this. I like this from Bleed. Okay, so a lot of teams don't really call this timeout, where especially when you start getting a lead. A lot of coaches, some do. Some like it because they want to close the game out. They want to really game plan or change something. Maybe this is where they go to plan B. And the reason why is because Xerxia might be starting to read the offense. And this timeout might just be great to stop that. And for Bleed, maybe here's where you bring out your pocket strats, your cheeses, your things that might work once but won't work again later. Because when you bring the cheese in this late into the game, you string the rounds, you bring yourself to match point. Exactly what Bleed wants to do here. That's why they're timing out. Might be also just to slow the players down so they don't overheat, because they've been on a hot streak right now. 5 rounds in a row for them. They have the economy. All their players are feeling it. So this timeout might just be to calm them down as well. Like, chill. You got this. But, you know, breathe a little bit.
Breathe and just let it soak in. This is the elimination bracket. You lose this and you get knocked out. Bleed, they want to keep their streak going. And right now, utility again back in towards the A site. It kind of catches a couple of players, but then the recon comes out as well. Sushi Boys, all of a sudden, outside of Garage, he catches them on the rotation, and they make the right reads. Bleed, they have to be careful about approaching into the C side right now, because Xerxia are fully aware of this. Unfortunately, a bit of a flash point, though, and that's enough for Lenny and Maxi to take this down. Pith, what an assist!
Yeah, Bleed are just running away, getting away with everything. And look at Xerxia, they're gonna try for this retake because they know they have very few chances to actually try now. From the shadows from Maxi. Oh, they're leaving C side open. They're waiting for, oh, it's a lockdown being committed actually. Lenny gets taken down. I'm not sure if Bleed can get here in time. Surf is trying to stick it. That's half. Crows is gonna be there. Surf is gonna stick it. The attacker killjoy lockdown is not gonna pop, and Bleed, they had that round in the bag, but Xerxia find a miracle. Somehow find this round despite the odds. What happened there from Bleed?
Yeah, I'm gonna level with you, Marquis, because this is just Xerxia fighting fire with fire. You can see how they planned this out perfectly. You had Fox pushing down C-Long. He calls it clear. Yeah, they're not playing post-plant from this spot. There's only one other place they could be, and that's Garage. At the same time, the lockdown, everything, Rolling Thunder was just in place for Xerxia to reclaim this site, and they managed to make it work. They knew where they were coming from. They had their crosshairs pre-aimed, pre-placed. They took them down. This time around, though, Bleed, again, they have the bank, they have the strats, and they are trying to pull off a sneaky play into the A site.
They're trying to play fast this time, and there's a burst that's going to be coming in from Darren. He dashes through the owl drone. There's the flash. Fox's flash as well. Darian, though, does not find the first frag just yet. Fox and Crow to find the kills. Pith and Maxi are here to respond, but 2v3 right now. It's all down to Lexi and Maxi. Surf is still on the site, though.
Surf. He's looking it down. He gets taken out, takes a shot, but unfortunately Lexi is just a little bit sharper. Here comes the defender lockdown, though. And unfortunately Lexi has no choice but to push up. And that's where he gets taken out. Maxi, shrouded step, all the way to the back of A site. And I think this is one that Xerxia will expect. They kind of hurt the Hobbs through as well, but Maxi, a little bit sharper, able to take out the first player. Here comes Scary, though. Close and personal. It's a classic right click to the face. That's
look at
a classic if I've ever seen one.
Oh my god. Look at that. Look at Maxi on the camera. He knows what he did. He knows he did him dirty. Look at his smirk after getting that right click classic. Yeah, take a picture. Take a bow, Maxi. What a guy. The classic double headshot to that immediately just kills a full HP player. Maxi with a clutch is absolutely amazing. Push forward in the Cosmic Divide, brings out the classic. Oh my god, like what the look at this. It's just the classic. Oh, we don't see the kill, but Maxi just did him so dirty.
What? You have to be a specific kind of player, a specific kind of mindset to pull off such a play, to peek out of a Cosmic Divide with your operator, land the first shot, and then go with the next. But here comes Darren now as well. They are not slowing down at all. Blaze Storm already at the ready, but unfortunately he gets sprayed through the dark cover instead. Sushi Boys was prepared for this. Fox as well with the Hunter's Fury. It's a double kill. B-side is way too vulnerable for Bleed to take right now. And despite that, it's a bit of a force spy-ish coming in from Xerxia. They are able to make it work. Bleed are basically pinned down here because Surf is right behind them coming in from mid. They can't even get the spike down. It's way too risky. Lexi just sticks it, though. Maxi's trying to step towards the back of the site, and he's waiting for a bit of a peek. It's still not yet planted. The turret gets deployed, but unfortunately, it's just way too fast. Too many players. Maxi gets the first shot, sprays down the second, turns over to behind him, but unfortunately will not get the spray transfer because of the Astra Nebula, because of Sushi Boys pushing out from the side.
This game is neck and neck, 10-10 right now, and Xerxia find a way to keep it competitive, even after Bleed's onslaught in the first part of this second half. But Bleed starting to look sloppy here. Xerxia, though, Fox with a double kill as well. I love that we're seeing two Sovas that are so amazing here on Lenny and Fox. Their utility usage is just so good. And right now, you can see Maxi there. It was a 1v4. He still found two. He's definitely feeling it.
Without a doubt. Every single player in this server right now is coming alive. Just from these sheer utility plays and even just sharp duels. Surf, again, he's the one that we have to be very wary of because every single time he comes online, every single time he defends a site, he does so much and pulls out a lot of value. One player instantly gone, and that's Pith as well. That means no more flashes for Bleed.
Yeah, the flashes are so important in getting to his A side, so they're gonna have to go in here dry. Surf finds one, finds a third kill as well, and right now Bleed, they're on the back foot, 2v5. Maxi sharp on the trigger, but Fox is there for the trade, all down to Lexi for this 1v4, and he's gonna get shot from the back. Crows hiding in that corner.
Off angle. Marquis, this is such a close game, but now that Bleed has lost the momentum, that's what, 2 rounds in a row? Xerxia are actually pulling off the right defenses. I'm not quite sure what's going on with Bleed, even after that advantageous timeout, perhaps we would call it that.
Maybe not anymore.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but they are just rushing into sites, and it's a little bit too reckless.
Yeah, I think Bleed was used to having their way. They were so confident in the first part of this half, and it was working. But right now, Xerxia have found ways to stop the bleeding, so to speak. And Bleed, right now, they're looking for answers. They're running the 5 sheriffs again. We've seen this work, and Lenny with yet another Hunter's Fury kill. What a godly Sova play.
Wait.
And right now, this opens the C site. Garen finds 1 kill, but Scary finds 2. Lenny's
No
gonna be there with a
freaking way.
sheriff as well. 3 sheriffs right now. The Rolling Thunder hits Crows. The stun. He doesn't get a kill. Pith gets Crows all down to Fox. 3v1 right now. He's gonna get swarmed by those nanobots. And Lenny, yet another thrifty round for Bleed. How do they keep getting away with these sheriffs?
How is the question? It's just sheriffs. It's Lenny with the Hunter's Fury to start things off. Bleed. They managed to make this work twice now. And if you're Xerxia, you are just dazed, stunned, and confused because they had this round dead to rights. But through sheer utilities, through sheer plans, Bleed managed to turn this back around, and we are back 11-11. Not to mention, Xerxia, their economy is a little bit impacted right now. Kroos, he only has a Stinger.
Yeah, that Stinger is not gonna be great. It's also heavy armor rather.
What?
With a Stinger, but Scary is gonna find the first kill through the smoke. Darren is gonna be there for the trade though. He responds. He's gonna get second as well. Xerxia are breaking apart. They're falling apart right now. Bleed have full control over the seaside, and the spike is gonna go down. They have the man advantage. There's the big room Fox. He finds one. Fifth is gonna be there for the second. The Crows with the Stinger finds one. Lexi with a kill as well. It's all down to Surf right now. He has to try. Down to 1v1. Surf with the operator against Maxi, who's been super clutch for Bleed right now. Switches to the Phantom. Can he pull off this clutch? Maxi, though, is going to be there sneaking forward. Finds the kill. The smoke from Maxi. It's a one-way. He finds the feet. Maxi comes in again with the clutch and puts Bleed on match point.
Maxi! This guy is some 200 IQ. His subconscious mind is coming alive and whispering sweet nothings to him because he had that perfect one-way smoke that was just right on top of the stack on C site. As soon as that cloudburst expired, he knew if Surf was sticking that defuse, he would be able to see it. And that is just a perfect play. 12-11, 1 round away from victory. And then we go into Fracture. Bleed. They are just creeping up. Surf has the Blade Storm, but Darren's just a little bit faster. Swaps around, but the aftershocks, it all comes into play. Cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war because Bleed are here and they are taking down this site. Crows, you are the last one left. And unfortunately, I think your dog tags are just going to be slipped away. There's nothing that you can do now because all the utility, all the players, they are all on the site and they are just waiting for you. The perfect headshot. It's 13-11 and Bleed closes this out in style.
Xerxia had such a great first half, led 8-4, but what happened? Bleed just took control over the game. They won multiple rounds in a row. They won those thrifty sheriffs. Those 2 thrifty sheriffs made the biggest difference in Bleed's victory here. And Bleed complete their revenge. They've won on the map where they lost against Xerxia in stage 1. They must be feeling so good right now. Look at the smiles on their faces. Maxi, so smug right now.
Yo, the eye drop buff is real. Maxi is just big brain, and everything is working out so well for them. I cannot believe this. It came so close. But again, the last time that these 2 squads actually faced off against each other in APAC Stage 1, they actually lost Haven to Xerxia. It was 14-12. Again, really close, but that time, Xerxia edged them out. This time, Bleed came to play. And if this is any indication, Fracture is going to be even more insane.
Yeah, it's such a really spicy series between the 2 teams, and we see why they're the 2nd and 3rd place team right now in terms of circuit points, and why in our rankings, in our personal rankings, they're both in the top 4.
They really are. I mean, that's what we have to say. I think we talked enough about them right now because we still have so much more to cover. Fracture is the next map, and our panel is going to take care of that right after this break. Don't touch your browser, guys. We will be back.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know
What a game! I know that Bleed Esports took that game, but that was some insane gameplay from both sides over here. We're back on the panel and we're gonna be talking about that. By the way, it's likable, Fluffy and Trick still by your side. But excuse me. I feel like our head-to-head was on point today, Tricks. Lenny on that Sova, absolutely crazy. I know you're gonna point out how amazing Maxi is. You always do that. But I want to shed some light on Lenny over here. That guy, look at his utility usage. Always getting value out of it.
His ultimate ability paired with the breach flashes and the concuss, just the amount of synergized utility that Bleed was dishing out just kept giving them that upper hand in order to take those sites. I feel that this is the Bleed I've always been wanting to see. This is the Bleed they're consistently giving out. It's starting to be a lot more coordinated and their backline is just fantastic.
It really was. You know what? I need some of the eye drops they were using before they started the match. Bleed Esports, please tweet me the brand that you guys were using. I think I need that too because your aim is just on point. And I do have to mention, Fluffy, we know Darian to be such an amazing operator user. And I think that Xerxia was really giving respect to that. They tried to avoid his op as much as possible until a point that he had to clutch those rounds.
I mean, we obviously know that he's great on the operator, but on the hand of Xerxia, I feel like they were a bit too cautious at times. Not just the fact that they were kind of avoiding him in general, but also slowing down the pace enough that when they were on that defensive side, they weren't able to really react correctly to the efforts of Bleed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just something else. Xerxia a little bit too careful. I have to agree with you over there, Fluffy. I would have loved to see more aggression on their side tricks, but I do understand where they're coming from because they did try to aggress earlier in the rounds. But hey, those were pistol rounds. Once they had the guns in, I would have loved if they punished the forward aggression that Bleed Esports was showing over here.
I think Bleed Esports, what I find that they did really well was they would put pressure at the start, right? They'd go for that early pick, they'd go for the early peek, and what ends up happening is Xerxia gets pushed back. So when Xerxia gets pushed back and then they play a little more passive, they don't try to retake that information, or even if they have the information, there's still multiple players on that site, there's no rotation going in. Bleed punishes that by forcing the other sites, and then they have all of the utilities still. They have the recon bolt backup, they have the concuss up on breach, and they just put it together and overwhelm. They add the flashes with Darian going in for that entry. So much space given to them. On Xerxia's side, I felt we do love a Killjoy. We like that hard sentinel. There's a lot of mobility there. There's a lot that you can do. But it just felt like there wasn't enough value coming in from Sushi Boy's Killjoy.
Oh, but on the other side, Lexi on that Killjoy really made an impact over here, especially once again, when you put in the combo that he was having with Lene over here. Really good stuff that these guys are bringing to the table. But I'm going to take this one away from Trix because he always talks about Maxi. So, Fluffy, why don't you talk about him instead this time?
I feel like Maxi's just such a high-impact controller. We brought him before in the other MVPs and highlights for the head-to-heads, and we always said that this player specifically is a type of player that not only uses his smoke like a smoke criminal, but also has the aim to back it up. He really is able to control, no pun intended again, the space that his team can operate in, even smoking a lot of times for his teammates and giving them the opportunities to pop off as well. And individually, as we see, it reflects in the scoreboard of how much and how important he is even on the offense for Bleed Esports. An Omen, I feel like one of the advantages over something like an Astra specifically, like in this matchup, is that you're constantly, being that you're in the fight, you also have the opportunity to shine yourself.
Now let's talk about the scoreline that we were talking about just a while ago. You can clearly see that both of these teams were actually thriving more on the attack side rather, Trix. So what do you think they should have done over at the defense? I know that aggression is a factor, but let's elaborate on that.
I think you need to be more aware of the utility the opponent is coming in with. You know that there's a Sova, you know that there's a breach on both sides. So if you're going to be playing those angles, in which are kind of like those cubby angles where you're hoping to get one pick or two pick, you need to make sure that they don't have the utility in order to do that. Have somebody ready to break the Sova recon. How many times have we seen Lenny get away with that recon, showing two players, being able to pick them off? Darian also in the smoke, still killing them because he can see when the ping comes in. So I find that on both sides, whether it was Xerxia or Bleed, they needed to, first of all, not overcommit that aggression, not overcommit to your angles. We could see Bleed also thrive when they went on that retake, when they just went for a pinch instead, when they would go into the site with the utility. Usually, more often than not, on Haven, the issue is that players get picked off in that site because they're either too aggressive or they're playing a cubby angle without having the right kind of team play in order to keep them in that angle safely.
Talking about angles though, during the first half of this game, I did notice that during the Bleed defense bonus round, Fluffy, Xerxia rather, actually went to B site even though they had their full buy, which I know that Marky actually pointed this out. Kind of questionable on their end because when you have those guns, the Vandals, the Phantoms, whatever you're holding, you kind of want to opt for the more long-range fights, right? Because the opponent would be on their thrifty buy and you would have the advantage. So I'm a little bit concerned why that was the play that went down, that they pushed B site instead of the attack. And they actually lost that round because of how good Bleed Esports was on their sheriffs.
I mean, Bleed Esports for them, I think it's great that they can land these important shots when it really matters on the Sheriffs, and it really proves effective, especially with a team like that. But for Xerxia to make a decision really big like that, it's probably one of those just in-game decisions where you just think about it in the moment. That seems like a good idea, because when you're playing against an eco, yes, it's very good to have the range advantage, knowing that you have the rifles in hand. But honestly speaking, with the 50-meter range, and the map like Ascent, it doesn't super matter in my opinion, because most of the time that the opponents are on an eco, you're kind of expecting a play. So I feel like that also plays on your mental, figuring out like what they're gonna do, if they have some kind of setup, if it's a bait trying to funnel you, etc. And because of the length of the map, there's a lot of places in Haven specifically where, I guess, how do you say this? You kind of want to subvert a lot of expectations going into this.
You really do. Well, this time, you wanna take back your expectations, right? But what about Fracture? This was not part of our expectation today, Trix. And I don't know what I think about the lineup either, so share your thoughts.
Bleed is going in with a lineup that they seem to like with variation. They are playing the Neon instead of the Jet. Maxi is on that Viper. And on Xerxia, honestly, I had no idea what to expect. I do like the Fade. We have talked about the Fade earlier before we went into the Fracture map, and there's a lot of potential there alongside having that Breach. So I feel they don't need that Neon to top it off. But I do think that in terms of playstyle, I am hoping to see Xerxia be a little more aggressive. They do have Sushi Boys on that Cypher. I find Cypher is good, but I am not sure if he'll be as effective on a map like Fracture that has so many entry points.
Yeah, I have to agree with Trix there. Looking at the lineup especially, I'm not... How do you say this? I'm very surprised that they're picking the agents that they did. I like the Fade coming out from Xerxia. It's always a good pick here on Fracture. Gives you a lot of information, and the Brimstone to keep it balanced. But on the other hand, having that Neon Breach combo is something that's tried and tested here on the APAC stage. We know it's effective when it does work. It clears a lot of angles. But having the solo Viper controller on the defense is great because of the pressure of the wall and knowing that your opponents want to run in. But looking at Xerxia's lineup, they have a lot of options. It's not necessarily like a whole W comp that, you know, they can have the patience and time to get the picks. They can play around this Viper wall, so it might kind of be a bit detrimental because they lack the flexibility. And knowing that Bleed is probably going to go for these more aggressive plays, having that Cypher playing into a Neon is one of the best counties you can have, because the Cypher traps and trips as well as the cages really mess up with a lot of the Neon's plan. And I think that in general, having a lot of line of sight blocking utility in the form of the cages and the Brim smoke, so that's like 5 in total plus the 2 jet smokes, it's a lot that can block out a lot of these, like you can stack them to block a lot of these small ways, and can nullify other things that play at range like Breach and Chamber on the side of Bleed.
Not to mention the lack thereof of access to information on the side of Bleed Esports every year. I mean, we've got the Fade. I feel like that offers a lot more hard intel compared to having a single initiator like Breach over here. But we do have the Boombot. We've mentioned this. Sort of the utility that's coming off of the Raze over here. Kind of feels like extra utility to give you that access to more information. But again, comparing it to the Fade plus the blockage of the line of sight, as Fluffy just mentioned, gonna be a little bit troublesome for Bleed if you ask me, especially on their attacking side. So I'm interested to see how this lineup is actually gonna play out. I'm sure that with a decay that's coming from the Viper screens and everything that's coming from the stuns and everything, it's gonna be interesting. But hopefully it all works out the way they plan it to for both of these teams. So with that said, guys, we are going to be moving over to Fracture. All eyes are on Xerxia Esports as we look around and find out how they're going to turn this series around. So folks, once again, let us welcome to the stage Xerxia Esports versus Bleed Esports.
Thank you very much, Laika. She's absolutely right. All eyes are on Xerxia. Let's see if they can actually turn this thing around, because again, it's the elimination match. If they don't win this, they get sent home. They'll have to play LCQ, and along with that, like you mentioned before, Marquis, their chance of actually making the champions. Who knows how that's going to play out.
Well, Xerxia don't necessarily have to play LCQ just yet if they lose, but they do have a chance of getting booted out of their champions spot right now. But you know what? between these two teams, they don't really play that much Fracture. Like, if you check their stats, it's like Bleed doesn't really like Fracture. I've never seen this lineup from Bleed either. I've never seen Lexi on the Neon and Darren on the Raze. Like, we see Darren on Jet all the time, but like Darren on the Raze and Lexi, normally it's like Lexi on the Raze, Darren on the Jet. And then this is so strange. And secondly, same for Xerxia. They've never debuted this on Fracture just yet. We haven't seen him play the Fate on Fracture. And then where's this coming from?
Right? Okay, so we were talking about this. We actually looked it up during the break. The last time Xerxia played Fracture was at Masters, Reykjavik. They played Fracture against Optic Gaming. That's their last recorded match of playing Fracture. So this is such an intentional play. I'm very curious as to how they can actually make this work. On the other side, for Bleed, though, I have a feeling this could be some kind of an MYSG-inspired agent composition, because this is something that we see Bear Claw Gaming or no-namers actually play, because Temps on the Neon was something that was huge in our country. That said, though, Bleed starting out on the attack, and they are actually taking things a little bit slow.
Yeah, I just want to say I love how flexible Bleed Esports players are. Pith was on the Initiator, now he's on the Chamber. Lenny, still Initiator, of course. Lexi, flexing from Sentinel to Duelist right now. And looks like it's going to be an B hit rather from Bleed Esports. The Molly is going to stop them in their tracks though, and right now, Xerxia are holding strong with the frenzies. Gets one, gets Ding as well, but Bleed are starting to take Xerxia out. All down to 2 players, Cruz and Surf. Darion takes Surf down. It's all down to Crows with his frenzy. 1v3 right now. They're a bit low on the side of Bleed. The spike has not been planted, but Darion is going to be there for the kill as well. Bleed off with a quick start and off with a quick 1-0.
What a way to start, Marquis. I mean, even Pith towards the end. One shot, the Headhunter, maybe it wasn't a headshot, but then he just rendezvoused away. And that's just how Bleed are approaching this, because, again, Fracture, we all know it. It's 4 sectors spread out across the map, 4 different entrances, and Bleed are exploiting that. They approached it from a split push sort of angle. Players coming in from tower, and then Pith to peek out of tree. I think that kind of distracted Xerxia a little bit, and they weren't quite sure where to look. They had to look 2 different ways. This time around, it's a similar approach, and let's see how Xerxia responds.
Exactly the same approach, you'd even say. Pith pushing on main, the rest pushing on arcade. Xerxia have a little bit of a read on the situation though. They're already rotating towards B. On the side of Xerxia, Fox is looking at A as well, looking for information. They know there's nothing there, but Bleed is going to execute. Darren takes one down, but Scary is going to be there. Yes, a classic right click. That's a classic. That's a headshot. Recovers the Spectre, but Lexi is going to be there. Backstab from him. Right now, 2-on-1 though. Xerxia were able to take down 3 members from Bleed. Still a bit of a messy start from them, but they still have the advantage.
Fox picked up the Bulldog. He doesn't have any shields, so that's a one thing that Bleed kind of has going for them. Smart adaptation though, picked up the spike and just ran all the way down over onto the A site. That's how you kick things into high gear. They get the spike plant for free, and they get to set up post-plant positions. But at the same time, Fox, I don't know. Maybe he's... Nah, I don't think he saved this, right?
No.
Not
at all. But, he actually changes to a Phantom as well. Bleed had the bank to buy these 2. Well, if he loses his Phantom, he delivers it back to Bleed. So a bit risky. You can save the Phantom if you want, but... he's not going to be able to survive this as he does not have the armor, does not have the positions, and Lexi is going to take Fox down.
Gotta retrieve some of those weapons, scavenge a little bit, and we're back 2-0. It's a very fast approach to the sites, and a little bit chaotic at times, but that's how you want to keep your opponents on your toes. Bleed now with a perfect 2-0 start. Xerxia buying back in. This is their chance to turn things around.
But look at Bleed. This is supposed to be the bonus round for them, but because they lost so many members and recovered the Phantom, they're deciding to just buy into this round as well. They're going to try and make this work.
Okay, a little bit of a haunt. Doesn't quite find much. If you look at how they are positioned, look at the angles that they are holding. It's quite similar to what we've seen so far. except this time they've got the full buys, and again, holding inside of tower. Bleed just ignoring that this time around. Darren already on the other side of Canteen, and all he's got to do is to wait for them to push out. He's peeking this time, though, and that's how Xerxia is able to find him. And there we go, again, just resisting control over the site. Bleed, they're trying to find bits of damage, but unfortunately the firepower just does not favor them, and Sushi Boys will make sashimi out of Bleed.
That's the third time they executed the exact same strategy for Bleed. It looked like it was about to work when they got into the site, but unfortunately the gun difference just was a little bit too much. Xerxia were a little bit readier than the previous rounds for that, and they were able to take Bleed down one by one. And right now, it's going to be Bleed that's going to find a difficult round. Wait a minute, they're buying. Alright, they're still
I
buying.
guess, yeah, just forcing it. Why not? I mean, they're very close to their ultimates as well, so they might as well just go next, then come in heavy on the next round. But here they go. So quick and so fast. It's a little bit too reckless for my taste, but they are already taking control over A main, and Xerxia, they are just denying this entry. Every single thing that Bleed are trying is not working because Fox is pushing up front. On the other side of the sky smoke right now, it's being contested perfectly, and the spray transfer works out flawlessly as well for Xerxia.
Great flawless round from Xerxia. Bleed, 2 broken buys in a row. Unfortunately, didn't work. They're gonna have to eco this round for sure. And it just didn't work because Xerxia were ready to receive this quick push. There was a utility from the breach, the aftershock, discouraging the rest from even pushing forward. The aftershock as well. Just rather the stun from the breach as well. Just holding them out. Just making sure to buy enough time for Xerxia to react to this. And they do so flawlessly.
Man, I think Bleed might just want to slow things down a little bit. They've got the Sheriff. We saw how crazy well this worked out in the previous map. Can they do it again, though? That's the question. Lenny's not on Sova this time around, so things might be different. And off of a couple of shots, the rotation's already coming underway from Xerxia.
Yeah, rotation. They're already reading this. They know when Bleed shows this type of lineup, they could just go rotate B. They're already rotated in, but Darren is going to find 1 kill, though. They take 2 members out from Bleed as well. There's a 5 Sheriff again from Bleed, but they've only found 1 kill thus far, and might not work this time around.
I'm a little bit scared, Marquis. Bleed, this Thrifty might not work out this time. Xerxia, they have the information, they have the angles and positions held, not to mention Crows, who's pushing outside of Dish. Bleed might just be pinned down, sandwiched into this one spot over by the bottom of tower, outside of bench. They managed to pick up some weapons, but I don't think they can get away with much. Not unless they get a few more picks.
Oh, they're actually going to commit the showstopper. They're going to want to try this. Fox gets 1 kill, though. Use the showstopper. They don't find anyone. And they just get taken out cleanly. Invested a little bit more than they would have wanted for sure. That showstopper not finding a kill was just extra icing in the cake for Xerxia.
It's a little bit... There are like too many uncertainties. You know what I'm talking about? Like every single time you try to approach the site this way, you only gain control over bench, you only gain control over tree. Every single other spot on the map, Xerxia could be there. Even if they wanted to make that quick adaptation to go through spawn to A like they did on the pistol round, it's a little bit tough. I think that's what they might have been thinking about, but you never quite know where the Xerxia players could be positioned, and that's how they start to pick them off one by one. So this time around now, they've got the ultimates. In fact, both sides do. Bleed, how do they approach this? Slowly making their way up towards tree, but oh my goodness, the spray from Scary through the sky smoke?
Yes, he definitely is our version of the smoke criminal, as as a controller, he just
exploiting the
plays
Phantom.
around. Exactly, uses the Phantom. He knows the guns to use to actually exploit these smokes and get free kills off of it. There's a Rolling Thunder getting used. It's an execute. Darren is not going to find a kill, though, as Scary finds Darren instead while stunned. And right now, they're going to use the Viper's Pit as well. Bleed are going to commit everything, but the detection is going to be there. They find Maxi. It's all down to Lexi, and Sushi Boys gets a triple.
Xerxia just have this impeccable defense right now on Fracture. And it's starting to show why they picked this map, why they picked these agents. And of course, with Scary and the Phantom as well, it's so intentional. Whatever Bleed is trying is not working out. And I don't know, maybe a timeout could be effective at some point, but they really need to approach this map differently.
They definitely do, and you can see that Xerxia are a bit more comfortable in this map, and Bleed, we've seen, I would say, 2 variations of the attack so far. It's the 4 arcade, 1 main, and this A rush right now. Let's see if this works out this time, though. They bought the Sheriffs, they bought Frenzies as well. They have the overdrive. Lexi finds 1 kill. Kroos, though, gets a double, but Maxi's gonna be there for the refrag. Lexi peeks out with the new, with his overdrive, gets another kill onto Fox. They might just make this work. They already recovered 1 Vandal. They're trying to look for Surf here. He's on the operator, and this overdrive might just get the best of him. That's gonna be a triple for Lexi, and Sushi Boy's the last one remaining. Gets a bit low, but he gets a double. And Pith is gonna save around and Bleed Thrifties. How do they keep getting away with this?
I can't believe they just did it again! And it's all thanks to the ultimates in the game, Lexi with the overdrive. You're gonna have to call an ambulance, but not for me, for you, Xerxia, because he just pushed in like nobody's business. Look at this little hop as well. Surf was just not able to shoot him down. It took a little bit of range from Sushi Boys to actually make that work, but the damage was done and Pith just finished that off, thankfully. We're back in 3-4 now. But Bleed still need to find a different way to actually take down the site, because look at how Xerxia are positioned right now. They are changing things up.
Yeah, they need a different approach, and right now it looks like the difference in approach will be Pith on that offensive operator. So they picked up the gun, they're keeping it, he wants to use it, and let's see if they can use it to their win, because right now the operator doesn't really help their issue of getting into the site. He's just holding, he's just waiting for Xerxia to push.
Xerxia are not really going that aggressive, though. I mean, look at how they're positioned right now. It's rather defensive. They're not going for these forward operating bases, kind of giving up a main, maybe making use of bits of utility just to gather a little bit more info. But all of a sudden, Bleed bursts and explodes onto the B site. And it doesn't even matter because Scary is just holding that defensive play.
Scary holding the site down, and this is the defense we were talking about from Xerxia. It's a lot more effective on Fracture map that they prefer, and Lenny gets taken down by Kroos using the Aftershock, just gets deleted from the map. All down to Pith and Maxi now. Pith gets taken down. Maxi, last one alive, trying to run away with his life, sneaking onto that underpass.
Well, he manages to make his way through to the other side. But Xerxia are pushing in as well. And fairly soon now, flushed out of position. He gets the first headshot. What? Even swings, gets another. He gets the third. Maxi, calm down, dude. And he's just so relaxed right now. Look at his face.
Yeah, he's not phased. Like, we saw it on Haven. We saw his clutches. He's like, I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. Picks 3 off before dying. How does he do that? Like, he makes Xerxia pay for hunting him. And you think, you know, you might lose 2 players and take out Maxi. No, you lost 3 players and you still don't even find Maxi.
He was born in the dark, molded by it. And now, despite those frags, despite getting closer to his ultimate, it remains to be said that Bleed has yet to find a solution to Xerxia's defenses, because every single time they try to approach a site, right, Marquis, they get met with so much resistance. Even Darian blast packing and double satcheling onto sites, he gets taken out a little bit way too quickly.
Yeah, I completely agree. Right now, it seems like Bleed haven't figured out where the defenses are. I think it's not on Darian, of course, because when someone has to go in, and that's Bleed style. Someone goes in, someone goes for the refrag. But I think that when Darian goes in, the utility from Xerxia comes out, and they deny Darian's teammates from coming in for the refrag, and because of that, they just lose Darian, and nobody's gonna be there for the trade. And I mean, it's just I guess map knowledge or map awareness of Xerxia that's giving them the advantage right now. Maybe it's still a close game.
Maybe even map preparedness, I think, Marquis, because you can really tell that Xerxia has prepared for this. They've practiced this. Every single defensive lineup, like you talked about it, it's really the utilities. Through no fault of Darien that Xerxia are actually winning. It's just because Xerxia are that good on the defense right now. I mean, look at that tripwire. It's something that they intentionally placed there so that you cannot get control of a tower. Even if you do come in from tree, there are cyber cages and sky smokes placed throughout that really disperse. They kind of cause your team to lose its formation. Serve now finds the first frag on the board, gets the second as well, pops the blade storm, and he's looking to find the third. They get control over tower for a little bit, Bleed, but I don't know if they're actually able to convert that into a true win. Pith comes in from behind, actually able to take out one, but now Fox and Scary manage to secure and scour throughout the map. They find yet another. Pith, the only one left, coming in from Dish.
Fox already in position on this off angle. He's just waiting for Pith. They know where he is. He's calling him out. They know he's here. Fox is just waiting. Let's see if Pith checks this corner. Is he gonna be ready? No, Fox is gonna find him first, and Pith gets taken down. Yeah, it's the sneakiest corner ever.
That's the thing about those corners, especially in that spawn that you have to take the zip line to. I don't know what it's called. The alternate attacker spawn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because there's that tiny little corner by the rocks, and then there's the other one by the boxes, and it's kind of like this 50-50 check, and it's just really, really annoying, and you see exactly why. That said, 6-3, and once again, Xerxia are just controlling this map, controlling the sites. They push out, and they make it tough for Bleed to actually find an advantage.
Yeah, they're playing so well. Surf coming alive with the operator as well. Such a sight to behold. And right now, Bleed are the ones looking for answers. They're the ones scratching their heads. How do we attack on this fracture?
I think first you might have to take Surf down, but this guy is just being so slippery, tailwinded away. And not to mention control over tower being a tough thing to take control of as well, because, well, Sushi Boys is just lying in wait in that spot. They might be able to use some pieces of utility or sending players down the line, but ultimately, the toxic screen, the snake bites, it just pushes Xerxia back a little bit more into a corner, and then they peek out again.
Yeah, they just pop in and out. Their control over the side, they just keep Bleed guessing. Okay, this time Bleed is gonna go A. But the way they go A, they never go Dish. It's always like, let's all push A, and let's see if it works this time.
30 seconds. No info gained on Bleed's side, I don't think. They kind of knew that there were players positioned towards B, but just because this is Fracture, it's so easy to rotate for the defenders. Through defender spawn, and now Surf is all of a sudden on the B side. He's able to take out the first. Updrafts away, and he's prepared to take the second shot as well. Scary here to help him out too, but getting wallbang through the box, that's going to be Pith. Lexi now from the top takes down Cruz. And they need to get the spike planted. 10 seconds left, and they are sticking it. But here comes the nightmare. Sushi Boys, along with the assistance from his team, they just shoot down like a firing squad all over the site.
And Xerxia with a lead, 7-3 right now, showing why this map pick. Fracture is going to go well for them. This is why they picked this map anyway. And they just seem a lot more familiar with the map, I'd say. Like, they know the ins and outs of it. They have a good read over Bleed. Even though they had 3 stacked on B and Fade sort of rotating towards B, they had a feeling, okay, it's going to be A. And they rotated the players in. And that rotation actually was so important in keeping Bleed out and keeping them not ready for the post plant.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a bit of a problem, but that said, you have to credit how well Xerxia are playing right now. 7-3, and they have yet to lose a round. They have yet to lose a round in the past, like, well, I don't know, 3-4 rounds. Bleed off the round loss. They have to go in with yet another half-ish bye. Pith being the master of arms. Vandal. You know, he does have the hero Vandal. I don't know if that's gonna come up huge for them or not. They managed to take control over drop, but not A main.
Yeah, and this hero Vandal, it has to work out this round. Otherwise, he won't have a gun for the next round. So they're gonna try to go for this Dish push. There's gonna be ultimates coming in. There's gonna be the orbital strike as well. Darion finds one, but Sushi Boys gets 2 headshots of his own. They don't take control over the side. There's a showstopper getting committed as well, but he's gonna get one, but gonna get taken down. And Xerxia are just going to clean up. Surf and Fox still alive, and Xerxia take their 8th point on the map.
And here it is, last round before the switch. I mean, Bleed started off pretty well. I mean, on the pistol round, they were fast. Xerxia weren't quite able to respond. But now that Xerxia has the full buys, I mean, look at how comfortable they are on the site. It's almost as if this is their home. And every single time that Bleed tries to approach it, it feels a little bit disjointed. You know what I mean, Marquis? Yep. You saw how Darren went in like alone first with the showstopper, the rest of the team slowly making it through one by one, even with the operator right now. Surf, he just blocks it off completely. And Bleed slowly trying to approach the same angle. And Xerxia are already prepared if they do try to make it out of Underpass.
Yeah, they're so ready. They're just extremely ready for this map. Pith finds a Vandal though. Pith actually only had a Spectre coming to this round. He had to pay for his transgressions of buying the hero Vandal. But he picks up Darren's Vandal anyway off of his cold dead hands. Right now, 4v5 though. It looks like they're gonna try for another B main push. We've only seen this once or twice from Bleed. Let's see if it works this time as they use the utility as well. There's Rolling Thunder getting used. Crow still has his though. Scary takes Lexi down. And right now, Bleed are trying to take over this B side. There's Viper Spit getting used. Sushi Boys though.
It's on the other side. Backspin spotted. He just sprays it down, but here comes Pith with the trade. Unfortunately, his vision has been gained because of Fox. The Fade utility, the haunts, and it just creeps back into the back of Bleed's minds. Unfortunately, the first half ends in a 9-3, and Xerxia just plays so well right now. Look at Fox. 15, 6, and 7.
On the Fade, too. That's your initiator there, and he's just so good with the utilities, really using the haunt to its advantage, to their team's advantage. And he used that in the B site so many times as well through the toxic screen just to get so much information. His timing is impeccable on this map. And right now, like we were talking about Surf and how he blows the site up on the attacking side. On defense, he hasn't had to do that much because the rest of his team, they just kill everyone. Yeah, he's chill. Like, he's good. Like, he's not even like missing shots or anything. He's just not getting the fights because, yeah, everyone's dead. Like, my team's doing everything. Why do I need to work? But now he's going to have to work on this attacking side because he's going to be the key to entry here. He's the lone duelist on his team. He's going to have to go in. And, of course, this is where we're going to see if Surf is going to be able to open and blow this up and send us to a map 3.
That's the thing. Xerxia, they have the perfect defensive setups. Sushi Boys and Scary as well, helping out so much by anchoring and at the same time setting up traps all across the map. Let's see if they can actually make use of that on the attacking side. And at the same time, let's see if Bleed can actually gain bits of active map control, pushing out and constantly keeping Xerxia guessing. Because I think that if they do that and Xerxia are not prepared, Bleed might just be able to come back into this game.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I mean, Bleed was down 4-8 on Haven, and they were able to find a way through 2 Sheriff Thrifties. But you know what? Bleed, they find a way. They're such a good team. I wouldn't put it past them to be able to send this to overtime or even take the win straight from here. Like, they have that potential.
I don't care. I'm just that biased MYSG caster right now.
You're on the Bleed hype train.
Maybe,
definitely.
But I mean, let's be real. You can never count Bleed out. How many Thrifties have they won at this point, right?
I think
and
at least the same time, 3.
Yeah, at least 3. 2 from Haven, and then the third one with Lexi leading the charge.
The charge. Yeah.
No pun intended.
Yes. Oh, was it not? Okay.
But here they go. Control over A main is exceptionally important, and we do have the toxic screen to support that. That said, though, they are giving up control over dish, over drop. It's up to Lexi to actually flank them right now.
Yeah, it's gonna be a dash into the side. Surf is already on that side. Spike is not going to go down yet though, but Darion is going to be there. Finds a kill. Lexi finds a kill as well. Surf is going to push out with Bleed.
What?
Their defense is just strangling. They even denied a spike plant behind Lexi's triple kill. Where did this come from, Bleed?
Did you see that final shot? He slid and got it mid-slide with the ghost. And this is such... I don't know if I've seen this before, might have at some point, but it's an intentional toxic screen that gives you full control over A main. You give up the site, you give up drop, but because of that one toxic screen towards the mouth of A main, your opponents, even if they do gain control of the site, they can't really see into A main, and that's how Maxi, Lexi, Lenny, and Pith, they were able to come back in their game. This time around, though, Xerxia, all the way on the opposite ends of the map, they pick up some alt orbs, and again, control over Dish, but they're not committing.
Yeah, this is one of the natures of Fracture as a map. 4 ultimate orbs, so teams can take advantage of that. And Xerxia, playing slow right now, are taking advantage of that because Bleed are trying to play defensively. Pith gets a kill. What a drive-by from him. Uses the rendezvous to get back to safety, and they get information as well. But look at Xerxia. They're just picking up ultimate orbs left and right. It's an Easter egg hunt for them. I think they got 3, maybe even 4. I think 3 ultimate orbs right now because they didn't get the A1.
They're just farming up on this, and now denying information. All of a sudden, they peek out. They take down Pith. They're looking to gain control over the B side. Here comes Lexi, though. Slides in. Spectre sprays. Able to take out one, and then traded by Crows. Here comes Darian with the judge. We saw him do this on Split before, and he's trying to do the same thing again. Supported by his teammates now. Lenny coming in. And Bleed are back alive. 5-9. They need 4 more rounds. And maybe even this bonus just to bring things back. Pith,
I like
having saved up.
Yep, he's... What?
Yep. Yep.
What? Okay, he saved up because he just uses Headhunter, and that's all he really needs to find the frags. And Pith, of course, using that chamber, if you can get kills with just the guns that you have from your abilities, it just pays off so much. Look at Darren here, aggressive, single satchel, jumps over, gets a kill. Such amazing play from Darren, and I like how Bleed don't lose confidence even after they're down so much. They're down 3-9, and this might just be the comeback for them. Darren, though, pushing forward, is on that Spectre.
They have to be
trying
careful.
to spook Xerxia right now, Quack.
I don't know if it's going to work, though, because Xerxia are this very controlled team. In fact, most of the time on attack, they actually just hold defaults. An exception was what we saw in Haven, but right now, they're just waiting for the peaks coming in. And that's exactly what Lexi just did. Walked straight into the crosshairs, and Xerxia, now they have the numbers advantage.
They have the numbers advantage, they have the gun advantage as well as Pith. With the operator, shouldn't find anyone here at this point if Xerxia are going to commit to the B site. So that's going to be difficult for Pith to make use of that. Right now though, Xerxia are still picking and prodding on this B site. They haven't found anything just yet.
Not quite. That's why we don't see Pith moving. He's the anchor of the A site, and Maxi can prop up the toxic screen anytime he needs to. Pith instantly rendezvous away, and all of a sudden Bleed knows the hit's coming towards A. 30 seconds left, and Xerxia wants to commit in. They take out the trademark, and all of a sudden they burst into sight. Unfortunately, though, a little bit too exposed, and here comes Maxi. He has a judge. Pith gets a shot as well, and no way you push past drop at this point. The sky smoke doesn't quite help as well. They try to make their way down, though, and they managed to drop on through, but here comes the judge, the operator as well. He gets shot from behind. Sushi Boys just walks in like he doesn't even care. And unfortunately, Lenny with the peak, it's not enough. Xerxia put the 10th on the board, double digits.
Bleed looked like they had that round. They already took down so many members of Xerxia, and all of a sudden, the last 2 members just come in like a SWAT team and eliminate the rest of Bleed. Time was ticking here, though, so Bleed, I thought they could have been a little bit more patient here, but Sushi Boys played ring around the rosy here and finds the last 2 kills, and Xerxia had no business winning that round after that start, but they recover it anyway.
It's absolutely crazy, and the operator... Such a heavy investment. It was just lost. This time around, Lexi does have the overdrive, but that said, Xerxia, these 3 players, Scary, Sushi Boys, and Fox, they are putting numbers on the board, and they are doing so much in terms of their utility.
Yeah, they're doing so well right now. You know what? We were talking about Surf. I'm just gonna put this out here. Surf in the first 2 rounds of Haven had 6 kills. He has 6 right now for Xerxia because the rest of his team. No, wait, hear me out. Because the rest of his team are just playing so well.
That's true. That is true. I mean, he does his job. It's similar to what we've seen from Darren before, just dashing and creating space for his team. And then the follow-up comes through in the form of his teammates. It's really just that good. And right now, I'm sure he's got quite the number of first deaths, but you really have to look at how Scary is controlling parts of the map with the Sky Smoke. I think part of the reason why they were able to drop down safely was because of the Sky Smoke around drop. At the same time, Sushi Boy's just making use of that little space, that little bit of timing, that window of opportunity to push in right around behind Pith. I don't think Pith expected that at all.
Yeah, they did not expect that at all. And I think he probably heard a step, but you know, in those situations, there's just so much going on. You just hear so many things happening at once. You probably can't even react to that. Or probably he thought that drop might peak first before the one behind.
And all of a sudden, they're going back to their good old tried and true methods of playing a bit of a default, expecting Bleed to push out, but I like what I'm seeing from Bleed right now. They are just waiting, playing defensive.
Lexi also has the overdrive, so he can pop that if he needs more firepower. He has that frenzy because of the catch that they have. Darion finds the first kill though, but Xerxia is unfazed. They're still gonna push forward. They use the Rolling Thunder and they push out a little bit slow, but here they come.
Oh my god, Lexi though, strafing back and forth with the lightning gun. He actually takes one player down to 18 HP. Sushi Boy still very much alive, and lurking behind, it's gonna be Crows. He gets a quick double, and those are big impact frags. Numbers advantage now for Xerxia. Unless Mexi can anchor and take down Sushi Boys or something, it's gonna be tough. And now control gained. It's a 1-on-3 for Darian. He does have the showstopper though, but no satchels. Needs to be very careful with this approach. Yeah, they heard that shot. So he's just making his way through now. Opens the door, tries to bait some peeks. Doesn't find all that much. Utility baited as well, but I don't know if he has the timing at this point. He's got about, what, like 25 seconds? And look at the positions that Xerxia are holding. How do you check all of these angles? Oh my god, spots the first and Xerxia instantly gains information.
Yeah, they know where he is. They've known this whole time, but they know exactly where he is right now, and he has almost no chance of getting this. And Scary is just gonna finish him off. He doesn't even get a bonus kill. And Xerxia, they're so close to match point now.
Double digits and close to match point. Exactly. Bleed. They don't even have the economy for this round, so it might as well be match point. It's really painful to see, but it kind of feels like Bleed are a little bit, you know, that fish out of water. This is not their environment right now. In fact, it's Xerxia's map pick, and this is exactly why. They come in really prepared for this, having not picked a single fracture throughout the entire Challenger stage up till now.
Yeah, it's just a surprise pick, a pocket pick, if you will, and they're so good on this map. They're so prepared for it, and they will might take Bleed down. And right now, Fox is just gonna take Maxi down as well. And look at how they're positioned. Xerxia are already ready for the post plan. Sushi Boys finds one, but Pith is going to be there for the refrag. Fox is still on A main, but look at this. Xerxia have already planted the spike down. 4 members still alive. They're holding strong, but the showstopper gets committed. Darren doesn't find anyone though, Quack.
There it is.
Oh, he does!
He does find it now. Evens up the odds a little. Now creeping up. They might not know that Scary's behind them though, but if they can take down the site, they should be able to stick it at least halfway. Crows comes in for the strafe and able to take out Darren. Fault line as well, and that just makes it so tough for Pith. The fire rate was not in his hands, and Crows, he sends his team to match point.
Match point already for Xerxia, 12-5. It's not even as close as it was in Haven, where we went 10-10, 11-11, and it just seems so close on Haven. But right now, Xerxia have just so much control over this map. They are much more familiar with it. You said it yourself. It's just they know this map like the back of their hand, it seems. And Bleed, nice new innovative pick from them, but it's clear that Xerxia have a little bit more experience on the map right now.
Truly. I think Bleed didn't want to play Xerxia on Bind, but even then, coming down to it, oh my god, Surf now. It's just so smart for them to control the map this way. I mean, look at how they're spread out across. Pith having to rendezvous away.
He actually hit Crows through the wall. That's why he only has 10 HP, but I thought that would have been a kill. Oh no, sorry. Yeah, Crows got hit. But Crows gets a kill. And look at Lenny. He finds one, but he gets traded. Bleed are on the back foot right now, and they're gonna get so detected by this neural theft. But Darren is gonna be there. 1-for-1 though. All down to Pith right now. He has the tour de force, but it's a 1v3. Can he pull this off, Quack?
If there's any weapon that can do it, the tour de force can. The fire rate on this thing just helps you take quick shots with a weapon that has the strength of an operator. But that said, the utility just bought up a lot more time for Xerxia. Not to mention, scary all the way by Dish.
Because he has the orbital strike, he's just playing from so far. Same with the rolling thunder from Crows. Pith doesn't even have a chance to peek at anyone here. He's trying to look, he's checking every single corner. But this is non-interactive gameplay. You're not gonna find anyone but Sushi Boys hiding in that corner.
He timed the incendiary as well. Like, it just dropped as the game ended. What on earth? Xerxia. Okay, Maxi might have been like big brain 200 IQ from Haven with the way that he came in with the classic and stuff. But Xerxia are playing Galaxy Brain this time because of the map picks. They saved their strats. They saved this map pick all the way up till now in the lower brackets for their game against Bleed. And pulling this out, they really show how prepared they were for this.
Yeah, it's a secret pocket pick. And you know, the thing about Fracture is still not a lot of teams have really picked it up or made it as a main part of their map pool. Some teams are kind of average at it, some really don't like it. But Xerxia, they played it at Masters. They definitely have an inkling of how to play this. And right now, we've seen why. We've seen why maybe teams are just so afraid of playing Xerxia on Fracture.
Yeah, it's not an easy feat to say the least. The defensive setups are so strong. They won so many rounds on defense and it looked flawless at times. And unfortunately for Bleed, they don't get to close this one out. Not yet.
Yeah, not just yet. And the last time they faced each other too, it all went to 3 games. It went to 3 games and overtime on the 3rd game. So we're going to go to game 3 again between these 2 teams, and that's just so good.
And that's going to be on Icebox. Our panel will break it down and then hype up the next game. So don't go away, guys. We will be back after this break.
Xerxia Esports putting the element of surprise right in front of Bleed Esports as they take Fracture. Rather than this being a step away from elimination, it actually becomes a hard reset for both of these teams. Back here on the panel, it's Likeable, Fluffy, and Trix. Now, it goes to show that Xerxia was really holding back with their strats they had here on Fracture. They've been really trying not to show or like trying to limit the information that they could offer to the opposing teams that they had here, and they just pulled it out last second over here, Fluffy, as they went to face here on the knockouts against Bleed Esports.
Yeah, the big surprise really pulled the rug under Bleed Esports. I don't think they were necessarily prepared for this map because we know that Bleed Esports doesn't have the best track record on it in the first place. So I think they were expecting Xerxia to also remove that map out of the equation. But because they were forced to play it here on map 2, Xerxia also brought out some unique strategies, and I feel like information, aside from hiding the map itself, is also in the game, in the server. A lot of information with their team, with that Cypher and that Fade, really made the difference in knowing and reading where Bleed was going to go, especially on the attack. And I feel like Sushi Boys in general, in this specific game, played so well and played his role on the Cypher, really holding the fort in general for a lot of the sites and making a lot of plays on his own. The traps itself, I think, also slowed down the aggression of Bleed to a halt and really helped their convincing first half.
I was a little skeptical when I saw the agent selection. I was thinking a Cypher on Fracture, I'm not really sure. But Xerxia putting my worries away, because that was actually really impressive with just the sheer amount of information that Cypher could get, as Fluffy is also pointing out. With that camera constantly being on cooldown as well, even if they break it, he's able to let the team rotate because he has his tripwire set up. He has the camera to also see where Bleed could possibly be hitting, and so usually Bleed would go into a site, but there's already a crossfire there.
I know you were a little bit worried when you looked at the composition, but I wasn't, because I remember that this was a Xerxia pick. They were ready, and it really goes to show that they came here ready. I mean, their defense was just so solid. The crossfires were always there, and Fluffy, they made sure that there were no holes in the defense to even allow Bleed to enter fully on the site.
Yeah, no gaps at all. I really feel like the Cypher pick is really great on Fracture because it's the only Sentinel aside from Chamber that can really leave a site autonomous. But unlike Chamber, he still has that constant pinging of information with the camera, and his traps being able to hold both ends of the specific map, which is Fracture, really, you know, we always say how in Fracture you can get pinched a lot, but with having a Cypher, you can really neutralize that aspect. And knowing that multiple agents of the opposing team for Bleed will most probably stack together to do a lot of these combo pushes for their abilities, it really slowed down to the pace. We see here on the series highlights how effective those traps can be. Getting one and another one, especially with the info, because you do get that full scan as well if you do trigger the trap. And even with the Viper, the solo controller for them really is a hindrance, because again, the Viper is not the most flexible pick, especially on the attack. You're kind of committed once you place it down. The only other vision denial you might have is the fast lane, but that doesn't last as long, and it has the same problem with the wall, where if you do get scan tagged or anything like that, it's just an easy wall bang through that.
Yeah, you know, when we started the game, I was a little bit concerned because when we saw Xerxia Esports' lineup, we did think that, hey, they're going to be really good at slowing down the attackers. But Bleed Esports was starting out really explosive. They were pushing the sides, they were throwing everything that they had at them, and they got the first 2 rounds. Given that that was the pistol and kind of like the buy round for Bleed Esports, that's why they got it. But as soon as round 3 started and Xerxia Esports got their own buy, they made sure that every single round after that was impossible for Bleed Esports to actually push in. We're like, you know what, you get the first 2 rounds, go ahead, rush us for now. But now that we're fully settled in, we're about to bring out the big guns. We're about to bring out the big strats that we've prepared for you guys. And Bleed Esports Tricks really did not see that coming.
It definitely seemed that Bleed was not expecting the side of Xerxia to come out on Fracture. And honestly, I was a little skeptical myself. Yes, it's their map pick, but we have seen teams drop their own map pick, so it's not exactly a guarantee. But what I really loved the most about watching Xerxia there is that their ultimate ability usage, they weren't afraid to use it. Even on that last round, there was an A main push. They used the ultimates, both the Breach ultimate and the Fade ultimate, to really secure that round. And I feel that kind of decision making, that confidence to just use it, and they understand how it's going to help them in terms of also having a Brimstone ultimate, in making sure that the opponents can push from a certain area. I feel it was very creative and I loved seeing it.
I loved seeing it too. I have to mention, Fluffy, that almost every single member of Xerxia Esports made so much value out of their utility. I mean, you see Scary. He's the ultimate smoke criminal in this game. I know we always hype up Maxi, but the way he used his smokes here on Fracture was always so methodical. He could always just pre-fire. His mastery of the Phantom really showed as he did so, because he would always get picks. And I just think that Xerxia Esports, they're going to start bringing out Fracture more, Fluffy, as they go into the series. If they survive this series too, maybe later we'll get to see another Fracture from them.
True. I think that hiding these strategies, especially in a long-form tournament like this, is when you do bring it out, it really does pay off. And it really did pay off the most for Xerxia Esports right now. I mean, we even saw on the previous series when we saw ONIC and Alter Ego play, we were mentioning about how important it is to, especially on the Fracture map, to use your smokes to be able to cut the map in half. And Scary really put that to the test and really proved our point, where his smokes were the ability for them to block out so much vision. And in combination, I think I mentioned it earlier in the Agent Select, with the Cage as well as the Jet Smokes, the Cloud Burst, it really nullifies a lot of the long-range fights, because you can just basically keep re-smoking a lot of these chokes, and it stops things like Pith's Chamber, for example, or Maxi playing really far back, to really play off their plan. It really is the most disruptive thing you can do. And it's very simple in its own right, just smoke it. But it really is the most effective, because not everything has to be very complicated.
It wasn't complicated at all. You really see the mastery that they had here. They've been practicing on Fracture just to bring it out at the perfect moment, which is today. So whoever they're going to be facing later with, who won the first series again? It was ONIC G. So ONIC G might potentially face Xerxia if ever they win this series over at Fracture. So I hope that they're figuring stuff out as they watch the series. They're studying whatever they could possibly do to shut this defense down, because it's so darn good. But now we're going to be moving over to Fracture Tricks. Oh, sorry, Icebox Tricks.
Yes.
And so far looking like a potential mirror matchup, but we'll find out in just a bit, and there we go.
Yes. I think that this is going to be the defining factor of if they're going to get value from the Killjoy. We have seen Xerxia, especially on Haven, kind of struggle with that value, and their performance previously on Icebox was not exactly the best. I think Bleed has, considering they have the solid lineup as well, and Maxi on that Viper again with Hit on that Killjoy, I feel there is more malleability in terms of their backline of Bleed being so solid, and just needing Darion to open that space, block out a couple angles, and get a few picks. Again, the same, however, can be said for Xerxia. It's a game of who gets the most value and who gets the better information.
Yeah, aside from the information game, I feel like this is one of the few games that we have a Sage on both sides on here on Icebox. Normally, we see the Sentinel lean towards that Chamber, or even Bleed has brought out the Cypher before. But coming in with the Sage, especially with two Sages, has a very interesting interaction where once you do plant the bomb, it's a lot safer knowing that you have that Sage wall, the ice wall, to really block off a lot of the important angles that the defenders are going to try to hold or retake it and slow them down. But on the other hand, it also allows you to really deny a lot of the post plant that we know is very potent, especially in a composition that for both teams has that Killjoy, they have the Nano Swarms, they have the Snake Bites, they have the lineups coming up from Sova Shock Darts, and this one piece of utility, the wall, can really block and can actually, I feel like they can steal a couple of rounds if they time it correctly with a defuse. So I feel like out of all the utility pieces, it's one of the ones that they have to mentally always take note of, because as long as that Sage exists, it can be a game changer, and just having that resurrection on both teams can really swing around.
I've seen these guys pull out the Sage, and it's gonna be interesting how they're gonna put this on the table, because I know we talked about having those battle Sages over here, and that always mixes things up. We talk about Sage being a more defensive pick, but when you put it as a battle Sage, it changes the direction of the game. So it's very cool. After all, we are going to be going to Icebox, the coolest map that there is. So folks, I hope you have your beverages ready and your snacks as well, because this is going to be a fun little game to watch. With that, we're going to be passing you guys over our casters so we can begin with game number 3.
like she said, it's cool. I think it's gonna be insanely hot because this is elimination now, and only one of these teams will be able to make it forward to face ONIC in the next bracket, and it's a little bit sad, but you know, it is what it is, Marquis.
Yeah, it is what it is, and I agree. It's heating up. You know what? The ice caps are gonna melt because this match is gonna be spicy between these two teams. Man, like the first game was so close, and then Xerxia just pulls off a hey, we know how to play Fracture, and now we're going to Icebox, where actually statistically Xerxia looks like they should have a big advantage. But right now, Bleed as well. They've shown a little bit of prowess in Icebox, although it's not their best map. But between the two teams, agent selection is mirrored as well, so that's gonna be really interesting here because it's about who plays it better.
That's true. That's the thing that really stands out, because talking about Bleed's previous performances on Icebox, they did have one clip with Pith before, when he was playing on Chamber and made it to the global top aces, one of those clips that the Valorant Champions Tour channel usually puts out. Piv made it there, like it was on Icebox. He was playing Chamber. This time around, he's going over to Killjoy. That's very, very interesting. Sometimes you might see him on Cypher. Killjoy, it comes down to those setups, and that just says to me that both sides are looking to play very defensive, maybe even retakes. The nano storms are something that it's going to be very crucial here.
Yeah, this looks like pre-chamber meta even. Like there's so much chamber on Icebox now. Even we sometimes see the jet. Wait, what? Fitz was looking at his turret. Oh, they know that someone's pushing. They've done their homework. They know that Xerxia like to do this, but Xerxia, they're playing defensively. They actually have not found or even confirmed this A hit yet.
The one clue that they've gotten so far is that little turret, and now the ghost shots popping through. Okay, instant wall. I thought you might have saved that wall for retakes, but using it to delay works just as well, and they managed to take Darren down to 70 HP, but unfortunately for Xerxia, they are the ones who suffered a little bit more damage, and all of a sudden now, Bleed pumping the gas, they are headed to the other site.
Yeah, they've made a quick mid-round decision, executive decision to go B, and no one is going to be there to receive. Maxi is going to already cut into Kitchen as well, so this is going to be dangerous for Xerxia because most of their defenses are still on the A site.
Oh, they might be slow on this. Maxi's lurk is what I'm looking out for, because if he times this just right, he might be able to get a lot of kills. At the same time though, Bleed already planted the spike, already set this up. The wall has already been spent as well, so the retake potential is a little bit lower. Sending out some snake bites now, pushes some players out of position. Lexi has to peek out, goes in for a couple more taps. He gets them down, and then the push coming from middle. Lexi though, still able to land one shot to the square of the face, and here comes Maxi straight into yellow. Pith on the other side, the Swedish duo, they back this up, and they managed to take the pistol.
Clean pistol round from Bleed. They faked the A hit, they saw the wall, they saw resistance, they creeped their way onto B. Maxi with the lurk as well, just really sealed things for Bleed. And Lexi, the hold from yellow, so good. Got second kill over there, even with the right click, hits crows, all down to 1 HP. And then all of a sudden, Bleed just clean up. They make quick work of Xerxia on this first round.
It really shows. And it's starting to come alive again. The structure of the Bleed team, the way that Darren goes in to get that entry, the rest of the squad just there to clean things up. And right now, though, the way that they're approaching this so carefully, I mean, whoever the IGL, whoever is calling these strats, it's actually working out quite well, such that they've gotten this second round Vandal, and Xerxia are afraid.
Yeah, Xerxia are afraid. Surf, though, has the Sheriff. We've seen crazy things from Surf long ago on this Sheriff as well. Same things that Bleed does with their Sheriffs. But right now, there's going to be 4 members of Xerxia trying to receive this attack on A. And they might just be able to overwhelm Bleed if Bleed are not ready for that. Maxi gets the first kill on the B side, and
Bait some
Bleed...
rotations?
Yeah, they're thinking. Maybe just bait some rotations out. Sova's moving away. Oh, that's the headshot, but 145 damage onto Lenny. Gets topped out by Lexi there.
Okay. Well, 40 seconds left. And if they want to go into the A site, they're going to have to do it right now. And they need to make sure that they do it while sustaining minimal damage, because these sheriffs can still be so deadly. Moving in now, Darian. Perfect crosshair placement, gets the first one, but here comes Crows! A triple kill from out of nowhere, just underneath the rafters! And this round might be turned around on its head. He gets yet another! Even down fragile! Thankfully, Maxi takes him out, but down to 10 seconds remaining, he gets the spike down, but at what cost? Fox! A single right click is gonna do the trick, and he gets it anyway! Xerxia! They turn this thing around!
Live by the sheriff, die by the sheriff. Crows with the quad kill almost completes the ace, even almost finds the last scalp, but at least Fox is going to be there for the cleanup. They steal the second round away from Bleed. The time was just a bit too tight for them. They rushed things. They could not find Crows, and Crows just made quick work out of them. I don't know how he does it.
I cannot. And you just see it in the replays. He kind of knew that they were coming, and all he had to do was to wait. Kind of even using his teammates as bait, but that just worked out so much better for Xerxia, because he had the information, he had the vision to actually get those micro flicks. This time around, back over onto the B site though, and Bleed are looking to make a quick play. They've had some thrifty wins before as well, so let's see if they can do it again.
Yeah, he's like, so I just started swinging and then he just got 4 kills, and then right now, Bleed, the signature 5 sheriffs. Let's see if they can make Xerxia pay for what they did. Sushi Boys gets 1 kill though. They haven't found a kill yet on the side of Bleed. Sushi Boys gets a second, runs out of bullets, but Crows is there for the save. No more kills going on the side of Bleed.
What? Oh my god, Maxi. Okay. Only able to get 1. And then Xerxia comes back in with the rifles, just spraying it all the way. I mean, it's kind of just trying to find these picks with the sheriffs and dancing back and forth. A little bit of a tango, trying to throw off the crosshair placement, throw off the track, force you to use your tracking aim instead. But Xerxia just still had the firepower, had the numbers advantage, and of course they would win that round. Back into the next now. And Bleed again on the attack. Let's see if they can actually cause some confusion. Bait out some utility. They shoot down the recon.
Yeah, this is their chance to get back, but Lenny with a Hunter Sphere finds one, using the opening. Darian finds a kill, finds a Hunter Sphere kill yet again. My god, Lenny on the Sova with the Hunter Sphere. They commit the Viper's Pit as well. Bleed are pulling out all the stops to try and win this round. Sushi Boys finds Darian though, jumps into the smoke, tries to look for Lexi, finds his head in the smoke.
And he was just positioned for that too. He kind of knew where the spike was going down. But that said, Bleed, they have the numbers advantage. They have the positions. They might be forced back because of the lockdown. Maxi actually going up front though. Oh, he got it away for free. Sushi Boys pushing up front. Got spotted by Maxi. And now down to the 1v1. Hides back behind the corner. Surf shooting blank spots. Kind of gives up his position. It's easy frag for Maxi to clean things up. We're back 2-2.
So many clutch rounds for Maxi, and he closes it out. He's like the closer for Bleed. Like whenever he's the only one left, seen so many clutches from him today. He finds a Surf, makes it even too. He finds a kill, switches to the Vandal, but does not find Maxi. Unfortunately, misses the corner where Maxi was hiding.
Oh my goodness, I don't know if I can take any more of this. Only one, these teams are playing so well right now, but only one of them get to move forward. And if we've seen anything so far today, Maxi is doing incredible things, but so are so many of the Xerxia players. And now again, back to defensive plays. Bleed trying their best not to give up that much information, trying their best to surprise them and catch one player off guard. It's up to Surf now to play this carefully.
Yeah, playing on yellow, but Darian gets the best of him. First man in, Darian immediately opens up the site, runs into yellow immediately. Xerxia are scrambling to try and go back on this defense, but Lexi is going to try to inch up for the plan. Darian finds yet another kill, Quack.
And that is numbers advantage once more. Bleed Spike planted. All they need to do is to play it safe, play it far behind. The long-range duels favor Darren. He's 3 for 3. Can he make it 5 for 5? Info from Lenny as well. Look at that. The recon vault placement. It's so good. So much effective utility. Lenny will be able to take one, and that leaves Sushi Boys, the last one left. Because of those pings, they already knew where he was. And it's a flawless win for Bleed.
Man, Lenny is such a great player.
Every
like
single
just
one of these guys. Wow.
But in particular, he pings so much, and Darren pushing forward is really enabled by getting so much information, like just getting all those logical checks right just because of Lenny.
True.
All the pings is just so good, and he gets so much utility usage too. The way these two play together just enables Darren to go in surgically and just so clean from both players.
Lenny is a true lineup Lenny. It's not lineup Larry anymore. It's lineup Lenny. Because he's got shock dart lineups, recon vault lineups, and even with the pings, every single bit of utility is so effective. And right now, Xerxia just banking everything down to the ultimate serve, not quite able to land the headshot. Lexi will be able to open up the site. Darren as well, pushing far behind to cut them off on the rotations. But Sushi Boys, what is the shot through the toxic screen? And here comes Fox now with a Hunter's Fury of his own. He's able to disperse the Bleed players. They're trying to find some kind of shelter behind yellow. The spike not yet planted, and Pith right up around the middle is able to take down one along from the rotation. The spike finally goes down, and it's in a spot that is so unorthodox. Sushi Boys making a little bit more noise, but Pith has had enough, and we are Bleed with 4-2.
Can't believe Sushi Boys got a triple kill off of that. What is with Sheriffs and these players? They just make so much value out of an 800 credit
through the
gun.
smoke.
Yeah, through the smoke too. I don't know. Okay, he pushes forward. Oh, gets
okay.
it through the wall. Okay, he finds a spot through the smoke. He finds an opening. Even gets the third kill before he finally gets taken down. But right now, Bleed are looking so much better on Icebox than we expected, Quack.
Maybe for now, but Xerxia are pulling out the big gun Surf with the operator. And he locks down the B site. Unfortunately for him, though, Bleed, all 5 are actually pushing down A. The one poison cloud towards mid actually blocks off information, too. So Xerxia, this comes down to a little bit of a guessing game. They're not quite sure if the hit is coming towards A. That's why they're leaving Surf on the B site. But now that the rotations are underway, it's a little bit too slow, and Bleed are already streaming in. They explode onto the site. Darien with the knives, able to take out one, but Fox makes it a trade. Even getting the timing on the spike planter. Oh no, Lenny! Unfortunately, not getting spiked down, but they still have quite the number of control over the site. It's the peaks, but Scary! He's going full turret mode! He gets a quick double! It's all up to Pith now in a 1v2! He manages to push Surf away, but he still needs to retrieve the spike. He still needs to isolate some duels. And look at how safe Xerxia are playing. All of a sudden, this barrier orb just doesn't do Pith any favors, and he's going to have to be very careful about this. Manages to pick it up. He's got 30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
Doesn't need to rush this. Marquis, I'm not quite sure what he's going to do. He comes in with a bit of a strafe, tries to bait out more peaks, but he's running out of time.
Yeah, he's not going to stick it. Scary is already probing, but the shot from Surf, from screens, just finds the right timing onto Pith, and Bleed lose this round. I thought they had the advantage after Darren finding that double kill with the Blade Storm, but the rest of Xerxia hold, and Fox and Scary each getting a double kill as well. Is just so clean from Xerxia, able to recover from a big deficit from the round start.
I mean, you just have to admire Xerxia. Ice in their veins, and even when it came down to the 2-on-1, having numbers advantage, sometimes you might want to get a little bit antsy, you might want to push out just to finish off the last frag, but instead they just held still. Not to mention Scary with the initial frags taking down those two. Big impact, and now we're back in towards Bleed, trying to find whatever they can. They actually spray through the poison cloud to find Sushi Boys.
Right now, it looks like Xerxia is on the back foot. Bleed are playing it slow, though. They got punished for playing too fast just now. And now they're just trying to look for picks. A side is completely open though, but it looks like Bleed are going to choose the wrong side. They're going to go B instead, so they're going to take the fight to Xerxia. There's the rest coming in. Surf takes Darren down. Fox takes a kill as well. Bleed have the site right now, but there's just so much disturbance coming from Xerxia. Maxi finds the first kill, makes it a 3v4 right now. Xerxia still have the numbers advantage, and Pith is gonna get taken down really low. Xerxia finds Lenny. They still can't get the spike down because they're surrounded as Sushi Boys makes quick work out of Maxi and Pith.
Yeah, I think the moment they streamed onto the B site, the moment they started to lose some players, Marquis, is when they figured out, okay, we can't really get the spike down now. Let's just turn this in deathmatch and try to find as many frags as possible. They managed to take out a few, but that said, unfortunately, with the numbers overwhelming coming in from the Xerxia side, Bleak just weren't quite able to do all that much. And of course, winning the round now, Xerxia, momentum and economy. Surf pulling out the operator again. Let's see if Darren can actually do something with this Marshall, because he's done it before.
Yeah. We've seen some crazy stuff with Darren on the Marshall. They're trying to go for this A site, and I think they might just have a good chance of running this A site over because there's a lone Viper defending us. He does have the Viper's Pit, but he can easily get overwhelmed still. Scary. Hiding on top of Nest.
Okay. And that one Viper's Pit alone just blocks off the entirety of the A site. Not to mention now Surf pushed down tube, catches them as they try to rotate. Bleed not quite able to make it out of this one all too safe. Lenny will be the one that picks up the Marshall. Let's see if he can fill in Darren's shoes. Oh my god,
Surf ran for the
well.
heal. Are they going B? It looks like they're gonna try to go for a B. Bleed, they're on a bit of a half buy, I'd say. They can still buy the next round. So they bought out 2 Vandals. They can still make this competitive. They have the Sheriff as well on Lexi. Lenny picks up the Marshall from Darion. They have a chance if they want to fight this, but the rest... Oh, look, it's an elevator boost. Here come the Avengers. They're going on to B. 4v5. The Toxic Screen comes out. They make it a 4v4.
Oh,
Surf, great target to find, but look at Crows. Look at where he's hiding. Such a sneaky position, but he gets taken down by Lenny. 2 quick shots. Fox gets one. It's going to be trades left and right. It's all down to Scary, but there's 2 members of Bleed still alive. 1v2, and this is starting to look very doable for Bleed.
Not to mention Bleed with the utility as well. The lockdown just to buy time forces Scary to make a move. Lenny tried to take a shot along with that, and he does get Scary down to 50 HP. No choice but to back up, and then the Poison Orb comes up. Couple of shots through, and they try to take him down, but he's managed to get halfway, and then Pith puts another bullet to his face, and that's going to be 5-4.
Yeah, that looked pretty dicey because they weren't clearing the corner, and then they just couldn't find him. It's just, what if they don't hit him? What are we missing?
A little bit of a cliffhanger, perhaps, but I think they still have that in the back, Marquis.
Yeah, for sure. They also had Hunter's Fear on Lenny. I'm sure that was in the back of his mind. Like, should I use it? Nah. So a good thing they didn't overcommit that. They still used the lockdown though, so Bleed really fighting tooth and nail for these rounds. The same for Xerxia. They're trying their best, and between the 2 teams, it's still so close.
I'm glad that you brought up the Hunter's Fury from Lenny, because while it is a very useful tool for post-plant, Lenny is one of the best players at using it for the offensive pushes because it just blocks out rotations. It actually catches players in certain defensive positions, and he always lands those beams. This time around, headed towards the B site, the only player here to defend will be Scary, and he manages to delay for a little bit with the snake bite, but here comes the Viper's Pit, and this is how Bleed will look to gain control.
They actually found Pith. This is the first time we saw Xerxia really push out off that. And there's going to be a big flank from Xerxia as well. Scary is going to find Lenny. It's now down to a 3v5. Oh, no. They're on the back foot this time. Scary finds another one, and Darren has to dash away with his operator. What can they do right now? Are they even ready for this flank coming from Surf? From behind, it's all down to Maxi. 1v5. Can he pull off anything here? He takes Surf down, though. We've seen Maxi in the clutch. He does not find a second.
Unfortunately, just... positions and information not quite favoring him. A little bit, an inch away, I think, from Fox's head. But that said, we tie things up 5-5. And my, oh my, things are just getting so much more intense right now. Both teams fighting for their tournament life, fighting for their chance to make it to M2, to Masters Copenhagen. Calling out the timeout now. I'm not sure who's the one putting this, but it's certainly, yeah, probably Bleed.
I'm guessing Bleed as well.
But certainly necessary.
100%. And they can still buy on the side of Bleed. Maxi's just going to have a little bit of a struggle, so is Lexi. But I'm sure they're going to try for this round because, you know what, after this round, it's just going to be so difficult. It's going to be the last round of the first half. Lenny has the Hunter's Fury as well, Control. You mentioned that the Hunter's Fury are being used for offensive purpose. They used it on the A side earlier on.
They did. And he managed to take out like one player, tagged up two. It's freaking crazy. That's what Lenny does. I'm not sure if he wants to use it this round, though, because they just don't have the best buys. Maybe save that up for the next. But that said, another reason why I'm a little bit scared for Bleed right now, not just because they've lost a couple rounds in the past rounds, but this map pick is actually Xerxia's. Xerxia kind of got their way with a map veto because of, I don't know, the coin toss, but Xerxia were the ones who got to choose between banning Ascent or Icebox, and they chose to ban Ascent. This was intentional for them, and both teams are equally good at this map. It comes down to the wire, and Bleed are going to need to pull up their socks and find whatever they can inside of them, muster up all the energy, muster up all the fragging potential just to put themselves ahead. We're tied up right now. And again, every single player is just fighting for their dear lives, Marky.
Yeah, definitely. Look at Blade. They're going for the full buy as well. It looked like they shuffled some guns a little bit. Then Lexi finally gets a Spectre. I believe Pith bought it for him. And they're going to switch guns. Give Lenny a Spectre. Okay, so they're going to get some guns in. I'm pretty sure the Bleed really want to win this round. They want to try to make it a 7-5. But if they win this, actually, Xerxia are going to be the ones with not a full buy because Scary is not looking good in terms of economy.
That said, economy or no economy, this is the second last round before we swap and Bleed. Oh, trying to make a fast way in towards A, but Surf is already prepared for this. Fires off the first shot, but Bleed do not care. They are looking to take him down.
And Darren's ready with a wiggle. Baits out the shot from Surf. They're going to try to execute on this side. Oh, Surf hits Darren, though, up from the rafters. Fires the second shot, pops the Blade Storm. Oh, he just misses. Pith has taken Surf down.
He ligged Maxi, though, down to 5 HP, and right now, Fox with the Hunter's Fury and the defending lockdown. All of a sudden, this round, it seemed like Bleed gained control over A, but they ultimately got pushed back, all the way back. And not to mention, this one play allowed for two players from Xerxia to actually push down the middle. If they want to catch them out of the rotations, they can. But instead, Bleed pushed back onto the A side, and here comes the Hunter's Fury! Lenny fires off the first beam, gets the first frag. The young lion roars again, and he tags up yet another. Sushi Boys down to 70 HP. We are up even to even now. And Bleed just might be able to convert this into a win. 20 seconds left, Marky.
20 seconds left there. They have to go for this A side. Oh, Lexi finds the first kill onto Crows.
Here comes
really important kill there. Lenny with the recon ball as well, trying to open things up. Sushi Boys gets one. Lenny gets a trade, though. All down to Scary right now. He's going to get Lenny
5
all
seconds.
Down to Maxi. He doesn't have time to plant the spike anymore as Scary takes Maxi down, gets the best of him. Xerxia have a 1-round lead, and Bleed are going to find it difficult to buy back into this round.
My goodness. All that effort. All for naught. Just because of the one player from Xerxia. Scary. How is he doing this? He's so calm, so cool, and so collected in these situations that he's able to catch these players. Even when they try to go in for that heads-up duel. Lenny even going in for the running gun, but unfortunately Scary was just able to take him out.
And all
he
of a sudden,
adjusted the Vandal spray too. Like Lenny was trying to dance around, he adjusted the Vandal spray. Vandal still hits the head. It's so sad, but Bleed, they're still gonna try, and I think that this A hit might just be successful for them. It's a lone killjoy on this A site. And if they're successful, they might be able to overwhelm him. But wait, he finds the first kill. Darion is going to be there, though. That utility is going to be useless at this point. Quack, what's going to happen next?
Well, we need the Ninja to step up. He's got the Blade Storms, and he's looking to watch the flank. The rest of them now all just setting up for post-plant scenarios. They've got Snake Bites, they've got Nano Swarms, and they are just looking to hold down some of these angles. The timing of which Lenny pushes along with the utility helps the team so much, but right now it's getting blocked up by the Barrier Orb. Toxic Screen as well. Oh, this might not be good. As Surf is able to take one out through the screen. Here come the trades though, and they are starting to stick it, but here comes Maxi with the Bulldog. He bursts them down, gets a third, and then Scary pushes up front. He does not have the timing on this. He pushes up front, he gets one frag, and he cannot defuse any longer. Lenny taps away with a Guardian and shakes his finger. 6-6. We tie things up.
So close on this map. 6-6 right now. Although I would say I would favor attackers on Icebox. Bleed, make it even still on a map that's, well, chosen by Xerxia, like you mentioned. Maxi with a crazy triple here as well. He got one kill, transfers to the second kill, finds a kill through the smoke onto the diffuser. Scary, the only one left. He didn't have much of a choice, and Lenny just cleaned things up.
Oh my god. We're seeing the numbers on the scoreboard right now, and it might be Maxi who got those 3 impactful frags. And so many of these players from both teams really putting the numbers on the scoreboards, finding all of these heroic moments. But when it comes down to it, the team players are what stands out, because every single round, you see players like Darion who come in just to create those openings. We see players like Lexi with a barrier orb. He might have gotten taken out, but because the orb was erected, it actually blocked off and bought enough time for Bleed to get the spike down. And as well as Lenny. I mean, how many times do we see those recons? Even in that second last round where Scary got the 1v2 clutch, Lenny actually managed to create quite a bit of space because he pushed in along with that recon. There was a little bit of attention that had to go towards taking or breaking down that recon dart just because it was shot towards a high angle.
Yeah, there's just the utility usage from both teams on this map, just so good. And Sushi Boys was able to find an early kill there onto Lexi, but Darren was there for the trade, and Bleed, just the way they they push forward. Exactly. It's the teamwork, especially on the attacking side. It's really first Darion in, and then the whole squad just pushes forward. They make it work. And Maxi, always in the post plans. We always see Maxi in the post plan. He's like the hero of the post plan here for Bleed.
Playmaker, Maxi, just maxing out his potential right now. But that said, Marquis, this is it. The start of the second half, and we are both tied up 6-6. It is so important that these teams find the pistol right now, because this is going to be one heck of a back and forth game. I don't even want to jinx it yet, but you know what I'm thinking about. This could go either way.
Yeah, for sure. And ghosts on both sides. We really don't know where this game is going to go. We're going to have to see if Bleed can hold on to this defense, and if Xerxia have something ready on this attacking side.
God.
What?
The stack up over onto A. There are only 2 players on B now. They've rotated over, but Xerxia are being so quiet and so careful about this.
Yeah, they allow for the rotation to come in, though. So that's going to be Bleed. Oh, they're going to be okay with that. 2 members
I'm not sure about
on B. Let's see if they can hold.
Oh, Maxi. Oh, Maxi. What are you looking to do? He's tapping through the Poison Cloud. He takes down Surf.
Nowhere is safe for Maxi. He's just going to find you either way. And he's on a hot streak right now. He just got a triple kill on that closing round of the first half. And he just keeps going. And right now, look at Xerxia. It seemed like they're going to go for that B hit. They set up the top screen, everything pushed forward. They got stopped in their tracks. And the rest of Bleed have already rotated. There's already 4 defenders. There's also Lenny as well. He's looking for any change. Might be a bait. That Recon Bolt is a fake. What? And Xerxia find a way to make this work. What? Quack, what is going on here?
I'll tell you, Fox was the one scout that Xerxia sent all the way to the A side, the recon as well, but over rotation from Bleed allowed for them to get the spike down. But here's the thing, Lexi, he still has his barrier orb, and they can use that for a retake scenario. It's absolutely crucial that they take down some of these players holding down the sites, though, and that's where Maxi has to come up huge. Darren comes in as well. They get the shots. They tap them down, and along with a double kill now, the wall comes up. They are looking to get that defuse. Darren able to find that last frag and manages to defuse the spike just in the nick of time.
They recovered as well, so they got the first kill. Maxi on that first frag, great, and then suddenly Xerxia are like, oh, Fox is like, he is really a fox. He's very cunning. He runs into A, throws the recon bolt, immediately shifts the defense towards A. They get the spike down, but Bleed, ever so surgical, coming back in like a SWAT team. And look, Darren, Agent 007, just kills everyone on that side with that ghost, and such a good pistol round from Bleed. Great recovery from them.
Mighty elegant. The spy with the silenced pistol. You know what I'm talking about. Darian, let's see if he can do more of that now. He spot that second round Vandal. Xerxia, though, forced buying as well, though, Marquis. And they are looking to burst onto the B site.
Spicy force buy from Xerxia. Let's see if they can make this work. It's a huge risk considering this is map 3, but at the same time, a risk that could pay off huge for them, because if they can get this, they can reset the whole economy onto their side.
It would be huge, but looking at how Bleed are positioned, long-range duels, breaking down the walls, the Nanostorm actually doesn't quite... Oh, it does! The Snakebite came out of nowhere! And then expounded the damage, multiplied it even. Managed to give them the numbers advantage. The spike might be down now, but Bleed has everything going right for them. They just need to take out a couple more heads and then to go in for that retake. Lexi, where are you? There's that barrier orb. Nanostorm popped, and they are just biding their time. A lot of sprays through, and Xerxia are looking to make this happen, but all of a sudden, Maxi with a side flank. They're not quite sure where to look, but they are still steadfast, and they're able to spray it through. Sushi Boys getting a quick double, but Darren makes it a trade, and all of a sudden, all those players gone because Lexi came in from behind. They managed to stick the defuse and even passing it over onto Lexi.
Wow, that was such a huge risk for Xerxia. They almost made it work. They got the spike down. They got a few kills. But Bleed, just so well positioned. Lexi with the flank as well, sealing the deal. Maxi with a quick flick here. Immediately suspected that Surf wanted to push that corner. Xerxia tries to recover from it. Maxi makes him bleed a little bit, though. Darion just got more kills, but now Xerxia, look at Xerxia.
Yeah.
They poured everything into that round, and it didn't pan out. So this next round, this is supposed to be the buy round for them. They're not gonna have anything.
It's such a risk. And having invested that much, Marquis, it's not going well for Xerxia now. They're going to have to save up for yet another round, and this gives Bleed a 9-6. Xerxia, I don't know, we've seen them do crazy things with Sheriffs before, but I don't know if they can actually do it again, just because they really don't have that economy right now. Maybe not even for Sheriffs. Bleed, they are playing textbook Icebox. I mean, that barrier orb to retake B, all of those lineups, all of the positions, all the way at the back of Snowman, it's just something that Xerxia need to be a little bit more prepared for, I think.
Yeah, and you know what? Maxi is still the one to look out for, not just on Haven, but here on Icebox as well. I'm not sure how he does it. He just finds himself in a position of power, always finds a corner. A smoke won't protect you from Maxi.
It really will not. I mean, he's going to spray through that thing, especially when he has the Spectre in the early rounds, not to mention the way that he positions himself around those smokes. The toxic screen, the poison cloud, it allowed him to sneak onto the other side of yellow in that round. And you saw it on your screens. Xerxia, all their attention was directed towards the site itself. They weren't looking around yellow, and allowed for Maxi to come up huge. He's got the Phantom now, breaking the recon.
You gotta hit onto Fox.
Oh, you're right. Fox is down to 7. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so smokes, they're not safe at all. Maxi just shoots through them anyway, and he takes Fox down finally. It's gonna be an A hit though from the side of Xerxia. Lexi is gonna be there. He takes one down. Lenny's gonna be there as well. Lexi takes a second. And now down to 2 players, Surf and Scary. They bought up the sheriffs. Can they hit the shots? Can they make a miracle happen here? They find one head. There it is, but Lenny is gonna take Scary down. It's all down to Surf. He's taking one down, but he's taking down so low right now, and he's getting rushed. He takes a second, but Lenny is gonna be there for the refrag, and they're gonna clean up shop.
They pick up the weapons that have dropped. A little bit of damage is good, but again, Bleed having won 3 rounds in a row, this is their economy that's starting to build up. I mean, you have to admire how Lexi re-aggressed with his slow orb. It just kept those players trapped in on that choke point, and if they keep this up, if Bleed keeps this up, they will be able to defend both sides very effectively. The one gap, maybe, just might be middle, and that's something that Xerxia hasn't quite explored yet.
Not at all. Xerxia has not even ventured towards the mid. They just throw a poison cloud, and they don't really do much. It looks like they're trying to explore poke and prod mid right now, see if there's anyone there. They're gonna hear this owl drone, so definitely Lenny's within the vicinity. And it looks like they're gonna try this mid hit control. Like, it's gonna be kitchen.
All right, I was talking about it, and they actually do it in this round. The one difference, though, is Bleed previously had Killjoy utilities, Killjoy traps set up across kitchen. This time around, they don't have that. And that means Xerxia, they get the drop on them. Bleed might not expect Xerxia to be inside of kitchen or halls right now.
You know what the scary part about going through kitchen is you might get sandwiched from the side. And
he saw the head.
He saw Darren's head, and the turret is just gonna confirm presence on the kitchen. Pith gets taken down though. Darren is trying to look for kills here. Preps his dash. Does not get the shot though. Almost finds the head, but dashes away to safety. And it looks like Xerxia are gonna execute on this B side, but Bleed are gonna try to stop them in their tracks. 2-for-2 trades right now. Baleni gets taken down as well. 2 members of Bleed remaining. Darren is gonna try to find a kill, tries to even things out, but he just cannot. Maxi is going to be there to be the one to equalize though. 2v2, the last 2 members of Xerxia are on yellow, Quack.
And they have to break down those panels. They managed to give themselves a little bit more wiggle room. But coming down to this now, it's straight up 2v2 duels, and Xerxia have the advantage. They're holding on the other side of yellow and just shooting through the clouds, shooting through the smokes. The smoke and mirrors will not help this time. In fact, it aids Crows instead. Xerxia, they managed to take a round back, and we are in for a full reset.
You called it. It's just, hey, they haven't tried mid, and then they go into kitchen. It actually works out for them. Bleed make it so difficult still, but Xerxia find a way, and it was through middle, just as you mentioned. The round that they didn't have the utilities on kitchen, Xerxia find a read.
Certainly do. And just that toxic screen as well. It's a little bit unfortunate, but that said, going into the next now, and Darren pulls out the Blade Storms. He was a bit of a ninja with a Cloudburst earlier on. Let's see if he can do it again. Lenny sends out the Shock Darts just to catch some players. They've been softened up now. The artillery strikes have gone through. But of course, Crows just top it out. The Matic at work. Lockdown into place. And it might be a little bit of a bait as well. Bleed, they're not moving. So this actually just gives Xerxia the space they want to lock in the A site.
Yeah, it's gonna be a 5v5 retake because they're respecting the lockdown. And Bleed though, they're gonna try to cut things down. Darren dashes in, Pith gets the first kill. Crows though, gets a kill, goes for the rest on the Surf. Lexi tries to make them pay, but Lenny is gonna be there. Pith gets another kill as well, and Lenny completes the round with a triple kill from the Bulldog. Bleed Esports, how do you keep doing this?
It's like the rug pulled from underneath Xerxia. They thought they had the sight, but look at Darian's movement. The tailwind sideways, updraft up. And all of a sudden, it just bought enough of a distraction that Pith and Lenny were able to come in and to twist their necks. Xerxia, 7-10 now, and I'm pretty sure this is their timeout because they need it. They don't
100%.
have the economy.
They don't have the economy. They don't have the luxury of time anymore as well, because they're going to eco this round. Bleed are going to get on 11. 11-7. You don't want to be in that position when you're in Xerxia, but unfortunately, you're here now, and you're gonna have to find a way to recover from this, because 3 rounds to close this for Bleed, and Xerxia are just fighting a mountain right now.
They truly, truly are. I mean, how many times do we see this? Both Viper players, incredible assists right now, but in that round, Darian was my MVP just because of that sick movement and the Blade Storm. He actually got a frag off of it. And at the same time, it's the way that Bleed goes in with these defenses. It's not just standard textbook. They show that they have depth on this map. They know exactly when to push and pull, and I feel like Xerxia just aren't quite prepared for this time.
Yeah, they're not. But Surf, the one to watch out for in this round. He has the Blade Storm. He can make it work if he finds the heads. You're playing it a little bit slow. You're trying to fake a little bit on B. It's actually a bait and switch. They're baiting our rotations onto the B side, using a toxic screen, using the recon bolt. And Surf is just going to go up to Kitchen. He's the one that's going to drive the knife down Bleed's hands, or Bleed's heads rather, if they want to win this round.
That's the difference now. Bleed are learning from their mistakes. It might be, but look at it's actually so annoying. 3 bursts, 3 damage, and it actually takes him down to yellow HP. He has to reposition. Bleed, they let go of Kitchen earlier on, and this time around they do not. And because of that fact, Xerxia, they have to reconsider their approach. They actually head on into the A site, but Lenny's already there. The Hunter's Fury again takes him down, and Maxi, lurking over by the middle, takes down 2. Darian now from the top of rafters, looks for the last one. And I don't know what you can do, Sushi Boys, because they're all over you. Right clicks, 2 of them, but unfortunately they don't do that much. And this is the 11th win for Bleed that you were talking about, Marquis. Oh my
so
God.
Scared for Xerxia right now. They wanted this map.
Oh no.
They thought they had the advantage, but right now, Bleed are the ones sitting pretty. And you know what? Jet, when you have your Blade Storms out, your biggest enemies are robots. You don't want to face a boom bot. You don't want to face a turret.
You don't want to spend your knives on those.
Exactly. No alarm bots, no nano swarms, none of that. So that's your biggest enemy. And man versus machine, Surf could not overcome it. The turret was just too strong. He was forced to bring out his classic and take out so much damage. And Bleed clean out the round. They had to commit the Hunter's Fury, but it doesn't matter. They made the round so clean. They want no risks coming into this next round.
They've got the momentum now, and they are the ones that are dictating the pace. Given their setups, it's constantly changing, and here it comes the defending lockdown, but Crows! A single shot through the engine block, it takes Pith's head gone, and now Maxi as well. The Swedish duo are dead. Lenny comes back in from the middle, though, and he's able to take down 1, but then the Viper Spit comes in. Darian, tailwind away, gets the first one, but not Fox. And this brings us to a 3-on-3 as Lexi comes in with a res. The Viper Spit, though, still the biggest obstacle. I'm not quite sure how Bleed can deal with this, but they just push on through. They take Surf away and then the recon bolt, but Scary's still lurking inside of this thing. He's that snake, he's that Viper, and they can't quite find him, not yet. Lenny actually takes it out all of a sudden, and now Alexi on towards Fox. It's down to a 1-on-1, but he doesn't have the timing anymore. The shock dart lineups, it tags him out from behind. And Fox the better Sova this time. With the shock dart from behind.
You see his face, he was so relieved that shock dart hit. He let out a sigh there. And Xerxia keep the dream alive. Darian, great push from him. Couldn't find more though. Lenny made it so interesting. He found a kill through the Viper's pit still. And 1v1, unfortunately, the shock darts just make it so difficult to find Fox because he was gonna play it from safety.
Yeah. It was a smart play, especially how he was positioned around that. That's why he was alive for that final play, but oh, Bleed. Pushing up onto A, denying and controlling areas over pipes, but Xerxia just headed towards B. So far, this B hit has worked out several times for them, especially when they have the full buys.
I agree. It's been a more successful side for Xerxia. It seemed like A, they just get overwhelmed by Bleed's defense. So if they can make this B hit happen again, that would be great. But look at the rotations from Bleed. They already have an inkling. But wait, they're rotating back. They're starting to think twice about their rotations.
You're gonna have to be very careful about this. Of course. Xerxia, they do not want to give up match point. But at the same time, playing this cautious might just cause them to make some mistakes. But Crows, no mistakes necessary. He pushes up top, and he's able to take out the first one. Baits the rotations over, and now, pretty sure, Xerxia, they get A for free. That's free real estate.
It's 100% free real estate off the back of one kill. Bleed a bit too quick on the trigger to fully rotate because they probably couldn't see anything through the toxic screen. And now the A side is just completely in control of Xerxia. They're going for the post plants already. They even have the res on Crows should they need to use it. And Bleed, recognizing this is going to be a difficult 4v5 retake, are just going to save.
Wow, and just like that, one frag, one fake, one rotation, Xerxia, they regain that momentum. Bleed, they know they have the round lead right now, and they don't need to commit all that much. In fact, they gain a little bit more information. All they need to do is to anchor down the B side and prevent themselves from losing their weapons. Because what they really want is economy for future rounds. This puts us at a 9-11 marquee.
Yeah, it's starting to look doable for Xerxia. They're within striking distance. Bleed, they save 4 guns so they can still hold strong. They can still buy, I believe it is bought for Lenny? What? Yeah, it was bought for Lenny. And right now, 5v5, looking at both teams, whoever wins this next round resets the other team pretty hard.
Yeah, and if Xerxia is the one that does it, they get a chance at snatching away that match point because they win the next. They win this, they break Bleed's economy, they turn this at 11-11, and very potentially 12-11. Bleed, though, they've got the ultimates now, and this entirely blocks out the A site. It's so important that Lexi and Darian and gang, they actually anchor and prevent Xerxia from taking B. But look at what Xerxia are doing. Oh my god, the Killjoy utility not quite set up towards Kitchen as well. They get to push in towards this spot. They get spotted out, though, at the very least, and that's information for Bleed.
It's going to be a sandwich again. Lenny might be able to find Fox here. Oh, he just dodges him. Does he get the jump onto Sushi Boys? Fox doesn't see Lenny. Oh, he finds the head! They just miss each other, and Fox finds the first kill, but Maxi is going to be there for the trade. Takes one, but look at this. The attackers and the defenders have switched sides. There's 3 defenders. Look at Bleed Esports.
Oh, no.
They're expecting them to come back here. And here's the firefight on mid. Bleed find 3 kills, but Scary is going to even things out. Down to 1v1. Both Vipers, both clutch players from Xerxia and Bleed. 1v1 right now. They're going to fight where toxic screens are. A big X there between the 2 Viper screens. And who is going to win this 1v1?
Maxi, he's already on the site, and all he needs to do is to react appropriately. Scary pushed out at the toxic screen, and it was something that Maxi was expecting. What a firefight towards the middle. They might have swapped sides, and I love that Bleed were pushing out together as a team. The spray transfers just gave them enough of an advantage.
And here's where Xerxia are going to get reset slightly. They still have the economy still, but it's not going to be full buys all around for them because they didn't get that spike plant. Yeah, it's match point. So they're forced to buy down 3 light shields for them. For the side of Bleed, they're sitting pretty here. Economy not that great still, but you know, they have 5 guns. They're all buying. They're all full armor except for Lexi. They're just going to hold strong here, and they just need 1 more round, and they can get their revenge on Xerxia.
And this would eliminate Xerxia as well, Lenny. A little bit of a preemptive Hunter tree this time. It doesn't quite find much, but it does scare off Xerxia. Allows for Pit to go in for a peek, and it forces them to expend their resurrection. Oh my god, Crows though, still sharp as ever! But here comes Surf. Oh my goodness, no! He kind of had the trigger discipline, but Surf!
Who expected Surf to go up there? Darren was waiting so patiently. He had a chance. But what is going on here? Xerxia It's a completely flawless round. None of them took damage except for the one kill of the rest, and then suddenly it's a flawless round.
Oh my god.
They've turned things around on its head. Could we go to overtime?
I was thinking about it. I did not want to jinx it, but we just might, Marquis.
I'm jinxing it for Bleed. I'm doing it for the boys, for the boys.
For the boy, you biased caster. They have no choice but to save this round. We've seen them make Sheriffs work before, but they don't have the ultimates this time. Fox is the one with the Hunter's Fury. Pith has a lockdown. This could go either way, but it's absolutely crucial that Bleed actually locks down some of these frags. The snake bite forces Surf out of position. He's down to 30 HP, but spraying on through the firing squad, they make those bullets rain. And just like that, they gain control over green and possibly yellow along with it. Maxi still holding true though, and he's pushing back in. That Vandal unfortunately just doesn't do all that much. Lenny comes back in now, but I don't think he can withstand the force of 5 Xerxia players.
Not at all, not with that Ghost, unless somehow he makes the silence pistol work. But no, he's the one that's silenced instead. Taken down by Cruz. It's all down to Pith. He can't really do anything with his Sheriff, can he?
Can he? He's done it before with a Headhunter, but that was a pistol round. I don't know if he's going to do it this time. Too many players, too many angles, and not to mention Crows plus Scary and Surf on the roam.
He hears them coming, tries to go for the shots, hits them a little bit, but that's about it. Xerxia are ready to send this to overtime.
Oh my god. Have some faith. The Bleed fans are sending all of their energy right now. This could still be 13-11. Bleed, they managed to save up to buy back in with a little bit of a half for this round. But that said, ultimates on both sides, and Xerxia, they still just might be the ones to do it. They just might be the ones to send it in overtime. We spoke too soon. Maxi takes out the first player.
He just swats Surf out of the air there, and that's gonna knock the win out of Xerxia. They still have 2 ultimates to use though, the Lockdown and the Hunter's Fury, which is gonna be good. But Maxi is gonna find more damage, shoots through the wall, hits Fox, brings him low, but he's gonna get topped up. Xerxia are still gonna try to push his B though, Quack.
They are going to try, but the crucial one here is Pith, because his lockdown will be paramount. The Hunter's Fury is spent, and that means there is no counter utility for this thing. If Pith stays alive and the hit does come in, that one lockdown will cause panic, induce panic for Xerxia. They put their lockdown first. And Pith has to back up. Darren comes in aggressive though, flies up all over the place. He stings down the first player, but with the judge, he does not have the range. And then the Viper's Pit comes through. The spike gets planted. Maxi going up front now and back into yellow. If he gains control over this spot, it will be tougher for Xerxia to hold. Pith, lockdown already spent, and 2 players are all that remain. Scary hides inside of this Viper's Pit, but I don't know if he actually has the positioning to find these frags. Xerxia, they managed to take down 3! And just like that, Darren just does not have the health. He's down to the judge. And where is he? Still inside of this thing. He comes up, jumps all over the place, but Scary! The quadra kill to send this into overtime. 1 Viper's Pit, a 2v5, and he still makes it work.
It's so fitting for this revenge game to go into overtime on the 3rd map yet again. And Scary, you said, can he make this work? It didn't look like it, but he did anyway. Used the Viper's Pit like a snake in the grass, just pops out. He kills everyone. Darion could not even finish him off as he flicks towards Darion and sends this map to overtime.
Oh my god. Quadra kill. Even the lockdown didn't do anything because of Scary. Just a snake in the grass, like you said. He slips in and out of it. And that is his domain. We go into OT1 right now and Bleed on the attack. They want to make this fast. Going underneath pipes though. They've been pinged and spotted by the recon, but the teamwork rings true. And they take out Surf.
Oh, was that a little bit of a self-shock dart there from Fox? He just doesn't clear.
A little bit.
Doesn't clear that corner. The rest of Bleed, though, they're falling back. They want to take it slow after their first kill. I'm just going to say, both Scary and Maxi, though, they're both showing up for their teams. It's like the Battle of the Vipers on Icebox, and it's just absolutely crazy. It looks like Bleed are going to come back in. Fox takes one down, but he's going to get traded. 4 members of Bleed still alive and healthy in this 4v3 right now, Quack.
Maybe, but they lose their controller, and that makes it a little bit tough for them to approach the site safely. It's up to Darian to find something. He tries to bait out a push with his updraft, but Xerxia aren't budging. 40 seconds left, and Bleed still has the option to rotate if they want. But given numbers right now, they should be able to take this in. Darren pushes up all of a sudden, takes down the first player. Scary hiding in the corners, able to take down yet another. Pith makes it a quick trade though, but here comes Sushi! On the top of the wall, on the top of screens! He takes out Pith and Lenny! A 1-on-2 clutch! And they take the first round in OT1.
How Sushi Boys is a ninja. He's a killjoy. He skill jumped on top of screens to make that work. He came all the way from B just to do that. Darren got the first kill. Scary, waiting patiently, finds 2, makes it happen. Pith cleans things up, but all of a sudden, look at this kill. Oh, we see Darren again.
God.
Sorry, just the skill on Sushi Boys, going up screens, finding it 2 kills. They didn't expect the Killjoy to be up there.
This could be it. Bleed, their defense has to work out. They hear the footsteps towards A. Darian pushing down the middle. If Lexi and Gang can send them off on a rotation, Darren will be able to catch them, but that is a big if. The recon pushes them back, and Lenny now does so much. Darren whiffs the first shot though, can re-peek. Cloud bursts instead because he knows he needs to make it onto B site quickly. The nanoswarms are there as well, so Bleed still stands a chance. But if they lose the advantage, they will not be able to get this. They might just be sent out. Nanoswarm buys a little bit of time, but Maxi pushes up front, gets taken out by Surf. Oh no, I don't like where this is going, Marky.
I don't like this. Xerxia have the advantage. Lenny is trying to push forward, but Fox is going to be ready there, but no, Lenny is readier. He finds the kill, and this is where Xerxia's defense, well, post plan might just get broken apart. They have to look behind them, but Lenny isn't there anymore. He's actually made his way towards middle. He's thinking about going back in, but no, he's just looking for a Viper who might want to line up. Bleed starting to push forward. They're going to go for this yellow control, Quack.
Time is of the essence now, and Sushi Boy still holding fast. Darren comes in with the first shot now, but doesn't have the tailwind, and all of a sudden Surf comes up. It's Lenny from behind, and he doesn't quite have the time. Needs to go in fast. 10 rounds in the chamber, but no, Crows! Your soul is forfeit, and he takes out Lenny. 14-12, and Xerxia once again take Bleed out of the tournament.
The exact same fashion. Map 3 overtime. Xerxia takes it away from Bleed, and they really want that second spot in Champions. Xerxia pulling off the heroics. Scary as well. What was that clutch from him in that Viper's Pit, that 4K? Such amazing plays from Xerxia, and this is why they're considered the second best team in APAC. They might have been sent to the lower bracket early on, but man, what a team this is.
They are just in the face of death. They don't cower. They stay true to their controlled methods, and they just seize the sites. And setting up those post plants, even with all that effort coming in from Bleed and the gang. We saw how sharp Darian was. We saw how strong Lenny was with his utility, but even that was not enough. Bleed, unfortunately, it does, especially since we're the MYSG representatives, but they are knocked out of the tournament.
11-7, Bleed were almost there, but Xerxia pull a rabbit out of a hat. I'm not sure where that came from. It sends it to overtime and cleanly wins the first overtime. Xerxia, they're definitely deserving of the slot if they want to go to Masters again. They want to go back. They want to go back to the big stage.
They do, and hats off to them because they played so well. They were so steady throughout this entire thing. But I think it's time for us to go for a break because our panel is going to dissect this. And after that as well, the biggest matchup today, Paper Rex versus Team Secret, El Clasico. We shall see what happens after this break. Don't go away, guys. This is going to be more Valorant action.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? You see what I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one.
Welcome back, everyone. And before we even get into the introductions over here, I just want to ask, Xerxia Esports winning how many rounds in a row? I lost track, really. They were fighting for that win, and that was just an amazing comeback, and they really foiled their predictions out here. GG's, of course, to Bleed Esports. My children, I adore you guys so much. Great efforts from you guys. But in the end, it was just Xerxia Esports that fulfilled the I'm fumbling over here because that match is just something else, you guys. By the way, it's Likeable, Fluffy, and Trix over here once again on the panel. And this is it, Trix. This is it. The puzzle that we're trying to complete over here on the knockouts. And Xerxia Esports is just an additional piece to that.
It's bittersweet. I'm really happy Xerxia pulled through. I feel like, Xerxia really has a very particular way of playing, and it's the kind of Valorant when I watch it. I really want to play Valorant too kind of feeling. And I think that getting that lead early on, it seemed, Maxi's hold though, I need to talk about it. Maxi was just amazing throughout the series. But Xerxia's scary on the other hand, the other controller on Xerxia's side, really living up to his name and being so scary.
Truly scary indeed. I mean, you've seen both of these players just have those clutch situations against each other, and it just felt as if there was just something going on there. There was a lot of tension between these Vipers. Now, I'm counting this out. 6 straight rounds for the side of Xerxia Esports, Fluffy. I find this unbelievable. Every round we were like, oh, I think this is the round that Bleed is gonna close it out, but Xerxia was like, no.
I mean, Xerxia, they had a very back and forth first half, but coming into the second half rather, Bleed Esports seemed to have the lead on the defense, and it really stopped them in their tracks for a long part of the second half, up until Xerxia just started adjusting, making a lot of these more contact plays and committing a lot more of their players on the attack. They weren't afraid to push in and fight Bleed, and when they did, most of the time they did win, which turned the tide at the end of it, granting that streak of rounds, which ultimately got them to win on overtime.
Yes, that was the whole thing over there. Now, I know, Trix, that Xerxia is a team that is just so good at punishing the opponent for their mistakes. And where do I even begin with this sentence? Because it's so heartbreaking on the side of Bleed Esports, but also so good on the side of Xerxia, right? So it's a double-edged sword, especially for me, because I did claim to be the mother of Bleed Esports over here. But I do have to say that there were mistakes on the side of Bleed Esports that were punished on Xerxia. But what on the side of Xerxia over here, Trix, what was something that they were doing really, really well?
I think that moment they realized they should be going mid is the moment they figured it out on Bleed. Because Bleed was really primarily focused on the A main control, the B main control. We saw that there many rounds there was a triple stack on A main, and there was one on B side that was Maxi and another one pit in kitchen. So when Xerxia decided that to pressure mid, and we talk about this a lot in terms of on the panel, we talk about how you need to pressure parts of the map, different sides of the map, in order to force the opponents in certain areas. Don't give them too much room or freedom to move around. And when that finally clicked for Xerxia, they were able to start making those rounds happen because they had those pivot moments that they really needed.
Yeah, that was absolutely it. Now, Fluffy, looking at the second half of the scoreline, it looks like, it was a comeback story. But we have to remember that we started off with a 6-6 in the first half. And I think that it was just a tug of war between these two. It was insane.
It was like a big tug of war. Bleed opened up the game, of course, by winning the pistol round, but quickly Xerxia struck back on the second, where normally you'd think that the bonus had the advantage. There's a lot of shaky moves between them, even at times where multiple members would flank, they would go around, and in response, the other team would just mirror their movements and stack up together as well. Very good reads from both. It's probably why they were on such equal footing and ended on such equal footing, considering the fact that their lineup as well is the same mirror matchup. I feel like one thing that Xerxia eventually did better than Bleed was, I think, utilizing their Sage instead of being very static with the walls, etc., especially on the defensive side. I feel like they're able to stop a lot of these long angles, post plants, etc., and really leverage that fact that they were bringing that stage for that reason. And on the attacker side, I feel like it gave them the freedom to really make that wall where they were a bit more protected. The only thing that could go through it whenever they would go for the plant is basically the nano swarms coming out from Bleed Esports. But Xerxia, overwhelming still, just decided to keep committing, keep fighting, and as Trix mentioned, being able to pull the enemy team and forcing them to play your game instead of allowing them to be very free is another key fundamental tactic that every team can pull off. But Xerxia really did it well this game.
They really did. And obviously, with Scary Trix being the series MVP, I'm sure that you have a lot to say about this guy's performance. It was just stunning.
It was stunning. I feel like Xerxia as a unit, Scary putting on that Viper wall on B side primarily, but also moving around the map and trying to put pressure on different sides of the map. I think that's exactly what any controller needs to do. I know that a lot of times when we talk about controllers, there are backline, we don't want to lose them, especially a Viper because there's so much good utility. And I just think it's so deserving of Scary.
It really is. Oh my goodness. Honestly, I'm looking at this series and I want to go for more games just because of how tight everything was. It was a back and forth. All of these players just giving it their all, and you can really see it. But alas, this is where the series ends. Xerxia Esports will be moving on while Bleed Esports, for them, this is where we bid goodbye. I can't believe we're moving on from this series. Such a good one. But the good news is we're moving on to another amazing series, because in the next series that we're about to feature, we're going to be looking at whatever the result is. We're going to find out who is going to be the first representative of APAC for Masters 2. I'm ecstatic. So why don't we go ahead and just introduce the first team over for this series right here. I'm fumbling over here because I'm shaking out of excitement, and let's just go ahead. So the first half of the upper bracket finals is a team that needs no fancy introductions. Their track record shows it all, making it to Champions 2021 and Masters 1 this year. They're young, innovative, and most of all, they are a spectacle to watch. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Paper X.
Paper Rex coming in from Singapore, such a fantastic team. A team that so many other teams over here are looking out for, and for good reason. They have shown it to us. We've got Bankai, Davai, Forsaken, Jing, and Mindfreak. I know that some of the jokes going around are saying it's the Forsaken and Jing, but every single player in Paper X has proven to step up every single time they need to. I still to this day remember Bankai on his Cypher and how amazing his holds were. And Davai, Mindfreak, every single player here is fantastic. They have this way of playing that is unpredictable, that is also structured at the same time. You know that they understand each other and that they have a clear direction of what they want to do in every single round that they're playing. They have a way of changing the pace, whether it's their own, but they can also adjust to the pace that the opponent is playing. I feel that that is something some teams struggle on. When the opponents start forcing you to play their game, sometimes we don't know how to deal with it, but Paper X seeming to say, okay, we can play your game, and they just go with it.
Oh, wow, I love that take. Oh. I'm out of words because it is quite a challenge. I know, I can imagine what it's like. I've seen some of the matches struggle with that, but again, Paper X, just something else. Let me take a deep breath real quickly because I'm just over the moon for this series. So allow me to introduce the second half of the upper bracket finals. It is a team that also needs no fancy introductions. As I mentioned before, this feels like a replay of the knockouts of SEA Stage 3 challengers. They were also our representatives back in Champions 2021. Although they failed to qualify in APAC 1, they're looking better than ever this time around, and they're hoping to have a more flawless run compared to their previous matchup. So let us welcome Team Secret.
And here we are with no fancy introductions. Like I mentioned, Team Secret, the time has come and let us introduce you to Tondo Gaming. That's what the Team Secret on social media taunted at their opponent's Paper Rex today. And the Tondo King himself is here to represent the Philippines along with his squad. Jesse Vash, of course, the leader, with the Spencer Witz, Jeremy Borkum, and Dubstep at their back, with Coach Fade as the big brain for this team's operation. Recently, just like the introduction, they take out fancy things like Fancy United Esports as well as Xerxia and ONIC, and they've only dropped one map in their past couple games, 3 to 4 games back. And this team has always been a team that has the experience as well as youthfulness to really still innovate, just like Paper Rex, but also still have that stability. And as one of the few teams that has graced that international stage, they also have the experience to back it up. They have great spacing and good teamwork because they've been playing for so long together in esports, and especially their power to really flex their players to constantly move their roster. I feel like out of all the 6-man rosters or more that we've had here, they're probably one of the teams that changed multiple people and sub them in and out for whatever Coach Fade decides that they need to win the match. They are the type of team that is not afraid to change their game plan. They've brought out a couple of wild comps here and there, very unexpected things. So this team, who's constantly learning, hopefully brings out their A game, as this is one of their most important matches so far.
Yes, this really is an important matchup, not only for Team Secret, but also Paper Rex. I mean, you get to represent the region over at Masters, so that has to count for something, right? Plus, it's secured. You don't have to go through the lower bracket journey for you to be able to succeed in this. So that's really exciting. And that just means that this may not be a do or die match, but a lot is at stake as well. So it's just been crazy over here. I'm sorry if I'm a little bit shaky, guys. I'm just so excited. I really am. I have been looking forward to the return of Team Secret. I have been looking forward to seeing the full power, the full potential that Paper Rex really has. And I feel like this is the matchup of it. This is like the El Clasico, as we all like to prefer it to. So I'm just so excited. Why don't we go ahead and look at the head-to-head and feature some of the players out here who deserve some spotlight on them. And Fluffy, who better to take the spotlight away right now than Jing and Dubstep?
Yes, Jing and Dubstep, household names here, and something that you should be familiar with for both players, for their fantastic ability to win the duels, to be that person who gets the first blood, the person to make the first contact, and be the vanguard of both of their respective teams. Jing, of course, from Paper Rex, has really proven himself, especially keeping up with his fellow duelist Forsaken, being able to make a lot of off-angle trades and controlled aggression, if I might add. And that dynamic duo, he is, of course, half of it, and he does provide the team a lot of space to work with, which I think helps out a lot of the innovation that Paper Rex is going to bring. And on the other hand, we have Dubstep, you know, our duelist here from the local Filipino scene, our last hope for the region, as they are our only representatives. He really does carry a lot of weight. But both of these players are not just duelists. I also want to mention how they've been flexing on multiple roles when the team does need it. We've seen Dubstep play that chamber as well as KO on certain maps, and with Jing, we also have him seeing on Sky and other agents like Reina. So it's a lot of flexibility and experience in both of these players, and like I mentioned a bit earlier, they also have that international background to back it up. So it's going to be very scary to see them both on the same server. I hope that they're prepared to make space for their team, because it's going to be a challenge.
Oh my god, what an added pressure right there, Fluffy. It's not on me this time. That was on you. I'm just hyping this series up. But you're adding pressure. But I guess that's exactly what they need. Not the pressure though, but kind of a reminder, I would say, to be mindful of your role and make sure that everything that you do, you make it for the team. Don't be selfish over here. This is a team play, and at the end of the day, that's always how it's gonna be. Don't be too over aggressive. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. Maybe Trix should do the reminders. Give us some reminders for these players, Trix.
Drink water, you know, but
Hydrate.
no, real talk, yeah, don't. It's a matter of calculating your risks and understanding when is the optimal time to make risks. A lot of players sometimes say, oh, they were just lucky. But newsflash, everyone, it takes skill to be consistently lucky sometimes. And a big part of that is that a lot of players are able to calculate the risks.
Oh my god. You know what the calculated risks that they have to do at the very beginning? It's picking the maps. I mean, map selection in itself, we've discussed this before. It's a complete mind game over here. But off the bat, Fluffy, any maps that we should look forward to for either of these teams?
Well, with such good aimers on both teams, I wouldn't be surprised if either one went with the Icebox pick. But other than that, Fracture is another map that I'm kind of very interested in because we haven't really seen much of it, at least on the APAC stage for TS, although in the local scene they have played it quite a bunch. On the other hand, aside from the Icebox and Fracture, I think Ascent is a map that Team Secret has done super well on. And as we start the map, Vito, we can see that Team Secret already removing Fracture from the equation. They don't want to, maybe, I don't know if they're saving anything because it might be a little too late because they are a pretty good Fracture team, but I don't think they want to challenge Paper Rex on that one today. And with that, Paper Rex does remove Breeze, one of the maps that we've seen Team Secret play multiple times here on the APAC stage against Xerxia as well as ONIC, and they've had great success on that map as well. So no surprise for them to take that out. But what is surprising is for Team Secret to first pick Ascent. Not that it's bad or anything, it's one of their better maps. I just thought that for the rest of the map pool, sometimes you want to think of it as a whole, and you want to leave some of your maps in to be the decider and maybe pick a different map first. So going with your strongest is really a show of confidence from both teams, showing that the Bind as well as Ascent will come out. And I think both teams are pretty good on both maps, so this one's going to be a tough one.
Oh my. Tricks. Wow. Tricks, please continue. I'm running out of words. I'm running out of breath. It's been evident so far.
I find, playing at this caliber with Team Secret versus Paper Rex, you do want to get your best maps in early because later on they could just ban what map you think is your best. And that decider map being Icebox. So I find, Ascent being that more default map, a map that Team Secret has definitely thrived on. Then you've got Bind, a map where Paper Rex seems to like to take those close angles. They like to take the information and really essentially kind of bully their opponents on the attacker side when they're playing defender. We know that Paper Rex likes to play that aggression. And on Icebox, you've got those long range duels. Similar to a map like Breeze, I find, where you've got that, it's a large map, you want to take that mid control or at least pressure it. But again, it's the vertical angles that'll make or break it. And I find that Paper Rex has been showing their confidence in that kind of angle mitigation or manipulation in terms of playing against their opponents, as we've seen them do so in a map like Fracture.
And going for the start of the series with a map like Ascent, I feel like Team Secret with the game plan is going to come in very strong. I kind of already predict that they have a very, very good chance of taking it, as they not only are very proficient at it, but they actually have a lot of experience with different compositions that they run on the team. They have tried a lot. They haven't actually lost in this specific map in the entirety so far for the APAC Challenger playoffs, as well as the entire Valorant Champions Tour for Philippines. And I think that streak might continue because they've shown so much on that map, so much that they're capable of. They've tried everything from Yoru to Omen to Astra to KO. Anything is possible for this team. And as both teams are so innovative, I wonder how that's going to match up against something that adaptable like Paper Rex.
Anything is possible with this series, okay? I'm trying to tone down over here, guys. Trying to get my head in the game. The excitement, Fluffy, I don't know if you feel the same excitement as I do. I can feel it a little bit with Tricks, but you're more calm and collected between the three of us. So pass that vibe over to me as we enter into the realm of Ascent over here. And again, we always mention that this is a map filled with the fundamentals, but when you have these two teams over here, the two top teams currently on APAC, then you're in for a challenge. So guys, stay tuned for this series. It's just about to start. Once again, this is Team Secret versus Paper Rex.
I think, in terms of...
I'm sorry. See, this is why I got so excited.
I understand.
I'm a little bit scattered, guys. I was so ready to get into the game that I actually forgot that we had to do the agent compositions. That's all on me. My apologies, guys. But before we do that, I do want to know what my casters or panelists rather are going to be predicting. This is so embarrassing. I'm so sorry, guys. Tricks, please take the lead.
Okay, so after my introduction of Paper Rex, I don't think it'll come as a surprise that my prediction is them. I think that they are a phenomenal team. I don't think that Team Secret is not, but I do feel that Paper X just having that consistency and innovation and just skill and mastery and teamwork, I find that they have all the pieces and it's fitting in the right places for them to finish this off.
I'm going to go the opposite way with this one. I have a strong belief that Team Secret really has what it takes to take this match and this series overall. The maps seem very good for them, not necessarily any one map being bad. Maybe Bind, if ever, is a bit sketchy for me, but the other two seem fine. I mean, you only need two. And the thing about Team Secret also, aside from being adaptable, they are always calm under pressure. So when they're put in this high pressure situations that I'm sure that Paper X is going to put them in, I think they'll be able to find their way out of it. I think that for me, aside from that, it's also the fact that our local representatives from the Philippines can't kind of ignore that. And I also want to see them return back to that international stage. So for me, it's going to be Team Secret.
I'm gonna go with Fluffy over here. I mean, if it's not already obvious, I have so much support for Team Secret. And again, to everyone watching, I am so sorry. I'm just a little bit too excited. This game is something that we've all been looking forward to in the past. This is El Clasico, and I love to see it. But what is gonna be the win condition over here on Ascent, Fluffy? It's a crazy matchup, but again, we said that this is filled with the fundamentals, so I wanna know.
Well, the most fundamental thing you can do to win a game is to land a kill. And I feel like it's very basic, but for the top teams like this, having that man advantage and opening up a round with that initial kill really will matter the most, especially because you'll allow your team to move so freely. And Team Secret and Paper X has that aim to really back it up. And because it's so high, I feel like it's going to be like a needle where both teams really have to be very precise when they act, because I'm sure that every moment the opposing team is already ready to punish or capitalize on any misfortune that might happen to you, which I'm sure they're going to try to cause.
The misfortunes are coming in. You can't afford to make mistakes, especially when you're up against Team Secret or Paper Rex, of course. Now, of course, Trix, I'm sure that you have your own input over here. I'm wondering what you're expecting, especially in terms of composition, as we go into this map.
In terms of composition, I'm assuming that Team Secret is not going to pull out anything that is not in their repertoire right now, in terms of having played and tried and tested it in a tournament. We have seen them do it before, but I do think that they will be bringing out that KO. I am hoping to see it on Dispenser, because last I recall, Dispenser played that KO and I thought it was really great value. He was such a good teammate. He was able to get the information, stop the pushes. It really just showed mastery in that teamwork and understanding of his agent, as well as what his team required of him. On the side of Paper Rex, they did play against Bleed, I believe, on Ascent. So I am hoping to see that fade and the KO, hopefully. But again, last time we talked about agent selections and picks on this desk, sometimes they just don't feel it. And, fair. They don't have to go the way we're thinking. But I do hope to see that, because there was some great teamwork on the side of Paper X.
I mean, if it's something that has worked in the past, of course we want to see them pull it out. We don't get me wrong, we love the experiments that they pull, but obviously you kind of want to play it safe as well, especially when so much is on the line for these two teams. And I do get what you're saying. After all, we did see that unpredicted Xerxia fracture map just then. And now, luckily for us, nothing too out of the ordinary in the map selection. Hopefully the same goes for the agent selection. It's just been so wild just looking at these two teams and how they've almost been undefeated, Fluffy. Of course, on the side of Team Secret, that wasn't exactly the case. We were expecting them to have like a flawless upper bracket run during the group stage. But hey, we're glad that they're here. But I think that there are the improvements that they've also made and the adjustments that they've made throughout their run that has landed them a spot here. So that's just really impressive overall.
Yeah, I feel like no team can really get to this level and be so consistent if you're not, like how Trix always mentions, malleable, or if you can't really adapt to situations, especially very quickly. And I feel like that's the operative word. A lot of teams know how to adapt, but some take a while and they give too many rounds up, but the more consistent ones are able to do it on the fly, sometimes within the round. And we can't forget the stakes that we're going, this is the upper final for the knockouts, and whoever wins this match does move on to the grand final, securing that spot for the international stage, which I think both of these teams are very much vying for. And aside from that, I feel like both of these teams really have the potential to make it great in the broader scheme of things outside of APAC. So it's going to be a real challenge and difference. But this isn't a matchup that is necessarily new. We've seen this in the past before,
Yeah.
and both times it has gone both ways. At the end of it, I think Team Secret did reign supreme, but I wonder if history is going to repeat itself today or if Paper X will get the revenge.
That's exactly the question that's on our minds right now. I mean, if you look at the previous record that these guys had, I believe in this exact matchup, which is the upper bracket finals, Paper X was actually the one who succeeded. And then Team Secret had their lower bracket run, but in the end, they were successful in getting that grand champion title. Am I right? This is the recollection that we're thinking of in terms of this rematch. So again, the big question is this going to be a repeat of history? We'll find out. It's just so crazy to believe. I feel like this is a matchup that everybody's just been waiting for. I know I have. That's why I'm a little bit shaky right now, getting too ahead of myself. And I'm trying to recover, as you guys can see, but I'm just so happy about this.
I've been thinking as well about this matchup, right? Ascent. We've seen these two players, these two teams are so formidable. But I have noticed that Team Secret tends to prefer that Jet over the Raze. And we have talked about Fracture and the Neon and the Raze picks, but what about Jet? I find that, especially with the new changes to Jet, there is still a lot of value that we can get off there. The way that Team Secret plays, right, trying to open up that space. And I find Paper Rex's style, on the other hand, is more clearing the angles rather than just brute force opening space.
Yeah, I feel like that also reflects in the compositions that they're used to bringing. Like what Trix mentioned earlier, they also, at least for the side of Paper X, have gone or leaned towards more of that information gathering agents on this map. They run the Fade, which clears a lot of close corners. But for their main duelist, they've also opted a lot of the time for the Raze in comparison to Team Secret's Jet. I feel like for Team Secret, it's not only a comfort pick for them, but it's also a pick that allows them to really play off the operator more, which is something that I feel like is one of their strengths. They've done a lot of weird and wacky pushes, not only here on APAC, but even on the PH stage, where they would, for example, hold close top mid when they're on defenders, and they would guard their teammate to let him creep all the way up to take a very cheeky angle and get a pot shot off with his operator and get those important picks. And I feel like Jet really suits that more over having something like a Raze. And for the playstyle in general of Team Secret, I find that one of the strengths they have from just the fundamental basis is great spacing. They always take space, they always show presence, but whenever they move their team, the rest of the team reacts. If you have one lurker on B, for example, and you're presencing an A, if the A players decide to rotate, the lurker will also rotate so that he's in position to cut off a lot of these angles. That spacing and timing gives players, especially like Borkum and Dubstep, especially if he's on the chamber, to really give the team the biggest advantage possible, and it's just trust in the remaining members to be able to take the site. Whereas if you have that Raze and Fade combination, you don't have to gamble as much, and I think you have a lot more time to play with that information. But yeah, it's a very interesting matchup between. I think both are fine. It just depends on more like how you use it, which we always say.
When you look at the map, whenever these rounds go around, it's always so interesting how these players actually react to the information that they're being given, right? So that's just something that comes into play once you're in the map. Obviously, we're just outsiders looking in over here, and at the end of the day, it's them. It's their communication, their coordination that really brings the games to life. But with that, folks, we're gonna be going on to a quick break. So guys, prepare everything that you need to before we begin with the game. The VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers will be right back.
You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself. Quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind.
don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley. Test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley. Test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley. Test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley. Test me. Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order. It's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. Yeah. 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 Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way it uplifts. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the melon, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What
Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Likeable, Fluffy, and Trick still here with you guys. Now, Fluffy, we're going to be going to Ascent, as we mentioned earlier. And I think that something interesting that PRX actually did over here is they chose Attack first. What does that mean, the confidence of picking Attack on a map like Ascent?
I feel like knowing that their composition normally is that fade and raise, it really allows them to maximize that if their game plan is to take early presence, especially either on A or B, because they can use any of their drone effects, the Prowler or the Boombot, to really gain space. And aside from that, they normally pair that up with something like a Chamber, which can always catch a lot of these rotations. But knowing that their Smoker is also Astra for the most part, I feel like it's the type of composition that allows them to fake presence a lot, because once they do have that initial stage of like step 1, we're going to gather information. Step 2, they have the option to pause, and then step 3, they can pick where they want to do their battles and execute. So it's pretty good for them, in my opinion. And I feel like they can bank on their strong attacking, especially with the, of course, they have that duelist combo of Jing and Forsaken to really back that up. For Team Secret, on the other hand, starting on defense, normally they run a more, I would say, aggressive version of the compositions. They normally have an Omen instead of the Astra, which allows Borkum to make, of course, a lot of his famous Borkum time plays and getting in those pesky positions with the TP. But other than that, I feel like Team Secret will be the one reacting, and if Paper Rex can force them to move and not play their game plan, it's probably a good strategy picking an attacker first.
Yeah, I think also when we watch Paper X play on that attacker side, they usually have a calculated approach to what kind of information they're taking, what kind of space they're taking. We don't really see them use their utilities uselessly. They always have some kind of follow-up to it. I think in terms of them picking attacker side, it means that they're confident in it and they want to get as many rounds, because having that KO and that fade, I do find, is easier on the attacker side than it may be on the defender, because on defender it's going to be a lot of reacting. It's not just taking up space, because we're not always certain where the opponents are going to be more than half the time.
Oh yeah. Go ahead, Fluffy.
Oh, I was gonna say yeah, but aside from that, I feel like I guess for Ascent specifically, one of the weaknesses if Team Secret is gonna stick to their traditional composition is that normally their Sentinel is just a Chamber. They don't really have anything else or a trap to rely on for contact. So what ends up happening is, because they kind of have to hold it with their actual mad power, it kind of is spread a bit thin. And knowing that, if that's what they're doing with their research, I think it gives Paper X the advantage to use their utility to safely enter. And once they do, they only have to worry about one thing, just the trademark to really buffer them on the slow. So knowing that they don't have the greatest defensive composition, I feel like is also another reassurance. When you look at the statistics as well, especially here on the APAC stage for Team Secret, normally they win 72% of their attacking rounds and they only win 50% of their defensive rounds. So putting them already where they're statistically worse can be just like an intrinsic value advantage for your team.
Still, 50%, that's a really high percentage, I would say so, because, you know, it's like obviously a 50-50% chance over here, but still really, really good over there. Like, if you get as many points as you can as your attack, as an attacker, then it's almost a guaranteed win, probably. Of course, depending on how the opponent is going to be in their defense.
Right, but I would kind of argue that 50% is a big number, but because you are selecting for your opponents their side already being on the defense, that means that on average, since you know that you're guaranteed those 12 rounds, then you're expecting them to win like 6 of them. Whereas if you swap sides and you don't know how many rounds you'll be playing on the opposing half, then there's a chance that they still win a bit more rounds overall.
You already touched up earlier on the utility shuffle that is potentially, well, it's not potential, it's definitely gonna happen with these two teams. We've seen all of the teams out here just not being stingy anymore when it comes to the utility. And as Trix mentioned in the past, it's very important for the timing of the utilities being thrown as well to be considered over here. Now, Trix, I know that we've talked about this in the past, but I want to kind of reiterate it here. The importance of the 0 point on that KO, because we've got setups being prepared on a map like Ascent.
I think that 0 point, and I know it's not just me that feels this way. I'm sure Fluffy does too. You need to get value out of it. It's not, for me, I find one of the issues I find with some KOs, even if you use a null command, I think you could still use your 0 point for that extra information, because it's not just to suppress them, it's also to identify if there's an opponent in that area. I find that's one of the things I wish a few more KOs would do, Because yes, it's great that they're suppressed, but it doesn't mean that there's nobody in the area. It's not like a Killjoy ultimate that really forces them out of the zone, or a Sova ultimate that can also tag them the moment they see them.
Crazy. Fluffy, who do you think would win in a knife fight? Is it Jesse Vash or Forsaken?
I mean, if we're looking at statistics, being the analyst that we are, Jesse Vash has an exceptional amount of knife kills, especially during this APAC stage, even against top players. His team sometimes even setting them up for those like flashbays, as he did on Breeze the other day. So I think the Tondo King has that one in the bag for him.
I think, oh my god, I'm so excited to watch Jesse Vash play though. The fact, like him on the Sova, just the amount of space that is created. We've seen a lot of great Sovas. Don't get me wrong, but I find that Jesse Vash's Sova is one of those Sovas that can also make plays for himself. It's not always just about the team plays. He's also able to force that advantage very early on for his teammates. And I think that's such an important factor on a game-changing Sova.
Yeah, it's probably also why when you look at the matches that they've played so far, Jesse Vash is normally up there in terms of like the MVP. He's there for a lot of the statistics as well as how much kills he has. Not just about the information, but what he does with it is also equally as important.
I thought, for a second there, I thought Trix was going to say, I'm really looking forward to Jesse Vash getting a knife kill. That's not how it went. Oh, Trix, you have a visitor!
I do have a visitor. He's also excited to watch this Paper Rex versus Team Secret match, and he's crying about it.
No, I'm sure that he's cheering on whichever team he's actually supporting. That's so cute. Oh, look at the kitty. Hello, hello, little one. That's adorable. But going back to the game, you guys, I have no idea what's about to go down. Ascent, just something interesting over here. But the second map is gonna be Bind. Fluffy, we always have those teleporters come into play. It's always the mind games with those teleporters as well, because you can actually fake it, right? Especially with the Omens and the Chambers of the world. A lot of mind games bound to happen over there.
A lot of mind games indeed, especially because these two teams, I think Team Secret actually drew a lot of inspiration from Paper Rex's play when they saw them play on the international stage with their composition, because both of them are actually the teams that, for more than other teams, are willing to play that Yoru pick. It's something that it's very distracting. It's something that can really mess with your mind, especially if you fall for not only the clone, but also the flashes that he can make. The fact that when you throw out your flash as Yoru, it's invisible until it hits the surface, really messes with your opponents and can create a lot of just misdirection, especially in a map like Bind, because you'll always get that sound cue off the teleporter when it's used. A lot of fakes are very possible with these two teams.
Yeah, and speaking of the Yoru pick, I know that from time to time, Paper X has also pulled that out. So I wonder if later on when we go to Bind, that is going to be something that we'll see. But going back over here at Ascent, we already cast in our predictions when it comes to the composition. So now it's up to these teams to actually bring them to life. But so far, so good. We're seeing the Raze and the Fade action come to life. Some KOs being locked in. On the other side, we've got both the Chambers coming out. And just like you guys predicted, Trix, it's the Omen versus the Astra.
It is the Omen versus the Astra. That global presence compared to that Omen, which is able to really make plays come alive and play those mind games with everyone. I know that it's Mind Freak on the Astra, but not as many mind games, I think, as on the side of Borkum on the Omen. But the Raze and the Jet, I'm excited to see this combination and to see how both teams are able to force those executions, how they're going to take control of that space. I find that both of these teams are so good at getting information, whether it's with their agents or if it's with their utilities. So at the end of the day, like Fluffy said, it's about making those decisions mid-game and quickly as well. And then on top of that, it's about adjusting to the way the other team is playing.
It really is. Fluffy, anything you want to say about these compositions that you haven't said already?
Well, I feel like we've said a lot, especially talking about the differences between the duelists and the importance of playing that KO. But I feel like there's a lot of impact also that you can have individually being on that chamber. We've seen a lot of chambers, not just in this team, but other teams in the top teams right now, or other players rather, really perform and make those impact kills matter. And on a player such as Dubstep, for example, for the side of Team Secret, we've seen him do it time and time again, that when he gets that operator rolling, when he gets those headhunter shots in, especially with the through the force, he really can make and break the difference. And when he's on that lurk, I think he's one of the more careful lurkers who's always there to support his team, much like Borkum on that Omen. And as we mentioned for the Omen versus Astra, although you don't get that immediate global presence with Omen, you do kind of have a supporting flash with the Paranoia. But also, Borkum is always known for getting into those pesky angles and very weird timings. And I think a big part of it is just the fact that he can traverse the map in such an unconventional way.
The unconventional ways of both of these teams just really striking us as we proceed into the first game of this series. Guys, a lot is about to happen, so make sure that your eyes are wide open. Do not blink because you could just miss the action as it goes through. Here they are, guys. Once again, Team Secret, Paper Rex, and as the great Rays would say it, here comes the party.
It's time, Aserai. Paper Rex versus Team Secret, the runback of the century, and I feel the excitement brimming from Laika, brimming from everyone really, and it's been so hard to find the words to describe the situation, but my friend, you are looking absolutely snazzy. My name's Raph. That, of course, that buff young man is Aserai.
Oh, what an intro right there. But yes, I am just definitely ecstatic about this particular series that we're looking at because, again, we have just witnessed both of the lower round matches, and now this is one of the, I think, more important ones because this will dictate who actually gets into the road to Copenhagen, as it were, the upper finals already, if I'm not mistaken. And again, I think you were mentioning this as well, Raph, that the last time that we saw both Team Secret and Paper Rex go up against each other was when Team Secret was still in Bren form, or was still formerly known as Bren, and that was way back last year. Just a little bit of a history recap for our viewers out there. The reason why we didn't see a possible rematch for Team Secret and Paper Rex earlier this year during APAC Challenger Stage 1 was because Team Secret had the worst run of their team tournament life. But now it feels like they're stronger than ever. They have the addition of Jeremy, and this is probably the rematch that we were waiting for, possibly almost a year into the making.
Oh man, so many things have changed. The power levels, they've dipped, they've rised, and my goodness, it is very, very telling. And I think it's symbolic, Ascent as the first map. Who is going to transcend who? And I believe one of our more iconic matches of the previous stage was also here. Was it Paper Rex who debuted their no duelist comp here? Again, my memory's a little shaky, but here we go. Forsaken, he's like, you know what, I am tired. I want to get this over. It's all business. As he finds the first kill, but Wit, he retaliates. And he retaliates with accuracy. Like I said, no time wasted as Paper Rex. They march in onto B. It's Borkum. Is it already time? But like I said, guys, oh my goodness. Mind Freak, he gets another one. Two more storm the site. The Frenzy gets some value, but the trades are a little too quick. The Fangs have been shown, Aserai, and Dubstep all alone with a shorty and some rounds in his Headhunter.
Well, he's going to have to at least try to make something happen here, but there is swift retribution that will be coming as Mind Freak, very good on the capitalization through the flash of Divine. There was blows being traded, as you were mentioning here, Raph, but Paper Axe at the end of things was just able to overwhelm the A side, leaving Borkum at Hell to kind of just supplement himself there. Unfortunately, he only had Frenzy. He had like this really good lineup again, as you saw there with Jing and Divide, but just wasn't able to really hit the shots needed to have made a position, I think, much worth. He made it worth, but he needed something a little bit more to give them, I think, maybe a fighting chance in the post.
Potentially too, Paper Rex, this match has been lingering in their mind for a while. They've shown their dominance to everybody, and this is probably their one of more prolific losses, I would say. But Borkum gets taken down by Jing here, who's been an absolute star for the Indomitable team here. Dispenser tries to get a cheeky kill with the shorty, but instead gets peppered down by Divai. Benkai gets his, and A-side once again getting overrun by Paper Rex. Jesse Vash try to resist, but Jing is just a little too strong with that Spectre in hand.
Yeah, nothing wasted for Paper Rex there. It's all about, I think we were mentioning this again when we were casting Paper Rex the other day, or that was yesterday, I believe, where Paper Rex is a team that just is so on the fly with how they do things compared to Team Secret that has a lot of set strats and tries to read their opponent as soon as. And this is just a really good way to see two different idealizations of teams. At least for me, that's how it feels like. In any case, now Team Secret have gotten themselves a bit more firepower. Dubstep already going for the far push forward, giving access by Jesse Bash as Forsaken tries to go for the punish, although a couple of utilities being thrown away from Paper X here forces back to TP, and it's Bash on by himself, might need to back away, does get spotted by the Haunt. Won't be using the drone for a little bit of that information. Dubstep finds the trap, I think, being set by Forsaken here. And Forsaken, well, he gets spotted by that drone. This is going to be just beautiful timing, as Dubstep wants to get that value, a fight chamber to chamber, and it seems like he's going to be the one to win it.
And Dubby on that chamber, I believe it's a little bit of a rarity, but the effectiveness is in no doubt very, very great on both these players. We do see a little bit of a disadvantage already on Paper Rex, but nonetheless, this is a bonus. But with that one-shot ability on Forsaken's Headhunter, then that's going to be a little bit of, I would say, versatility and explosiveness that they would have loved on these quick takes. Dispenser, did he turn his back at the wrong moment? Yes, he does! And Mind Freak once again using the telekinesis and the mind reading to absolutely demolish everybody. But Secret, they flip the script, they find a few frags in their names, and Jesse Vash, who has been performing so well in this entire stage, also comes alive in the first round of the board for Team Secret here versus Paper X's bonus.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you did mention about Jesse Vash getting that, you know, top fragging and everything. That was, I think that was the match that they had against Xerxia, by the way, where he had like, what, 17 frags when they were getting so many rounds off of Xerxia compared to any other player that Team Secret had. Anyways, that being said, of course, this is still a very much too early to tell kind of situation, yes? Because, again, Paper Rex, they've already gotten the 2 rounds. They're going to be back on their weapons, and Dubstep has to double down Anchor on this position of his, as the Null Command was already expended. Wits still has yet to be spotted, and you can see right now that Jesse Bash is just making sure that his value is presented in front, and they just get all the kills through the smoke. Team Secret 2-2 against Paper X, and again, the excitement, the ecstaticity of this game is really being shown right now.
And everybody has been endorsing the hype of this match, and for great reason here. Team Secret, who have been a little moody going into this match, has finally hit their stride. Actually, that is true for both of these teams, and even if their first match, again, if my memory serves me correctly, the rosters weren't exactly identical. But again, both teams, they planted their feet in the community. They've made themselves known, and they are as iconic can be. And we see the operator on Dubstep's side very, very early here. Oh, look at Jing finding an overextended Borkum. Not really his fault. He gets sucked out by the gravity well. And Jing, he is a master of just walking onto site and exercising his right to duel. Now a pretty hefty situation that Secret have to deal with, considering that they had the superior weaponry. But Jing, not any care, no regard for safety on his side, and he might find a divine timing with Dubstep. Not even God can stop his shot, apparently. And Jing falls. An important spearhead on the side of Paper Rex. A little dulled, a little broken, but definitely not out of the fight. Paper Rex, they have the post plan. Time is winding down, but Dubstep is so quick! He finds Forsaken. Once again, Asarai, it doesn't look like this is a round that Paper X should be winning, but what's happening? Secret all alone with Dubstep. The spectators, the teammates, all on his shoulder, but he has to bow out. This is a very, very extravagant investment, and he will be discovered. He's not going to have any lines of sight. But he's going to have a pretty safe escape for now. The 0 point is going to barely tag him, and I jinxed it, man. Benkai is here so quick on that cutoff.
The argument of is B-hopping faster than just regular running? But I mean, he was trying to escape and maybe try to dodge bullets. I will say though, that was very awkward for both Dispenser and Borkum. I think Borkum wanted to go on Wine and maybe TP, but the placement on the gravity well felt a little bit too against his favor, and you saw him just get caught out in the open. There was also that awkward position where Dispenser threw out a flash, and then Jing was like, that flash isn't gonna pop for like 10,000 more years, you know? And he just got the peek out on Dispenser, unfortunately. Another one there as well. You mentioned how, you know, Dubstep shouldn't have been hitting the shots. Team Secret might make it into a very clutchable round. It was because of just Dubstep knowing when to peak as soon as Paper Rex wanted to go for these fights. You know, playing with his teammates. That is a very, very big commitment onto the ultimate. Wits doesn't get actually blasted by the showstopper, and he still gets the kill with the help of Borkum. This is absolutely perfect, as now Paper Rex might have lost control onto the mid side, whereas you can see Dubstep has already claimed the position here, still pushing up very aggressive. That Haunt might find him, but he still has the threat level with the help of Jesse Vash, and Paper Rex have lost all form of control here, only left to Forsaken and Benkai. And they have a sniper in their hands. This might be a very difficult entry onto the site, but Forsaken, you know he can really do magic with this, but at this point in time, maybe too much to handle.
Like you mentioned, magic. Pardon me. Magic. All smoke and mirrors, apparently, as Paper Rex there a little hobbled on this round, and Dubstep with that tour de force cannot hit the shot on the Prowler, but he'll post up close. Unfortunately for him, the timing on Paper Rex is just a little too sharp. Do they have enough time to actually regroup towards B? Barely, but it does seem like they're gonna go for the save call. Again, the operator is such a lavish purchase asset, and we've talked about this many times. When you have it, you need that instant gratification. You need to hear that shot. You need to somewhat intimidate the team on, hey, this is where I am, and now you have to play around me. Now you have to guess. Paper Rex, they definitely want that in the hands of Forsaken, who is an absolute, well, sniper, an accurate shot. Secret 3-3, man. Again, on both sides, it's been very convincing that this is gonna go the distance. I'm just gonna call it now.
I'm looking already for game number 3. I apologize to the panel for saying that. I love them and everything,
sorry,
but they're gonna
guys.
they're gonna have to digest a lot of stuff in this particular game. And again, us being Filipino casters and all of that means nothing to us. We just enjoy some good ass Valorant, if ever. Well, and you know these teams can really go up to that point.
That's your one A-word pass for the rest of the tournament, and I'm glad you used it here. And, you know, again, I've said this many times, it's so hard to call out what's happening, but Jesse Vash, a little trip to the gym, a little too much leg day. As for Forsaken, it's like, hey man, you need a spot? I'm gonna give you one. And Paper Rex, they have a great advantage early on. Not a lot of information allowed, as Jesse Vash, so much value in that Aldrone potentially. I think he got disjointed because of Astra utility, but Mind Freak once again hampering those supply lines, those information lines, as he finds yet another initiator. And suddenly everything is crumbling on the side of Secret. The pillars that have made them strong suddenly look like they're made out of sand. But Forsaken cannot hit a shot to save his life right now. Wits is a demon! But Jing is an exorcist, sending him back to the depths. Dubstep in a 1v2 situation here against Devi and Jing. Now, both absolutely disgusting in their own right. They double up onto hell. The SEA special, the APAC special. Dubstep, he has to guess. But right now, all he can really do is drop down, isolate these fights one by one. But Devi will not allow any of that, anything of that nature.
Well, it's not going to happen for him, but that was some really, really spicy shots from Wits. Unfortunately, as you mentioned, it's not going to be enough. This was really awkward to say as well, because they thought that they've given up the position and whatnot, but it's not as clear-cut, I guess, of a read from Team Secret. That was a really fast refrag there from Jing as well. Really helped them solidify that one, because I think if ever that was the case, that's Wits survived, he might have been able to pick up the rifle and help Dubstep in the 2 versus 2, if ever, and that would have been really something to have witnessed. Now, somehow, some way, even though both teams are exchanging blows and have made it into incredibly expensive endeavors on either side, they're still able to purchase operators in their own sites. I think that was the flash from Divide that made Jesse Bash wince just a teeny tiny bit. He's going to repress the angle. The slow is there. And is he going to actually try to far forward push this through the smoke? This is incredibly ballsy from Bash. Is he going to go through the opening on the other side? Looks like that's going to be a no. Dubstep, though, got to be very, very careful in this contact because, again, you can see Divide very much waiting for the peak that he's about to go in on. And the shot just... he just sprayed him. No headshot needed. Bash, he's going to get hounded here if he doesn't get any value. This is going to be bad for him. The C's puts him in his place, but Witz is here. Forsaken and Witz. Operator versus operator. But it seems like it's not going to happen. And as the dust settles, it's still a 4 versus 2. Borkum is waiting for them to commit to this fight. But as you can see in the minimap, Jing has already pushed up all the way through the spawn of Team Secret. He's going to give them the access that they need to. Although Dispenser, he's here to try to stop them. Jing gets the kill. And Borkum gets spotted as he was trying to come through onto B main. Paper Rex, really good map control in mid.
And what I like, what I'm seeing here when it comes to map control, it's been incredibly varied for both teams. Again, that set, I believe, was super, super specific. We did see quite a few investments here. Jesse Vash trying to really increase his sphere of influence. Again, we've seen that many times. A lot of success. But Benkai's just a little too quick on those trades. And the enemy at the gates here is Forsaken, finally winning an operator duel. See, the thing that Secret have to consider, and everybody who's watching Forsaken, he might miss his first few shots, but once those start hitting, it's gonna storm. When it rains, it pours, especially with Forsaken. But now Secret, they do kind of have to buckle up here, considering that they don't have the greatest of buys here. We've already seen a little bit of thievery on the side of Paper X, I believe, just earlier with their Eco Steal. But it does look like we're gonna go for a much more innocuous pace, a little more innocent, I would say, in terms of aggression. Here we go. The Prowler. Does it find Dubstep? Yes, it does. Might actually mix them up, but Forsaken is actually finding Jesse Vash. Maybe he was banking on the fact that one might have pushed forward. But once again, a great read. Witz doesn't care. Don't ever bring a book to a knife fight. Read this.
Well, he's got himself a plethora on that playbook of his, but somehow, that was a little bit awkward. It could be another frag here. Devi spots out, flushes out Witz. Dubstep going to be at the back of things, and that contact actually working in the favor of Dispenser. Throws out the flash. Benkai able to at least survive the fight just now. Dubstep still at the back of things, and he's able to dispense Benkai. This is absolutely perfect. 2 versus 1. Borkum has a weapon. They can try to pick up something for Dispenser as well, but Jing is always the man to call when you need him to try to go for the clutch, but I think his shoulder was spotted by Dispenser. He got the kill. He got the frag off, and that's going to allow them to get the round, get the defuse. I think they're just looking for the op, but...
They have it. Borkum has it.
Okay, they have it. All right, there you go.
Yeah, but like you said, the lines are a little busy and there was no dial tone to be found. Many clutches abound across the board for both our teams. Yet again, not a convincing lead on the side of anyone here, really. And to mention thievery, Aserai, there we go. Case in point. It just happened right under our noses. Now, pushing forward with this map. One thing that we've noticed a little bit with Secret is that they've been wanting to push the tempo, maybe potentially to find Paper X off guard, and I would say that this is a proper read. Again, I think the last time that they really duked it out with each other was with a very different iteration of Paper X. I think they still had Shiba at the time, but now they doubled down on that firepower. Again, they've had a lot of VODs, but now they've had a lot of bullets to share. An off angle, maybe not off enough, as I think Witz already has the read. But my goodness, what a tease. When we see everything, every little movement just becomes that much more tense.
That A main one-way smoke actually has a little bit of give on the side. Borkum, he's gonna die to this. Wow, that is such a weird thing for him to happen, to be a hard hit, unfortunately. But still, Witz hits the shot to capitalize, to make it a little bit more even. But somehow, somewhere, Dubstep actually has lost his life. Forsaken is brought at the shot. Jesse Vash still trying to get a little bit of a rile here. Actually goes into the B site. Benkai puts Witz to his own paces, spots him out, fires through the smoke, and Witz is way out of no man's land. This has given a lot of more opportunities for Paper X to go elsewhere. The spike is actually down because of Vash, and he might be the hero that they need to fight for this play. He's been spotted! trying to go on to fast lane. Unfortunately for Bash, this is going to put Dispenser in a really, really awkward situation. Forsaken, does he have a trap elsewhere? It is actually outside of market here. Smoke is there, the slow is there. He tries to push through. This is going to be incredibly awkward. Yep, there it is, the concuss. That's going to delay him a little bit further. Maybe he can use a fragment, but the refrag potential from both Mind Freak and Forsaken is here, Raph. Just a teeny tiny bit of a peek, and that should be it. Yep.
Enough to seep in the shots to finish him off. Paper Rex still not letting go of this 2-round lead. Secret, they have to reassess what they're doing here. Again, they've been finding early success too. They've been properly parsing the information on whatever duels they can find. But Paper Rex also, they've been using this knowledge. There's not enough encryption apparently. Jesse, and again, this could have been amazing for them. Had they had a little bit of a pinch here, that could have maybe changed the fate of the round. But it is those what-ifs that we love to talk about. Now, Secret, Wits has been so reliable. And now him on the Guardian is a bit of a heat check. Forsaken dodges the shock dart here. That is enough for them to force out that teleport. And the showstopper here, is it going to land this time? And yes, it does. Dispenser, the man made out of metal, is going to melt. As Jing is going to throw everything at him. And how is Secret stealing every single thing away from Paper Rex? Mind Freak holds the line here as A once again infested by our dinosaur friends. Team Secret, a suddenly very doable 3v2. The Cosmic Divide has been expended, so this cross is going to be that much more perilous. An individual duel has come. That might be the cue for Wits and Dubstep to swing onto Mind Freak. Mind Freak reduces 60 health, and Wits, he has no care in the world. Divide, though, could have the flank of his life. The flash is here. Doesn't blind everybody. The anti-flash has been discovered. Dubstep tries to get it in, but no, it's Jesse to finish off the kill. And Wits will finish off that defuse. Yet another round on the board. Keeping this incredibly competitive is Team Secret.
The master of the micro fights, Paper Rex, got a taste of their own medicine there a little bit, Raph. I think they kind of figured out what was happening. Forsaken always loves to play for that solo peak of his because he just has that big enough of a threat level. But that was really good from Borkum. Like, he used Dispenser's sacrifice as a way to get him into territory of just being able to shut down Jing, able to pick the Vandal without getting refrag, reposition with the Shrouded Step. It really does allow teams to get a lot of options, for that particular round. And even though it was thrifty, it was really good from Team Secret's side to be able to get all of that encounter kind of working for them. A lot of VODs being reviewed from the looks of things for how they play. But of course, Paper Rex, always a team that can always go for these fights. And you were mentioning again, Team Secret trying to match the pace of Paper Rex, but they still have not gotten the click of things, as you saw with Dubstep falling.
I mean, with that being said, right, the rounds have still been very close. Jesse does have a little bit of safety falling down onto side here, but realistically speaking, he doesn't have enough of a support system here. The closest being Dispenser. Again, they've been longtime teammates. A lot of the chemistry has been made, but Jesse is going to be discovered in the same angle he's fallen from. But maybe, just maybe, he's pulled enough attention. Dispenser! He doesn't recognize his robot brother, and Devi actually takes him out of contention with no questions asked. Now Forsaken cuts off the spawn and finds Wits. And Paper Rex, an absolutely clinical round on their side.
Switching sides.
Didn't decide to go for the operator. It assumes. Oh, all right. I thought it was going to be one more round before we finish the first half. That's on me. But, yep. Wasn't able to use his built-in GPS to figure out that, oh, look, it's another KO. Oh, look, it's another robot that's right beside me.
Oh, hey, what's up? What? You look so familiar. So familiar, in fact, I might just shoot you. But apparently it was Divide doing the shooting, and a 2-round gap here going into the half, Asterai. And I did touch on the fact that the last time they met, and again, it's been a year, they've been VODing each other. Of course, the R&D is going to be putting into that work, as well as the players getting all that delicious information. But yeah, I mean, Paper X, I think a lot of us were wondering, what are they going to do that they've let go of their iconic, I would say, Sova player, right? Was that Devi? It was a rotate between Devi and Shiba, right?
Yeah.
But then they're like, what are we gonna do now? Use more gun. And it's been working out, man. They have been absolutely excellent. In Secret, they've kept their core for the longest time. And it's actually this stage where we've seen them be a little more flexible with those rotations with Wits and Jeremy.
Well, for Team Secret to have that flexibility definitely has given them some really good highlights, especially from yesterday when we saw them face against Xerxia. I think there was a high point where Jeremy was like, "Oh, this is one of my first, if not the first highlight that I've gotten on APAC," and all of that. Really shows that everybody from Team Secret is well and prepared for the challenges that APAC does bring to the table. But you're absolutely right as well for Paper Rex, right? Being able to bring Jing into the fold. Again, we've mentioned this time and time again. The number 1 and number 2 players in our region, and we cannot remiss that fact. They are just incredibly strong players, and the leeways that they're able to find because of how just incredibly talented they are just allows Paper Rex to be put on this position where no other team can really imitate what they can do just because they're that good individually.
And in any case, Secret, and in terms of individual prowess, we know that they have that in spades as well. What we have to focus on now is that it's imperative that they win this pistol, because this could easily go 9-5. Jing using the amount of bullets that he has, even finds wits on that fadeaway as he does use the tailwind. But the tail has been caught, has been snagged by the trap that Jing has placed. He still has that boom bot available too, so the mid-round information, if ever he wants to clear A long, or A main rather, he's gonna have that much more of a safety net. Now Secret, they're still reconsidering what can they do here. They haven't really scouted out mid earlier in the round, so a potential timing is something that they have to be considerate about. And that spike hasn't really gone anywhere else but.
Dubstep has taken a very long time to try to get any form of map control here on B. The contact already from Forsaken as he hits the shot, drops the spike. And this is going to turn very messy. That Boombot barely spots out Borkum here, so maybe there's a chance for him to start getting things started. There was, but now it's all left onto the hands of Dubstep. 22 HP. Forsaken has put himself onto a nice little corner here, but can't really get away as Jing pieces himself the 4K. 4 more, I think, before he gets his showstopper. That's actually looking pretty scary considering that this is just the first round of the second half.
Yeah, Scary's pretty crazy. But we're looking at Paper X versus Team Secret. That's right. Just a little quick throwback there again. Just we have so much talent in our region. It's absolutely insane.
Ooh, did you see that? Just the Borkum kill on Heaven through the smoke.
Ooh. He hit him in the back of the head. As Dubstep, again, see no evil, hear no evil, shoot gun good, finding Benkai. And I know sometimes, like, we do talk about the duels and how it can be incredibly reductionist. It's like, oh yeah, because they're winning the duels. But how are they winning the duels? Well, sometimes the wide swing, the Ferrari peaks are just enough. But that does also factor in what's been happening around the map. Are they going to find this timing as Jing is kind of walking into A main for free, to be honest with you. But again, it's a bit of an eco, so he gets a quick 2. Borkum has a bit of a bonus too. And Jesse, despite having that first shot, it's actually used Mind Freak to pepper him with bullets. And Mind Freak, wow, even with 1 HP, is looking like a true Iron Man here. Forsaken. Well, they need to shoot him in the head, but that was more than enough. Like I said, Asrat, it just becomes so quick of a snowball when you lose that pistol round. We are 5-9 in the blink of an eye.
I just love the spatial awareness from Forsaken as well. You know, he feels like he has the complete package as a player, where he waited for the smoke first, knew that the timing for a push out from an opponent is going to be maybe a few seconds after, and he spots out Borkum just as soon as he peeks out. Just those really small differences that you just see him be able to put into the mix. Now, Jing, this is where it could go messy! Did you see that boost spot from Wits, though, just to counter the position of Jing trying to double satchel shotgun into A main? They knew was a possibility, and it seems like their read was good this time. Well, the Madam would be proud. By that, the palm reader was able to read the fates of Paper Rex for this particular round.
It could potentially be on the cards, as you mentioned, but we are masters of our own fate. As Paper X and Team Secret, they've gone against the grain to great success. We've seen quite a bit of, as I mentioned, amazing bonus rounds and counter ecos. Right now, Secret, they're holding strong. They've already found a pick. They found another as well. At least they're finding another here. Oh, actually, no, it's Mindfreak to get 2. Dispenser does get the trade, but Asarai, I can't help but feel like this is so incredibly expensive, especially with Forsaken, who loves to swing wide. He is going to play it close and keep it so comfortable for him. Finding 2. And every single time I say that it's a successful anti-eco round or a steal or a bonus, it just seems to apparently happen and come to life. Now Borkum has a huge flag. He finds the first frag, but the double swing is just a little too much to handle. Maybe give that man more of that secret stuff. The juice.
The Buka juice. Yeah, he does love those. That was a great counter, but at the end of the day, you mentioned it already, there is something scary about the bonus round from Paper Rex here, not giving any form of leeway for Team Secret to just set anything up. Like, I mean, you can see the plays that Team Secret want to use, but Paper Rex is like all up in your face, and not gonna give you any position.
Not at all, and like you said, Forsaken, who we've seen do this time and time again. B main and up to B lobby could potentially be his domain here. And Secret, I know they found that in the scouting report, but they try to run and gun here, but Borkum gets cut down by Devi. Devi, who's been so reliable, but Jing, he's gonna throw himself into the mix here. He even gets 1, but Jesse gets the trade as Devi finds Wits. And what pandemonium is ensuing in this round, Asarai?
Well, it's not Kung Fu Pandemonium 1 or 2. Feels like it's 3 already. The finale through the trilogy, as it were. But I mean, it's still pretty early to say. It's still the first game, if ever. But Paper Rex, undeniably, just looking damn dominant. I mean, I will say, Raph, 5-11. It feels like the game is shorter than that because of how just fast the rounds have been.
Oh yeah,
speeding by.
Now, one thing that I'm actually a little worried about. This is Secret's pick. And again, we've seen so many picks go in the way of the opposite team. I am very excited how the other maps are gonna go, but look at that, the showstopper. But the show must go on as Wits takes absolutely no damage from him. It's actually Jesse Vash to find him with the shock dart. Now Forsaken, stuck between a rock and a hard place. I don't think his rendezvous is available, but Wits has no care in the world finding him. And Devi, like I said, has been stepping up, getting that quick trade, but the advantage still goes in the way of Team Secret here. They try to slowly crawl towards A. And they have a lot of utility in their belts. Again, regenerative utility is so great, but the timing by Dispenser yet again on Devi. And Mindfreak might also be an unfortunate victim of circumstance here. He throws down the astral cover here. You will hear that orb being taken, but Dispenser, beautiful stuff on that 0 point, but Mindfreak sees him crouching down. Dubstep still playing around. The lack of line of sight. Mindfreak is the last person here. It'll make a case, finding Dubstep, removing him from the match, but the spike gets all the way towards B. And yet we've seen legends be forged in situations like this, but this is looking incredibly dire.
Incredibly dire indeed. Mindfreak gives himself a little bit of smoke to get in position just a teeny tiny bit better, but nobody's gonna wait for his cross coming through on the spawn. That is that Rico that actually gonna spot anything? No, that might make Team Secret here second guess a little bit, but Vash does have the angle. Borkum, if Vash loses, is 40 HP. This is 1 bullet remaining! Wait!
No.
That was supposed to be Vash! He was looking at the angle. Where was he?
Don't do it. There he is.
This is gonna be bad. This is 1 versus 1. And look at where Mindfreak is actually looking at. He's looking for the headshot angle, but Vash! His timing was very clutch. That could have been a make or break. I was wondering where was the crossfire situated because Borkum got gutted there, man.
All according to plan. No beads of sweat, nothing at all, Asarai. Everything just fell into place. And again, that was actually just so incredibly stressful to watch on everybody's end, really. Because like you mentioned, that was just once again, timing not being friendly to any of our players here. Even on the side of Mindfreak, he was peeking towards fast lane, but instead tried to fight for that stairs position. A little bit of quick scouting, but Jing is here again with a Vandal, and he gets 2 and Forsaken. He quickly capitalizes on the space being taken, being used, as he finds Dispenser. And 6-11 could potentially look like 6-12 as minutes to midnight. It's been winding down. Jesse Vash could potentially die from this still. And from the grave, Jing, he reaches and finds the soul of Jesse. Dubstep all alone yet again, but will be joining his comrades at arms. Gearing up for the next round. Paper Rex looking mighty convincing, man.
Mighty convincing indeed. 6-12 is an incredible statement piece for Paper Rex, especially on the first game. The Korean flash and dash onto tiles, executed perfectly by the MYSG team. And here's the awkward part, if that actually works, right? When you have multiple people as attackers stuck on tiles, there's not really a lot of room to try to run away. You saw Wits there reactively throw out the smoke, but what can that really do? Jing, I think he might have just been bypassed by Wits.
Oh.
The trades are just aplenty, but Forsaken has joined in onto the mix. Dust Sails a little bit. Mindfreak and Benkai to remain. Dispenser will be brought back with that null command of his, giving him a little bit more access. But Mindfreak and Benkai are still here. Oh, Benkai's been spotted. Although Mindfreak can actually have himself a nice little shooting gallery. Although Team Secret very much aware of the peek through from Heaven. Benkai repositioned. Does have his Hantu, or rather his Prowlers, to help him just get a little bit more of a picture on the A side. Nice little off angle from Dubstep. That's going to be them winning that round. But again, there is still so much more that Paper X can do and still have 5 rounds if we want to go for overtime.
And even still, if their economy breaks, which is, I would say, ways away. Despite that, we have Forsaken already readying that tour de force. We have that Cosmic Divide ready for Mindfreak. Divide also has that null command. And Jing, who's had such a high volume of showstoppers, could potentially find yet another one here. Benkai's not too far. On the side of Team Secret, we only really have Borkums from the Shadows and Dubstep's tour de force as well. But he will forgo that. He is going to rock and roll with a rifle. And wait a minute, Forsaken has found himself here. But Jesse Vash, this is a no sniping zone. Back away or be shot on sight. And now they've found that space. They've found a little bit of value and a little bit of time to work with. Jing, who's been a menace on A main. No way, Dubstep. And he found the tracers, finds the frag, but the Vi gets a trade-off. 4v3 now. Ultimate still at hand. Mindfreak could still potentially use this Cosmic Divide if ever they want to cut off rotations or go for those retakes. But a minute left in the round, Asarai. It's been execute after execute.
Absolutely. Now we see, as you mentioned, the 4 players of Team Secret grouping themselves up on A main. This should be heard all throughout by Mindfreak, who doesn't have a star anymore to be placed on A side. This is absolutely perfect. Wit still has the dash. If this dissipates right now, they still have 40 seconds to work so much on the A side itself. The wall will be used. This is a far cry from what I think Mindfreak wants to set up, but I love how it separates A main from the A side altogether. So if they can have a fight right here now, this should be really still good for Paper X in general. Defy hits a shot. That Haunt actually spots out the rest of Team Secret, and this is going to the absolute wayside. Vash, it's all up to him. One from behind. Mindfreak wins the fight, and he will be able to secure the game for Paper X.
Not like this. What a steal by Paper X. And just so apt to use that Cosmic Divide to seal away that Heaven. And my goodness, a steal on map 1. I mean, it could be telling of already a story, but Asarai, vengeance, vengeance, vengeance. Paper X, that's what apparently they are right now.
Yeah, again, the last time that these players have met each other, or these teams have fought against each other, it was a 3-0 for Team Secret, but a very different story right now from Paper X. Dude, I take back my words. I thought that wall was a far cry from whatever Paper X wanted, but they were just fooling us, man. That Haunt came from out of nowhere, and it was a 4 versus 3. There was supposed to be one person marking it, and nobody shot it, and exposed every single player of Team Secret on the site. That is just absolutely disgusting from Benkai.
Disgusting indeed, as we've seen quite a bit of the sick plays here and there, and we can only expect more, Asarai. And I think the biggest thing we might be excited for that bind matchup, and I think I might be picking the brains of the panel here. Maybe we're going to see a bit of a Yoru versus Yoru mirror, but nonetheless, excitement abound, still very much rising. And man, it's so early on the series.
Early on the series, but we're already feeling the adrenaline pump into our veins, and we'll be coming back more for that game 2. And as Raph mentioned, it's going to be the panel first to discuss things even further. So guys, just hold on. We'll be right back.
Do it for the ones who really need it her cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused. But don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile on my face, what in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stunt. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stunt. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains.
So far, so good. I'd say that this series is really worth the hype. Team Secret and Paper Rex giving us quite the show over here, but alas, it is Paper Rex who ascended. Back here on the panel, it's the likable, Fluffy, and Trix. A joyous day for all Valorant fans out there as we get all of these amazing rounds in, and of course, Paper Rex is no exception to this, Trix.
Definitely, Paper X doing a fantastic job. Just the way that they're playing, it's not even predictable. When I'm looking at them, I'm wondering, what are they going to do the next round? Are they going to do this again? Are they going to push here? But every time they're surprising me, whether it's on their attacker side or their defender side. What I have noticed as well is when Paper X is going in, sometimes with their strategy doesn't seem to be working out, they know how to pull back, slow down, regroup, and just push together, get those picks with one another.
Yeah, very clean Valorant coming out of Paper Rex. Team Secret put in a lot of effort, especially on the first half, but unfortunately for them, it wasn't enough at the end of it. ending the game at a 13-7 score in favor of Paper Rex. I'd like to really highlight though how, as much as we know that the players on Paper Rex specifically are quick on the trigger, they're also having those quick decision moments as well. Jing, especially on that raise, was so aggressive, not giving Team Secret any room for them to breathe, and his utility usage over what I've seen from other raises is also impeccable. He really was smart, especially I remember an round very early on where he was peeking out of A main when he had that Spectre in hand, and because of the one-way smoke, they were funneled into where the A orb is, and he was using his satchels to force Team Secret to play his game, and in combination with just the movement, buffering the Team Secret aim and having that Spectre, he really got a lot of value out of that. But other than that, we see so many creative nades. He's used it to push out players from top mid. On the attack also, he used it I think in combination with Benkai's C's to push out enemies from A. And it's just so nice to see a player with both of these good habits.
It really is. And I think that the battle of control was super evident, especially during the first half. But for the most part, I think Paper Rex, when you look at the minimap, they just had more control, especially on the mid section tricks. They were really pushing as much space as they could.
Honestly, watching Paper X move on that attacker side, I wasn't really sure where to look half the time. I'm seeing all of their movement, they're taking control in one area, and then suddenly I'm looking again and I see another player pushed all the way forward. And I just feel it's this kind of synergy that they have with each other, this idea and understanding of what they want to take, the utilities that are being used, the ability to count the agents and understand where the openings are.
I think a great thing about Paper Rex is they really combine their aggression that they put out in full force, but they also know that when they get control of what they need to control, they don't overextend. They have the discipline to stop and hold, and like Trix mentioned, to regroup for a lot of more amazing plays and really play out the round, because all they care about at the end of the day is either planting or defusing that spike. That being said, I feel like they also know their roles. We saw in a couple of rounds how the players from situation to situation will change up their play style. I remember one specifically where the Cosmic Divide was used when Paper X was down a couple members. Although this play ultimately failed, the idea behind it was so strong. Mind Freak knew that he had to play his life, allowing to play their teammate had to play his life so that Mind Freak could rotate off the Cosmic to go into the A side. And although that play at the end of it didn't necessarily work out, the idea still sticks where they know based on the situation what to do, and I feel like that comes from a lot of experience.
It really does. And going back to your point earlier, wherein Paper X was just so good at not over-aggressing or moving too forward. On the other side, there were instances wherein Team Secret was actually doing this. And you know what, Trix? Paper X made sure to punish them every time they'd go over the line.
I felt Paper X also understood where their angles were open and giving up space. One of the things about watching Paper X is that, yes, you might find that there's an opening there, but that does not mean that it's a safe opening for you to take on. Because usually, more often than not, they're going to take it back, or it's because they have so much more map control somewhere else.
Yeah, map control is a thing that I feel like on the side of Team Secret, unfortunately for them, was a bit lacking. We know that they normally win most of their Ascent maps on the attack, and choosing to be attackers first, Paper Rex really put them on the back foot from the start, forcing them to play that defensive role, even though their lineup seems to be a more aggressive type. And I feel like it's not the cleanest that we've ever seen Team Secret play so far. There are a lot of times that they got caught out of position. Jesse Vash in particular had a lot of moments where he had his drone out, assuming that his teammate was far forward enough to cover him, but because of the angles, etc., he wasn't fully covered, and he was a free kill for a lot of the time. So it's not the Team Secret that I'm used to seeing that has got here. So hopefully they start putting a lot of these little adjustments, because they really do matter at the end of the round.
It really did. On the other side of Team Secret, as you said, wasn't too clean on their end. However, Paper Rex, that was a clean run for them. You gotta admit that. It was really, really clean. I mean, I gotta commend Forsaken here too, Fluffy, because all of those wide swings have... I don't know where he musters the courage to do so, but it was always clean every single time. The crispy aim paired with that bravery, it gets you so far.
True. I think that Benkai as well is another player that I'd like to highlight. You know, maybe on the kills in particular, he doesn't have the highest, but he helps his team so much. His presence overall in the map allows his team to stack on certain sites on the defense. And on the offense, he really provides a lot more pressure with the Prowlers especially. And when Jing goes for this explosive plays, he's always there to support him with the Haunt or some other form of utility, even combining his sees with the raised paint shells to really get a lot of these free kills and clear a lot of angles that we see on Ascent. We were talking a bit earlier about the difference between having that raise and that Jet. Jet is more clear cut. You know exactly what Jet is going to do. And I think at this point in Valorant, a lot of the off angles that we're used to seeing Jets get a lot of free picks are kind of a bit more calculated. You have to be way more careful.
Yeah.
Whereas with Raze, you can always rely on that explosive utility to flush players out, and it worked out very well for Paper Rex in this one.
I loved seeing Paper X really bring to life not just a combination of Raze and Fade, but also showing us once again, because Raze and Astra used to be a potent combination, and they're putting it back on the map saying it's still very much potent. And I find that I love seeing that, and I loved seeing it on Ascent, just the way they were able to take so much space. All of the players on Paper X really outshining and outperforming each other in different times of the maps, and I just love it. It's such good Valorant.
Yeah, but on the other side of things, I hope that Team Secret does make all the necessary adjustments, because we saw the effort coming out from Borkum with Dubstep, Dispenser, Jesse Vash, all of them, and now that they're moving into Bind, hopefully everything does pay off.
Maximum Hopium on the side of Fluffy over here, but
Maximum Hopium.
As you mentioned, Trix, we are going to be going over to Bind. We've touched up on the subject a little bit, but we're starting to see the compositions come to life, and right there, just as Raph had hoped, a little bit of Yoru on one side and a Yoru on the other side.
Actually, the moment they saw Breach out, I figured that they were going to put the Yoru because they used the Breach with the Yoru as well. So yes, we have that double initiator, double duelist on Paper Rex. We've got a more standard approach with a double duelist, at least on Team Secret side. I am excited. I really want to know how both of these teams have learned to play with the Yoru. I feel that we don't see Yoru enough on a higher tier of Valorant, and there's so much mobility with that agent, so much that you can do with them, but I feel it needs a specific kind of team. What about you, Fluffy?
I think that Yoru is something that is not something that we see very often, so I really want to highlight it again and say that Yoru really has that ability to play a lot of mind games. We know that because of the agent's design, but also specifically here on Bind, just being able to trigger so many sound cues is just something that I think can make a lot of teams feel really anxious. But that being said though, and knowing that Team Secret took inspiration from Paper Rex, I feel like they also know the ins and outs of how the composition works. It's about how they use it in fact. And a big difference between both the compositions is the difference in not only the initiator, but also the fact that on the side of Team Secret, they don't really have the best hard sentinel. Yes, it is a killjoy. Yes, it's very good. But with the breach on the opposing side on Benkai, I feel like it can really reduce its effectiveness. And that being said, again, for the Paper Rex squad, they actually don't have a hard sentinel or any sentinel at all. They're going to be relying on the classic Paper Rex aggro style that we saw on the previous map. A lot more contact plays from them, and I feel like especially for the Paper Rex team, they're going to be using the Yoru to take a lot more space than Team Secret would prefer.
Going back to their point wherein Yoru is an agent, that has a lot of sound cues. Paper Rex is pairing him up with Fade, which is the anti-sound cue agent over here, so you won't be hearing where Yoru can actually teleport once she puts out the Nightfall and the other abilities that she has. So, gotta watch out for that one on the side of Team Secret. But if we get to see the same Paper Rex that we just saw over here on Ascent, then Team Secret is in a world of trouble over here. After all, Ascent was their map pick, and this is kind of like Paper Rex's territory. But yes, folks, game number 2 is on the way, and Team Secret and Paper Rex are all fired up for this. VCT Masters is on the line for this victory, but a lot of mind games is due. So with that said, let's join our casters and teleport to Bind.
Feels like the gate is about to be crashed, and by that I mean the gate into the entry of Copenhagen for Masters for one of these two teams. It's looking really good right now for Paper Rex as we go into Bind, which is the second game, but Team Secret still have a shot at this. They've brought out Wits, they brought in Jeremy, and we'll see what the young lad can do for the Team Secret roster.
Well, again, we talked about the flexibility with the roster. Now, Jeremy, this is going to be quite the match for him as well. We know Jeremy, who's been absolutely fantastic paired with Jesse. Their chemistry is very, very... it's like it's worn on a sleeve, basically. Their hearts are on a sleeve. Yeah. And I feel like Jeremy has, I would say, unwittingly gotten the title of everybody's favorite nephew because he just looks so young, right? And
He said nephew.
It's just, oh yeah. But again, guys, before we talk about that, the double Yoru, now personally, I'm just going to say this. I'm really not the biggest fan of Yoru picks because it does seem like the value of Yoru is not as clear-cut. It's not as, I would say ubiquitous as the other duelists, like, you know, Raze, of course, Jet, and whatever plethora of agents we can put in that type of situation. Paper Rex being one of those teams that... were, I would say, one of the first few teams actually to bring out the Yoru here and to great success versus Secret, who's done the same thing.
I will echo your thoughts. Like, I think it was also announced, or rather, was put in a statistic that Yoru is one of those agents that has the lowest win rate on rank. But I mean, it's a whole different tool here that players are going to be using. Although Dubstep not missing a beat this time. He wasn't too good on the chamber. This time he's going to rise up to the occasion as the Yoru with the double kill. As Paper Rex still managed to get themselves that control onto P-Long, but the multi-TP could be good. Jeremy on the encounter. Spots out one. Benkai gonna be just rushing through to the A site now, trying to get that plant in. Dispenser turret is gonna activate. Now he knows. Just absolutely that he is right there. 1 minute for Ben here. And Big Ben Benkai. No damage taken, actually. This is still good. 3 bullets into the chamber, though. Will get spotted by the alarm bot. Will activate the Nano Swarm as well. Tries to TP out. Actually does. And Borkum, are you going to TP through to chase him? Is this the ballsy Borkum? Nope, nope. All right. So Dispenser's going to have play in contact, but Benkai still has the threat levels here. And again, still has the time to play this as much as he wants to. Now, Borkum, as he knows that Benkai is going to be on the site, will be TPing. This forces Benkai to go onto elbow. And you can see already, Dispenser is very much aware of the situation. Plays behind cover, which is good. And he's going to have to either charge this and go against the crossfire. Again, his opponent is going to be on a frenzy. This is actually good for Benkai because he has that ghost, but he's not hitting too many of the lethal shots, although Borkum's going to get overwhelmed. Benkai is playing this absolutely beautifully, but Dispenser's timing is immaculate on the clutch.
And again, a little bit of some, well, how would I put this, really heart-stopping action there. It is really playing with our emotions here. One shot could have thrown that round into disarray. And my goodness, I felt like that was the longest pistol round in the history of the universe, Asteroid. Just so much action covering the entirety of the map. We saw a variety of kills, but of course it's the Classic, who's proven to be the best pistol. Now Secret, they are in control here. Could potentially take the big swing. Paper Rex, they only have upgraded pistols abound. Forsaken might look to do something a little cheekier. The Haunt is going to put Jeremy out, or at least push him out of showers, as he does have one more blast back, but that is a fairly preemptive use of the nade, as Jing will oblige and get that timing correctly. Now Borkum is quick on the trade, but Forsaken, oh no sir, I don't think you should be here, but Borkum is shredding every single person on that Paper Rex roster. But Forsaken,
he doesn't know.
Potentially one-up Dubstep. And even Dubstep, he had the reaction there, but time still of the essence. As the spike has not gone down, Paper X have found Forsaken in a bit of a rough position, I would say, Acer. He doesn't really have a clear avenue of exit here, as a crossfire has already seemed to come to fruition. We do have Jesse Vash cutting off any rotations towards B, and maybe potentially they've found or heard the sound spot. But wait a minute, with Borkum getting the 4K onto Benkai, I thought that would have been enough information or of a pull to get him a little distracted. But Borkum, he wants that ace so badly. 4 HP. But Forsaken, he is always going to be undeterred here. He gets a spike. Borkum has crossed. Gets that teleport. Nobody is here. 30 seconds, incredibly smart. Asarai, 4 HP in a literal dream. What is going to happen? Oh boy.
Man. Again, sound cues, man. Audio cues. Just being able to use so well by Forsaken there. I mean by that, he just uses the cluster of other utilities just to make it so. What a read from Forsaken. He's still a 4 HP, but because he has this Vandal, he can really fight against Vash here. Vash will have to tap this. Does he have even a shock dart, a glimmer of something, the recon dart for a bit of that information? But he doesn't know. He doesn't know that elbow's going to be there for a second for the 4K ND clutch on a thrifty round for Paper Rex. What a round, what a read, what a man.
Is it really the stuff of dreams or the stuff of nightmares? Yeah. As we saw a momentous gunfight there in a clutch for Forsaken. I really thought that he would have been a goner here with Borkum really pushing into Paper X with a full head of steam, right? And like I said, it did look like the crossfire was going to come into fruition, but maybe a timing issue on that final flank. Didn't have too much utility. But sometimes, just sometimes, all you gotta do is click the head. Now Dubstep has a similar idea. He has the Sheriff in hand. Quite a bit of rifles on the side of Paper X now, looking to run up a lead that they potentially stolen away. Dubstep, I think he's still waiting for that teleport, but oh, so untimely. As Jing and Forsaken, they barrel onto the site. The pistols, man, I don't think they have enough to steal us away, but Secret, they've surprised us more than once. They could do the exact same, but Dispenser and Jeremy getting tickled violently by this Vandal.
Forsaken. Oh, that shorty. No more bullets, unfortunately. Does get just a tad bit of value. Borkum somehow still manages to get the kill through the peak, through elbow. But the Spencer, oof, yeah, this is going to be just near impossible for him. I mean, that's what we said for maybe Forsaken a couple of rounds ago, but this is so damn different. He's going to get spotted. It's the train of rifles so that the Spencer doesn't get anything on the exit. Yeah, he's gonna have to die. Yeah.
It's just so difficult for him to do anything here. Really just going in for that spike denial, or rather denying any orb that he can give to the Paper X players who are already well on their way out, Aserai. But what does this mean? Secret, their economy again in shambles. The round lead that doesn't even look that big. But with, I would say, the aggression still, Secret, would it be fair to say that they're kind of poorly handling that aggression? Paper X, they're just brimming with confidence.
100% agree. But still, bit of a weak buy for Team Secret there. This is a time. Jing? Double satchel, double flashes for contact. I love it. That gives them straight control outside of showers, actually rather inside of showers, as soon as Forsaken pops in his flash. Is that a TP somewhere? Is actually at the back of side and finds two! What a setup for Forsaken! And this gives Paper Rex the round, or rather the site itself. Borkum does get the trade-off in the end. Oh, what a shot through the smoke. I might have miscalculated that could have gotten the round, but that was so decisive from Paper Rex that you might think that it should have. Dubstep is going to be on the contact here, coming in through TP. Vash is going to be first on the side itself. There's Benkai as well as Devi. And Dubstep, no flashes, no hands, no nothing. It's all about hard contact for him. He knows that they're both actually looking at him, so he backs away just a little bit. They're going to use that TP to just go to the A side, and Dubstep got nothing other than just try to catch them on the rotate. Going to run all the way through short here, while there is so much left for Paper X to keep on doing the haunt, just to make sure that nobody's going to get spotted. And Benkai's going to be planting onto triple. He still has I think a flash here, Raph. So, flash, then peek. He saw the barrel first. He's going to get Devi first. He now knows Benkai is on the site. Benkai! What a dancer. Just really good on the footwork there against Dubstep.
Fancy footwork, looking like a ballerina. And again, it's just those nuanced jiggles, those nuanced shoulder peaks that make it so difficult to get away with duels like that. And like I said, right, the economy is not looking too great for Team Secret here. I think they'll have to either force this one out or hold on to for pistols, because they really cannot let Morans go here. But the way that or rather Paper X have been winning this, they've been very slim. I think this is something that Secret are very happy to capitalize on. But with so much movement going on, how can they put a stop to this? How can they slow it down at least? When early on, we see a lot of map control denial on the side of Paper X anyway. Especially considering Jing has found himself here on top of the box. Surprise, Dubstep! He gets that frag, and Forsaken doesn't even need to put anything on Jesse Vash as Jing He's been stealing the lights. He's been stealing the spotlight as he's the star of the show for the moment. And Devi, despite getting that first shot on, will get stung down by Borkum. And again, this is only upgraded pistols and maybe an SMG. But Borkum, he needs nothing to win apparently, but Benkai, he will give him everything to think about. Forsaken and Jing still holding onto the side very, very firmly. And a potential lineup here by Forsaken gutting down the rest of Secret's members.
And even the Borkum is rising up to the occasion, getting a couple of these kills. The problem therein lies that... Excuse me. That it's just not enough. He's just getting one particular frag overall, but Paper Rex, even through that, has gotten so much control already that Team Secret always playing behind. As you can see, it happened that round. It'll happen in the past couple of rounds and might still keep happening here. I don't know what the mix-up's going to be. I mean, Team Secret are throwing out their utilities just to counter them out. Maybe an operator needs to be played in, but they don't really have too much of an operator agent. Maybe they'll put it on Jeremy, maybe on Dubstep, but Rifles is just not working for them, especially when Jing and Benkai comes in with that satchel fault line play. It just makes Team Secret a lot more, what's the word here, afraid to play the contact because they're just afraid of the quick punish that could come right after.
So here's the thing, right? Again, we talk about team preparation and R&D and knowing the grueling nature and knowing the cutthroat nature of our tournament. Again, you can make so many preparations and have so many reads ready, right? But with Forsaken and Jing, the thing about this duo is they are, I would say, very, very akin to the superstars of old. Oh yeah, you want to read? I'm gonna shoot you in the face. Again, it's hinging off a lot of contact and a lot of setup from their teammates. But once we see those jumps that Jing has done time and time again, it becomes not as clear what can Secret really do. What is their doorstop? What is their deterrent? As Forsaken is all alone here. And is he actually gonna go for a teleport play now? Now that would be incredibly ballsy. He's gonna get shut out, but he will disappear. Just like that. And where is he? He is all the way into the spawn.
Dubstep!
Now maybe, potentially, this could be what makes the difference, but the spray! It still goes in the way of Forsaken. And Asteroid, there's just so much sensory overload on the side of Secret. What front is vulnerable? What is safe? As Forsaken has found himself in the smoke, breaking every single rule. And now Paper Rex, they have firm control over B yet again.
Oh, they're lining up for him. Forsaken still hits the shot. Dispenser was spotted on through the minimap. They're going to have to try to dispense him first. Take care of him. And that's what they actually really do. Borkum going to be using the orbital strike just to delay them even further. But again, there's 40 seconds, man. They can do whatever they want, and it'll still look good for Paper Rex. Borkum coming through elbow here to People's Elbow. Ooh, two's only going to be on the side. One going to be on the contact through Octa here. And maybe he can sneak right in as Jeremy's making a lot of noise.
Oh, no.
Not knowing that somebody's going to be on it. Cubby there. He might have just needed to pop a shot. Maybe just try to read it to clear out the corner. But he wanted to make sure that might have been something that could have been an opening here for Team Secret. But no, Paper Rex so quick on the adjustment.
Like you said, the People's Elbow could not be cleared in time, and despite the explosive nature of Raze's ult, they cannot stop the most electrifying move in esports history. As they still continue this lead, they're running it up now, Asterai. Again, we've talked about the Magic 6 and the adjustment period the defensive team has to go through. But with only an arsenal consisting of upgraded pistols, this is going to be that much more difficult. As Forsaken still playing with his decoy here, and now going for a more frontal approach, they are going to capitalize on the fact the weaponry on Secret's side is going to be so light. Jing, who's been an absolutely dominating force on this hookah side of things, has not discovered Dispenser and even gets taken down by him. Now the rifle is in the hands of our very, very stalwart Sentinel. But Forsaken holding down the murder hole, looking like an absolute meat grinder for him.
Yes, lockdown. If they get control of B long, this would be really paramount for them to use something. Borkum and Dispenser coming in through here on the contact against Mind Freak, but did he just get flashed by Forsaken? Oh, that was just absolutely beautiful. It's all down to Jeremy, spotted on elbow. And I will tell you one thing, Raph. There is a one-way flash that you can throw out on B long without people coming through B long spotting it as the Yoru. It's really crazy. You just have to bounce it somewhere in Octa above, and they do not see it. It's just crazy.
Indeed, it is quite annoying to deal with as Mind Freak and the rest of the boys here. They have no qualms of just really picking a side and executing without hesitation. Now, like you mentioned, they do have that lockdown still ready and available, but so far hasn't really found the value. I feel like, again, we talked about the sensory overload that Forsaken can provide, as well as Jing really just mixing up where is the front line, who is taking the most attention, where do we point our guns. And we know that there's been so much preparation here, but the Hunter's Fury, Jesse Vash is sick of every single duelist trying to walk into his lawn, into his side. He tags up 2, but it's not enough to find Jing still. Mind Freak still fairly healthy. He does have that orbital strike as Divide the rest of the boys. They crawl up here. He sets up for the lineup, and that might spot out a few of the Secret players. But look at this. They are all on one side. Anybody getting tagged up on that orbital strike? Absolutely not, but Benkai still finds Dispenser for whatever reason, and Jing, he finds Borkum. And this defense, it is looking incredibly fragile, Aserai.
I mean, those are just shots that you get to pop when you already know that is a very plausible threat position, you know, based through experience. Forsaken is just going to get a freebie on where the rest of Team Secret are. It's like, dude, there's like 3 of them here. Oh, wow. Fault like to follow up. That's going to slow them even further. And Jing now, he's going to know. And they're not going to know. This is going to be absolutely horrendous for Team Secret. They're not going to know the flank's going to be coming in. Jeremy is very much aware, possibly, of it. Even if he loses to... even if Jing loses to Jeremy here, he's by himself. 4 versus 1. Divide just has no fear whatsoever. They're embracing into the crosshairs of Jeremy. But he knows he doesn't have time. So he'll just have to back away. This is pretty heavy for Team Secret. They have gotten less rounds than what we saw in Ascent, and Forsaken is still here. He's charging right in, and he's not going to allow Jeremy to save this for the next round. No ROI of this Vandal coming into the 9th.
I believe that was the widest swing we've seen so far in APAC. That man went from the airport all the way to whatever corner of the earth that he's found himself into. But Jing, wow, what movement. My goodness, just to avoid all of that. And if we're talking about investment here, those blast packs really did help so much. Jing, again, with such a powerful flank, but despite Jeremy getting all these kills, right, ultimately it didn't lead too much. And now, yet again, we have a stifled by Aserai. This has just become such a common story for Team Secret. And they are hobbled. They are somewhat limping in this endeavor to steal a map away from Paper Rex. As Jing, he might actually nade out Jesse Vash here, but Jesse, he escapes his own owl drone just in the right amount of time. Taking minimal damage as well, but Jeremy, it's his turn to flank. He could find one, but that's all he finds. That's a spike down though, so that's enough information, but Jesse is here. Like I said, the chemistry between these two, it's unmistakable. But Paper X with the supreme firepower still gets those trades. Now they have A set in their sights. And Dispenser still has that lockdown, so this could be a very, very key thing on this retake.
He's just pushing in through. He has no respect whatsoever. The flash gets him a little bit of access onto the back of the side, and he gets a shot onto Jesse Vash through the wall. What a shot from Forsaken. Borkum, a man on an island once again on U-Haul, and a TP out from Forsaken here. Oh no, Dispenser's not gonna know about this. The Nightfall does... Oh, that spots him out. Now they know where he absolutely is. I mean... The spike is away from the hands of Paper Rex, but you know Dispenser is going to be playing from the back end of things. Now he's going to get started to be corralled here. 2 versus 1. Dispenser. Oh my god, what a flick.
Oh man, and you can tell by Forsaken's body language, he is just absolutely feeling every single one of his swings. He's so in tune. And in another universe, Paper X is also incredibly dominant Aserai. So if they secure this, then the multiverse of our indomitable Rex is only going to be that much brighter. But if we look at the economy on their hand too, they are just so well ballin', for the lack of a better word here. Team Secret, they have to fight back here. Jeremy and Jesse, despite matching maces, still have yet to find and help Secret get that stride that they've been incredibly desperate for. And Forsaken, I don't think I've seen him lose a duel this entire map.
How many times has he gotten his dimensional drift? I think this is about the third, maybe fourth time that we're going to be seeing it be used. Whether it's because he just keeps getting the orbs or more realistically, he just keeps getting all the kills. This is just not helping the case for Team Secret. It feels... You know those clips on street basketball where there's that player that's just really good with the ball handling? Yeah, and then he just keeps throwing the ball in the face of the guy and he can't read where the ball is going on.
Well,
it feels like that turned into a Valorant form. Ugh,
well,
dude.
I'm glad that you did make that basketball remark because he is looking like Kyrie. He is handling the rock so well, and he's been leading the charge. Mindfreak finds Jesse, trying to be a little cheeky, pushing out of that smoke. But Forsaken, he's laying down some suppressive fire. My goodness, he is looking like the Bone Collectors. He's collected so many angles, so many skulls, as Jing will add to that collection as well. Blood for the Blood God, it seems, as Paper Rex, they're absolutely bloodthirsty. Secret, they have been somewhat forced into a really receded and passive position here, and I can't help but feel like they are getting their souls being stolen from their body right now, Aserai. 1-8 and potentially 1-9 already. What does Secret have in the bag for Bind?
I don't know, man. It's such a hard question. We're just casters here. We're just looking at what is happening in front of us, and what a show it is from Paper Rex. Dubstep and Dispenser, double D's, not going to be able to do anything other than just save the weapons. And all throughout, my goodness, I can't even remember how Team Secret won their first round, as it's just absolutely been Forsaken and the rest of Paper Rex bulldozing onto these sites. You just keep seeing all of this, and look at that. You just know that Forsaken has played this particular agent so many times than not. And even, I'll just finish what I'm saying here. Even if it has statistically the worst win rate out of any agent, when it's in hands of Forsaken, that don't matter now.
Well, see, the thing is, in a game where a lot of ultimates can be incredibly pivotal, and Forsaken is an absolute battery. Well, sorry to jinx you, buddy, but Morcom actually finds him and cuts him down with a Spectre here, potentially finding a Vandal for himself, an upgrade potentially, as Jeremy gets that showstopper into the face of Jing. And now some of the action has calmed down a little bit as Paper X, they make a mad dash. Now, this is something that I've been really appreciating about Paper X, even if they're feeling really good in a matchup. They saw there's a little bit of resistance. They're not forcing the issue. They move away. They go and use all that map control that they took early game. And the investments have been absolutely fantastic. Now, Jesse could potentially be the man of the law, but the Vi is a rule breaker. And he eliminates him from contention now. 3v2. That's going to delay them just a little bit. And could maybe, just maybe,
Jeremy,
give them a better fighting chance. Like you said, Jeremy, he's on the prowl. Is he going to knife him? I think he might knife him. He's pulling it out. Yes! And he makes Jesse Vash proud, but the Vi, this is no time for pride. He raises the stakes. He's low HP, but Jeremy's the hero, and he keeps Team Secret alive.
Gotta raise the flag, man. If your uncle is Jesse Vash, you gotta, if he's Tondo Senior, you're Tondo Junior. Gets the stab, gives them maybe also, you never know, man. Player boost, because he got the stab kill. But it's still such a monumental lead from Paper X here. 3-9 curse if the chat's looking for it, all of that good stuff. But yeah, there was a round statistically that, again, should have gone the way of Team Secret, and one of them was this. I think Jeremy also got the showstopper off-cam kill onto Jing, as Jing was apparently going through U-Haul, if I'm not mistaken. But a really good interception from Team Secret here. We're talking about the magic number 6 as a round to adjust, but it took them far longer than that just for anything else. Jeremy on the contact. Forsaken pops a couple of shots. Not unlucky enough to hit anything through the smoke here. But the presence, again, of Paper Rex not faltering even though they lost that one round. Just Vash. Ooh, got to back away for just a teeny tiny bit.
Yeah, I mean, it could be potentially so deceptive to the way Paper X is playing, because if we're going to point out the most obvious thing, right? They've been bolstering these fights so well, but Dubstep gets Forsaken as Mindfreak gets a trade, but Jesse, he gets quelled down by Jing as well. And like I said, every single time Secret look like they have the advantage, Paper X are so quick on that counter hook, on that counter jab, and Benkai even finds Borkum in the murder hole. They dump utility towards it, and CT is going to be delayed that much more as Dispenser, he finally uses that lockdown. Are we going to see some value out of it? And Jing, you can tell that he really wants to get rid of it, but Dispenser gets rid of him instead. equalizing the field once more. But this is a plant really, really precarious because they can still double swing. Jeremy, it looks like he should have to find a little bit more contact. The nade is going to come, maybe potentially shutting off elbow, but he cannot dodge the Rolling Thunder Aserai as Mind Freak and Benkai, they patiently wait. They've set the trap. Who is going to fall into it first? Dispenser has to delay this, but no, they go for the big swing, and not even the spray is going to go into the side of Team Secret, as 10-2 is such a crazy scoreline going into our second half here. I just kind of want to circle back on the point. Where are the trades? Secrets seem to be so isolated from each other.
I will say, though, again, it is very crystal clear in positions to where they are for us because it's obviously shown through the X-ray. But I was very much thinking that Dispenser was afraid of the peek out that could come through Hookah then and there. I think they only saw the Rolling Thunder come through B-Long, but wasn't really sure of the positioning of Mind Freak was. So I do agree that trades was obviously what was necessary from Team Secret there, but I think they were also a little bit uncertain of where Paper Rex are gonna be at, because Paper Rex have proven this entire series, especially this entire second game, that they're gonna be everywhere and anywhere at any point in time in any of each of these rounds.
Omnipresent apparently, as they've really found so much value in Forsaken, just aside from his absolutely ridiculous fragging power. It's him really kind of piercing into the lines with all the gate crashes and, of course, the dimensional drift. And like we said, Secret, they just could not find a stable front that they could, hey guys, let's point all our guns in that direction. Let's just put all our focus on that. Paper X, man, they're making Secret look like they're punch drunk at the moment.
And I mean, these punches are hurting, man. They are not pulling back any of it. What is it? 3 more rounds? Ooh.
Yeah, it really is so difficult to kind of see how competitive the first map was, and then we go on Bind. And I remember we were actually talking about the map beta. We're like, huh? They let go of Bind? Well, that's interesting. And potentially a statement on the side of Secret. They had a lot of confidence, man, but again, with the morale, maybe not at the all-time high, as Paper X have been very, very convincing. They've been very succinct with proving their point. Hey, guys, this is our pick. Don't do it.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, they let go of... I mean, they had to let go of at least one certain map, right? Better Bind than Fracture, at least, because I feel like Fracture is going to be just even more worse for Team Secret to deal with against Paper Rex. Jeremy going to be in a fight against the Vi. What reactionary from him. He just saw his peak and immediately thought it was going to be the straight wide swing. It was. Dispenser not going to get spotted by the Roomba. Tries to get in a little bit closer. Be a bit cheeky, but it's not going to work when Paper Rex are all about that contact and refrag. Now, as the dust settles once again, as we take a bit of a quiet before the next part of the storm, Dubstep and Borkum are the ones to remain, and look at where Forsaken is already at. Dubstep, pressure is on. He was looking towards short, but Forsaken has already gone and wrapped all the way around. What's kind of interesting about this one, too, is that I think Borkum and Forsaken might have just gone through apart from each other. Tries to push through the smoke, but Forsaken hits the shot. And we're down to 2 more rounds, and Team Secret, they might have to force by this time.
I think they have to. I don't even think they have a choice. But still, they hold on strong. The belief. Oh boy, this is a long road to overtime. Faith and belief makes for the most beautiful armor, but makes for the heaviest sword. One swing could potentially quell armies. But Paper Rex, they are not strangers to such fables. As they go for a fairly aggressive buy here. They have double judges. One on Benkai, one on Forsaken. They look to take things to incredible lengths to make this as uncomfortable for Secret. And Forsaken, despite missing a first shot, gets the recovery onto Jeremy. Now the space being taken here. They're completely blind! And they get shredded! They get tossed into the meat grinder! As Forsaken and Jing, remember those names! They are gonna haunt Team Secret for the remaining rounds, Aserai.
I was waiting for this moment, Raph. Now that we're here at match point, just like to remind everybody that if Paper Rex, wins this, they will lock in slots for not only Masters 2, but also Champions. Champions,
Oh
Raph.
my goodness. One step closer to the zenith, the summit, the peak. Paper Rex. They are determined. They are unbroken. And they see victory. They can taste it. They can smell it. They have it in their palm of their hands. And Forsaken,
no.
he slaps Jeremy in the face with Buckshot. And he is pushing forward, giving Mind Freak the space to catch Dispenser. And this is looking so heartbreaking on the side of Secret. But Morecambe keeps it alive. Mind Freak, he will have no qualms of being the nightmare on Short Street. As we are left with Dubstep and Jesse Vash. Ice Cold Jesse, if you can hear the call, this is the time to answer it.
Dubstep is about to swing onto my freak. No! He was setting up the smoke. What was that? Jesse Bash is now down to 19 HP. They know where he is. They know how much damage he's taken. He'll be able to pick up the spike. He'll be able to throw out a recon dart, but it's just 3 people. My God. Oh, and they're about to swing on him. They're just about to swing on him, and Mind Freak, just pure confidence already, solidifies themselves. Again, the slot into Grand Finals, Masters 2 and Champions. Paper Rex, the shining gem of APAC, does it once again.
Omnipresent in more ways than one, Asar. The dominance, it ascends every single team here. And the consistency to do it, man. I'm at a loss for words. I mean, we have been talking about how strong this team is going into APAC and how every single team has to bridge that gap. But for some reason, Paper Rex, like the Apex Predators, like the Alphas of the pack, they have not lost a single step.
Just keep getting better and better. Each time we see them play, they just look to level up each and every time that we see them. My goodness, and Paper Rex have done it once again. As I mentioned, we're going to be seeing them tomorrow as one of our grand finalists. And again, they have already locked in their slots for Masters 2 and Champions. So with that, guys, this series is over. We're going to be passing on to the panel because they're the ones who's going to unravel all of the things that have happened there. And I think they're just going to just fanboy and girl about what has just been shown to us by Paper Rex. Anyways, that's it for us. For me and Raph, we're going to be seeing you guys tomorrow. And again, the next casters will be preparing for the next series. I'm dragging too long. This has been such a adrenaline rush of a cast. Yeah, let's go to the break. Let's just go for it, man. Whew.
My watch, my belts, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard. Popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Nah, now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's effing from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session, cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. CZs don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God.
Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Paper Rex, just an absolute behemoth of a team. They're insane, they're fantastic, they are explosive. Paper Rex is looking so convincing right now, and Fluffy, they're going to Masters, and it feels like even there, they'll be an unstoppable force.
Not just that, it feels like a repeat of what happened the last time that these two teams met. And I just want to highlight a lot of the little micro decisions that especially Paper Rex really brought into this game. Individually, they made so many correct small decisions that were so high impact, like when they choose to TP, when they used to use util for each other, how they clear all the corners regardless of what's happening. Just such good, careful, clean Valorant coming out from Paper Rex. And I feel like the disruption coming out from that Euro pick on Forsaken really was the game changer against Team Secret. You know, Team Secret is used to playing a lot of these contact teams. I'm sure they're prepared for the Euro as well after doing the research, but having that Killjoy really was devalued a lot, because when the Euro TP is floating around the map, it can't be spotted by that turret, and in combination with all the supporting utility coming out from Paper Rex, it just felt very unstoppable at times.
I do also want to highlight that those Yoru plays, it was phenomenal. I did not know that that's how Yoru could be played. And I am glad that Paper X went into that server and just showed me exactly how impactful and powerful a Yoru pick can be. Just the amount of space that he was able to create, the amount of times he was able to go back to the opponents. Forsaken was so creative with his abilities, but that's not the entire thing. We also had Jing being able to just go onto these angles alongside Forsaken. Bankai and Mind Freak as well, just being able to control areas, help get that pick and advantage that both of these duelists need, and Davai constantly getting that information.
Yeah, the team itself really supporting Yoru to be able to get that amazing 4.0 KDA for Forsaken. It seemed like they were such a big unit together, even on the pistol round, as we see here on the highlights for Bankai. He made so many small micro decisions when he chose not to use his flash, how he used his utility, and a lot of these things really mattered at the end of it.
It really did. Oh my goodness, the trust that these guys have with each other to be able to allow Forsaken to just kind of do whatever he wanted around the map, because this guy was all over the place. I gotta ask you, Trix, did you keep count of how many times he was able to use his ultimate?
I did not. Sometimes I'm looking at the match going on, I'm looking at the duels, and Forsaken's on the other side of the map. So I just started keeping track of where he would keep his teleport, and the amount of the utility that would come in, right? He would force the duels, he'd get all of the players on A side. There was one round that it was him, Brimstone, and one other player, and he just got everyone onto A and then TP'd to B and flanked the players that were going into A. And I just thought, how do you make that decision so quickly?
I guess that comes from experience, but being in the top teams that has always played at the top level here. One of the very greatest teams that I've ever seen here on the APAC stage. Paper Rex really proving why they're currently at the top. And Paper Rex also, it's the entire team, you know, it's not just the Yoru flanks coming in.
Yeah.
He provides so much space for the team. When I remember one round when he was using his ultimate, as we see here on the screen for the Yoru player himself, Forsaken, he was able to go all the way. I think they rotated from one site to the A site. And when they were in the A side, he used his ultimate to push back because they actually left Jing on that raise for the flank. So the pincer maneuver coming out from Paper Rex in multiple occasions and always being careful for their flanks.
Yeah.
Even their Brimstone holding all the way back in the attacker's spawn just to make sure that there will be no gaps in the gameplay of Paper Rex.
Definitely no gaps over there. I mean, round per round, Paper Rex just showing absolute dominance. Now, I do have to mention on the other side, of course, Team Secret, a lot of adjustments that they have to do. This was something that I guess they did not expect going up against Paper X. But again, this team is just something else. We talked about the unpredictability factor when it comes to Paper X, and they just showed it today. I don't think that any of the teams out here could have expected that this is the absolute explosion that they would be releasing. Now, you know, when it comes to this team, when they decide that they'll push a site, they just press W tricks, and their execution is so good that I don't even know what Team Secret should have done in those cases.
If there's anything that Team Secret could have improved on, I think it would be being a little more mobile on that Yoru, similar to the mobility that Forsaken was showing us on his Yoru. It just felt that you need to be a little more creative when you go against a team like Paper Rex and in their ability to open up the sites. The disadvantage that was on Team Secret's side as well is that they didn't have the flash potential. Yes, there are the Yoru flashes, but Paper Rex was playing alongside that breach and alongside the fade. There was a lot of potential there, and I think when you create a roster with Yoru, you want to optimize and get the most value. And I feel that the lineup, the agent selection from Paper Rex definitely showed that they were optimizing it.
I'm sure they've run this countless of times and have come up with this great configuration where the backline can actually support from such a long range, be it from the breach flash or any of the utility, to safely clear the close corners, allowing Forsaken to make the moves that he needs to. And I like the change. You know, one big difference with initiators is we have the Fade and Yoru for the side of Paper Rex, but the Sova, I mean, for Jesse Vash with Dubstep's Yoru. And I think the big difference is that if you do get the Nightfall and you do get any of these sound keys to be turned off, it just amplifies the power of that Yoru. But one thing I want to talk about Devi is how, or actually the team in general, is how they're not stingy at all with the utility. I even saw him use his Nightfall just for one person to get the Spencer out of position. They just need the momentum to win the round because they know that at the end of it, it's not a marathon, it's the race to 13, and every round they get counts.
Oh my god, and the race to 13 was like a speed run for these guys. Absolutely crazy. Now in the end, Paper X, something to look forward to. Every single team out here always says that they're looking out for this team, and after that performance, I can see why. But alas folks, this is where we close this series down. We'll be seeing more of Paper X and Team Secret as we move along over here at the Knockouts. But for today, we're gonna be moving to our final series of the day, and once again, this is another elimination match. Do or die, make or break for these teams. And for the first team, for the final eliminations of the day, is a team that showed us their systematic ways. Calculated, precise, relaxed. That's the way this team goes. So let's reintroduce them once more. Here's ONIC G. I don't think that we were expecting to reintroduce any of the teams today, but I think it's a must. After all, the way they were earlier in their series, it just reflects on how much improvement they've made. And going up into another series, what it's again, Fluffy, what can we expect from ONIC G?
Well, hopefully we can expect them to carry the momentum they had early on. The squad that we just saw at the start of today, Elmi Mormonyet, NC Slasher, Shiro, and Severin, is just the type of squad that is always careful and calculated, as you mentioned. They really took it a step further against Alter Ego today, and being the Indonesian representative for their region, I feel like it's a lot of pressure for them right now, but I'm sure they're going to turn that into motivation as they will continue their lower bracket run and hopefully make it out.
That is the anxiousness speaking right there. A lot of these teams are just fighting every single time. I mean, that is the risk you're put at whenever you land into the lower bracket, right? Every single game is a do or die match. You can't really catch much of a breather over here. And looking at these guys right here, I feel like their game faces are on and they're just ready to put on a good show for us. But that's the least we can expect from ONIC G. Every single time they're out on the maps, we can see that they put their full potential on for the day. And I love it. I love it, Trix. And I'm really excited to go ahead and introduce as well the second team that will be stepping up to this other elimination game. Today, I can't believe that, ONIC just survived that previous elimination match. And once again, they're put at risk. Crazy.
Yeah.
But that is the way the cookie crumbles here on the Knockouts, Trix.
That's true. ONIC taking out Alter Ego in order to get this spot. A little bit of a bittersweet maybe for them because that is their comrades that they had to knock out. But pulling through and finally coming onto this match, the last series of the day.
It is. So the second team that is going to be facing potentially elimination today is a team that's good at reading enemies and punishing them for their mistakes. So be careful when you go against them because here they are once again, Xerxia Esports. Trix, I know that our cameras may not be seen right now, but I can feel like you're smiling already just because you get to see another Xerxia Esports match.
Yes, it's true. I am. I'm always excited to watch Xerxia play. We've got Cruz, Foxy, Scary, Surf, and Sushi Boys, players I don't think at this point that I need to reintroduce to you guys because they have just been performing. They have been showing up in every match, especially on the match against Bleed. That comeback that they had on the last map, pulling it to overtime and then closing it as well. Just phenomenal. I feel that Xerxia coming in a little bit, sometimes it looks like they're uncertain, they're playing a little bit safe. But when they start getting put on in those pressure moments where they have to perform, where they really have to come up with something, true enough, they pull through. And I am so happy to have them on the series.
I mean, at the end of the day, even if you have a little bit of stumbles along the way, it's the end results that matter. And after that series that we just witnessed with them, they must be feeling so good right now. That should have been a huge morale booster for them. Getting a comeback, getting 6 rounds in when you were so close to the taste of defeat, and they just would not back down. And that's what we love to see from the teams over here, especially Xerxia Esports, who really put that to the test. Now, we do have some featured players coming along. I love that we get to talk about some spectacular players, especially those that really make an impact for their teams. So here we are, Fluffy, going into the head-to-head. This isn't our normal head-to-head because we normally go for like those who have the same positions or same roles in the team. But we wanted to step it up a notch and actually feature players that really made an extra impact for their team.
Yeah, they might not have the same roles, but impact is something both these players have in common. We see the electrifying moments, especially on Fracture, coming out from Monye, and we also have the amazing Viper plays that we saw today from Scary. Both of these players really give their team the same thing. They give them confidence and space, and I feel like they're very rewarded in that fact. That's why they're here for a head-to-head, not just now, but they've also in their own right been their own match MVP in their previous games. I feel like the common thing between these two players is that they're smart and they also have the aim to back it up. And I think those are two good qualities that you can have. And much like how we saw in the previous series, if you can do both and you can make decisions quickly, it can be basically the important part of the kit that you need to help your team succeed.
Yeah, it can definitely turn the game around when you've got players like Monyet and Scary backing you up, or perhaps on the side of Monyet being the front liner for that matter. It's just so crazy because the synergy that these two have with the rest of their teammates, very, very good. They really play off of the energy of one another, the coordination, the everything in between for a team to actually really perform is always there when it comes to these guys. And I feel like it's because of the impact that they have that also uplifts the rest of the team and makes them perform a whole lot better. And just, go straight into our maps. Because when you're unafraid like Monyet and when you're ready to set up for the rest of your teams like Scary, then what's there to be afraid of for the teams over here? Well, as I mentioned that, the maps are going to be shown on our screen, but Trix, let's talk about the maps we won't be seeing. What do you think they are?
I feel like it really depends on what teams are bringing out, but I guess off the bat we will not be seeing Bind. I believe Bind is one of those maps I really like to watch, especially on Xerxia's side, so a little sad on that end. I think coming into it, okay.
I was just gonna say that I wanted to see Split, but it's not gonna happen, Trix.
Okay, so no bind and no split. I'm guessing these two teams don't exactly like those close corners as ONIC is picking up Breeze, wanting that larger map, forcing those duels. I know that ONIC is able to take that information. They're able to take those pivotal points in the map and they're not afraid to push those areas that we like to talk about so often on this panel. And Xerxia actually picking the attacker side on that.
Are we gonna be seeing another Fracture map on the side of Xerxia? I wonder. I mean, if ONIC does not ban Fracture, and it's up to Xerxia to decide. Okay, never mind. Fluffy, I am striking out over here. Why don't you take the lead for the maps?
Well, I'm a bit surprised for how it's going, but also I can see the reason behind it. Bind is not a map that ONIC has always been decent at. They've been decent at it, but it's not the greatest. For the other hand, for Xerxia, it's always been a map that they can rely on here on the APAC stage. Split, not a favorite of either team. Breeze and Icebox, good aim maps, good for the control, and if you can really manage your resources and make it up just how calculated both of these teams are, it makes sense that they would want to go here. And with that, we have our final two bans, Fracture and Ascent. I'm kind of surprised that ONIC removed Fracture, considering the fact that they have played it very well. I mentioned a bit earlier how Monyet really does well, especially on the Neon for that map, but we won't be seeing that today as our last decider map for the day will be Haven.
I think that they saw the game earlier and they were like, wait a second, I know that we're really good at Fracture, but hey, Xerxia's stepping it up. This is a little bit scary. I think it's best for us to not be caught off guard, Tricks, and let's just avoid Fracture altogether. Or, maybe we'll end up on Ascent or Haven, some maps that we're kind of more used to.
I do like the picks that are coming out. We've got Breeze, it's a more horizontal map. It's very wide. There's a lot of angles, a lot of places to take. Then you got Icebox, which is more of that vertical map. And then you have Haven, which has the three spike plant areas.
Sites?
The 3 sites. Yes, thank you. My brain is a little, on the loading screen. But yes, I think that all of these maps are really highlighting team play as well. We've got ONIC G that likes that structure, those calculated plays, the ability to take information away from the opponents. We have Xerxia on the other hand, who also likes to go for those advantage, for those peaks, and they know how to slow it down. They do have that tendency to be a little stubborn in terms of what plays they're making, which can put them on the back foot when they get a little too stubborn and want to figure out how to make a play work for them. But we're going to see what they're going to bring for us.
Well, we're going to see that indeed. But before we even get to that point, I want to know what do you think the win condition is over here? Let's start with you, Fluffy. And who do you think is going to be getting that win condition?
I'm gonna be honest. I feel like between both of these teams, just knowing their playstyle and their team identity, being so careful, we've seen it do wonders, but also hurt teams in the past. Xerxia especially has this habit of sometimes being a bit too careful, but in a way, it kind of mirrors how ONIC does the same thing as well. So for me, it's gonna be the win condition will be which team is willing to risk more to get more rewards and reap those rewards for their team. Whichever one is the more proactive one, in my opinion, instead of reactive, will probably be the one who will win. And especially on maps like Breeze and Icebox to start off with, these are two maps where being proactive, getting the first step, and having the priority on site or off site are things that really do matter, especially when it comes to the gunfights.
I love how you brought that up. We're looking for a more proactive team, but also the way you contrast these two teams. One is very careful. On the other hand, the other one is also very careful, but they're also, like I mentioned earlier, very good at punishing the mistakes of the enemy. So how are you gonna punish a very careful team? Because it's gonna be very hard for these two, and that's what's gonna happen. I feel like a lot of passive plays will be happening, especially on Breeze. But again, we've talked about this over and over again. Proactiveness does get rewarded. More map control does get rewarded. So we're going to find out whether either of these teams will actually figure that out early on and be the more aggressive one as we go on. But in my prediction, I do think that Xerxia Esports is going to be the one that figures it out first.
What do you think, Chicks?
Well, I think Laika and I are on the same page. I mean, I'm sorry, Xerxia, that I doubted you earlier, but I'm so glad that you pulled through and that you are here because I love watching the team play. I love the way that, those split decisions that they make. And I think when you play against another careful team, the other win condition is who's willing to take that extra step. And I think that Xerxia has shown us that they can take that extra step. And that they can also identify when they're being too patient and being too cautious, and when there's a need to change the way they're playing. I just do hope that they figured it out earlier against ONIC.
And lastly, I think I'm going to go the other way. I'm going to go for ONIC G for this one because I mainly look for consistency when I look into teams. And aside from their loss from Team Secret, ONIC G still has that streak going where they've basically been playing the same way. Unfortunately, it didn't work out once. But when I look at a team like Xerxia, they have a weird form of consistency, which is basically either they win the map by a landslide or it goes the other way. And I think that if I'm going to go for a safe prediction, ONIC G would be the one for me.
Oh, you talk about taking risks, Fluffy, but you're not ready to take the risks for us. Come on, go to the other
I gotta
side.
stay safe for this one.
Well, that's probably because your predictions aren't exactly stellar so far in terms of the record.
True.
But going into Breeze, I'm not exactly sure which of these teams has the more stellar record. All I know is that both of these teams have had good compositions over here on Breeze. But I guess in your eyes, there is no such thing as a bad composition after all. It's all in the way these players put these agents and these lineups to life. But I do think that Trix is already favoring one side over here.
I wouldn't say favoring necessarily, but I do like that Sky. I find it's very malleable. But KO, on the other hand, having that knife potential as well.
Yes, the KO knife potential over here, Fluffy. I know that you have your own opinions over here at Breeze, so let's hear it.
Well, I mean, we always talk about the value of the 0 point, and I have to agree with Trix in saying that if it does get value, especially on a map like Breeze where the controller is a Viper, when you get suppressed, unlike other controllers, your smokes and vision denial abilities are actually going to go down with it, so it can stop an entire push on its own, mindful that Viper will be the only controller for both sides. So that's one big advantage that I feel like is easily usable with a team with KO. But for the other hand, we have seen a lot of success with teams who play Sky. It's not a requirement to play KO at all. Sky does provide a bit more accurate information with the Trailblazer, and the guiding lights always have that frequent ping of knowing where they are, especially in a big map like Breeze. And having a flash through your own Viper wall for both teams is something that can be very impactful. So I don't necessarily think that there's one comp that's stronger than the other. It's a very small difference. It's more of how they use the tools that they're bringing into this game rather than what they're bringing into this game that really matters.
I'm looking at this, and obviously the really obvious discrepancy or like difference between these teams is actually the Sky and the KO, like you mentioned. So I guess going into this, you just have to choose whether you want to be powerless or perhaps blinded.
I mean, accurate, yes. And I think I'd rather be blinded sometimes.
I want to be blinded right now.
Aw, Fluffy, say you love my jokes.
It was a good joke, yeah. Yeah.
Thanks. I feel validated right now. But folks, you know who does need the validation? It's these teams right here. They need to validate that they are going to be able to qualify for Masters. So they're going to have to fight to even get to that point right now. And as I say that, we're going to be going to map number 1 over here, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, it is ONIC G and Xerxia Esports.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We are here. It has been an absolute perler of a day, a long day here at Komodo with, all the hype. We've obviously seen who has just qualified through to Masters, and now we get to determine who's going to be going through that lower bracket gauntlet to face up against Team Secret tomorrow. Conky and Komodo here, back again on your screens. Komodo, what are you thinking going into this series between Xerxia and ONIC G?
I'm hoping it's going to be a really good one for the premise that Xerxia got knocked down really early in the bracket to Team Secret and ONIC G. The game after that, they got knocked down by Team Secret. So there is literally a grudge match for both of these teams going into that next game that we'll be able to witness tomorrow. But of course, for here right now, a best of 3 that I'm kind of hoping does go to all 3 maps. Though, I immediately, Scary's back on that Viper. It's not Icebox. We get that a little bit later. The play that he came out with earlier on, that 2 versus 5 man, I gotta be worried if you're ONIC. I mean, I gotta be worried.
Look, Xerxia, obviously the team that did come second in the qualifier last time round, so definitely a force to be reckoned with. The Thai extraordinaires coming through, but, a final representative from Indonesia as well in ONIC G. Both first seeds in their representative regions. And, we've actually had a lot of Indonesia in this competition. Yeah. Unfortunately, only having to see them go away a short time ago. All fought the good fight. We are here. It's Breeze. It is the final series of the day. And we're ready for some chaos.
Immediately into the cave as well, and it looks like Monyet's looking the wrong way, and Slasher had been seen, so Shiro really needs to come over here and get a little bit of assistance happening, though the fragment is going to buy a little bit of time. The wall is up, and just more Peppermint going over to NC Slasher. He really needs to try and get something happening here, as Xerxia are all in amongst the site right now, looking for the charge on in. It's going to be Sushi Boys to dispatch of NC Slasher, and this is where the plant does look to go down, but at least one trade. Keep an eye on that radar. Cruz has a big flank for later.
Yeah, I was just about to say, the positioning of Cruz is awesome here. Spike now starting to go down next to the pyramids as per usual. But Shiro, he's keen, trying to get his way up very, very close. Does hit the trademark, actually, and they try and peek on it here. Fox does get the shot. It's a very nice one as well, but Severin able to trade. Elmi Moore also getting another, so it's a 2-on-2. And the positioning is dastardly for Foxy. He's in an awkward position, and he will be punished. Now the distance starting to come in from Scary. Does he have the lineups? Has to have a little bit of a look. And unfortunately for Elmi Moore, very, very sharp here on the chamber. You were telling me, Komodo, earlier about how impressive he has been throughout this competition, and we're getting to see it here in the opening on the final map of the day.
Nah, absolutely, man. Elmi Moore has been someone that's been super consistent for ONIC. A lot of clutch rounds coming in, regardless of the agent that's kind of been played from himself as well. He's very versatile, running in either the Chamber, Sova, Viper, Cypher, depending on the map. So being able to comfortably play 4 different agents, dependent on the situations as well, is just something, marvelous to be able to contend with and kind of daunting to play against as well. But when you've got other players on your team that play, kind of the same agent time and time again, you can really rely on them when you need to as well. So coordination's sake, it was really nice for ONIC G on that retake there, picking up the pistol. But it does mean with the plant and the kills that Xerxia did manage to find, they themselves are going into this round with a force. Awesome couple of shots in that round. You're exactly right. Looking to get aggressive straight in towards the shop already. They'll fight for the orb. They'll be able to secure it. And Sushi Boy's just sitting, waiting to see if anyone does peek towards the pyramids. It won't happen. He's just going to be Cruz lurking again. So rotation does start to come out already from Elmi. More happy to have a bit of a look over towards the pipe as well. But no real action. It's just basically standard Xerxia that they love to throw out early, see if any aggression will be thrown in before they do start to kind of determine where they want to go.
Yeah, well, one thing that I did want to mention is Xerxia, they're falling back to the agent lineup that they'd used a little bit earlier on in the competition. So they did switch over to use the KO instead of the Jet with, Sushi Boys going back on toward the Jet right now. It leads into a little bit of the different plays potentially and a bit more haste, which is what we're going to be seeing in toward the site right now. Cheeky little tag, though, from Monyet through the Poison Cloud. Can't quite get the finisher, but in the meantime, there's still trades starting to happen. A plant looking to be established, but Xerxia really trying to hold control around this site right now. But of course, remember, this is that force-up both teams have guns to work with right now. Shiro's going to be able to take out Foxes, but again, it's just this left, right, and center trades happening right now. Shiro really low, but so are the members of Xerxia and Severine to see if he can pop on through, gets the information, gets the frag, and now he's going to look for the defuse. Shiro on 8 HP, wide swings out, can't get it done, and it's ONIC again for the defuse.
Fantastic stuff there. I mean, Xerxia definitely put some work down, but there was just a little bit of awkward nature. And, delay and deny that spike plant. So they did really, really well. And it's a great position to be starting off here for ONIC G. They're going to have another comfortable position where they can obviously work around the buy. They don't have to fight into any sort of early bonus here. But Shiro, great positioning, great play, and Severine as well. So nicely done. Well played as a unit, which obviously, was one thing that we've been able to see Xerxia do very well over the course of the competition. So that shows me that I think we're going to have an awesome series on our hand to start. Back to the eco for Xerxia. This time just the Marshal for Sushi Boys. And we can relax for a second if you're an ONIC G fan.
Yeah, we know the patience that Xerxia love to be throwing in on this attacker's side. Really see if there's any aggression from the defenders. In this case, ONIC G, they're happy enough to play that sort of percentage, right? They're happy enough to play on back, knowing that they're usually going to have the better weaponry for a couple of these beginning rounds. Defensive side, it's always great to get that start as well because, I mean, throughout the course of this competition, we've seen a lot of aggression come out through the map here in Breeze, and we've seen a lot of teams just really run in with that attacker's side and make it something absolutely beautiful. It was something that Xerxia struggled against Team Secret and Rex Regan Keon as well. So if they can really rein it in coming into this one against ONIC, it should be good. This round though, Conky, it is one of those kind of eco rounds to come through from Xerxia, the hero Marshal for Sushi Boys, see if something can happen just there. But again, we're setting up around the A site and they're going to try and get in.
There's one at least. Breeze has been a super interesting map, quite often being largely one-sided, and I do think we've had an overtime here as well. Foxy, looking good, gets at least one shot, brings it back into a 3-on-3, which is doable. Surf, that's the thing, you can never count out an eco these days with that chamber, the pesky chamber. Certainly able to get some things done with the Headhunter now spotting out towards the door as well. This is going to be awkward as that spike does get planted. Elmi Moore and Severine having to drop down here. It's going to be a really rough one. Surf with another.
Wow.
Cruzy getting the job done, and the flawless from the, Thrifty, rather. Sorry, what am I doing?
Well, not even the Thrifty, technically.
It
was
a flawless Thrifty in my mind. Yeah, that's what I'm sort of going for.
Yeah, a little bit of an overpurchase as far as Valorant is concerned to not equate it to a Thrifty round. But in our minds, they've gone in with, the pistols, the Marshal that's able to pick up one, but really Surf to be able to push towards the orange box, to be able to find the frags necessarily, and just keep ONIC out of the play, out of the site. Really don't give them a way back into water is a really well-placed round for them. And with the force-up that they also came with in the previous one, even though they lost it, Plant is great for money, and shutting them down in that round means that the money is not built off ONIC. The weaponry is not going to be there for them as well. But you know what is? It's Elmi Moore with the tour de force, and he's able to start it on through. Surf is down.
Thought he wanted to go again, just the way he did manage to get that pick around the elbow, but still holding on to a member close. So many of these eco rounds have been picked up throughout the course of the competition. Always having to kind of watch your back. Again, that chamber, being able to pick up the extra bits and pieces off the back of the utility, so impactful. But I'm loving this position from ONIC G. They've already got them absolutely chokeholded. NC Slasher watching straight towards into the spawn. Foxy is there to maybe try and fight the fight just here outside the pipe, but they don't have to go any further. They're super locked in. 50 seconds, Spike obviously still in the hand, but wherever they go, they're going to be kind of pincered in.
There's going to be a lot of problematic timing potentially towards A because you've got NC Slasher that's pushed already through the holes. If there's any inkling that a rotation might be happening from either footsteps or from this mid push that's currently Monyet is doing, he's going to be able to cut off the head of the snake before it can even peek its pesky fangs in towards the mix, and that's exactly what's happening right now. But a recon dart is actually going to ping Monyet, and you're going to have to keep an eye on NC Slasher for a quick flank to come in through the cave. The spike is what's going to look to be established again from Xerxia, but can the difference be in this round? The protection of it. Can they get it?
They're aware. Look at this. Foxy straight onto it. Knows that there was some information left over. And now some extra damage. Will they be able to find Cruz? Yes, they can. Severine gets the job done. And will be able to recover a Vandal here too. Elmi Moore, though, has been punished. That's going to be the chamber here going down. Now Foxy looking to lock it further. He will be able to take down NC Slasher, meaning that they can at least breathe slowly for the time being. Sushi Boys to close. Awesome stuff there from Xerxia. Fully aware, knowing that even though they've backs up against the wall, they just walk over as a unit, clear out the necessary extremities, rather, and even check the flank, get the job done, close out, and it's now a 2-2.
Oh, it's going to be really interesting if we keep getting a couple of these back and forth natured rounds with either kills in it, or if, you know, there's any more aggression coming in from ONIC, because again, it is Xerxia really falling back, waiting for the overextension. And this is one of those rounds where, despite losing the first pick, Xerxia is able to, you know, allocate their positioning accordingly, get back in towards a round. And that was something that they were doing really nicely earlier in the day, in their opening series against Bleed as well. But put a Parker for that one right now, Conky. Red lights are here, because there's already been a frag in the first couple of seconds in the round. Elmi Moore is down, but again, that trade comes out on towards Sushi Boys. So in the 4 versus 4, now it comes down to that adjustment phase of the round, and you're already starting to see a bit of a peel back from Severine to cover off the distance around A.
Yeah, pulling over the extra member towards A. You know, obviously Monyet still in position. They don't have any mid control, though that's going to be a massive factor here. You know, Xerxia potentially looking to split the wickets and get into that controlled position. Maybe even take a little bit of real estate of the nest if they do feel necessary. But I am liking this push in now from NC Slasher and Severine. Watching each other's backs, making sure the pipe is secured. But they are going to be spotted, I'm sure, by those Seekers over time. Guiding Light goes out as well, Komodo. They're actually going to start to rotate around. NC Slasher, he's dropped down, and now he's got the info spotted. There we go, punishment. And it should be a sight take here for free on A.
Yep, paper thin walls. As soon as they figure out where he is, 3 guns shooting through it is not going to be able to survive, unfortunately. So back into the advantage for Xerxia. They can technically use the Hunter's Fury if they want for Foxy, if things do look a little bit awkward, but they're already pushed so far in towards the site. Scary is able to take out Monyet, and now with Shiro and Severine coming in from different positions around the map, they're still going to have to contend with the distance and the narrow distance in the holes. Foxy's taken down, but already you're looking at someone in your spawn, and now it's just down to Severine. Shoots out the Snake's Bite, but has to just call it there and concede it. It's going to be the 3rd round on the board for Xerxia.
Xerxia just absolutely everywhere, it feels like right now. You know, obviously, a comfort map for them, despite it being the pick for ONIC G. So definitely a solid position for them to be in. Very important for Severine to try and take this one in through to the next round. As he just does chill, wait for the call to go through. And with 3, money starting to really stack up now here for Xerxia. Start to be comfortable. And I guess, you know, the pressure sort of lies back on them. All eyes have been focused on this team, you know, after dropping down to Team Secret in a bit of an extraordinaire of a series it certainly was. Yeah. I definitely think that they are really wanting to drive back off this one, right? You know, being that second representative, obviously taking maps off like Optic when they're over at Masters. They want to be back there. They want to get that spot over in Copenhagen and just really do big things.
Yeah, well, now we're brought into, again, a little bit of a problematic scenario and a pretty potent one, to be honest with you. The ultimate territory is here again. I mentioned the Hunter's Fury before for Foxy. Sushi Boys has Bladestorm, but with the money that we're seeing from Xerxia, if they're able to win this round against the ultimates, if ONIC G pop them, then they'll look pretty prized for a couple of rounds before Elmi Moore, again, pushing through the elbow, finding the first pick onto Sushi Boys. He's having a bit of a rough one with that, but immediately a trade. And now we need to see some semblance of a recovery from ONIC G. That is a classic from Monyet, who has pushed the cave, smoked off the trademark, and brought it into somewhat of a winnable scenario, actually, for ONIC now.
Yeah, classic in more ways than just the pistol name. You know, taking that control of cave, free of charge. And now back up against the wall a little bit more, I would suppose, here, Xerxia. There is 2 members ready to rock and roll. And obviously, Shiro's still rotating in as well. Elmi Moore starting to take that position. 7 bullets left in the chamber. It's going to be awkward for Xerxia, but 45 seconds. They've got enough time. They can boogie out. The only real position here will be if Elmi Moore can spot that info. Now he knows. Watching towards the line. They've spotted him. They found him, but now he can actually make a call. They haven't started to commit towards 8.
And now at least bringing Shiro back in to watch the pipe, and he can also drop that nest if he needs.
There has to be a little bit of a wait, though, for Foxy to make sure that recon dart's available if they're going back in towards the A site. And there's already 2, make it 3 members with still old mate Shiro hanging around the top of the holes. So it's going to be a little bit of a barrage for them to get in. And a pop flash from NC Slasher, but he can't get anything done at the moment. I lie. Good for 1 in the time, but it's only 10 seconds to go in the round. And they're trying to boogie over towards B because there's nobody home. Exactly right. Shiro, if he had the Hunter's Fury, he could have popped it to get them off the plant, but it does go down. And now in this 2 versus 2.
Still going to be a tough one, you know, by all this time that they've afforded themselves. At least they've been able to pick up some weapons in the process. Now, inside nest will be Shiro. They'll both be moving through from top mid into the tunnel now as they do charge forward. Info out, shock dart through. It's done a lot of damage as well here. Foxy, though, is he going to be able to hold the line long enough for Surf? He almost does. There we go. That's 1. But now Foxy trapped away. He can close it. He can clean it. And the shock dart even catches him as well. Jesus, martyrdom coming out. Xerxia do close it, but by the skin of their teeth here, Komodo, ONIC G certainly making this competitive.
Bringing out the ultimate there as well, getting the pings out from the recon dart, able to find it on the 3rd. A matter of mere seconds or milliseconds even, one could say in that one. You know, you think about that last bolt actually missing and then the shock dart comes your way. Could have spelled disastrous round for Xerxia and a bit of a lifeline thrown towards ONIC G, but my word, you know, a lot of trades to still come through in that round. And Xerxia starting to figure out a foothold. You know, their money's being built up. It's going to be a bit of that reset territory that ONIC are going to be fighting for. But this round, Monyet finally does have the operator in possession.
Just Shiro again to keep an eye over towards mid. Obviously, 2 of the force popped here for Surf. But he just waits outside the nest. Utilize that Aldro now to gather the info. Surf, he's been spotted. There is another couple of members there as well, Monyet. So it's the double, obviously, sniper ability.
There's a real passive setup from ONIC G in this round as well. They're relying upon Monyet to be able to lock down a long line over from the beginning of the round in cave or over toward the mid doors right now, and everybody else is kind of playing protected in the distance, right? They're allowing Xerxia to try and get in towards a choke point that they can kind of be more trapped in towards, right? If you go over toward the B site, you're going to have to contest with the trademark, potentially of Elmi Moore. Bit of a crossfire setup now with Shiro as well. That recon dart is about to come online for him, and he'll be able to find more information. So for Xerxia, it starts to swing to the time right now where it has to be go time, and now it is over towards the more stacked side of A.
Straight on here, and it will at least be some further damage. Sushi Boys dropping Monyet. That's back to the advantage. And the Null Command, that's actually going to be dropped as well here by Sushi Boys, looking to pick up more. Does get denied, though, however, by
Has to be a
Foxy.
save.
No res, immediate save. I think you're exactly right. What a way to just completely decimate that site from Xerxia. I'm loving this confidence that we're seeing from Sushi Boys right now. He was so happy to take control up towards yellow, and they weren't ready for him at all, ONIC G. So yeah, again, it's just them waiting patiently, like sort of, they can't really kind of capitalize on this space so far, it just feels like ONIC G. You know, there's been a couple of rounds where they have pushed into the extremities, but realistically, it's just been Xerxia waiting patiently before they do, you know, kind of judge their aggression and take side accordingly, and that's exactly what they've done. I feel like what they've done well is just taking mid control Xerxia. They haven't really kind of gone through cave or, you know, through B main. It's realistically just been taking that control and then determining where they want to end.
And on the back of that control as well, you need some pretty vital communication to go in toward the sites together. Just in the little exits of trying to hold on to weaponry, ONIC aren't going to be able to, so that spells disaster for them more. But for Xerxia, I mean, you think about utilizing the time to its best potential, right? They take it down to 35, 40 seconds, and then they have to decide what they want to do. Look at the coordination of abilities, right? The space Sushi Boys is able to create, finding it on towards the side, the reconnaissance from the rest of the teammates around to reveal what is vulnerable, what is open, and then as soon as they know that Null Commander's popped, they know the relative position of where NC Slasher is, right? So just the sort of entrapment that he's able to go in pivoting around the yellow box, if they go into the open toward the stairs, there's already other teammates looking toward it. It just backs ONIC G into a corner, the play style that Xerxia is doing on this map right now, because they keep convincingly gain control of mid. And I kind of want to see an adjustment from ONIC on the back of this timeout. When that next gun round is here, I want to see what difference ONIC do in realizing how Xerxia have been playing so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Really need to start pulling this apart nice and early, right? You know, the defender's side. I guess this map is relatively open the way it's played. Doesn't really feel sided at this point in time, I suppose, just with all that additional space that can be found and secured. But
the way that Xerxia have started this, you know, utilizing that attack. It was obviously their selection to start on attack here with ONIC G picking up this map. And if they can really sort of, you know, spur that momentum forward, which is something that we've seen from them in various of these series, they can, you know, kind of almost lock ONIC out early, which we can't have. We want this to go to 3 maps. We want this to kind of, you know, play into the hand and the, you know, ability of what this series has to offer. So they are playing it fast, and it's exactly what we spoke about, right? Straight out mid, but Xerxia do the opposite and look to just rocket through B main.
I think that they've realized what the sort of purchase was coming in from ONIC in this round. They knew it was going to be a bit of a forced up eco. They knew what ultimates were available, and now the challenge around the B site is going to be happening, and it's just ultimately being lost by ONIC, or not rather lost one, but more trades start to come through, and it's all a bit chaotic in the caves at the moment. You settle it on down to the 2 versus 2. It's Cruz and Surf to see if they can contain this site for the moment and get that spike to explode. Helmy Moore walking into the crosshair of Surf, and now they know where Severine as well from the shoulder step, and they don't even need to fight in toward this one. Cruz has those flashes. He can pop in the guiding lights just to try and off-put where Severine is, but the duel is won in the end by said member. Time is ticking away. No time to get that defuse, so the challenge is going to be found, fought, lost. And it's Xerxia, again, coming away with the round.
Yeah, just looking to do damage, so at least they have managed, you know, that, but it is so late in the half right now, it's starting to lose its kind of spark, I suppose. You know, we're up to max cash for basically all of these Xerxia members, so even though ONIC G are doing something in their eco round, it's not really sort of having a massive impact in context to the rest of the game, but irrespective, it's a good sign. It means
it's still not a... It's not a bad fight for them to do. It's not a bad judgment call, right? Because of what Xerxia has gone in towards with time and time again. That mid control that you mentioned is something that Xerxia has been known for, and then going passive. So it's a nice idea to go in as just call it a bit of luck, call it Xerxia expecting maybe the mid control play to come out from ONIC. It works out better towards their favor. But Conky, we're seeing an A lean again right now, and Xerxia going back to what they know, the comfortability factor of the patience.
Yeah, and Cruz has pulled them away once more. Shiro has managed to clear out the pipe at least this time round, and now just shouldering out to see if that information is there, of course, but Monyet, you know, straight on the line. He does actually have a very, very deep one here. Might be able to spot the cross and gives away his position as a result of it. So gives away, again, some info to the side of Xerxia, but now he can reposition accordingly, and this is where we continue to talk back to Cruz. At least this time round, there is a member up towards the nest in Shiro, but spotted, punished. And that is more opportunity given again. This Sky has been so pesky. Elmy Moore has to completely reposition accordingly. But look at Xerxia. They're still so happy to walk comfortably around the different parts of the map whilst Cruz just locks it down solo completely. Now the Chamber will join him. Not too far away will, of course, be Foxy. And it's the pinch just outside the nest. But 3 members are leaned on this A site, Komodo. It's just got to be all onto Elmy Moore's Chamber to try and deny it.
You don't want to see some dissonance here from them. You don't want to see a lack of harmony for ONIC to get back into this round. NC Slasher, there it is. Taken out. Suchi Boy's already in the spawn, and now there's so much pressure. Felby, but they line up. That's massive, and they know exactly where the remaining force of Xerxia is coming in. 10 seconds to try and get that plant on down, and this wall is the only protector at the moment. Severine is dancing around it. There's an updraft on toward the site as well, but Surf, he has to hold it down. The wall is dropped, and Scary Surf, they recover in this one. The power play duo that has been so consistent throughout the whole course of Stage 2 are doing it again to hold it out. And now for Severine, the pit is a problem, and the operator is going to have to just be the prize for him to take in this round. Again, Conky, another round for Xerxia with a split-second decision, split-second time remaining, and it works out.
It's the team synergy and that team dynamic that continues to push Xerxia forward, and why, obviously, they are such a dominant force to be reckoned with, not only inside the APAC region, but internationally as well, and why the excitement is always going to be around seeing how well this team is going to be able to do in the next leg. And, you know, you'd almost feel sort of lost if they didn't make it through again, but with such fierce competition, you know, Team Secret putting up big numbers to take them down, and Paper X just looking so comfortable, right? You know, that qualification that we got to see from them only a short time ago was disgustingly good. Just the confidence that they're able to have even up against the region's best is amazing. But I can just sort of feel a little bit hurt from ONIC G right now. You know, they feel to be doing a lot of the right things. And Elmy Moore, even with this fantastic repositioning, I thought he got time for just a second, but then pushing forward, Surf only just got him. If that was a second longer, you know, they would have lost the round because they didn't have enough time to get the spike planted. But
you know, ONIC G, despite trying so strong, Monyet has yet to activate. NC Slasher, minimal impact on this KO so far. I need to see more from them.
Well, Almi Moore has been pretty consistent with going for the elbow pushes, and with the hero weapon in Operator, he's looking to do it again, but Xerxia seemingly don't want to take that fight, which is not a problem whatsoever. It's going to be the grouping around the A site yet again, and actually they are going in for the challenge. Cruz is going to be sending in the Trailblazer, and now they know where the Operator is. Remember, Conky, Almi Moore was that player I was mentioning earlier who's kind of been the shining star for ONIC throughout this tourney right now, and I mean, he's on the other side of the map, so it has to be the rest of the squadron to try and lock down this A site.
Got nothing, absolutely nothing to do it with either. NC Slasher was ready, did get some info at least, but it's only him, Severine. Monyet does get one as well, but they've all been traded. They've all been punished, and it is such an awkward position to be in. Again, you know, Elmi Moore rotating all the way down mid, does get the catch. However, onto Cruz, that's a big, big play. And now the Vandal recovered as well, does have the light shield to play with, and it is a winnable prospect for them here. Look at this lean, however, from Xerxia. May have heard them. Foxy doesn't appear to be too alert onto it, but the timing could be massive here. Has the snake bite out. If he punishes this before now, there's no post plan here to play with Komodo. That is a massive position to be, but is he going to be ready inside the shop? No, not quite. Elmi Moore, though, has that info now. He can take it to half, but the Hunter's Fury, exactly right. Does he get off? He can't. Can he dodge it once more on this bit of timing? He now has to fight for it, but I think Foxy has it. Has the position, but he gets the catch, and I think he's got enough time here, Komodo. He absolutely does. 0.77, and Elmi Moore does absolutely everything, putting the team of ONIC G in his backpack. However, I have to give that play to the lurk out from Shiro to catch the timing on the Scary.
Put some respect on Elmi Moore's name. I mentioned him in the round with the hero operator that has to kind of do something, and he's able to deliver. There's moments of time for the rest of the ONIC squad in this round as well, specifically, as you mentioned, Shiro, to be able to at least find that one frag to bring it into contention. Hunter's Fury, an expected play, a heart racing play essentially to come over towards Elmi Moore, but he settles it through, gets out that quick shot on the operator, gets the defuse, and ONIC, they can have a sigh of relief. They've got the full investment here, so too does Xerxia. It's not over in this half just yet, but that is going to shake up the camp of Xerxia here, and this is going to be one of the crucial things to see how many more rounds they can get on this attacker's side. A good start, actually, for them as well, given by the fact that that drone is already being sent down in towards the halls.
And 5 is doable. You know, 5 all of a sudden I'll start to become a believer for what we can actually potentially see into the rest of this map. Again, Xerxia continue to adopt what they have done well. Lean into cave, have a bit of a look-see, then kind of fall back onto that mid-presence. But given that they've been spotted through the pipe, you know, they still seem pretty keen. Elmi Moore does have that position. Still over towards B, watching focus. Sushi Boys not going to quite get that catch. Now they're just leaving Monyet to peek down mid. He's actually gone all the way down. I thought he was going to sniff down elbow, but look at all this control he actually could gather here. Komodo, is he going to look through? Is he going to check to the left? No, he doesn't. Surf gets the catch. That is so upsetting for Monyet. He has just not been able to do anything, and now the rotation does start to come through. And guess who they get to fight up against Komodo? It's going to be Elmi Moore. They've seen him. Did they catch him? They did. It's going to be really awkward now, and he's up close in the face. Sushi Boy does get the punish, and Shiro at least good for one, but the trade out is there now. Severin does one for his own, but it's a 2 versus 3, and they have so much work to do to even think about getting him back into this round. And already here is NC Slasher, but can he wait the time? Can he wait for his teammate in Severin to come back here? Komodo around the elbow is going to be Cruz, but now the flash drive needs to be thrown, but I just don't think he's got it in him right now. 1 versus 3, exactly, so much to catch. And Scary, again, the one that you've had your eyes on during the whole course of the competition, Komodo, and I'm sure many others, locks it down with a 3K.
I think if I have to put like my personal MVP in toward the whole of this APAC Champions Tour, it has to be Scary. Just the consistency that he's been able to be, just the resilience factor for his squad as well. But you gotta, you gotta put so much on the rest of the team as well to be able to recover again on Lowe's situation on that time. A big duel in the mid of the map as well to actually be one out from Surf, and the rest of the team in Xerxia just do ride that wave in towards the B site, right? The overwhelming force on towards Elmi Moore. Yeah, look. Last round of the half, it's Breeze. There's lots of long lines, and they're going to be rewarded by it. This ridiculousness may actually be paid off, but there's something scary. I can't use the word scary because he's in the bloody server. There's something sneaky on the B side. Monyet has pushed under the window. It's something new for ONIC. Let's see if it pays out. I love this and I hate this at the exact same time. It's such a statement to be made to kind of get all up in the grills of, you know, a very formidable opponent in ONIC G right at the crux of the competition in where it is elimination station. There has been trades, but Surf's got to.
He'll take
now,
that.
surely they have that information, but Monyet pushes in and so does NC Slasher. Now it's left onto Scary and Foxy, but Shiro's going to get that catch. So the punishment is there. Xerxia, I think you may have potentially bit off more than you could chew, my friends. There was a couple of Vandals available. Now there is one more, but surely they're going to have heard that toxic screen here. Komodo, Poison Cloud goes out, and Scary, it's certainly a winnable position, but there is just so much work that he has to do, and the double up is there on the site. He has got out, but now here's the pit. Can he make it work?
You don't win a 1 versus 3. You lose a 3 versus 1. Let's see what Scary is going to be able to come out with, and that is the 0 point, the reposition around the pyramids. But again, it's all down to timing. He's able to find the first one. It looks a little bit awkward, but Monyet has pulled out the sidearm, and the Classic will get the job done. 8-4 is an okay scoreline if you are ONIC. Remember, it's your own map pick, but now, however, the thing that you mentioned earlier, right? Xerxia decided to start on the attacker's side, and they've got a bit of padding in this distance.
Oh, man, I just... Like, as much as I am gonna, you know, be agreeing, like, kind of with the people watching in the chat that's like, oh my god, that's so hype, these guys are gonna pick up 4 operators and, you know, in such a heavy level of the competition, but I'm just really hoping for Xerxia's sake that is not the round that potentially bites them in the tail, you know, a 9-3 half. I mean, that is the cursed scoreline, right, that we talk about, but still, having that additional round to kind of play with into the next half could have been so massive, and actually dropping one back, giving it over on a silver platter to ONIC G may have not been the play, but we'll have to see how it all works out right now. The biggest difference to kind of paint the picture for you all watching along at home right now is look at Xerxia's kill disparity. That is always going to be the biggest one. Elmi Moore, he's been sitting here 15-10. All we can really hope for is that Monyet now moving over to the attacker's side, where we do get to see those Jets have massive amounts of impact, right? You know, getting that tailwind straight in towards the site. We've seen it so many times throughout the course of this competition, and also NC Slasher being able to create that space, get the information with the 0 points. We'll have to find out if ONIC G are able to drag this back. The pistol round's going to be so important.
I want to throw something back to the first game that we did in this knockout bracket, right? Xerxia and Team Secret. One of the things that I have in my notes on Icebox was actually team kills too close. And they've done it again. Everybody on Xerxia are so across the board together. It's the real fundamentals of a team that is kind of played to perfection, right? Everybody's pulling weight in different parts of the map. No one's really lagging behind completely, and no one's having a superstar performance where they kind of need to have that, right? You look at Elmi Moore, who has had these shining light performances time and time again, but with ONIC not being able to get over that line and get those dubs, you know, it's that what if question. The what if, you know, a couple of the other teammates were able to just do a little bit more to get back in towards this game to assist Elmi Moore in that scenario. For a team like Xerxia, they don't have to worry about that because of how their kills are looking and how they are playing these maps.
And the biggest thing that we have, you know, witnessed live in this one is just how well the players can play, you know, even away from those duelist sort of positions. As I said, to see Scary putting up numbers that he does on the Viper, on the Astra is just so beautiful. And then, you know, having the support of Surf on the Chamber and Jet behind him is, you know, always a scary, scary thing to be facing off against. But, you know, irrespective, I'm a believer right now. I think ONIC can bring this back. And, you know, Xerxia certainly opened the door for them to do so, even if it's just a crack.
And I realized I said Icebox. That was the video I was reading. It was Haven, the map that I was making reference for any of the statisticians out there. Regardless, it is a pistol round to come in towards this one. And we're seeing an element of patience from ONIC. It's very, I guess, Xerxia-esque in how they were playing their attacker side just then. And this is not Xerxia-esque, I feel. A push down through towards the bottom outside of the elbow. And Cruz is actually going to get punished. Elmi Moore, a bit of a gap in that shot, but Scary didn't peek. He hasn't given up his position, and that's information with that rendezvous, and the B hit is on.
Absolutely straight through in towards his position right now. At the start will be Monyet. One. Is he going to be able to pick up another? Sushi Boys has had to pop that tailwind now, and it's a little bit awkward, but Monyet, no, he's missed, he's whiffed, he's given the opportunity here to Sushi Boys. Now, with the 3K, he's still got bullets in the chamber of this Sheriff, creeping back, and now having to fall away. 5 points of HP. It is certainly a tough pill to swallow here. And he's clearing all the different extremities. I don't know if he knows exactly where Elmi Moore is right now, but he's crossed and he doesn't quite get there. Elmi Moore's going to be able to punish, and this is where I said, Komodo, ONIC G, the door was only a crack open, but they're pushing very, very firmly right now, and they're ready to say g'day. Well, both pistols going the way over towards ONIC as well, but still in a trailing scoreline. Just goes to showcase how much of a grip Xerxia had on the first half of this map. But you got to say there was a bit of a sliver of hope, a chance for Sushi Boys to be able to peel away the round for ONIC. At least able to recover on that little crossfire from Elmi Moore to get to the closer. And we're not going to see... Oh, actually, no, I speak too soon. We may see a force from Xerxia, given by the fact that they do tend to do this, but it is looking just like the Hero Marshal from Sushi Boys here. We'll see if it does pay any dividends. Poison Cloud in mid, bit of a tag over to Wardy's body. And for all things considered, you know, ONIC again, they don't want to be walking into a trap here. They're happy to just spread their wings and fly above, see what's up.
Again, a round we need to see absolute perfection out of ONIC G here. It's just, they've got the puzzle kind of in front of them. They just need to work out where each piece goes slowly, and, you know, convert those rounds, keep those members alive, start to stack up the economy nicely. Then all of a sudden, there's that breathing room. You know, you start feeling less pressure. And that's exactly what they kind of need to work with here to take on the Titans in Xerxia. But if they keep 5 alive, have a strong bonus, you know, maybe convert that one, all of a sudden, Xerxia will potentially start to feel the sweat a little bit, and maybe that's where they can, you know, kind of have some mistakes come into their play.
Ooh. The trademark has been popped over at A main by a little bit of a peek from Foxy. So for right now, ONIC have a bit of an idea. But again, yeah, this is the position that Scary played in the last round. It wasn't checked. And yes, he uses a bit of a clip of the classic to get the job done. But a kill is a kill and a weapon is retrieved. Now it's the hit to come in towards the A site and a tag out from Sushi Boys as well. Remember, no Tailwind. Needs 2 kills to get a refresh on towards that. But Monyet, he wants a flash drive in from NC Slasher. Gets away with 1. And these trades are still starting to happen right now. You have a little bit of a glimpse. A great shot from NC Slasher. But the spike is yet to still go down. There's that flash drive that I mentioned to try and get the plant. But it's open and it's so vulnerable right now. It's going to be denied. Cruz is able to do it. A peek through the wall. But they're trying again right now. Low HP for this duel that Cruz is trying to do. And somehow the damage isn't being done by the classic. It's a bit of a hold on for ONIC. It happens. But my word, the damage that Xerxia came out of that eco, man. Whew. It's going to be pretty potent in the gun round next.
There's so many of these almost rounds that I'm just like building myself up to kind of be there to give it exactly what it needs, but they are just missing, right? You know, if Scary potentially got that one additional shot inside the pipe, it could have been so huge. Finding Monyet was massive, and then NC Slasher also copped a little bit of damage. And Cruz was the hero that they needed, but to be able to keep that composure from ONIC G on the other side of the pyramids, locking down that spike plant, they didn't let the pressure get to them in that round. However, they've lost a lot. Elmi Moore's had to completely invest. There's 2 sheriffs. It is not the bonus round that they were hoping for. And that was what I really needed them to have to be the driving factor here as Xerxia go in with 5 Vandals.
It's not an atrocious bonus round by any stretch of the imagination. Like, you've got a Vandal, you've got that Headhunter from Elmi Moore. Maybe it would have been an okay idea to have him, you know, kind of on a different weapon, but he can still rendezvous out to where his heart is, or where he's placed that one. And really, you just kind of don't want to see a misstep from Xerxia to give an opportunity for ONIC in this round. But on the same merit, right? ONIC, very well placed to be able to figure this out anyways. Severine did just pick up the orb in the shot, but that shot from Elmi Moore, I don't know what magic source this man has, but holy, he's certainly making it easy. There's a second frag, a rendezvous out. I said it's not an atrocious purchase. This is why. This is why, man.
Jeez. This guy has certainly had his nasi goreng today. Something that I've been missing since these lockdowns. Cannot wait to get back there.
30 seconds left.
But the openers, the 2 that they desperately need. You know, we talk about this purchase being weaker, not securing what they kind of need. Elmi Moore continues. He is punished. However, the rest of the team a long way away. Never mind. I was just about to sort of turn it in exactly where it was about to go, but now Scary, he's done all of the work completely solo. 3 frags found, and now Shiro has to be the hero. That is insanity. And look at the positioning. He might even be able to get into the window and catch him. He will, Sushi Boys. That is a round that should have never, ever been won by Xerxia, but they overlooked the little cubby, the little cutout in the corner, and Scary, he freaks them out in the night. The Undertaker. Oh, Elmi Moore, I am feeling it for you, my friend.
Scary's the nightmare under your bed in this round, I swear. Like, you pop through a wall like that, and he doesn't even pop out his head in front of you. He's the one that taps you on the shoulder, turns you around, and it's just a clown mask that you're looking at. It scares the absolute living daylights out of you right now. He is just so knowledgeable on how to play situations, how to play behind his own utility, or in front in this case, and a position not looked. If someone hugs the wall they run into him and they know he's there. It's that slim margin that he's able to get away with in that round, and you know, potentially a tide turner, right? It was the gun round that came out from them. There's another one here for everybody in the server. Yes, you've got a Bulldog for Cruz, but that can be upgraded by a frag a little bit later. Sushi Boys has the Blade Storm in effect right now as well. And we're just seeing once more these kind of default rounds from ONIC, waiting to see if there's any overextension from Xerxia. A bit of a push up through the holes this time from Elmi Moore. Needs to make sure that you check that corner as Scary did get you in previously. But the first duel for Sushi Boys is won, and he's even having his handed again. But the bail away, he's got his one and done. And now it's the advantage for Xerxia.
Great position. They know I'm loving this hold so far. Scary can just sit there. Doesn't have to work on anything. Elmi Moore's still trying to hunt for more.
Standing ahead.
Do the heavy lifting that he has been doing all game so far. Foxy gonna start to peel away. He does have the extra support from Cruz, but as we know, it's just that Bulldog. So if they are gonna make their way down, that guiding light though doesn't give too much information outside of that there is one peeking. Will they overlook Foxy? They will not, but Cruz is here, but only one Komodo. And now this is where the round potentially opens up here. Surf, can he be the hero that they desperately need here? Xerxia, now he's punished, taken down. Elmi Moore has to get back in towards this lockdown position inside the tube. Shiro pops the drone, but are they going to be ready for it? No, they're not. Sushi Boy's punished. It's all left on to Scary. Can he be the hero again for Xerxia? If not, it is that potential drop of the cash flow that they desperately need. And Elmi Moore, he's back in the cave. Shiro's going to be watching it. And this time, it's the Sova doing the heavy lifting for ONIC G. And the disparity of the frags starts to reward this team as they do bring their way back into the server. 7 rounds to the difference here, Komodo. And again, it should potentially be an eco here for the side of Xerxia.
A bit of an exploration out through towards mid in the later stages for ONIC, and then a bit of a bombardment in towards the site of A. You see a big flick from Elmi Moore onto Sushi Boys as well, and then it's just about the positioning, right? The AL drone was utilized by Shiro to get a little bit of information and time building. He actually hovered it over the pyramid for a lot of that time and kind of had it spinning on a fan to see where the later position would be coming in from, but that faded away, and then they just go for a bit of a hunt, watch the angles. They know the spike has to, you know, be the target of defusal to come in for the round to be won. And that round gathered out there, Conky, by ONIC, forces out the timeout for Xerxia right now, relatively early in as well, and I absolutely don't mind this. And you want to know the reason why? Because if they don't figure things out in a round such as this without calling the timeout, it gives more creeping in for ONIC. It gives them more time to build up economy, to figure out Xerxia's defense. This is a perfect time for them to call the audible, figure out what's been going wrong, and get back in towards this game now.
Again, I still can't get that round, the last round of the half, out of my head. That's exactly the one that gave ONIC G a bit more of an opportunity and a bit more like, and I guess fire in their belly. You know, these guys don't respect us. Let's make them respect us. And now it's Xerxia again, back onto that eco. So a slight investment potentially being toyed with from Cruz, and he does look to pick up that Spectre now. So Scary is going to have a pretty big fight ahead of him in a second. It does appear we do at least get some info, but now this is where Monyet does utilize the jet kit, getting in there. He's taken a fair bit of damage from Scary, but it's a great flash drive out to allow him the space that he needs, and now it's a nice and easy entry in towards this B site. A perfect opportunity as Elmi Moore gets a couple for his troubles for ONIC G to continue to strengthen that economy right now. It's not fantastic yet, but it certainly could be after a couple more if they keep alive. Severin looking the wrong way, gets stinked up by Sushi Boys, so that's one that they need well.
One enemy remaining.
Also can further do some damage, but it's Elmi Moore again, Mr. Consistent here. Another 3. And another round for ONIC G. One the difference. If they are able to find this one from Xerxia, it certainly could be the punishment factor as their economy does start to stack up, as I mentioned.
Yep, that was pretty simple. You know, other Bs hate to come in from ONIC G. It's one of those rounds where you kind of just read the recipe and it's very followable, instructs you essentially what to do. And that's what you want to see from your Jet specifically, right? Monyet's able to find a bit of space and be the deterrent, be a little bit of a pull factor for the attention of Xerxia, and then a nicely placed flash drive to come out from NC/O is the entry that ONIC needed, and then just the closure of all the frags going their way. But this is one of the huge swing rounds to come through in this one. It would give a little bit of an economy balance over for Xerxia. It would get it even further for ONIC if they're able to win this round. But if Xerxia do drop this, you know, it gives so much more breathing room, a sigh of relief for ONIC that they've got economy, they've tied it up, there's got an eco around the corner from Xerxia, and that's why this is one of the big swing rounds, and we're not in the ultimate territory just yet for Xerxia. Yes, there is one, the Seekers, but They want a little bit more before potentially popping them all. And on the flip side, Conky, ONIC have 4 available to just give that assistance for this round.
Yeah, exactly what I was about to say. Every single bit of ultimate up except for the tour de force. Not really necessary at this point in time. You know, they've got the weapons behind them to really make this push. And the big factor here is Surf going to be able to lock down the extremity. He's got a very firm line, can be popping the teleport if he needs to get out with that rendezvous. But look at this rotation, Komodo. The read is here. They've got absolutely every single position locked in. And with 35 seconds left on the clock, they are going to be having to make this push right now. There's the null command, and here is the aggression. It's going to be served straight away with the opener. And because it's the operator, he doesn't need anything more. That null command's going to do nothing here as he gets a third. An animal in the form of Surf, locking down 3. And the support is there. They don't need it, Xerxia. They can continue to kick back as ONIC G unable to close.
I almost feel like that played in towards Xerxia's hand as well. The fact that they got the rotation real early on. No one of ONIC really gave them a how do you do, an attempt at a firm handshake. But as soon as they come in toward the B site, they get obliterated. They get shut down. Surf, he's just head on a swivel, man. So damn sharp with this operator. And even though the null command was popped from NC Slasher, it didn't matter when that operator's overlooking. You got Cruz popping through from distance to assist as well. It just makes it look very, very difficult for ONIC to get back in toward that one. And Xerxia finding double digits. They're in towards a quicker round in the B side to try and contend with now.
How's Surf going to go this time round? Misses the first shot, actually. That's a little bit awkward. Now the Hunter's Fury starts to get activated. Surf dodging, shifting around. Certainly living up to his namesake here, but Shiro does get the opener onto Scary, and it's an impactful member. But Surf, he dives on in. He's able to pick up 1. Can he get the second? He absolutely can. This man is an animal right now, scooting, surfing around in the moment, inside the tube, inside the barrel. Can he shift away any more? He is a little bit of a distance away, but his teammates now joining the party, joining the fray as it's going to be on to NC Slasher. Gets 1, but the bullets are low now, repositioning into the cubby on the site. Can he be overlooked? No, it's not, because Surf gets another, and he just continues to lock these members out, actually getting onto the defuse here as well. We'll get it to half, but he just absolutely looks straight down into the eyes, saying, I am defusing this one now. As Cruz gets 2 for his own, and it's another massive round from the duo of Cruz and Surf.
Yeah, you see a couple of missed shots from Surf in the very beginning of that one, but he able to get the recovery in toward the round, find them, and just the I'm gonna say trust of your teammates as well. When you're going in for a defuse, it doesn't matter if you've got a player advantage or anything like that. If he gets off that defuse and it causes a little bit of confusion within the ranks of Xerxia, could have technically been a different round, right? But Cruz, very, very sharp, protector from behind, and he will be able to close it in at the end with those frags and that defuse. So for Xerxia, 11 on the board. ONIC, they've got the purchase here. No real cash to splash in the next. It's going to look like an awkward purchase potentially as the blades are popped in this round. And if Surf finds the opener again on this aggression, it would be a big old thing. And he's actually got a leg on towards Elmi Moore just then.
Yeah, do or die round into Have Your Chamber. Unfortunately, down to 45 HP. Does have the tour de force now. That can be utilized. The Owl Drone should actually spot him, and that's going to burn a bullet. No, he doesn't utilize it. Happy to sort of sit that one back. Knows he doesn't have to fight the good fight just yet. Surf, he's going to start to reposition up the stairwell. However, door obviously opened. But the rest of the side of ONIC G just waiting patiently. I'm loving this position from Cruz, though, right now, Komodo.
Yep.
He has been able to slot his way in, not only on the attacker's side, but now it is such a tough one. Like,
Well,
should overlook it, really.
Well, this is where Monyet pushed through in the last half, and it was actually Cruz that jumped out of the window and Monyet found the frag. So it kind of is a little bit of, a throwback towards that round for Cruz if he's able to win in this position. And that wall is actually going to be helping him. I dare say that drone doesn't look behind. It's going to be false information. The problem, though, Conky, no one else is on the site right now for his team. The rotation and the mid-hold from specifically Severine needs to be big, but there's Cruz finding one, finding a second, dropping the spike, maybe a third. He's just repositioning flawlessly around to that position under the window, and it looks like to be lights out in this round. The cover, the curtain to be drawn, and Elmi Moore is just getting bullied at this moment. Yes, the tour de force is here, but with 5 seconds to go, this round is Xerxia's, man. He can't do anything. Perfectly played there from Cruz to be able to play around like that so confidently, so aggressively, right up against it. You know, this is the thing where obviously we can pat Xerxia on the back for playing into their ability, knowing how good they are. And even though, again, that they have give ONIC G a couple of opportunities, they've just been able to lock it out when the important time does come through. And Cruz, just another perfect round from him. 3 in a row where he's had massive amounts of impact, where ONIC G were, you know, liver away from being able to actually turn the tides of this map. And as it stands, you know, if they unfortunately do lose out their selection, it doesn't mean that they're closed, but certainly the momentum and the drive from them could be a little bit faltered.
Can I just say as well, well, we've got a bit of aggression in the hole, so maybe I'll put a Parker in that for just a moment. Look at all this utility. The Cloudburst abound, the Recon Bolt as well. And just the aggression through the metal doors. It does start to close when Yet tries to get through, and he's going to be denied with that. So a bit of mistiming is quite unfortunate and a little bit comical in that fact. But ONIC is still getting in toward the site. They're able to get the plant here.
This is going to be a really interesting one. 5 members all coming through the defender's sided spawn position. Now he'll be more locked into contention. Does have to rendezvous out, but he's been tagged again. And that is Surf going to be with the punish. This could be the close, and I think it will be here, Komodo Cruz. You know, it's just, again, the doors being the literal factor as a bit of a reality unless Severine goes massive, but Sushi Boys is going to be able to deny. And I feel like that one looked a little bit easier than it felt in the end for Xerxia, the way that they were able to get the job done. No pressure, I guess, is the perfect sort of way to do it. You can still see that they were having fun, they were enjoying themselves, and they were able to sort of step up to the plate and, you know, potentially give a couple of opportunities for highlight plays, and that's exactly what they did. The Titans from Thailand, yeah, putting, unfortunately, ONIC G in a position where it's 1 map away from elimination, Komodo.
Yep. And one of the things that I wanted to mention, actually, in the sort of tail end of that round just there was the fact that we saw at the half, everyone on the side of Xerxia's kills were kind of being contained, and it was the same story being sung and said at the end of that one, right? 4 of the members of that squad had relatively 18, 17 kills. I think they got over to 19. Maybe Cruz got 20 in the end there. I didn't quite catch that specific figure. It was really only Foxy that was tailing behind a little bit on that that secondary half, but he was doing his rotations well, finding a lot of information for the rotations to happen for the squad. So a lot to unpack there, of course, on the map 1 here of Breeze. But as you do mention, it is Icebox around the corner, and that is the choice of Xerxia. Now, I'm going to throw it back to something that I have stated in this broadcast so far. It was scary. The 2 versus 5 that he was able to pretty much dominate with in that match against Bleed earlier on Icebox was phenomenal, and he had his plays in that map there of Breeze. Again, you know, when he was hiding behind his wall and they all pop through, he eliminates them. He just makes it look so damn easy.
Yeah, I think, again, you know, for everyone watching along at home, that's how you play a game of Valorant, right? All 5 operating at an equal level. You know, there's no sort of heavy reliance on the duelist or the chamber player or anything like that to just completely double down and do all the work, right? It's every single member of Xerxia doing exactly what they need to do to secure that victory. And again, they all look like they're just absolutely having a blast, and they know how good they are. So playing into their confidence, playing into their skill level, and, you know, really sort of pushing ONIC G down. So there is one final opportunity for them into the next map, which of course is going to be Icebox, but I'm sure our beautiful analyst desk wants to break it down a little bit more for you all. So we're going to send it over to them and be back after a break.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hum, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom and be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth, just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down, and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line, and I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
You gotta be kidding me, man. This is crazy.
Xerxia Esports has gone online. This is their true form, the form we should have seen since the beginning. Fortunate for them, it's a form that isn't too late to be revealed. Game 1 going in their favor as they take control of Breeze. Now, Likeable, Fluffy O2, and Trix once again here on the panel. We had Scary as the featured player in our head-to-head earlier, and Fluffy, I think it was perfect because he just really stood out in this game too.
Yeah, we were talking about impact, and Scary, one of the most impactful players that we have here for Xerxia, really proving how important it is to have a very solid controller. His walls not only divided the team and make sure that they can cross safely, but he was also one of the key factors in getting those important frags. You can see it even reflected on the scoreboard here, as we see that he is kept up with the best of Xerxia Esports.
He really has kept up with the best of the best. In fact, I would argue that he's one of the best members as well as his team. Not to say that other teammates are not as good, it's just that his impact is just something else, especially mixed with all of the other members of his team. Now, starting out these couple of rounds, it felt like a back and forth between these two. And for the most part, I feel like Xerxia, we've established that they love to punish their enemies whenever they make a mistake. And they really punished ONIC over aggression, especially on those couple of rounds. So I did see Trix that towards the first half, Sia was really trying to push mid over here. And this is something that we talked about. We love this proactiveness.
We do love that proactiveness. Pushing mid is such an important part. I feel that Xerxia on their attacker side were able to actually push up onto mid, get some more control from there. On the defender, however, it was actually a flip that we saw. ONIC started taking that mid control instead of Xerxia. Xerxia only throwing out that recon bolt there, but later on, I believe it was when they were on 10 or 11 points, Xerxia actually started posting up two players, one in A side, holding that mid cross, and another on B side, so maintaining mid control without actually having to put their players within like the mid pillars or too deep that they might get picked off.
Yeah, I feel like that proactivity that we always talked about is key, not only in general, but also specifically in this series, as both calculated teams really are trying to out-calculate each other. It's the one that makes the first decisive move and can also yet play safe, just like Trix mentioned. That really is the one that is rewarded. We always talk about risk and reward, and the rewards are reaped today by Xerxia Esports taking the first game 8-13.
I think this play by Scary would actually be a risk that was really rewarded. He did not move from that spot. And thank you, Komodo, for fueling my nightmares by giving quite the graphic description of why he's that nightmare in the corner.
I mean, we also talk about, again, Xerxia Esports just punishing the enemies. For them not checking the corner over there, they were absolutely punished. Scary took out 3 people out of that team over there. He was just very patient. He took his time, and he made sure that they could not flick his head right back at him. Now, I gotta say, going back to the attack of Xerxia Esports, I loved it. You see Foxy trying to fish information from halls. You see 4 people on mid. There's just so much space being taken. And when Monyet on the other side actually pushed mid, you know, he tried to take control as the defender. Xerxia pushed halls. What an I don't even know. I think it was a chamber who got the information that Monyet was actually opping outside mid doors. And they're like, okay, he's watching mid. We can't push mid. Respect the operator, we always say here. And they pushed halls, and they kind of sandwiched the entire map over there because they were able to take out the one who was not Nest. And I can't believe that this is what's happening. Xerxia Esports just good on the rotation over there. So Fluffy ending that first half 8-4 really deserved on the side of Xerxia Esports.
Yeah, for sure. It was such a commanding lead as well because the amount of rounds that they were able to string together was insane. The consistency that I thought Xerxia kind of lost recently seems to be back in form coming into the last series and today. But going on the other end of it, talking about ONIC Esports, I think that ONIC G is one of the teams that has really shined. And unfortunately, they kind of fell short for this one, but a lot of notable members for me, like Elmi Moore and Shiro, really proved their point, especially Elmi Moore on that chamber, really getting so many frags for ONIC. You know, almost isn't enough, but it's almost, and hopefully going into the next map that it can, like, go into fruition.
Yeah, I think also looking at, you know, the way Xerxia was playing, near the end, you started to see them take some more aggressive angles. They started to get into those cheeky angles. They were pressured. They wanted more control. And I feel like that's the Xerxia that I'm so used to watching. The kind that is aggressive, is taking that control, taking those proactive steps to make sure they can control the map and force the opponents to a certain side. On the flip, I saw that ONIC recently in this series have been picking that up. But it seemed that today they were the ones that went in there a little too cautious, a little too uncertain about how they really wanted to push Xerxia back, as well as Xerxia just really being able to come on top and making those decisions so quickly.
I mean, it goes back to what we were discussing from the earlier panel, right? Whoever takes the risk is also able to get the reward. I mean, if it goes in your favor, it's gonna pay off. It really is. And for this specific game, it was really Xerxia Esports who was willing to risk it all. And I feel like it had something to do with how they were able to play against Bleed Esports once again. Coming back from that game, I'm sure that you realize that, hey, we were able to do that. We're able to do anything. If we can get 6 straight rounds, despite the enemy team being at match point, then I believe that we can conquer Breeze too.
Yeah, it's definitely not over till it's over. And I always say that every chance that I get. Until somebody wins, even if they're at 12, does not mean the game is over. It's when whoever first gives up.
True.
It's whoever gets the winning point. I mean, for that specific game, it was not 13th, but for this one, it was the first to 13. And Xerxia Esports just really proving that. And I know Fluffy kind of pointed this out earlier. Almost is never enough. Maybe for the next map, Elmi Moore is enough. I'm trying to think of a pun here. I think it's not working out.
Oh dear.
Whoops. Whoops. I think you guys are satisfied though that it did not work out. I tried my best. Maybe the casters later on will think of something better than I will. But I want to talk about that clutch Elmi Moore moment that actually made my eyes open really wide because I thought that he was not going to clutch with that specific round where he defused the spike and there was 0.77 seconds on the clock. Guys, when you see Elmi Moore on that operator, please step back. That's all I'm saying.
Elmi Moore
That's
is
all I'm saying.
vicious. I think, you know, every player on the server right now is really stepping up to the. I think at the end of the day, it's going to be a team game. And moving on to the next map, which is Icebox, I'm really hoping that ONIC G is going to find their strides and really get into it, because it's about hitting that execution. It's about denying information. It's about understanding the movement of your own team and the opponent. And I feel that Xerxia in Breeze was able to show that they can understand that, and that they're willing to push forward and take those risks, and understanding when it's too far for them. I'm hoping ONIC G coming into Icebox is going to start taking more risks, because there is nothing to lose.
I mean, that's where the problem lies. We're going to be going to Icebox. And Fluffy, I don't know if you can remember this, but Icebox was a Xerxia pick.
Yeah, Icebox, one of Xerxia's. I think that they're pretty good on the map. They don't have the perfect record, but they were able to take out teams and play against teams like Bleed Boom as well as Alter Ego on this map. They are a fan of bunkering down with that Sentinel gameplay, going for the hard Sentinel in the form of KJ. And I think for ONIC, they really have to start working around being more proactive, especially in a map like Icebox, which is very a map that you kind of tend to have to commit once you do make a decision, because it's very hard to rotate between sites. A lot of the long angles also kind of force you into winning a lot of the duels. Obviously, you want to win your duels, but winning those initial duels really gives you the momentum to carry through whenever you're on the attack or the defense.
So we're going to be revealing the compositions in just a bit, but I do have to point out that this was the exact map that we were talking about earlier. Their match versus Bleed Esports. This is where they got that 6th straight win. So I'm assuming that they're going to be bringing the same exact lineup over here, Trix.
Which they are. We see that Sushi Boy is on the Killjoy again, Cruz on the Sage. On the side of ONIC G, we also have that Sage going in, but they do replace the Killjoy with a KO, which means that we're going to need to see a lot of value from Severine's KO knife. We have seen, however, Severine on that KO is very powerful, and they're able to shut them down, and I think they can shut down a team like Xerxia, which will be reliant on those setups.
But for a team like ONIC, with their lineup, I'm kind of worried a bit, because although they have all the tools they need to win the rounds if they play it correctly, without a hard anti-flank to detect anyone who's going to be pushing around, as long as it's recognized already here on the agent selection, Xerxia might take advantage of this and exploit it to great effect here on Icebox, because if ONIC is not very careful, they can easily be pinched and overwhelmed, and we've seen Xerxia do that in the past, even in the previous map with Breeze for the mid control, and giving them so much more map control is kind of scary when you think about it, but also I'm sure that ONIC G is coming in with a great plan to solve that.
I love how you pointed that out, Fluffy, because we know Icebox, especially on A side, to be filled with these post-plant scenarios. You kind of want to plant the spike a little bit open so that you can hang out over at Belt or at Nest, and you just really take a peek over there. But if you're not sure whether an enemy is going to be right behind you, then you'll always need that extra pair of eyes watching the flank, watching behind the other opponents or the other players, or else you'll have to stay on site. That's the condition over here. So that is something that ONIC G should have considered going into this composition. I'm sure that they have thought of it, but hopefully it all works out on their end. Once again, this is an elimination game, you guys. So a lot is on the line. Better watch your back, or else you could get flanked or potentially stabbed. With that in mind, let us go to game number 2 for these guys. We're going to Icebox. No more further introductions, no more further delays. Casters, we pass it over to you.
Thank you very much for the warm welcome. As always, Likeable. It is an exciting one to come in here because it could potentially be us saying goodbye to Indonesia out of this competition in ONIC G, as Xerxia obviously have been really rearing it up. But Komodo, you have sort of made a little bit of a mention to me that ONIC G is pretty damn good at Icebox as well.
I've got
a statistic, and it's one statistic that I'll run with right now, and it's the comparison for these teams against Boom earlier on in the tournament. Now, with the same compositions that these guys have run in with, we saw ONIC G be able to pick up the win in that series as well, 13-6. But on the flip side for Xerxia, a bit of a rude awakening on that map there as well, 13-2. And if you look at the performance that they came out with earlier on today against Bleed as well, and I'm throwing in a second statistic here, sorry, 14-12 is the one that they came in. They won in overtime after Scary got that ridiculous 2 versus 5 that I mentioned as well. So whilst they've led into Icebox and they've gone in with it for a pick here, I'm not convinced it's so much home territory for them.
Yeah, look, I think the only thing that I can kind of comment on here a little bit is that Killjoy out for KO right now. That's kind of where the meta is like leaning towards a little bit. You know, we've spoken a couple of times in this competition so far about how KO came in looking so strong when it came out. It was like, oh my God, that agent can actually do all these things. And then very few people seem to play him at the very beginning. But now that he's kind of being noticed a little bit more in how powerful his kit can actually be, we are seeing it to come in to ultimately punish out that Killjoy utility. But Sushi Boys, fantastic Killjoy, so we'll have to see if it does line up. Xerxia, very, very comfortable in this agent lineup, and we'll have to see how well ONIC G is going to go. My eyes are going to be on Monyet here to see if he can step up, because a little bit of a rough one on the previous map of Breeze. Will it be the turn of the tides here in the frosty zone of Icebox?
Well, let's see if it can give some shivers down our spines right now, Conky, because we do have a little bit of a mid-creep out from Xerxia. Again, for those wondering, they started on attack over on Breeze of their own volition, and now in their own map pick, they are starting off an attack again. So a bit of consistency here, but a bit of difference as they are immediately looking to go up towards the kitchen. But look at NC/I. He's already aware of this in a rotation from Shiro, right in toward the crosshairs as well, being taken down so quickly.
Very good shot to deny Shiro immediately off the bat there. Surf's also found another, but Severine ripping up a couple of himself. Scary and Surf, two very important members of Xerxia, have been punished here. And now inside the kitchen, the spike will continue into the hands of Cruz, but he's kind of locked in here. It's a little bit of an awkward position to be in right now. Might actually have to break the wall. Severin spotted. Doesn't quite connect, though. Does actually manage to get off the fragment quick enough. Now it's all on to Monyet. Has popped the tailwind, and he made the audio cue. I do think he's actually heard it. Yeah, the distance was enough. So it's going to be Cruz and Sushi Boys to just absolutely fang it straight over towards A. But he has to break his wall right now. Yeah,
he has to break the wall in kitchen. So because Cruz used that barrier wall to block off Shiro after they found the frag, he just had to rip it out with his knife and get in front of it. And that's actually a well-placed turret as well. They're going to know exactly where Monyet is coming from, and a pretty dastardly plant position as well to try and get a retake in for Monyet. He's got one cloud burst. Maybe he can get the spike towards half, but now Cruz, Sushi Boys, they're just going to play on the back of all of this information. I don't think there's any nano swarms on it because the ghost is here, but maybe he purchased them up early on. Regardless, on the rope, Monyet manages to find it, and now clearing all the positions, overlooks the one on the belt, and he's going to be brought down. Pistol over towards Xerxia, and it's actually their first pistol in this series. They lost both in the first map.
Yeah, rough for ONIC G there to, not convert the map after selecting both pistols. Always a tough prospect to be found, but irrespective, Severin did some really, really solid damage. A bit shaky there as well with the fragment going through. Monyet almost made it work, but I love the confidence from Sushi Boys there to try and get the timing on the peak. And closes out the round there for Xerxia. So they will be moving in here with the Spectres, with the Bulldog for Scary. And it's just going to be 4 Sheriffs here for ONIC G. So a gentle investment. It means that they won't have the strongest buy going into their first purchase against the bonus of Xerxia, but at least some information gathered off the back of it. Look at this lean that they've got, a complete and utter stack towards this A site, Komodo.
Just sort of make mention to it as well. The agent shuffles from the previous map where we had the KO being played from NC/. Now Severin here, he was on the Viper, and now Almy Moore is picking that up. So, whilst these players on ONIC, they can play different agents and stuff, they don't stick with the same agent over a couple of different maps. They sort of shuffle it around, which is going to be interesting for itself. But Conky, in this round, it's a bit of a 50-50 gamble stack over towards the A site for ONIC. And unfortunately for them, Xerxia's on the other side of the map clearing out B. So if this is going to be a 5 versus 5 scenario where Sushi Boys can get the nano swarms on the spike, the barrier wall is there, and they've got lineups from Foxy potentially and Scary, although there's no snake bite, so that's not going to happen in that one. It could be a pretty difficult retake for ONIC. So let's kind of see how this one will work out.
Yeah, just be a big fight. The one credit that I have to make to Xerxia and the way that they play is they seem to have fantastic leadership and also composure. one big thing about the way that Valorant has been unfolding over time is sometimes teams will be a little bit scrappy with their retakes, with their, site takes just in general, but Xerxia do it so fantastically. Happy to move as a unit, not really get caught off guard too many times. And now it'll just be the fight inside mid. Again, just a battle of trying to hold on to as many bits of weaponry as possible. As I say that, Monyet, Elmi Moore, do get a couple through, but Foxy at least will be able to deny. Now he should find Monyet on the distance with the Bulldog. He absolutely will. And it's all left on to Severine here, which is... does have the Spectre available, but it's only going to be the pistol out for time being, as Xerxia does close this one. So what's ONIC G's purchase going to look in? Again, it was a big investment they're fighting with all those sheriffs, so maybe minimal utility or some light shield in the round.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what the purchase is going to look like in the quote bonus round from them as well. One of the more daunting things, I think, on a map like Icebox, if you allow your opponents to really get far forward on the attacker's side, it could be quite difficult to get a bit of a resurgence back in on the flip. As earlier in the game for Bleed and Xerxia, I'll make a bit of reference to that because it was one that I was keeping a good focus on. It was kind of 50-50 at the half in the 6-6 on both to get into that OP, so pretty balanced as far as things are considered. So in this buy round of Onyx, their first real purchase with all this weaponry, if they do drop it and they drop that bonus, I can't help but wonder how far forward Xerxia may be allowed to get.
Yeah, exactly. So important for them to just make sure they keep their composure here. Convert a round that should be converted, but Monyet is putting himself into a bit of an awkward predicament, up so close and, in such a position to be trade. Does spot out Sushi Boys, at least now choosing to fall away. Hasn't yet had to pop the tailwind as of yet. Now he does. So he's still keen on keeping that focus. Hasn't taken much damage just yet. And again, we do get to see the side of Xerxia play it nice and slow, nice and composed. Do still have Scary inside mid, lurking, seeing if anyone pushes accordingly. And now, that's going to be that tailwind actually burned here, Komodo. So Xerxia looking to put the pressure down now.
Bit of a util dump as well. Recon dart, returned fragment, waiting for the barrier wall to go up and cruise, but it's actually just been taken down. So they push in toward the sandwich right now. They really need to see if they can hold on toward this one. 30 seconds to get the spike, and Severine's going to get taken down from the snowman. Melted in the round, and the plant finally starting to go. The wall offering a little bit of safety for that plant, and a quick dash out of there. You love to see that from Surf. And in the player advantage for Xerxia, they are going to try and see if they can win out the remainder of this bonus round. Sushi Boys got the nano swarms on toward the spike, so expect a bit of patience from him. This retake is starting to come on through. The wide out from Elmi Moore is able to find that frag, and a returned recon dart is everything you would want for Xerxia. Just this deterrent utility from the Killjoy allowed to be the distraction, and Sushi Boys will be there for the close. Xerxia find the bonus round.
And it was a bit too easy, I would like to say there, Komodo. Even though Monyet found the opener, again, it was just Xerxia, every single member there, and then the owl drone right at the end to collect all that information that everyone was on the site of ONIC G. Not really showing any sort of additional presence. There was a couple of shots. Elmi Moore found something, but now they've been able to upgrade. They've been able to invest. They've got everything that they need, and Surf, he's even happy to... Oh, no, never mind. He's got a Vandal, I was going to say, but... Back to it for ONIC G, just leaning onto those sheriffs once more. They have to take another eco, and this is potentially where maybe into the next round I would like a bit of a pause or something to try and discuss exactly what's going on. It's still early days, still plenty of time to go, but it would almost be a little bit disappointing to see Xerxia kind of roll with the punches this strong in. But with that being said, you want to see a team that is going to be going to Masters to be confident that not only do they make it out of APAC, they also are going to be able to do damage at the global stage as well, which Xerxia did do last time.
Yeah, there's two things that I wanted to break down in that as well, right? You can use a round like this with this eco as a bit of a free timeout, and because Xerxia are a team that gives a lot of respect and patience, you can kind of expect to be using this as a timeout as well. Whilst there is the concedence of the A site for Xerxia, now they can get in merrily on their way, get the plant and set up for a bit of a post plan. I definitely agree with you. If you've got a team that we're wanting to see overseas represent the APAC region, you kind of almost, to a degree, want them to be demolishing in their own, localized VCT challenges stages, because then it sets them up to be a lot more damaging in the global stage. But here we go. The plan is down. And again, just remember, it is pistols for ONIC, but it can still get the job done.
Absolutely. The Indonesian scene, very, very strong, having 3 teams doing big amounts of work. But is it going to be enough to overwhelm this retake? It is going to be a very, very tough one. Looks like Elmi Moore does have a snake bite to throw into the top of the tube there, but still waiting patiently. It doesn't look like any real damage is going to be coming out so far. NC Slasher has been taken down. That's going to be the heals out of the round here as Sushi Boys also closing out another. It is just way, way too easy there for Xerxia. again, ONIC G only on the eco. The boogie down round will be now where they can put all of their stops out. It's going to be the operator up for Monyet. Where will he take it? You know, he's been leaning over towards the B site at the start of a couple of these rounds. It looks like it will be that again. But again, has to see impact, have to see something out of the Jet of ONIC G, because that is going to be a hugely impactful member as opposed to the side of Xerxia, which does seem to be a little bit more spread in the fragging department across all players.
Well, it may be the boogie round, Mitch, but you got to make sure you don't have two left feet in this one and you're tripping over yourself, because the team game right now is what ONIC need to pull together in. They've got all that weaponry once more, and for Monyet on the operator, you would love to see it be on the back of him, having a bit of a shining plate. Null command available as well for Severine in case Xerxia do, kind of just bowl over in towards the safe site, which is what's happening right now. There's that null command that will be popped, and real early, Xerxia are fine to fall all the way back. It does lead into now that crossfire from Monyet, or rather the crosshair. He's scoped on the line of mid, so it kind of locks Xerxia into A for the time being.
Yeah, well, now he kind of feels the pressure to really drive that one forward, right? And Xerxia haven't kind of been concerned about it at all. Monyet does have the line, knows that rotation cannot come out of this position right now, which means that ONIC G can basically just sit there and wait patiently for the aggression to start to come in, which it will for now. Lockdown, is it going to be able to force them away from the side? It absolutely will. Obviously, no chance to be destroyed, but look at how easily Xerxia were able to take the side off the back of that. Wall goes up, Spike goes down, but a great nanoswarm over the top here. Do they have the information? Not yet.
It's been a while since I've seen a maze plant, so I'm interested to see how Xerxia are going to hold in toward this one, and that's a bit of an awkward spray from Surf. Tailwind in, and how is he alive for that long at least? A trade from Elmi Moore, and with a pit as well. Will it actually go over the spike location?
I don't think it will.
It has to spread over toward it. Now you have to contest with Sushi Boy's utility, but it's Cruz in the pit with a shorty of all things to get the job started right now. Sushi Boy's still alive with damage. The pit is down, and whilst these trades are starting to happen, remember, it is this maze plant right now, and Shiro, he's a bit out of the contest right now to go in for the retake. He's going to be the one on toward the tap. There's the Hunter's Fury from Foxy just to try and 100% the round, and Scary Elevated is going to be sending NC/er 6 feet under. The round is won by Xerxia, and Shiro in the corner of jail is going to be locked behind those bars.
Yeah, absolutely, and unfortunately there is no parole there for the man, as ONIC G are just really being punished here. Such a rough prospect to be in, you know, again, being baited out early to use that null command, to use that Viper's Pit, and unfortunately the pit not even going far enough to lock it down. Sushi Boy still had the Nano Swarm placed down, and obviously Foxy with the Hunter's Fury, like they just have been miles ahead. Xerxia, it feels like right now, and again, I just can't help but know that ONIC G are really trying. They are really throwing out all the stops so far to try and get this done. But back onto another eco, really awkward. Monyet also being taken down really low just straight off the bat. And once again, it's just another business as usual round for Xerxia here. Sushi Boy's watching the push. It is just looking a bit too easy for the Thailand side.
And Surf is on the highest point of the map right now, seeing if he can overlook anyone pushing over towards the B main position. And these sort of rounds, you just, kind of don't want to see Xerxia fall over and die, right? Don't give a fighting chance to ONIC, and they don't whatsoever. A flawless victory in this one to gain their 6th on the board. And you mentioned earlier, Conky, the timeout that you wanted to see in the 4th round. Well, we're into the 7th. We've still got nothing from ONIC. If it doesn't come out now, when are they looking to deploy it, right? Because this is the round, essentially, that they have to get, and there it is. Okay, the pause comes in.
Perfect time to do so. They've had plenty of opportunity in these ecos to discuss, but not really a, dead set round where you can, bring the coach in, have a chat, have a bit of a further conversation and breakdown of exactly what is happening. Because again, no real activation out of any of these individuals here. Monyet had a couple of early openings. Elmi Moore, I think it was a multi-frag trying to retake, but once again, Xerxia locked them out completely. This time, Pit is up, Bladestorm available, Cruz with the Resurrection. Hasn't actually had to utilize that one so far. So he'll just continue to hold it in his back pocket. NC/er yet to get on the board. Really, really rough here so far from the Sage. And just again, the fact that ONIC G haven't been able to sort of place their foot down really firmly on this defender's side. And Xerxia having the confidence, obviously, to pick into that attackers on the previous map as well of Breeze and to lock out that map early.
Nah, definitely... A lot of things to be discussed in this timeout here from ONIC, that is for certain. But now that the pause does come undone, We'll wait and see what this round is going to shape up to be, won't we, Conky? The purchase in for ONIC, and immediately Xerxia over towards the A side of things. Though up on the belt, the distraction to come in from the 0 point, but an immediate recovery as well. Cruz to get Foxy back up, so no more res available there. But to the mid of the map, and a lean for ONIC over to that A side. They're playing the 3-1-1 at the moment. No obnoxious push from Elmi Moore down at the B main position, but it's going to look to be this kitchen control that Xerxia are fighting for. And Shiro, he lost his face in the pistol round because of this in the drone. Oh, they're going in hard and fast right now.
Goodbye, sir.
Them. How do you do? Taking them down.
What a warm welcome, unfortunately, there for Shiro. Now Severine to do some work. Elmi Moore has been able to lock out at least one, but Foxy, Surf, they're just getting all of it done. You know, they were lucky early to burn that ultimate, but it's now Severine in a 1 versus 3, and Foxy has his number, locked him out of middle. It is just so awkward, and you cannot help but just sort of feel bad again for ONIC G. They do everything. Monyet gets the opening and the resurrection immediately there, and then they get a couple of advantages. But once again, Xerxia are just so good at trading out, punishing when the opportunity is there for them to do so. And now Severine even being spotted out from defender spawn there. This is so rough. 11 points of HP, Sushi Boys to drop him, and Xerxia, they've already won out the half strong, 7 clean for them. And again, ONIC G have to go back to the drawing board as it's going to be Sheriffs once more.
So for the ONIC fans out there, I'm going to do what we call in the biz a caster curse, right? Is this going to be the first 13-0 that we are able to witness right now?
We don't want it.
No, we don't. We want a third map, to be completely honest with you. Remember, this is an elimination match. This is a big staked match. The winner goes back against Team Secret for the fight to try and get over towards Masters in Copenhagen. And there's a big thing, you know, Xerxia, they want to get back on that global scale. And ONIC, they want to make their presence known. They want to showcase to the world who they are.
Another opening. Elmi Moore does manage to find it, but it is going to be scary, punishing Monyet. So once more, it is a trade, and Elmi Moore trying to go for a little bit too much there, and NC Slasher also the same. Once more, just feeling this pressure, while Sushi Boys is just playing deathmatch at this point in time. Severine all on his lonesome, flanking all the way through, but I'm not going to get excited in any way, shape, or form here. It's just going to be the KO walking into that flank, and I think it's almost nice that I feel like I'm eating my words here, you know, sort of saying that I'm liking the KO pick. I feel like it's really strong in the current meta, but, you know, it can't be strong when you're losing all of these Angels, losing all of these trades, and there's a shot, at least something, but, you know, what it is, again, is just another 3K for Scary.
Yeah, well, what I was going to mention is the fact that he finds one there gives him the null command on the death. So at least he's got that to contend with. The ultimate orb can go over to Elmi Moore in this round if the defenders do push up and get aggressive, because then you're one away from the pit. So at least getting one there is, you know, something you'll take away.
Yeah. They've got the resurrection available as well, so some utility to certainly work with. They need at least like 3 or 4. That's sort of what I'm chasing here at this point, to have a competitive side. And it's not even just like if this map of Icebox is attacker or defender sided. You know, I feel like it's relatively even, especially depending on the team, depending on the composition and the moment, you know, as is Valorant really. But it's more about the momentum behind them. If ONIC G are going into this one, you know, with maybe 1 or 2 rounds, that is just such a horrible feeling to sort of be moving in, especially as all the pressure does keep your eyes on you. You know, you had a victory earlier today to find yourself here, but still, you know, knowing that it's an opportunity to get to that Copenhagen position, and that Xerxia might be taking it away so easily, it's just a disappointing way to end the competition, even though they've had a strong, solid result, seeding themselves as first in Indonesia.
Something that I just noticed, Foxy brings out the owl drone. I don't know if they spotted Monyet via the operator barrel or by his foot or shoulder or something in the tube, but he shoots the recon dart. If he didn't actually see the operator line and they're expecting the offline push because the drone was already out before, that is actually like 200 IQ. The fact that he shoots out that bolt to just push the line off from Monyet, and look at the reward that is reached because of this early utility in the mid pressure right now. Spike is planted. It's 5 alive for Xerxia. A pit is popped as well, and they are just completely backing ONIC into a corner. Not to mention, if they do elect to try and go for a save, you've got the flank from Sushi Boys that's going to find them right now. But it does look like they're going for a bit of a retake right now. The silence around the yellow box. Severin
command's available.
Creeping up. He doesn't want to pop it at a real position in towards the pit. Surf finds the first one, and now Severin, he's the last soldier surviving. He's able to find one, but position is revealed, and it's Foxy to get the trade. It's another one over to the name of Xerxia.
I guess there's not really a whole lot to burn down. There is there with that ultimate, you know, it just basically gives away his information, his position. And yeah, didn't want to do it. There's still so much that they needed to overwhelm here, but I love your commentary there, Komodo, at the very, very start. How quickly they were able to just find exactly where Monyet was, punish him out straight off the bat, and really just make it awkward. He falls straight over the tube and gets taken down immediately. And again, a big investment, right? Has the operator, but I don't even think he's found a single kill with it, unfortunately. And it's just been Surf dancing around, even has the Bucky to be pulled out there. It's just crazy. The Shorty, rather, sorry. But...
Oh, I like this.
The confidence from him. There's just nothing they can really do. This time, at least, we do see Severin find one. It's a great little flash drive, underarm out, but Surf completely blind, still manages to find it. It's back to a 4-on-4 already.
But look at the positioning the Scary's found right now. He's going to be the sneaky soldier in toward it. There's the first, and he's seen two more members behind him. Oh, how the cookie is crumbling in this round for ONIC, in this map, rather. Monyet now is on the flank, on the prowl, but a 1 versus 4 with only the Sheriff. It might be high noon somewhere in the world, but here, it's 11:30, rather. And for Monyet...
There's no cookie. The cookie was taken. You know, there wasn't even an idea of the cookie at this point in time.
But I like cookies.
Look, so do I, but that's what I mean. Like, Xerxia took it.
Oh, okay.
The jar's empty.
Double digits achieved. And maybe the jar can be restocked in a round such as this. ONIC have another purchase to come through. And really, I feel like a bit of a last-ditch attempt, right? 10-0, a glimmer of damage, a glimmer of hope potentially in a round where there was a bit of a half-buy. But, I mean, the plate was offered to Scary with the position. And it was stacked with more food in that round there as well. So with this round, Coggy, a purchase for ONIC, and it has to go their way, honestly.
Absolutely. Just for a little bit of something, you know, give us some entertainment here, boys. We need it. That's what we're here for, right? You know, again, we make that commentary how seeing a very, very strong Xerxia does fill me with excitement going into that lower bracket final tomorrow. You know, once again, having that battle, the resurgence, the vengeance against Team Secret, which obviously they were felled by only a short time ago to end up here. And, you know, they've had to do this lower bracket gauntlet run, and they're making it sort of shown why that they are a strong, strong team. But at least we do see Monyet here getting another. Severin was taken, but the resurrection is there. 3-on-5 here for ONIC G. They cannot let this round get lost, or I'm going to start calling the 13-0.
Well, Null Command and Viper's Pit, but for Scary and Cruz, they make it look a little bit too easy. Again, we're saying the same words because it's just too, you know, it's repetitive. Xerxia are doing the same things time and time again. They don't need to change it on up. And now the little gap, the position that Sushi Boys has found himself in. The shots are missing, however, and Scary for the 3K. This crossfire is absolutely superb. The B side is Scary's home. It's another 4K. You cannot battle this beast.
This man is from the underworld or something. Absolutely terrifying to be dealing with. Time and time again, he resurges from hell to just basically haunt the night of this side of ONIC G. They've had no opportunities, and I think it's, you know, a fate that was meant to many of the teams in this competition, where a Viper can do so much work. And it all just ends up a little bit too quick there for ONIC G. You know, I said if ONIC G lost that round, I was starting to call out the Xerxia up 13-0. And all it is basically 1 round and 1 pistol here from making it the first in the APAC VCT Knockout stage.
Well, look at this immediate rotation to assist over at this B site right now. That 0 point getting a bit of information. Tailwind popped from Monyet, but the flash drive, it looks to be a little bit team blinding, though that is an opening frag and a second one from Monyet.
Here we go.
First in the round. This is what you want to see from ONIC. Maybe a little bit too late for sure, but at least the 13-0 to be taken off the board if they do find this one. Another one for Monyet found, and they're locking down this B main position. The spike is on the floor. It's Scary and Sushi Boys to see if they can bring forward a 2 versus 5. And I'm not even going to take it off the count right now, but Monyet, this is what we needed. We needed to see him activated, and finally it's happening. Sushi Boys in the spawn. He's going to be sent to the grave here as well. A great
The dream's
flash.
dead!
Finally, ONIC on the board, but now we switch sides.
It's all smiles. It is all smiles. That's exactly what you want to see. Cheering from ONIC G, knowing that they're not going to be 13-0'd inside this competition. Certainly something to be happy about. But Monyet, a 4K in the final round of the half. Exactly the way you want to be doing it as a Jet. Pistol is here. So important for ONIC G to be securing. If they do not get it, they will be saying goodbye to this competition. And as I mentioned, right, they have, I believe it was actually their Twitter account that posted earlier saying how they were happy to be, once again, the top, right? 3 Indonesian teams into these playoffs, and we've seen big things from absolutely all of them, right? Alter Ego was doing some awesome things, and Boom to run it in all the way from the play-ins to be getting to a really solid position and taking some pretty scary scalps as well. But, you know, ONIC G still do sort of reign supreme there, and we do know how strong Indonesian players just are in general, with some of them, you know, obviously over on Paper X as well. But just Xerxia, too strong as a unit. You know, to have your Viper 17-4 and the Killjoy 14-5, and not even having the rest of the team trailing behind by too far, right? Cruz has done exactly what he needs to, Foxy the same, but unfortunately you just cannot say the same for the Sova Shiro and the Sage of NC Slasher, both really having minimal impact so far.
I think with the one round that ONIC have on the board, we're like 50% of the way of at least being like an okay defeat, all things considered, for ONIC if it still goes this way, because there's always going to be a chance for them to come back. Like, it's not off the table whatsoever, folks. But the round win that they got, that's the first amount of cheers. I think the next one is going to be NC Slasher getting on the board as well, because just the punishment that's been happening toward him as well. Like, Xerxia, there's a level of Valorant that they've been playing throughout the course of this competition, but right now what they're doing is exactly what we saw them do against Boom when they first got knocked down by Team Secret, right? It was that 3-map series where Boom 13-2'd Xerxia on this very map in Icebox, and something happened in that mix for Xerxia to then 13-7 and then 13-1 Boom back. Just a complete, you know, role reversal, shutdown in the return for that reverse sweep. And right now, we are seeing again this level of Valorant for Xerxia. The consistency, you know, is something you'll always kind of question and loom around a team. But if you're convincingly doing this time and time again, then we're having a Xerxia potentially go back to an international scale looking so hot.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know they'll be taking that vengeance into against Team Secret tomorrow if they ultimately do end up there, which it's looking likely. So, you know, we can sort of move away from the upsetting story of ONIC G going home and Xerxia running this lower bracket gauntlet. Is it going to happen? Can ONIC G find this pistol? It's so important for them to do so right now, but Cruz is locked into position. Surf up and over the top. He only gets one, though, and that's exactly what we needed to see from ONIC G here. 2 members left, Sushi Boys and Scary, and you're exactly right. Is he on the board?
He's
finally
on the board. He got a frag in the chaos there from the elbow position. Love to see it, but a pretty, you know, sneaky pistol to come through from ONIC. They waltzed in silently towards the A site, and by the time that was spotted, it was kind of all done and dusted, right? Cruz couldn't get anything with that wall really happening. The dashes all come on through, making it look awkward, and for Sushi Boys now in a 1 versus 4, his boys are gone, but at least they're there to kind of console him along the way in this pistol round, as the second is found by ONIC. A full team variety, in fact.
There we go.
This is what we need from them. We need to start to have them come back.
Oh, it's just making me smile a little bit more, right? You know, I think it's a position to be in where you can be a little bit upset, be a little bit disappointed in your performance. But at the end of the day, these guys are playing professional Valorant. They're all in a room together. They're all excited about being here, you know, making it so far into this competition. The final 4 teams are duking it out right now. We know that there's 2 that have done damage internationally as well. Well, a third, actually, rather. You know, Team Secret also did it. So to be that 4th in ONIC G, you have to be happy with that result and only be able to take it back and go, we're going to go better and go harder next time as well, because there is still those opportunities to be coming out over the coming months.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But this one ain't done just yet. For ONIC, it is a bit of a mountain to climb, but they're starting to, you know, strap up their boots, get that right gear on. It's just braving the weather is what they have to kind of fight with from the next little bit of time. But a bit of pressure building up and boiling around this A site, it would seem, for it to be enough to send ONIC packing. Completely booking it over toward the B site. And for Xerxia, you know, they're rotating pretty convincingly as well, sending 3 players over toward the B site. It is an eco, so any damage they find will, you know, make the bonus look a little bit better for them.
I just love how quickly Monyet was straight out of there, sought the info, and then, I'm not having any of that. Elmi Moore does get the opening onto Cruz, very necessary. Spotting a member at the back of Snowman, that will be scary. Sushi Boys up in the top of the site as well. Good punishment from Monyet. This is business as usual in the round. Nice and easy, breezy, beautiful, flawless in the round here for ONIC G. 3 on the board, and now a crucial bonus round. Whether or not they even want to play this bonus, you know, I mean, like, Do they want to just invest fully, or I guess, you know, with the extra round in the back pocket, you know, sure they have to face up against overtime, but at least they'll have full Vandals and Phantoms to do it. So it looks like that will be the storyline here. All 5 alive means they hold on to a decent bonus. Monyet's got the Vandal. 2 Bulldogs ain't too bad. It'll be okay.
Yeah, well, looking at the disconnect on that scoreboard as well, it kind of does come down to a decision of how many corners do we have to cut as ONIC? How many different things do we need to overlook to try and get back into this game right now? I do like the fact that Cruz is kind of just willy-nilly waltzed his way down to get the orb, and now Surf pushed down as well. He's the lonesome soldier to see if he can find anything. That 0 point is going to push him back potentially with no access to abilities. But for ONIC, it's real patience happening right now. They know that they're at a bit of a disadvantage in terms of the weaponry, so a first opening frag would be absolutely huge for them right now. And with the block vision in mid, it might have a little bit of a shuffle over towards Xerxia's locations.
Repositioning now. Our drone goes in to start to clear the extremities. It is going to be a doable sort of prospect here for ONIC G. There is 3 sort of packing here, which certainly does make it a little bit scary. And once again, they've actually called for the pull away, the rotation. Elmi Moore must sort of feel like he's got some kind of call here, and I think Xerxia have got the absolute opposite right there. Look at that lockout from Sushi Boys. They're still committing, though. They're still trying to go for this fight, Komodo. 30 seconds left, and they have to make it work. So this is going to be everything here. So important for ONIC G. Otherwise, they have to play that final round. And again, always having that thought in the back of their minds of what they're going to do. And members just dropping like flies. There's just nothing in it at all. Xerxia are way too good, ladies and gentlemen. And ONIC G have a final chance to hold on. But they're slipping every second of the way.
Yep, absolutely. A pretty distraught round if you are an ONIC fan or one of the ONIC members in the server as well. You know, time ticking on down, trying to get back in toward the B site, leaving yourselves no real chance of a recovery. And all the members of Xerxia with their rotations, which is something that has been absolutely beautiful to witness over the course of their games as well. Just their timing, cohesion to get those rotates out has been really, really cool. But the last chance for ONIC. They need 9 rounds on the trot to get back in towards this and give it in toward the OT. And for a round that they do get taken out in the previous, like that fashion, this is certainly going to be a challenging one. There's guns for everybody at least, but already space being found. Surf is pushing on up, and I don't even think Severine has an idea that the belt position has been compromised.
Ooh, they might overlook it, though. That could be the only thing. However, it lulls them into a false sense of security. Doesn't have the info. Surf tucked in the corner, but he does get that tailwind straight out, and they can't even trade Komodo. It's just looking so awkward. He's able to pop the shots back. However, at least a trade in from Severine and Elmi Moore. The game still continues to live on. However, the rotation, it's in so quick. Severine gets 1, but Scary. Good for the trade. All left onto Elmi Moore here, and he has to clutch it out. It's Cruz. He's coming in on this flank here. It's planted up high. They should get that information nice and early, but it's not going to be gathered. It's not going to be sent to the hands of Cruz just yet. He's a little far away from that resurrection as well. 3 points, so nothing's going to be coming in. It's going to be all solo for this Sage. How does he try to clutch it here? Clearing out every single extremity, every single line. And I'm loving this position from Elmi Moore. He spotted him, and he's managing to close it. Holding on, clinging to dear life. Again, this man. He did it in the previous map on Chamber. Now he's doing it on the Viper. And it's just not closing doors yet for ONIC G.
Man, you think the position that Surf was able to find, and you also then think, what if Foxy was able to find a frag there onto Severine? It might be a completely different round. It might have been the GG, but the resilience factor to come on through, and Scary also plucking Monyet out of the air like that. Absolutely gorgeous. But Elmi Moore able to hold on to, just seeing the little model of Cruz at the end there as well on that Sage. I was kind of wondering if Cruz was going to be tapping onto the spike to try and bait in the position, get a step, get a reaction from Elmi Moore. It didn't happen. But this round right now, immediately again, the push for the orb control as the frag was found on the Monyet. He is brought back by NC Slasher. But remember, Scary now has that pit available. And on the defensive side, that can be pretty powerful to be able to utilize here.
Yeah, absolutely. But I love that, you know, great opening from Monyet, great resurrection to trade him back in for NC Slasher. Again, it's that commentary of every single round that ONIC G get right now just makes me happier and happier to show that we do still have some competition going up against Xerxia. But as it is a 4-on-5, Xerxia have been very, very well played when it's from those disadvantaged positions. This time, though, Severine able to catch the lurk out of Surf. as he does try to push in nice and deep, but Sushi Boy's already around this yellow position. Is Monyet going to be peeking out from the back? No, they're even going to overlook this completely. One inside the pit, though, is going to be NC Slasher. Can he keep this round alive for the team? It looks like it so far. Inside this pit, still clearing out. He does it again. NC Slasher certainly didn't have the most fantastic start, but he is keeping his team in it in this round. It's all on a scary 1 point of HP, having to clear absolutely everything, but it's going to be LB Moore here. Viper Diff in this round as ONIC G collect 5.
Oh, another one on the board for ONIC and giving a little bit of confidence to a couple of their members to get back into it. Now, remember, NC Slasher was on that donut. He's brought himself up to 6, and Shiro is kind of the one that's trailing a little bit behind. So hopefully he's able to pull it in as well, get back in and assist his team. But again, some more aggression in the beginning of that round. The nice little lurk out from Severin as well. Disconnected from his team. You know, the 0 point in a round such as this could have been pretty cool around the B site. But the protection of the pit, Almy Moore able to get the closer as well. And as we do see another round gathered out by ONIC here, it means that it's going to be the pistols for Xerxia. The Bladestorm has been popped out by Surf. He's already pushing in towards the bottom of mid. Wow, what a fantastic frag to find in the beginning. Not only is that on the heavy hitter and Almy Moore, but that's also the smoke's essentially gone now for ONIC.
Yeah, no, exactly right. The impact that he has managed to have so far and the driving force for this team, you know, it really does sort of fall on the laurels of Monyet here to do some extra lifting. Surf just so confident, happy to continue pushing. They're not even going to be able to deny the blades there with that 0 point. Now Monyet trying to close the gap, trying to push on in. Scary has been spotted. Great peek, great catch, but Cruz, I saw him do a massive thing earlier from this position with this very weapon in the Sheriff on the Sage only earlier today. He's recovered the weapon. It's the third here for Cruz. He's looking absolutely phenomenal right now, and it's all left onto Severin, the KO. Is he going to be able to keep this team alive? The flanks here from Sushi Boy's Komodo. Unfortunately, I think we're going to be packing the bags here of ONIC G in this round, unless we see something fantastic. He has got the null command. I mean, if there's a time to pop it, it is only now. But he's spotted on the flank, on the reversal. And ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, whilst that will be ONIC G going home, it is going to be the continuation of this storyline of Xerxia. Can they be the Titans to go through the lower bracket and make it back to Masters?
Well, Team Secret is who they are going to be facing up against next. It was the team that knocked them down into the lower bracket in the very, very opening round of these finals here in the knockout stage as well, with that 2-1 scoreline towards Secret. So it is a grudge match to be witnessing to get back into that all-important state of the international scale. Of course, Paper Rex we saw earlier into the grand final for tomorrow's later match as well, Conky here. But the powerhouse and domination that we have just seen in Xerxia here today, 13-8 on map number 1 in Breeze and 13-5 on the secondary one there on Icebox. I just want to point out and throw it back to you by saying, Scary, again, we talk about him before the maps even started today. He's been so phenomenal throughout the course of this event, and it did not falter whatsoever today.
No, absolutely right. You can just see it from the player cams there. They do not look phased at all. It's just like another day in the office for the Xerxia boys at this point in time. But they have done an absolutely fantastic thing. And as it has been a very long day for all of us here, I do thank you all for watching. And we're going to give it back over to the desk to break it down. We'll see you guys back tomorrow.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. My life's in your hands. Delilah, don't you know my life's in your hands? Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction.